Hang on. I'm just looking for the waiting room. Hang on. I'm just looking for the waiting room. Hello, lovely ladies. Can you hear me?
Hi, Annie. Yes, absolutely.
Oh, I cannot hear you, Ajam. Why cannot I
Can you hear me?
I'm just looking for the waiting
Can you hear me?
Oh, I'm getting an echo. Hello, lovely ladies. Hang on. Can you hear me? Let me.
Hi, Annie. Yes, absolutely.
Good, I cannot hear you, Ajam. I can. I'm just trying to get this echo. So just 1 second. Oh, I'm getting an echo. Hello, lovely. There we go. Oh, hello. Let's just turn that off and let's get myself restarted. Echo gone. Is that good news? Yes.
Am I audible?
Oh, I still can't hear you now, Anjum.
You still can't hear me?
No,
Can you hear
no
me?
sound. What's happening?
Andy, can you hear me?
All right.
Can you hear me?
I can't hear you either. What is going
So it
on?
was
Why can't I hear you,
check
ladies?
your
Let's just get our sound happening first. It's live on YouTube. Got the recording on. I cannot hear you, ladies. What is going on with your sound? Just keep trying to talk to me because we want to get your sound happening before we let everybody else into the room.
Hello.
No sound. Did that just happen when I turned the YouTube off? I had sound and then I alrighty, what has happened here? Turn that off. Alrighty. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to get your sound happening. Bear with me because it's not very good if we can't get our speakers talking.
Can you hear me now?
Let me have a little look here. You can hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you.
But I can't hear you. So let me just. Oh, all righty. Keep talking. Say hello.
You hear now? Hello.
With my audio system.
Can you hear?
And all righty.
You hear now? Hello.
Oh, hello. Yes, I've just changed a button. I tell you what, technology. You can hear me all right, Anjum. I would love you to speak because you're going to be my first speaker.
Can you hear me?
Yay, success. Let's let some other people in the room and let's just get started again. Oh my goodness, got to get that tech working properly. Fantastic. Let's have some people join us now. I will let them in the room and then we will do a beautiful start again. Hello. All righty. So we are going to get started at our Pivot and Prosper Summit. Oh my goodness, I love this time. Absolutely every 3 months we have a summit with Women's Biz Global and we always just get such amazing women from around the globe who are ready to share their wisdom with all of our beautiful delegates who will be coming in anywhere, absolutely anywhere. They might be on YouTube, they might be on LinkedIn Live, they might be on Facebook. Hopefully they are in the room with us, but even if you're not in the actual Zoom room, we know that you are there. And pretty much everything that we do at Women's Biz Global is actually for you. It's for you, our delegates who are listening in, taking notes, watching us, hopefully engaging with our speakers. We are going to go for 12 hours. I know it's a long time. You don't have to stay here for 12 hours, everybody, but we would love you to hang around for as long as you are able. You might even want to come and hear a specific speaker and then go off and have a cup of tea, do something, and then come back for other speakers throughout the time. We have incredible lineup of speakers. We have around 40 speakers who will come and go, obviously, throughout the summit. Each of our speakers is going to speak for around 10 minutes, and then we are actually going to have time to have conversation with them. It might be directly after one of our speakers. It might be after 2 or 3, and then we can have a bit of a panel time. So we'll mix it up. We'll see how it goes. I am Annie Gibbons. For those of you who might not know me, I am the CEO of Women's Biz Global. And it's always my delight. It's my delight to have women supporting women, helping elevate women, helping women believe in what's possible. And so this summit is going to be super, super exciting. It's called Pivot and Prosper for a reason, because there are so many times in our lives that we actually go, I'm going to have a pivot. I'm going to have to do something different to be able to prosper, because where I'm at may have worked in the past. Maybe it even wasn't working then and we just had a revelation. But it's definitely not going to work for our future. So we need to have those moments. And you might be having one of those moments at our summit this weekend. You might just go, oh my gosh, I just heard one person speak and it just put all the light bulbs on. Or it might have been a variety of women that you went, oh my gosh, where have I been? What have I been thinking? Now is my time to really engage and to take that on board myself. So I'm super, super pumped to have you join us. Feel free just to come and go. I'd love, my only rule is to have your microphone muted when you are not speaking. That just helps our speakers, and I will try and do the same. Just give me a holler if I don't, because sometimes I forget. And obviously we're all having lives around us, so we appreciate that people will have kids in the room, dogs barking, bits and pieces. That's okay, except for our speakers, where they will try their very best to be as quiet as possible. So that's it from me. Our first speaker has unfortunately had a little bit of a hiccup. So we are actually going to go on to our next speaker, who is going to be Dr. Anjem, and I'm going to get her to introduce herself, share her message with you today, and then we're going to have a little bit of a chat. So welcome, Dr. Anjem.
Hi, Annie. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to be a speaker at Women's Business Global Summit. It's truly like a feeling of an empowerment, where I'm here taking the stage to help others women feel empowered and pivot and prosper. So I am a conscious parenting coach, a keynote speaker, self-discovery coach as well. And as I speak about today's topic, you will get to know more about me. So Annie, to begin with my talk today, I would love to say that I'm a big fan of people who are their true selves, who love being their true authentic self. In a world where we confirm and where there is a pressure for us to confirm, and it takes courage to be true to ourselves, right? So I would love to know how many of you here have ever felt that you are living a life that does not truly reflect who you are at the core. Or even how many of you have ever experienced self-doubt, lack of confidence, or even struggled to embrace your authenticity unapologetically? If so, type me in the comment box. Most of us, right? Yes, we all have felt this. So according to a study conducted by the University of California, individuals who struggle to express or empower their authenticity have reported higher levels of stress, anxiety, and depression. A study conducted by University of Rochester has found that individuals who live inauthentically have shown lower levels of overall well-being and life satisfaction. So you see, I'm quite certain to say that most of us in today's day and age are living our lives on steroids, right? And the reason why I'm stating these studies is that it emphasizes the importance of embracing authenticity and living the life we desire and dream. We all know Oprah Winfrey, and she has said often we tend to forget who we are meant to be because we are busy trying to live somebody else's idea. As most of us choose our careers based on parents' interest, I did the same as graduating as a dentist because my mom wanted me to become a doctor. So, trying to navigate and trying to fit into the societal expectations and trying to leave my mom's idea of who I'm supposed to be, I neglected to discover and embrace my unique identity. So, this disconnection from our authentic self causes a deep sense of confusion, dissatisfaction, and unfulfillment. Right. I'm sure most of us can relate to all of these things when we don't know where to go and how to go about things. So, lack of this self awareness and alignment caused an inner conflict within me. As a dentist, I struggled to perform at my best. I found myself being trapped in terms of seeking external validation and approval, and also trying to meet others' expectations. So, in doing so, I neglected to, I really went off the track and I forgot that I have my own dreams and desires, which left me feeling unfulfilled. So, this was when I thought, let me shift my gears, let me change my profession from being a dentist to becoming an edupreneur. And I took a leap of faith, started my preschool in the year 2011, and became an edupreneur, believing that this is what I was passionate about. So, being an edupreneur for 10 years, I meticulously checked all the boxes of societal expectation, again, believing that I had crafted a perfect life. However, it was this rock bottom that I confronted the stark reality of emptiness because pandemic had casted its shadows and engulfed our lives. Caught up with the business of life, I really didn't understand how to cope up with this emptiness I felt inside. Lack of income heightened my anxiety, making me feel that I was not worthy. And this stress started reflecting on my relationships, especially with my son. Every day, our challenges grew, and ultimately, he expressed that he started hating me for who I was as a mother. As a mother, I couldn't help but feel like a failure. And I'm sure mothers out here can completely relate to what I'm saying. Feeling like a failure, there might be innumerable instances, right? But you see, universe has its own way to align and orchestra our paths. So it led me to embark on this transformative journey where I made a life-changing decision. I joined Conscious Coaching Institute and I became a conscious parenting coach. Looking back, I can confidently say that this was the greatest turning point in my life. This course not just helped me revolutionize my perspective about life and relationships, but it also helped me propel to a whole new level of self-growth, personal growth. I was embarked on this personal development journey, and it taught me a profound lesson. To transform what we see on the outside, we need to transform who we are on the inside. It means that we need to connect with our true selves to unlock the potential we hold to have more stronger and meaningful relationships in our life. And also to feel a sense of enrichment and fulfillment. So you see, hitting rock bottom is going to be a blessing in disguise. Daniel Laporte once said that becoming our true self is the most powerful formula for success. So here I invite each one of you to embrace your authenticity and design your destiny by following 3 key principles. Right? Renowned author and acclaimed speaker, Dr. Gabor Mate, very passionately explains that as children, we have two basic needs. One, authenticity, and the second is attachment. So when authenticity threatens attachment, attachment trumps authenticity. So you see, as children, we trade our authenticity for attachment. And this attachment brings us a feeling of joy, a feeling of love, a feeling of belonging, and a feeling of care from our parents and caregivers. So you see, the first key principle to becoming who we really are is to be who we are by reconnecting with our true selves. So how do we do this? We do this by changing our focus inwards. That is, we tend to look into our deeper levels and have a self-reflection. And then we also give an opportunity for ourselves to explore our thoughts, our emotions, and experiences. So when we try to spend some time on understanding ourselves on a deeper level, we unlock our authentic identity, passion, and purpose. Now, it is undenying fact that as children, we lose our touch with our authentic selves, but it is not our fault. As we navigate ourselves in this vast, unfamiliar world, trying to adjust and also conforming to societal molds, we tend to lose our authenticity. So it's not our fault. But as adults, however, it is our responsibility to reclaim and restore our authentic self. So how do we embark on this journey of restoration? Right? So this brings me to our second important principle of rewiring our brain. Rewiring our brain actively involves challenging our limiting beliefs, our thought patterns, and conditioning that has shaped our perception of ourselves and the world around us. So it takes a conscious effort for us to break free from the confines of the past and create new neural pathways which can help you to align yourself to your new essence. Now, it is said that we may not be responsible for the world which creates our mind, but we can be responsible for the mind with which we create our world, as quoted by Dr. Gabor Mate. So, in fact, in order to create a world that truly reflects or that we really want to deserve and desire, in order to be the directors of our identities, of our authenticities, to create our destinies, we need to unlock and harness the power of one vital tool. And this brings me to the third principle of mindfulness. So you see, mindfulness is not any passing trend or a fleeting practice, but it is profound and a transformative way of being so that it shapes every aspect of our life. So let's embrace mindfulness, let's be present, let's be mindful, and let's shape our destinies in the most authentic and the profound ways. So by implementing all these three principles, I was able to break free from the chains of societal expectations. It helped me to embrace my true selves and helped me to cultivate an unwavering self-confidence. I was able to challenge my limiting beliefs and dismantling the barriers that held me from achieving my true potential. So it helped me and it taught me to create healthy boundaries and authentically communicate without any fear or hesitation. I was able to take my pride and I was able to own my story without any bounds. So letting go of seeking external validation, I was able to wholeheartedly embrace my true self unapologetically and without any reservation. Cummings said that it takes courage to grow up and become who you truly are. So, here I invite each one of you to join me on this journey to be courageous and to shed masks and embrace our authenticity. Let's come together to create a world where authenticity reigns, where we are courageous to embrace our true selves and create our destinies with profound intention and purpose. So, if this message resonates with you, please feel free to book a call with me. I'm sure Annie is going to help with the link in the chat box. And allow me to walk with you on this journey of transformation to help you change your story and design your destinies. If not anything, I want you to take this one important point from my talk here today. Remember, you are worthy, you are capable, and you deserve to live a life that truly reflects who you are to pivot and prosper. Thank you. I can't hear you.
There you go. I told you right as soon as I started, I'd forget to do that. And here I have with my first speaker. I've forgotten to take my mute off. Thank you so much, Dr. Anjem. And look at that smile, everybody. I mean, you've just got the most beautiful, radiant smile that just makes you look like, yes, you've got your balance. I tell you what, thank you so much for giving those 3 points. And I am going to put your details in the chat right now for those of you who are listening in on our various different, some of you are watching via Eventbrite and others on YouTube. So I am noting you. We've also got people here who have got their cameras off, and when the cameras are off, we can't see you on the screen, but I can see you there. Welcome to Prem and welcome to Tarzine, because I know that you were there for that whole presentation. Thank you so much, Dr. Anjem. It is so huge, isn't it? Like, here you are being a dentist, right? So how many of us listening in have just gone on this path, often because of parental pressure, often because of societal expectations, might have been even that just assumption right from birth that this is who I'm going to be, this is what's expected of me, for all of these reasons. And what a cutting moment it must have been when your son actually, you know, spoke to you that way. And it's like, these are those moments, those little X factor moments in life that you suddenly go, something's got to give, something's got to change. You know, it's amazing when someone else can see something in you that you might not have even seen yourself at that time. And I love what you said there about authenticity versus attachment. That really rung a bell with me, and I'd love others to pop that in the chat if it did with you as well. That's so true. When you're young, or your kids are, they're all about attachment. They want to attach to you, and they do, and that therefore compromises self. Right. And that's exactly what I heard you say there in your beautiful, eloquent way. But it's like, yeah, that's right. And I know that I've had 5 kiddies as well, and they're wanting to be good enough. They're wanting to not get in trouble. And we often lead a lot of our life in that way. It's like, well, I need to meet the grade and someone else's expectation. And so you, on your walk through conscious parenting, have actually gone and, man, had a total pivot, mega pivot. That's not just a pivot, that's a whole recenter to actually go dentistry for whatever reasons. Nothing wrong with dentistry, nothing wrong with anything that anyone else is doing. It might be right for someone else at a different, for them, or a different time. But for you to actually go, you know what, I'm gonna do something totally different. How did you, for our delegates, how did you actually feel, you know, in that moment? Many of us have those moments where you go, I don't know if I'm big enough, bold enough, brave enough to actually have a change like this, right? Because the world, you feel like the world is watching you, and you feel like, you know, it's so huge. So you did a huge pivot. Others will do smaller pivots. But what was that like for you, if you're comfortable to share, when you had that moment of going, I'm actually going to give it away. I'm going to do something else. I need to do this for myself.
Oh, when I look back at my life, Annie, I think I have always followed somebody else's footsteps. right? Because I started my career as a dentist, as I said earlier, because my mom wanted me to become a doctor. And somehow, right from the beginning, right from my college days, I never really resonated with being a dentist. So I never really had this interest, but I still graduated as my mom wanted me to be. So I had to complete my studies. I couldn't leave them in between. And then I somehow got out of it. I somehow pulled myself back, realizing that I don't really belong here, only to become an edupreneur again, to follow my parents' footsteps unknowingly, right? Because my parents are educators for good 35 years. So I didn't realize that I'm stepping back into their footsteps. I thought this is something that I really like and I wanted to be passionate about it. So I thought, since I have been watching my parents be educators for good long 20 plus years, I thought I have this in me and I could do really well. To say yes, I was quite successful as being an educator as well, because I had about 1,000 plus students who graduated from my preschool in about a span of 9 years. But when pandemic really hit and when I started facing these challenges in my life, that's when I started questioning, what is it that I really want? Who is that I want to see myself as? I wanted to break free from all these clutches and then, from these shackles and trying to impress somebody on the outside, and started really reflecting inside myself, because we as children have always been very obedient to our parents. We have always done what they expected out of us. But that was not the story with my son. He was very different. Right. So that's what started, a journey for me to really understand what parenting is all about. How do I tackle these challenges? Because I really love him. There's no doubt that we as parents will love our kids to the utmost level that we can, unconditionally. But when we start facing these challenges, we don't really have answers. We doubt ourselves. So I really wanted to get a clarity, and that's where I started with this conscious journey. And this really changed the entire perspective. I mean, like the lens through which I used to see life, relationships, the world around me, everything came crushing down. I had a great epiphany. I realized that this is what it all takes to be our true self. So I'm just living somebody else's life. So let me step into this. Of course, it's a huge, huge, huge shift. It takes a lot of struggle for you to embrace who you are, because you're always bounded by the confines of what others have to say.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Thank you so much for elaborating more, because I just know that those so many other people will be having those moments that it's like, it's just so hard, and I know I want to push through. I know I need to push through, but that's it. It's when you actually think, the question, I think you finished there with, am I living someone else's life or am I living my own life? And when you actually go, gosh, I want to be CEO of my own life. I want to be, in the driver's seat, driving along, good and bad, take responsibility for that as well. But it's a real freedom. For those of you who are interested, I have put a little Calendly link to Dr. Anjem if you're wanting to reach out to her directly. Definitely put some questions in the chat. We'll get bigger and bolder about that as we go along, and I can easily get you in contact with her. Next up, Dr. Patricia Gonde should be here. I can see you here, Patricia. If you can pop your video and microphone on, and we are delighted to be able to have you join us today. So lovely to have you. Tell everybody, where are you coming from, Dr. Patricia?
Thank you so much, Annie. I'm coming from Harare, Zimbabwe, and Zimbabwe is in Africa. Thank you.
I love having you join us all the way from Zimbabwe, and I loved you at our last summit. I love it when we're now getting regular speakers I'll just let some people in the waiting room from all around the world coming back, and it's just those constant messages and contact, and it's just wonderful to just be watching people just playing out their lives and getting stronger and stronger in the process. So welcome to our summit today. I look forward to you sharing with us now.
Thank you so much. I would like to say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers who are here, the distinguished crowd. I am here ready to dive into the depths of empowerment, leadership, and transformation. My name is Dr. Patricia Gonde, and I stand before you as an educator, but I'm also an advocate for the boundless power of self-wealth. And then you see that the world that we are living in right now has a very narrow lens through which we view success and influence. And I would like to say, I've been asked this so many times and again, why do you waste a doctorate in the hallways of primary education? But here's what I ask in return. Who said that the seeds of greatness cannot be planted in the fertile minds of the young? So as we are here today, I would like you to take you on a journey I have traveled, a journey of self knowing your worth. Let me tell you about a time when I had a pivot to turn on a point and face a new direction. I would like to explain to you that time is the time when I realized that my love for education also extended beyond the classroom walls. In the education sector that I have been, I have always craved to expose my students, especially to the wider world. As you know that we are living in a global world, it was my wish to ignite their curiosity and broaden their horizon. So I took a leap of faith, and then that's when I started organizing and what we call cultural exchange programs. And it wasn't easy. There were so many doubters, there were so many logistical hurdles along the way, and moments of uncertainty when I started. But through it all, I believed in myself, and the values of experiences for my students kept me going. And you know what? Those trips became very transformative, not just for the students, but for me as well. So we saw the world through the new eyes, learned from diverse cultures, and we also forged long lasting. I think it taught me a crucial lesson, because in life you should know your worth. You cannot pivot with purpose and prosper with passion. You have to know your worth and your self-worth. Maybe for me, it isn't just a feel-good buzzword. It is the fuel that propels you forward, even when the path is uncertain sometimes. And I know if you know your worth as well, it is the compass that directs us. It guides us through challenges and shows us the abundance that lies beyond comfort zones. So when I started, yes, I was a teacher, but organizing cultural exchange, that is when I got into the business of organizing trips outside the world for students. And now my journey didn't stop there. My love for learning and exploring led me to wear so many hats. I am an author, yes, books on Amazon, sharing my insights, my experiences through the written word. And I am also a co-author, collaborating with others to create enriching materials, especially for young minds. And I've written some textbooks that are in use right now. I am a businesswoman nurturing a poultry farm that provides not just nourishment, but also lessons in resilience and resourcefulness. And yes, not only that, I am a fashion entrepreneur also, bringing a touch of cultural flair through my imports from Turkey. Some people maybe might say that's a lot to juggle. And yes, you are right, but here's the secret. When you know your worth, when you truly understand the value you bring to the world, there's no limit of what you can achieve. And let's not forget that humor is the unexpected twist in the plot of our lives, and it is the laughter that fills my classroom each day, the silly mishaps on the farm, and the Turkish bazaars. And to the women in business in here today, I say this: worthiness is not negotiable. It is not for debate or dependent on someone else's validation. So when you stand firm in the belief, you can pivot with prosper, you can pivot with purpose, and prosper with passion. Remember that your contributions, no matter how big or small, have the power even to change the world. I know that one egg, one book, one cultural exchange at a time for me. I have taken students across the globe, not just to win competitions, but to win life experiences and to see in their eyes the realization that their dreams have no borders, that their who barely spoke in class returned from one of our exchange programs. I think I was coming from COP28 in Dubai, brimming with confidence, telling me how she had overcome her fear of public speaking and even presented to the entire school. That spark ignited in her eyes, that newfound belief in her own power. That's my legacy. Your legacy too lies also in the ripples you create, the networks you create, the lives you touch, the world you help also to rewrite. And I would like to say that Maya Angelou said, there's no greater thing you can do for another than find a single spark of hope. And my friends, you hold all that spark within you. Light it, fan it, share it. And also, I know that we are all going to prosper if we believe in ourselves. I would like to say thank you so much to Anne Gibbons for giving me this opportunity to be here, to be sharing with you what I have done. And I would like to say prosperity sometimes is not just about financial gain. Sometimes it is about that richness of life and spirit. And then I would like to say also that everyone who is here, our worthiness is non-negotiable. It's not up for debate or dependent on someone else's validation. And when we stand firm in our belief, we can pivot with purpose and prosper with passion. And my last words for you today, I would like to say that imagine stepping onto a stage, not with notes on a lectern, but with courage and conviction in your heart. That be in your kitchen, it might be in your world. So who is ready to pivot and prosper, to rewrite the narratives of other lives and become the architects of worlds where every woman knows her worth and shines with boundless opportunity? Let's step onto it with unwavering self-worth, pivot with purpose, and prosper with passion, and show the world the power of a woman who knows her own story, owns her journey, and writes your own definition of success. I think I've also shared my life that when I was growing up myself, I didn't grow up in a family where I had everything. But the point was that when I grow up as well, I would like my children to have everything. So I have worked so hard. Despite being an educator, I've done so many things to make sure that my family is well kept. And then also besides that, I also have learned the power of giving back to the community. In my community, I have also been able to give back to the children's homes that are there near my school. We have got Kasipiti Children's Home. We've got Tichakunda Children's Home. I go there and share my birthdays with them. So I've also helped the old people's home. So we should learn also for that social responsibility. We know where we have started from. We know how many people face so many challenges. And I would like to challenge each and every one of you. What have you also done to help other people, to have a smile back on their face each and every day? Thank you so much, Annie, for giving me this time. I think this was my message for you today. Over to you, stage, to pivot and to prosper. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. You are so inspiring, Dr. Gonde. Like, seriously, power to you, power to you. And I love your energy, but I love what you have achieved and just your attitude to giving back, to helping others, to being there, you know, in that global space. Your deep love and passion for learning is just wonderful. And to be wanting to share your birthday with others, to be helping others, you know, it comes through absolutely everything you do. I love what your words there, to pivot with purpose and to prosper with passion. I think we can seriously write that down as a statement for this summit, because that's what it's about. It's about being purpose driven. It's about finding your thing. You know, what are you purpose driven about? You know, what does make you smile? What does give you energy? What gets you excited? Because when you're excited, others are drawn to you. You know, it's a delight just going about your day doing what you're doing. I know, I can imagine those students who are under your watch in Zimbabwe would just go, you know, our teacher, our manager, the lady who runs our organization is there she's the real deal, right? And
Thank you.
when you're bonded to someone like that, you know they want to be there, that they're actually there for the right reasons. It is like you are making, you know, you are helping those young minds, those young people grow into beautiful humans. Thank you. On the chat, Quinona was going like, amen, this is so good. Yes. And I love, thank you so much for your comments, and others, please write your comments as well, because that's, yeah, it is so great. It is so great what you're doing. And I always feel just so inspired by your words. Did anyone else have any comments or feedback to Dr. Gonde?
Yeah, I'd like just to share that, yes, I've done so many cultural exchanges. Last year, I went to India. I went to Portugal for the Lisbon Sings. I was in Dubai. Just in 1 year, I was organizing these trips for my students. So that's exposure that they need. At least I want to amplify their voices, be there on the stage. It doesn't matter whether it was speaking, whether it was music, but we were there also as competition. And I'm quite happy to say, when we went to Lisbon, the Zimbabwean choir was the only choir from Africa, and it was the only children's choir, but we were able to compete. So this is what we want to expose our children to. It's not only education in the classroom, but we are also looking at education outside the classroom, because we don't know where they are going to end up in. And they feel inspired. Some might even go back there, also help other people as well. This is what education is all about. It's not only the reading of books and writing examinations. It is quite a lot.
It is quite a lot, that is for sure. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is supposed to be Rev Jocelyn, and I'm not too sure. Rev Jocelyn, are you online? I can't see you in my little list, but that's okay, because we can chat amongst ourselves. Where did Patricia go? She's disappeared on me. Didn't mean to chop her off there. Not to worry. We will wait on Rev Jocelyn. And Patricia, you're welcome to come back. I didn't mean you to drop off there. I was just going to say we've got another speaking time, but if she doesn't come, that is okay. So for you, when you're watching your students, Professor Gonde, when you are watching these young minds and you're seeing, we heard from our previous speaker with Dr. Anjum that, you know, when you're in this place, she was a dentist, it just wasn't her. She then became a conscious parenting expert. You have got so many young students coming through that you're overseeing and guiding and mentoring. What do you notice with some of them? Do they struggle with that whole issue of authenticity leading into their own purpose? Do we give enough time for young people to really embrace their own authenticity? Because you've got them at that time that it is very authoritarian. They're very bonded. They're very, you know, performance oriented. How do you help that as an educator?
Yeah, okay. As an educator, for example, in my school, yes, there are some students who struggle, especially it's because of their backgrounds that they come from. And at my school that I belong to, we try by all means, especially to talk to them, give them opportunities, even at assembly time. They are every week, everyone is presenting, especially with the leadership of the school, the prefects. We give them time to talk, thereby to talk to other students as well. And we also have some clubs that they belong to. We try by all means to make sure that they identify their talents through the clubs. And we have so many children who are educators as well, to help them to discover who they are and what their talents are. Because what I have seen, especially with parents, they always try to force their children. Yes, sometimes not every child is academic, but each and every child, they are different. They've got different talents. So it is us as educators, it is our duty then to guide them, to maybe see who they are and also what they are good at, because with that it boosts their self-esteem, it boosts their confidence, and it will be a ripple effect. It can also help them, especially in the
Oh, we've just lost Dr. Gonde with, it's okay. We struggle with our internet in some parts of the world at times, but totally understandable when I'm in Australia and Dr. Gonde is in Zimbabwe. So we do what we can, and I'm sure you got the gist of that. No problem there. Welcome, Ayla. Welcome those who are coming in. Some of you are watching via Eventbrite, which is great. It's been so wonderful to have so many people register. Some of you are also watching on different platforms. All of our summit, after the summit, many of you are watching live now, but you also might be watching on our replay. Every single speaker is then put out as its own episode. So you'll be having an episode a day for 40 plus days. Very exciting. So always know that even if you're watching the Women's Biz Global Summit, you know, after the event, it's always very easy to write your comments in the chat wherever you are on that platform, and you are also then able to interact with all of the speakers that we have. So it's wonderful to be having you join us either live now or via our platforms. And we welcome your comments. This is one, as I said, when we started this summit, this is about you. We want to have your engagement, and our speakers would be loving to share with you. All right, we are going to move on. Therefore, while I'm waiting for Dr. Jocelyn, are you happy to come on now up to the stage, Cunona Guildford? I'll just get you to unmute yourself. There you go.
Hello, hello. Hello, I am super excited about being here today and super excited about Miss Ann inviting us in to be able to share our story and, testimony about Pivot and Prosper. I am absolutely excited about hearing other speakers because the nuggets I've already got have blessed me. And even I'm more super excited about the guests that are joining us. As Ann said, it is totally about you. We want to pour into you. We want you to be able to understand the processes about pivoting and prospering. And I have pivoted a few times in my author career. And that's what I'm going to share with you today, because I believe that it's a power in testimony. And I believe that it's a power where I maybe have been slow to move, but you will be more quick to move because you heard my story. Okay. So my first pivot in becoming an author was first deciding that God could use me. I remember it just like it was yesterday. I was in denial because I was looking at my credentials. I was looking at that I had trouble with English 101 in college. And I was like, God, you can't use me. Like, no. Like how am I write a whole book when I have a trouble with a sentence, And I remember going to the girl that was helping me with my business, helping me write documents for my business. And she said, Quinona, that would be a great idea. And I was like, no. So then, of course, we still don't move. And me and my husband had just recently joined a church, and we had been there about a month, and it was a new church, a new environment. Like, we didn't know nobody there. We knew a few, but definitely didn't know the pastor before we joined or anything. And he spoke a word over me and said that I'll write at least 3 books. And I'm like, wait a minute, who told you this? Like, who could have told you this? Like, I didn't even tell my husband. So I knew it was something that God really wanted me to do. So I started writing and being obedient. So I had to pivot in owning that God wanted to use me as an author. And sometimes pivot is easy. Sometimes it's hard. Sometimes you just got to trust the process. You don't understand everything. You don't even get everything. Okay. So don't don't let people think that you're supposed to know it all when you pivot. No, it's just sometimes it's just a feeling and moving, and you got to move with the flow. So my second pivot came from when I decided, when God started speaking to me about being a midwife to people that write books. I know most people don't. I'm like, what? Yeah, a midwife to people that write books. So meaning we're great starters at something, but we're horrible finishers. Like, we're good. We're like, okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna write this book. God called me, and then we get in the middle of writing and we let distractions and other things stop us. So my second pivot was more about helping other people be accountable, helping other people focus on what they started, like being able to be from the beginning to the end. Like I didn't never, like a midwife, they never changed the, I can't make your baby big or small. I can't make your baby boy or girl, but what I can do is guide you and tell you when to push, when to rest. You're doing good. You're doing good. And so basically, that was about my third book. And then I had a major pivot, which was my third pivot, was when I pivoted into mentorship. Like when God started dealing with me about your testimony matter, and your testimony will help others be able to release their testimony. So then, even in my writing, a shift came, and even in my writing, a shift started moving. And what ended up beginning to happening was I started writing self-care books. And so my fourth and sixth book are self-care books where like I tell you about my story. Like I'll say, for example, I'll be like, forgiveness, God is telling God, this is how God dealt with me about forgiveness. And now what is God telling you to forgive? Who is God telling you to forgive? And actually in my books, they have, a place where you can write your answers, because I believe in writing. As you write, you heal, you release, you set your mind for it. So that was a major pivot for me, because I had to trust God in something that I didn't even see, that I didn't even know really what it looked like. But between me and my editor, we came to pass. And this is another thing. Know that whatever God is calling or whatever you're supposed to do, you can't do it alone. If you could do it alone, it's not really a God thing, because God connects people so we can grow and so we can develop and so we can be better. And you use other people to help you with that. And I believe we need people. Women need women, women, it's a collaboration is an amazing thing, So my little spill on that. And then my fifth pivot came when God started dealing me with writing manuals. And this was interesting, because how I ended up starting, I was writing what he was telling me to write, and I didn't know if it was a book or not, but it was something just came over me once I stopped writing, that this is a manual, this is teaching, this is educating. So then this shifted me into coaching. This shifted me into a place where now, I'm helping other people be better. I'm helping other people, speaking in life into other people, helping educate other people. And so, and then I had another pivot when God got me to start collaborating with other women and writing books. Like I'm the host of the book, I guess you would say. And then they would, we would, like, he gave me the ideal, and then they would write a chapter in the book. So one thing I can say about pivoting helps you prepare and positions you to get more. Like a pivot is something when it's shaking you, and so every time I pivot in something, I got something out of it. Like not only I got something out of it, but the people around me got something out of it. Something changed within me, something developed, something moved past. So we must understand pivoting is necessary, because once we pivot, once we decide to pivot, everything else comes together. I recently had a major pivot that happened to me, where I it was funny, because like so many times we want to depend on other people. We want to depend on other people for support. We want to depend on other people to get us things. We want to depend on, and at this present moment, I was like, okay, so but in the midst of this, the lady, she was like, that's my stuff, and and so me being who I am, I'm like, okay. So I had to pivot and say, how can I produce this without using, what she provided? And when I say I got hungry to learn, I got hungry to want more, I got hungry to get better, I got hungry. And when I got hungry, I found the answer. When I got hungry, I found the answer. And then it opened doors that did, So I want to say to people, you can't let other people stop you. Whatever you have before you, whatever God is using to make you prosper, whatever that thing that you think that you think that you're crazy, or you think that it doesn't make sense, do it. I'm telling you to do it. Do it scared. Do it, because we say, oh, you got it. No, do it scared. I'm here to tell you, do it scared. Yeah, I keep hearing, do it scared. Do it scared. You will reap the benefits if you keep moving and you do it scared. Because see, it's the power in doing it scared that you push through. You don't know what's going to happen at the end of the road. No, you don't know what's going to happen. But the thing is, you're not going to be in the same place you was.
Amen to that.
So you got to understand, sometimes you just got to be scared. You got to be like, okay, I acknowledge that I'm scared, but let's get up and go. No, I don't understand how this is going to work. And no, I don't get it. And I'm not in control, but I'm out here. I'm going to do it. Because when you get tired of being tired, you start moving. A lot of people come to me and they're like, I'm tired. Well, good. I'm glad. Because then I don't have to fight you. And helping you push past where you're at. Because if we could do it ourselves, we would already done it. And that's the problem. We think, oh, we got it. But listen, you've been doing this thing for 2 years. You've been doing this thing for 3 years. When are you going to surrender and push past your thoughts so you can get new thoughts and be better? Like, when are we going to allow the pivot to position us? When are we going to allow the pivot to pull us? When are we going to allow the pivot to move us? When are we going to allow the pivot to get us to the place that we've been asking God for, we've been begging Him for? And so many times in that moment, in that one decision, we overthinking. And we got to stop overthinking, because this is the thing. If I never would have pivoted, I couldn't say right now that I wrote 8 books. If I never would have pivoted, I couldn't say right now that I'm a coach. If I never would have pivoted, I couldn't say right now that I'm a mentor. Like, I could not be who I am if I never pivoted. And so I challenge you today. I challenge you to pivot. I challenge you to pivot right where you're at. You don't have to, it doesn't have to be a horn or a sound, or it just has to be a decision to pivot in your mind. To pivot to more, to pivot to need to be out of, like we say, next year I'm gonna do, no, let's try this Monday. I'm not gonna do the same thing I did last Monday.
Yeah.
That's a pivot. Because it's the small things that get us to the big places, not the big things that move us. No, it's the small things The small decisions. The small decisions. If I never would have said yes to writing a book, I never would have had a company that I have now.
Mm.
And we have to understand it wasn't in the yes to the company, it was just into writing a book because I had to know the process of being an author. Well, and let me say this, I didn't even share this. When I first wrote my first book, my publisher quit. She quit before my book was published. And when she quit, I was devastated. I was like, I just told you I had problems with English. I'm like, what the world? Like, so what I did was I just pushed the book out because I didn't know nothing else to do. And then I had a good friend come to me and say, Quinona, you have major errors in your book. And I was like, what am I supposed to do? Like, because I'm not going to halfway do anything for God. So literally what ended up happening, I ended up taking the book back and me and a friend helped me edit it. And I redid the cover. And I sold more copies that first 30 days than I did the whole time the other book was out.
Mm.
All God wants is us to be obedient.
Mm.
To be obedient to the place. My obedience is not your obedience. So you can't even measure what you're supposed to do with my life.
Mm.
Somebody gonna get that later.
Karen is supposed to be one.
If you measure your obedience with my life, you'll always be out of whack.
Mm.
Because pivoting is a personal thing.
Mm.
Pivoting is a thing that you have to understand that it steps to your place that was specifically designed for you. So
Mm.
you can't even pivot with your friends. You can't even move with your friends because you have a special place in this earth that is designed for you. And so I challenge you today to open your heart and listen to the rest of the speakers with an open mind and an open place where you know it's your time. It's your time to move forward. It's your time to pivot. It's your time to find a mentor. It's your time to get in the place that you need to be in. Because you know what? It's time out for playing.
Mm.
It's time out for playing. So that's all I have for you. I just want to recap and say pivoting helped me become an author. It helped me become a mentor. It helped me become a leader. It helped me become a coach. And I challenge you today to ask yourself, if I pivot, or no, when I pivot,
Mm.
what will I become?
Mm.
Because becoming is a whole movement. I'm not gonna go there, but becoming is a whole movement. And I'm listen. So do it scared, do it focused, do it in faith, but most importantly, do it.
Mm.
And I thank you for your time.
I'm just writing your golden nuggets in the chat. Thank you, Quinona. Oh, I feel like you've just preached it at me, sister. And I absolutely love that. I want those of you who are watching in on our different platforms, definitely put out a question or a chat to Quinona. I loved it. There were so many gold nuggets in there for me. So I'll wait and see some of those comments coming from you. I think one of them was that we want to depend on other people, but because it makes us feel safe. It makes us feel secure. It makes us feel like they've got the energy, the momentum, they're taking the risk, and all of that. And there's nothing wrong with being part of the collective. You've actually gone and reinforced that you definitely are going to become bigger and bolder, more empowered and powerful
Yes.
when you do surround yourselves with more people, but the difference is who's owning that, who's leading that. And I think you explained that really well, that it's your pivot for your reason. And once you've done that, even when you're scared, and I love that, because anything new is scary. Even for me, I run global events, but some of my speakers won't show on time. Sometimes the internet won't work properly. Sometimes one text this afternoon got laryngitis. How can I speak? You can't. You got laryngitis. What'll I do? What if no one comes? We always worry about potential things. It's easier if we go, oh, someone else is doing it and then I can't fail. But you level up, you rise when you say, no, this is my moment, this is my pivot, I'm going to do this because it's going to stretch me, it's going to grow me, it's going to take me to that next level. And then I'm actually going to then find all these new people who are ready to meet me where I am now, because I'm in a different space than I was before. Some of those people will change, and that's scary because you don't know them. You got to go through that discomfort. You do have to become comfortable with being uncomfortable regularly, but then your factor rises. Do you find that, Quinona? Like you go, I used to be a lot more uncomfortable about things, and now you go,
Yeah, I do want to share a quick story of a situation where I had a business and I had this girl working for me, and it was like event planning business, and she was supposed to show up, and she never showed up. Like to this day, she still ain't showed up. It's been years later. And what God began to deal with me about is, you seen her smile, but I knew she was talking about you. I knew. So what I mean by sometimes we have to pull away, because who we want to pivot with is not necessarily who God wants us to pivot with. So we must understand they may be smiling in our face, but they may talk about us behind our back. And it's okay to pivot with a coach or with a coach guidance or with, but more so we want to pivot with our friends, our homies, the people that, we think got us. And sometimes they don't have us. And that's why we have to trust the process.
Yes. Yes. So true. So true. So well said. So well said. So you became, so when you're waiting, when you might be scared or you're unknown, I love that you're, because I'm a publisher now, you publish and quit when you're doing a book. That's a very frustrating situation. But it's also that I love that you don't have to be perfect. What that shows is you don't have to be perfect to get it right the first time. The world does not fall down. Sometimes it's really embarrassing. And I've had that. I've had books go out and go, oh, by the way, I'm just telling you your mistakes. And you're like, oh my gosh, like now. But it's helped me get to the last few books. I'm like going, man, if you find a mistake, I'm going to be so stunned, because it's been checked and done professionally. It's had all these, different levels, because of those moments when it wasn't your skill set. You need to send it out to editors and to other people who've got those skills. But it doesn't mean that you can't do it. It doesn't mean that you can't become an author or a co-author or take yourself to that next level. It is so cool. It is absolutely so cool. Oh my goodness, we could talk all day. Thank you so much, Quinona. I think I have absolutely loved your sharing today. We're going to try and do something new for our next. Becca has actually sent in a presentation for us. So I'm going to hopefully share my screen and see if we can do that. So I'll remove you from the spotlight. Okay. We'll then share my screen. Let me have a look here. It might be helpful if I put my glasses on. That would probably be good, wouldn't it? Share my screen. All righty, let's see how we go. Yeah.
How do you know that something is the right fit for you? How do you know that that is exactly the thing that you are meant to be doing? Some people seem to just know it. It seems like it's coming naturally to them. But more often than not, their journey wasn't as simple as they are making it seem. Now, let me tell you my story of how I pivoted to prosper. My name is Aleksandra Di Gesaro, and I come from Poland. And over 6 years ago, I moved to Italy. Back in Poland, I studied law. I have a law degree. I also studied Spanish philology and photography. Yes, there you can, in Poland, you can study multiple faculties at the same time. And, you know, I've always loved photography. I knew I didn't really want to work as a lawyer, but it was just giving me so many possibilities back at home, and I didn't have a better idea of what to do. So that's what I was studying. But then I moved to Italy, and it just turned out that my law degree didn't mean that much. And also that the job market here in Italy is completely different than the one in Poland, where the law degree was opening me so many doors, whereas here I could only work as strictly a lawyer and not giving me any other options. So at that point, I decided to pursue my career in photography, which was always my dream, but I never thought it could be possible. And I've always loved fashion photography, and that's what I was doing. And eventually I managed to work as a fashion photographer. I even moved to Milan to do it. And sorry for that. And so, you know, I worked with fashion agencies, magazines, influencers. I even worked on Milan Fashion Week. And it was absolutely amazing. It was great. But somehow I felt like something was missing. As much as I love all the glam, I love taking fashion pictures. I had a feeling I was telling women they were ugly unless they bought XYZ. And that wasn't exactly the message that I wanted to share with them and that I wanted to send. So I started to search for other ways to use my expertise and my abilities. And, you know, it took me a while. Then there came COVID, I got pregnant. I was a new mom. And I've tried various things that seemed right, but at some point I was discovering that no, that it still wasn't that. And I felt kind of lost. I had so many ideas. I'm a creative person in the end, so I had many ideas, but had no idea how to turn them actually into a business, into something that works and that people want to buy. And that's when I hired a mentor, a clarity mentor and a clarity coach. And, you know, I came to her telling her, oh my God, I have all these ideas. I would like to do this and help women with that and but create the feeling, blah, 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 blah. And I said, but I have no idea how to turn it into a business. I don't know how to put it all together. And she told me, I know, I do. You want to tell you? And this was actually a real turning point for me. And that's how I completely pivoted. And I started using my expertise to help female entrepreneurs increase their confidence and show their authenticity on camera so that they can attract their right fit clients. Because nowadays, as solopreneurs, we are our brands. And so we're the faces of our brands, and showing up on camera and showing our authenticity helps us build the know, like, and trust factor with our potential clients, and thus makes it easier to sell to them and eventually get more sales and grow our business. So it's something very, very important that I notice not many ladies are still struggling with, and they're still hesitating to show up on camera. They're afraid of being judged. They don't like how they look. And so that's how I'm using my expertise, because, you know, working as a photographer, I know how to make women look and feel good in front of the camera, because that's my job. And so now I'm doing the same job, just in a little bit different field. And instead of working with models, I'm working with female entrepreneurs. And now I finally feel that this is it, and this is what I'm meant to be doing, and everything feels aligned. But how do I actually know that this is it? You know, I've noticed there are 3 points that helps me understand that I'm on the right track. So first of all, results come easily. Of course, it's not that I don't have to put the work. I do have to put a lot of work into it, but I'm seeing the results that are coming fairly easily out of this work. Whereas earlier, where I've been trying to build my online business since I was a student. So it's been like 11 years. And I've been putting a lot of work, not getting any results, not getting any traction, not getting any interest from people. Whereas now I was, I started with absolutely nothing. People were asking me, do you have a website? No. Do you have a social media? No, I didn't have nothing, literally. But I was just, posting on a Facebook group, who would be interested in this? Would that be helpful to you? And I was getting a lot of answers, and it was something totally new to me. And it was perfectly aligned with what I could help them with. So that made me really, really excited. And second point that made me understand that this is it, is that it comes absolutely naturally to me. It's completely effortless for me to prepare for any presentation, for any live, for a masterclass, for a workshop, because I just know it and I can talk about it actually without any preparation. So it just seems so natural. And sometimes it may seem like even obvious things to me, because for me they are so natural and I know them so well. But I understood that this is for somebody else, this is not as obvious. And that's with the things that I know best, I can help other people, and that's absolutely great. And the third point is that I might have never arrived to this point on my own. I needed the coach to help me, because it was such an obvious thing to do. It was so easy. I was like, no, it can't be that easy. It has to be something more complicated. It was so obvious and easy that it wouldn't even cross my mind to switch from being a photographer to a camera confidence mentor. And so that was my story. And that's how I discovered that this is exactly the right thing that I should be doing. I just want to make one important note. Even if you find something that comes easily to you, that comes naturally to you, that you love doing, make sure that this is something that people need and want. Because that was very often my problem, that I was finding ideas, I was having ideas for things that I liked and I enjoyed doing, but nobody wanted to buy them. So if you're in such a situation, just try to, pivot a little bit and find the solutions that will not only work for you, but also for your clients, and that people actually need what you are offering. So I hope you found this little lecture useful, and that it will help you find your amazing thing, that you will know that this is exactly the thing that you are meant to be doing.
Fantastic. Thank you so much to Alexandra. It is wonderful, even though we are coming from around the world, sometimes it's easier for some of our presenters to be able to put in a presentation just to make sure that we don't have any tech issues, or because of the time zone. And so it is really, really wonderful that we've been able to do that. One thing I'd love to share too on that, and definitely get your own comments coming through the chat as well. 3 key points from Alexandra. How amazing, though, first of all, before I say those 3 points, to actually be a lawyer in Poland and then become a fashion photographer in Milan, and then still have another pivot to then now be working with women specifically, to be able to just feel comfortable in front of the camera, like, but not models, people like me, people like you, because that's right. We are the face of our brands as entrepreneurs, as business owners, even in your own career, to get those roles, to be showing up authentically as you are. It is so, so, so important. So I love those 3 points though. Number 1, results come easily. So true. They do come so much easier when you are in your own flow, in your own space, be doing what you're wanting to do. It's often just find it becomes effortless, whereas that constant striving, it's like you're not quite where you need to be. So that was a really great point. It comes naturally. I agree. It's kind of like, it just feels me. It feels natural. It is natural. And then the third one was you need a coach. Now, as a women's business coach, I totally agree, not just because that's what the service I offer and others such as Alexandra, but if you don't know, what that next step looks like, you don't know how it all works, then yes, you're going to need someone who is ahead of your journey. So definitely, if you're looking for any coach, you definitely want to make sure, has that person got what I need? Have they been in that space before me? Have they walked my walk in the way? Might be that industry in that specific way. So be choosy with that person. Make sure they feel natural fit as well. So we are going to move on to our next speaker now. Hopefully Michelle Cavello is there. Yes, Michelle. I saw Michelle online before, and I'm so thrilled to have you share with us today. So I'm just going to put you on speaker and spotlight you for everybody. So over to you, Michelle.
Hi, everybody, and thank you so much, Annie, for creating this amazing summit and inviting us all to speak and share our stories. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Michelle Cavello. I'm the founder of Lantern Partners, which is a CFO advisory business, so Chief Financial Officer. What we do is we support founder CEOs of startups and scale-ups, and we help them sleep at night. So we do this by providing commercial and strategic finance support for them to help them get unstuck and to help them propel their business forward. But before I did that, I was working a corporate finance job for many, many years. So what I want to share with you today is how I made that pivot from corporate employment to running my own business, and why finding my purpose was really the key to prospering in that business. So I've been running the business for just over 10 years now, and I left corporate because it was no longer giving me what I needed in terms of life. When I made the leap, I was spent. I was burned out, and I knew that my professional choices were no longer the right ones for me. I could see from the people around me what the road looked like in terms of progression. And I realized that it just wasn't for me anymore. And I wanted to design a career and a business that aligned with my values and the balance that I wanted in my life. And it wasn't that I wanted to work less or do less. I was still extremely ambitious, but I was finding that my ambitions just no longer fitted within that corporate mold. And I was feeling like a square peg in a round hole. I don't know whether that's sounding familiar to anyone. So I jumped practically blind into consulting life, and I made plenty of mistakes. From over-servicing clients to sleepless nights about my sales pipeline, to working myself into burnout again and saying yes to the wrong clients. But fast forward to today, I've got a team of 10. I'm based in Australia, but we work with clients both nationally and internationally. And I'm lucky enough to have been recognised as a leader in my field for that, and are regularly invited to speak online and in real life. And I share all of that not to big myself up, but if I had told my 2012 self that this is where I would be, I would have laughed myself out of town. So let me take you back to where I was at that point when I made my pivot. So I was working for a multinational media and technology company. Great job, climbed the ladder, did all of the things that I was supposed to do. And that good girl mentality was so ingrained. So I was basically working for like dopamine hits of approval, just that bing, bing, bing. And as a result, I had pretty horrendous boundaries, which meant that I was frequently working 60, 70-hour weeks and getting rewarded for my hard work with more hard work. And I was burnt. You see, I think we've been working in a corporate box that just wasn't designed for us, any of us, but particularly women. The structures are really flawed and largely still rely on an assumption that a working person has a stay-at-home partner to run that enormous other part of our lives, particularly if you've got caring responsibilities. I don't know whether that resonates with any of you here today. And I had tried for so long to bend myself into the most unimaginable and uncomfortable shapes to fit that corporate mold. And I was trying so hard to work out all the ways that I could and should fix myself to make that job work. Because at the time I was thinking, well, surely the problem's me and not this structure I was trying to concertine myself into. By the time I was done with corporate life, it had really become quite intolerable. And I'll share an example of that. I remember at one particularly bad point, I was having what I now realise were panic attacks. And usually driving home from work, every time I entered a particular tunnel, I started screaming at the top of my lungs as I started feeling those panic attacks come on. And somehow that sort of bled all the excess adrenaline out of me and stopped me from crashing. But the really crazy thing was that I was really pleased at my cool trick for dealing with it. Not, hey, something's really wrong here. Not, this is really dangerous and I shouldn't be driving. No, just cool trick to deal with the stress before I got home. So when I left corporate, it took me about 6 months to get my mojo back because I was so fried. And the key to finding my mojo was by finding my purpose. You know, the real reason to do this thing we call work. And funnily enough, those dopamine hits of approval with no clear reason why wasn't enough. So if I back up for a second and share a little bit about what I believe the role of purpose is in our working life, because I think that the term can be quite misunderstood. I think there is a line of thinking that says your purpose has to be huge. It has to be massive. It has to be about solving a big world problem, climate change, destroying the patriarchy, saving the seals. And whilst these are all good and noble causes, that isn't all that purpose is about. Because essentially purpose is about connecting with something bigger than yourself. And it means doing something that is meaningful for you. And it means really taking the time to figure out your why. And that fundamental why is so critical to human behavior. And the reason for that is it taps into something called your limbic brain. And the limbic brain, it's the reason why you say about a particular decision, you know, it just felt right in my gut. There was a recent McKinsey study which found that about 70% of people define their purpose through work, which when I first heard that stat I thought it was huge, but it makes sense. Because if 70% of people identify their purpose through work, no wonder we're having so many conversations about it. And no wonder people feel so lost when they lose their job, because they lose their purpose. And it also explains why it feels, wrong in your gut if you don't feel a sense of purpose about what you do in your job. So what if you could make more conscious choices about how you spend your time? What if you could make more conscious choices about the impact you're having in the world? And I know this became a really compelling factor for me when I had my crisis of purpose at work. Now, I didn't have children at that stage, but I was hoping that they might be in my future. And I couldn't figure out for the life of me how I could fit kids around this corporate career I had, or vice versa. And time is limited. And if I'm going to trade my time at work, I want it to mean something. And that's not to diminish the practicalities of needing work to pay for these incredibly expensive small humans. But increasingly, we're seeing that there are different choices that we can make, which don't have to compromise financially sustaining ourselves. And so what do we mean when we actually talk about purpose? And returning for a second to saving the seals or smashing the patriarchy, whichever resonates with you more, apart from don't mix the two up, because you don't want to smash the seals and save the patriarchy. Sometimes by focusing really hard on what's important to you, you create this ripple effect, which becomes something so much bigger. And that purpose becomes the thread and the connective tissue that informs all of the choices that you make in and around work. So I started my business because I couldn't find a job that I wanted in the corporate world that I knew. So I created my own job in my own company because I wanted to do the work that I enjoyed, working with good humans who were trying to do something brave and bold, but do it in a framework that felt healthy for me and subsequently would make sense for me when I had a family. And this lovely thing happened. I accidentally created a business and roles for other women who were having exactly the same problems I had, who didn't want 60-hour-a-week finance jobs in the corporate world that defined success about climbing that corporate ladder, who were still ambitious, who still wanted to do great work, just didn't want it to do it like that. And it wasn't my intention. I mean, God, I wish I was that altruistic. But in creating something that was aligned with my purpose, I created something that was bigger than just me. And when I take it back to my fundamental purpose around work, it's around helping other people become unstuck, whether that's in business or in their career. And as I went on this journey of thinking about my purpose, the more I realized where my purpose came from. And the root of it was in my family history. So my mother was raised in Singapore by a single mother, 4 kids, in a time when there was very little in the way of social security. She had no family to provide any kind of safety net or support. So she had to figure out how finances worked to provide for her kids. And so my mum, her daughter, grew up knowing how to budget from a really early age, how far a dollar would stretch, how to get the best deals, how to negotiate. And then when my mother grew up, she saw other women stuck and unable to escape from unhappy marriages because they had no idea about finances. And so she was really determined that her daughters would never be in that situation and never be stuck. So she taught us how not to be. And I didn't realize how ingrained that was in my DNA until I started thinking about my purpose. I hated seeing people stuck when information that I had or experiences that I had could unlock that. And essentially, that's what purpose is. Something that connects you to something bigger than just yourself. And so, I ended up coming full circle. So that's my story about how I pivoted and how I found my purpose. But before I leave you, I want to share with you the 5 questions that I asked myself in order to find my purpose. And hopefully it might help some of you out there that haven't quite found their purpose or don't think they've found their purpose yet. So firstly, identify the things you care about, what lights you up. Secondly, reflect on what matters most. You know, what are your values? Thirdly, recognize your own skills and talents. And sometimes the best way to do that is just recalling those moments when you're really in flow, when things seem to happen just easily and just flow out of you. Fourth, imagine your best possible self. I did, years before I actually started my job, I did visualization exercises, and a few years after I started, and one of those things was imagining how your work life would look like. And a couple of years after I started my own business, I realized I was living out one of those little snippets of vision I'd had during that visualization exercise. And then the final thing is look to the people you admire, you know, the big kind of public figures, but also, you know, the people in your life, the people that you come across. What is it about them that you admire? And is there something in that can unlock the thing that you need to do with your life and your purpose? So hope that has helped you guys. Hope you can take something from that journey, and feel free to get in contact if you want to continue the conversation.
Oh, thank you so much, Michelle. Oh my gosh, what great golden nuggets once again shared with us all. Thank you for those who have been joining us. We can see some on screen, many not on screen because they've got their cameras off, and that is okay. We are so thrilled to have you join us. What great final questions to ask yourself. And you can see that common theme too, coming from even previous speakers that we've had before, that is it effortless? Do we enjoy it? Does it feel natural? Absolutely so great to be in that space when everything isn't so hard all the time. Oh my goodness. Congratulations to you, Michelle, for taking that big leap and believing in yourself. I love that definition that you gave, you know, that, you know, purpose, it doesn't have to be so huge. It just needs to be bigger than yourself. And it can just be a little bit bigger yourself. And then I love that result that you then have created your own business that is now got 10 other women who are all benefiting from that same, you know, place that you were at. I think that is so amazing. And I love that. And I wanted to highlight that for many of our delegates, because a lot of people think you have to be able to see the whole picture, you know, and my journey has certainly been that you don't have to know what every single detail is. You just need to be leaning towards that empowered future. You need to be dreaming of more, believing in more, focusing on the things that, come naturally, get you excited, get that energy back. Oh my gosh, do anything to avoid burnout. Wow, you're the burnout queen. What a roller coaster ride you. Oh,
That's the worst thing to be queen of.
What a terrible thing to become a queen of, and then to happily leave behind you. But you know, it is so wonderful to actually go, you don't have to have it all clear, but you do need to have a sense of, this is where I need to be. You know, I love that what you said, you know, look at those people that you admire and not just be inspired, not even come along to an event like this and be inspired. Yes, our speakers are very inspiring, but then what inspired you? What interested you? What motivated you? What went, oh my gosh, that's a gold nugget, like Annie. I write it all down, by the way, always learning. Write it down. Think about those points, but what was it? What is it about those people that you go, wow, they're amazing? Why are they amazing? You know, and think, if that's a point that's interesting to you, why? And start spending that time on that self-development, really just imagining more, I think, of all of ourselves. So thank you so much for sharing so beautifully today. And our next speaker is going to be Sarah Chave or Chave. How are we going to spell your name? Chave. Oh, you're on mute, Sarah. Sorry about that. I'll get you to turn off mute.
I'm Sarah Chave, Annie. Thank you.
Chave. I always like to highlight because sometimes that although the Aussies can interpret a name differently. So we are going to get those gold nuggets from Michelle. We're going to move over to Sarah, and Sarah is going to share with us now. And definitely keep your comments in the chat coming through. I will try and pick those up and ask our speakers and bring that content back at the end of different presentations. And throughout this summit, just before I've introduced you and then gone and paused for a minute. Sorry about that, Sarah. I just wanted to highlight to everybody, we are going for 12 hours. It's such a long time. I just chatter away for 12 hours. I'm like one of those batteries that just doesn't die. That little ADD can be an advantage at times, but you can come, you can go, you can ask questions because all of our speakers are just so beautiful, have made themselves so available. They love to connect with you. We want to answer those questions for you. So definitely just feel really comfortable. If you'd love to turn on your camera, we always love to see you here. You don't have to. I know that's also a big thing as well for some, and there's never any pressure here, but definitely reach out, ask a question. You've got all of our details, and I can put you in touch with any of our speakers afterwards. For those of you who don't know me, who's chatting away here, Annie Gibbons. I'm the founder and CEO of Women's Biz Global. And so just wanted to pause in the summit and just say welcome to everybody who has joined us. Come and go. Tell your friends, by the way, since we're going for so long, tell your friends, come along and join us. You're going to get so much inspiration, but not just inspiration. You're going to actually get key points that can help you move forward from today. And I think that's the most important thing. I don't like just going, oh, wow, there's someone else doing something amazing. I love the fact that the women in our network are honestly sharing about their highs, their lows, when they pivoted, how that's helped them prosper, and how it can help you prosper by picking up on some of the points that they are sharing with you. So now I'm going to hand over to Sarah, and thank you for giving up your time to share with us today.
Thank you, Annie. And thank you so much for putting together this wonderful event. It's a real pleasure to come and speak with you all. So I wanted to start with the astrology for today. I don't know, Annie, if you knew about the astrology when you created this event, Pivot and Prosper, because it's actually a really pivotal moment. This very day, the 20th of January, 2024, the astrologer Pam Gregory talks about it being an exclamation mark, because it really is a pivotal point, a start of new beginnings, new opportunities. It's actually the beginning of a 21-year transit of what we're moving into. And the transit is that Pluto, which is all about power, is moving out of Capricorn and into Aquarius. So we're really entering the age of Aquarius. And what this means is that power is moving from the top-down structures, the patriarchy. It's all going to start to crumble. It already is crumbling, and it's going to move to the grassroots, and the power is coming to the people. So that's the astrology. And I wanted to mention it because it really links into my own personal pivot point, which I'm going to go back to 2020 for that kind of pivotal moment. And my family would really been on a journey of wanting to move to a more self-sufficient lifestyle. And we had looked at, my partner's a gardener, and we'd looked at setting ourselves up, getting a piece of land and chickens and solar panels and setting ourselves up self-sufficiently. I was a little bit nervous about this because we were thinking to move overseas to do this, to be able to get a large piece of land. And I was a little bit nervous to do this because it would mean me becoming the wage earner, the full wage earner for a family. And what was really interesting is that in 2020, my business, which had been very much local, working as an alternative health practitioner in my local community, shifted to move online. And suddenly I had the courage that we could actually move overseas as a family. So in 2020, we put our house on the market during sort of COVID times. And we had an offer on the house, and within literally 2 weeks of that offer, we went into another lockdown. There was travel restrictions announced, and we had literally 3 days to make a decision. Are we going to do this or not? Because we wanted to move to Portugal, and it was travel restrictions. So the country was literally being locked down and you couldn't get out of the country. So my partner and I looked at each other and I said, let's just start packing. We had a family home. So we started packing. And about a day and a half in, I said, I think we can do this. So we booked our ferry ticket. But at this point, so many people were trying to leave the country at the same time. The ferries were all booked to Spain. So we had to go via France. And we literally packed through the night on the last moment. Stuff was flying out the house. There was like divine synchronicity, an alignment with the whole thing. How we did it to this moment, I do not know, but we did it. And we made our way through borders to Portugal. And we began to set up our self-sufficient lifestyle here. But what I quickly realized in this journey into self-sufficiency is that self-sufficiency is impossible. That in order to become self-sufficient, we need to work with our community. And it's not just about, growing our own vegetables, getting the solar panels, chickens, all that stuff that we're thought to do. It's about really connecting in the community to see how we can help each other. Because ultimately, we were reinventing the wheel to start with. We were trying to figure out solar panels and all the rest of it. And I realized, the lady before was talking about purpose. That's just not my purpose. It's not my interest to grow vegetables and all that stuff. And part of becoming self-sufficient is realizing those kind of old ways of being part of a tribe and realizing that we all have our role to play and we can all work together in community. So that's very much the journey that I've been on, that I'd wanted to be on, for many, many years, but it's just really deepened since 2020. And what this has meant in my own being has been a real consciousness shift. And that consciousness shift is very much out of competition and into collaboration and working together to create change, to create opportunity, to create new ways of being. It's a consciousness shift out of fear and scarcity into love and trust, and knowing that we are all looked after when we come from this place, because we're co-creators of our new world. So I have in this journey been very guided to be part of the shift in consciousness that's currently happening on this planet, that some call the ascension process, some call the creation of New Earth. And I feel more aligned actually with the creation of New Earth, because ascension sounds like going out of ourselves. And what this journey has been for me is very much becoming more embodied, becoming more connecting with the earth, connecting with the community, connecting with my heart. So it's that journey into myself that ultimately starts to shift the outer world. So how that has shifted my outer world is I've had some amazing opportunities come my way. I became an international ambassador for the People's Health Alliance, which is a grassroots movement that sprung up in 2022 as a pushback for all the things that were happening at the time. And it's very much about creating new systems, about working together to create better health, because at the time there were very long waiting lists and people were just not getting the healthcare service that they deserved. So alternative and allopathic practitioners were coming together to network and support each other. So if you haven't heard of the People's Health Alliance, do look it up. It's in, I believe, about 31 countries now, and I'm the international ambassador for Portugal. And how the other shifts that I've had in my world is very much the community, the local community that I'm living in. We've developed a food larder so that we can take out the middleman between the growers and actually resourcing the food. So we're actually talking directly to local farmers and getting our food locally and working together to actually resource that. So we're getting raw milk, all kinds of things that get delivered to our food larder. So it's been a wonderful, wonderful journey. And I'm still very much learning and still very much on that journey as well. About a year ago, I was called by Spirit to start a podcast about creating New Earth. It's called New Earth Podcast. And you can find me on YouTube at Sarah Chave and all social media at Sarah Chave. And I have been interviewing and chatting with people that are leading the way to the New Earth and really shifting the consciousness of the planet and the humanity. So it's been a wonderful learning journey of collaboration and some really, really powerful interviews that have and meditations that have really helped to kind of awaken people. So from all different perspectives, you know, some people are coming from sound healing, others from a background of more corporate, you know, it's all different backgrounds, people that are really focused on this evolution on the planet at this current time. So when I look at my sort of pivotal moment, it's less about myself, although obviously the self-worth, you know, that honoring of ourselves, of our purpose, of what we want to do, of staying in alignment is very, very important. But the pivot is much more about this shift in consciousness of how can we work together. And it's very much about, for me, when I think of what, you know, what is prosper for me, it's not so much about myself. It becomes much more about how can we thrive in our communities? How can we thrive on this planet at this time? So for me, it's very much about shifting into love, shifting into that care for ourselves, for others, into the heart's energy field. For me, that is prospering, because from that heart connection, we realize that we are all so interconnected. We're connected with nature, we're connected with animals and all sentient beings, we're connected with the trees. So it's for me, that is the prosper that I'm building. And I'm building this from my inner world, by shifting my inner world and then allowing that to then manifest in my outer world. And it's been quite astounding how it has manifested, and how my world is really starting to change as my vibration changed. So thank you so much, everybody, for listening today. I do hope that you got a lot out of that, and I look forward to connecting with you all in the future.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sarah. It sounds like you are just continually learning more about yourself, and it's definitely not what you expected. So here, you know, you had this moment of it's almost like we're going to go off the grid. We're going to have the chooks, we're going to have the solar, we're going to just get more natural, to then now going on this massive journey over the last couple of years. It shows that it can just kick in and then and really transform your life. What have you learnt most about yourself?
I think it's trust. That's trusting, you know, increasingly trusting the process, trusting myself. When I first came on the podcast, I would really research about other people and all the rest of it. And now I literally just sit with what comes up. And even with this today, you know, it's like just, okay, what's coming through today? So it's that inner guidance, which was really activated, I think, by that moment where we literally had to just go with it so strongly, because we had 3 days to either, stay for, possibly, because the whole thing is it was Brexit. So we potentially were going to miss Brexit and not be able to move to Portugal in that moment. So, but we had this strong thing, let's just do it. Let's see if we can do it. Let's see if we can manifest. And as that strengthened, it allowed us to really drop into that, if we can do this, we can do anything, because it was kind of a feeling of moving mountains. Literally furniture was flying out the door. It was bizarre. I put a few things on eBay, before, and literally it was selling, and it was almost like magic.
Yeah. Absolutely huge. And Agumi, thank you so much, in the chat, has written, very courageous, Sarah. It is courageous. Like, it's just such a big, bold move to do something like that. And when it's not just yourself being at a point of, we're going to be a bit scared, but to dive in, but you've got the external factors of Brexit, and then of a global pandemic, when you've got it both sides, uncertainty. Right. It is very big and bold and brave. What I love is that you just went, you know what, if we had that unction and we're united in it, obviously you've got a partner, then to actually go, we don't know what it's going to look like, but we are going to just dive in there. And in that's right, being appreciative that there's going to be mess, there's going to be unforeseen things and then there's also going to be things that were better than expected. Like, that's right, selling things, people wanting things working. So things working in your favor, things that you thought would be easy, probably, that then got held up, other things that you don't even know what you're going to inherit, bits that you had in your mind that you thought would work one way. I love what you mentioned earlier, that, that pretty much it takes a village. It's like that, like most things in this situation of your sharing, it's, do you know how to raise chooks, and do you know how to work solar panels out in bits and pieces? But in other times, I'm a business coach or in a media elevator. And so, with other things, it's kind of like, you ask people, use people who know how to do that. You don't have to reinvent. You don't have to be the expert in absolutely everything. If your next door neighbor is got it all rigged up and knows how to do it, if someone you're in business with or next to already is doing something, learn from that. I think we make it
absolutely
too hard for ourselves, thinking, I have to know, I have to be the expert. No, you don't. You don't have to do it if someone else is. Did you find people are more than happy just to share their knowledge and wisdom? They want to be helpful. I think we hesitate thinking that's going to be inconvenient. My experience has been that most people are like, oh, sure, this is how you do it.
Yeah, well, I think that's the thing. I've been dropping more and more into community, into community living and understanding, and focusing on what I'm good at, and allowing a lot of stuff to drop away. But, it took a while, because, when we were new in the area, everything's in a different language as well. So it's a lot to navigate. But one of the things I really did realize as well was that we moved, countries to have a real shift in our way of life and our way of being, and a consciousness shift, really. But it's not necessary to have to move. You can have that shift without just having it in your mind. If your mindset shifts, your world shifts, and you can create community. You can do all those things right where you are now. So and in a way, because of all the stuff that we've been going through since 2020, that's happening. It's happening for people. There's lots of letting go of that which is no longer serving. So it's an incredible time to be alive, really.
It sure is. I'm just writing that in the chat for everyone. When your mindset shifts, your world shifts. Like, hopefully I've quizzed you. Sorry if I ever get my typing wrong. I need my specs a bit more than I use them. Sometimes it's like,
same, embarrassing typos.
But that's okay. That's okay. But that is a gem, and often we also, for you did actually get up and move to Portugal and have a great move. But you don't have to, you know, like a lot of it is just, it's actually that conscious decision to go, for whatever reason, what I was doing, where I was at wasn't working. And now I'm going to actually make this conscious decision to make some changes, which you can often do exactly where you are. It's actually removing the distractors, removing the inhibitors, switching your mindset onto real belief about what you actually can do. And yeah, starting to just make that happen today, you know. So for those,
and it reflects, you know, it reflects the quantum physics, you know, the inner, the outer reflects the inner, you know, whatever we're creating in our minds, we're going to create in our world. So
100%.
you know, it's and that's becoming more and more known, you know, so it's a very powerful time really to create the new world, the new earth.
Exciting. Thank you so much for sharing with us today, everyone. Thank you those who have joined us
Thank you,
online.
Annie.
I've been seeing more people pop in. Welcome, Angelique. Welcome to you. Welcome, Marie. Welcome, Michelle and Precious. And got lots of people on there. So it is great having you join us. I'm going to introduce our next speaker, who is Karen Falkenberg, and she is going to share with us now. Welcome, Karen.
Hello, I'm so glad to be here. Thanks for inviting me.
Joy to have you. What would you love to share with us today?
It's an opportunity for me to talk with you all about a pivotal moment in my life and how I've prospered from that.
Fantastic.
So if you've ever looked back on a singular moment and realized it's a pivot point, that's exactly what happened to me. And what if that pivot point helped you recognize that society's narrative about you wasn't true? And that pivot point then led you down a path of freedom and prosperity to create really your own narrative about your future. That's my story. And I'm excited to share it with you with the intent to help you think about your own future and imagine ways where that future is what you want it to be. So the threshold I stepped across in the early months of 2019 seemed like a really common experience at the time. I opened the door and I walked through. On that chilly Saturday morning, I was on a quest to heal myself from a very serious concussion I had in a car accident 8 weeks prior. And those 8 weeks ago, the concussion specialist initially tested me, and the doctor said my brain would require 6 months of healing. So this was only 8 weeks later, and on that chilly Saturday morning, I was finally able to walk again in a straight line. I literally was not able to walk in a straight line after the concussion, and I went through therapy to get to that point. But as I stepped through the gym door at age 62, so I'm now 67, I was on a quest to do more than walk correctly again. I was on a quest to get stronger and to get more coordinated. One of society's narratives that had permeated my life was to accept the fact that we'll all have accumulated enough injuries and age-related issues at some point that it's just time to settle for good enough. And so as a close friend of mine says, I thought when I got to 50, I should start looking for a front porch rocking chair and give up on the idea of learning to dance. So today's Pivot and Prosper Summit is an event dedicated to empowering individuals to successfully navigate change. And one change that's universal to all of us, to each and every one of us, is the process of aging. So I ask you to think about what comes to mind for you when you consider yourself in 10 years, 20 years, or even 30 years from now. How will you look? How will you feel? How will you function? Will there be parts of your current life that you've had to give up? In my country, which is the United States, aging is something that most people try to hide. It's seen as a detriment. We say, oh, age is just a number, when in reality, age is a privilege because many people don't get to age. So here in the US, when someone turns 40, their birthday party theme will probably include decorations that say, over the hill. Are you concerned about your future and your functioning when you think about your years ahead? I know I did. So in my 50s, before this accident, I thought there had to really be a better way to age. I didn't really know the path to a better future, but I was really determined to find it. And there I was at age 62 with my brain injury, and the quest seemed all the more urgent. So the irony of it all is that by most accounts, people would have said on that early morning in 2019, when I stepped across that gym threshold, that I was really highly accomplished. I had a lot of success. I had a comfortable life. I had earned a patent for research. I had published articles. I had contributed to books. I was a psychology professor. I was an accomplished cook. I enjoyed learning about nutrition. I had been a long distance runner, a cyclist, a pianist, and held a black belt in martial arts. I had many achievements, and I loved my job where I coached and helped shape lives. Accomplished like many of you, right? But I knew that my successes were really overshadowed by my less than optimal health. I didn't look like I wanted to look. I didn't always feel like I wanted to feel. And even though I thought I ate well and I exercised consistently and I tried to get enough sleep, I just knew something was wrong. My world was out of balance, and I, like many other accomplished professionals, prioritized my work life and my career, and I often compromised the time I chose to spend on my health. But even though in those long stretches where I really did strike a better balance between career and health, I still wasn't making progress. And so I don't know if my story sounds like you or someone you know, but you get to an age somewhere over 40 when the way your body operates starts to feel unfamiliar, and that was me. So I read about aging, I scoured the internet, but I was stuck. And that morning at age 62, I was sure there was something more that I was missing. So as I walked through that gym door, weak and unstable, I somehow subconsciously knew that this could be the missing piece to my healing and to my future. But no, that gym didn't fix my problem. My personal trainer and I together fixed my problem, because I did find the missing piece. And the missing piece to optimal health was through strength training. And by session, and week by week, month by month, I grew strong. I went from wondering what the missing component of great health is to actually finding it. And then, of course, telling my network all about this. And so you might be thinking, well, I don't want to have large muscles. I'll just say that I've been strength training for 5 years and I don't look like Arnold Schwarzenegger for sure. Or you might be thinking that strength training looks hard or it's boring or fill in the blank. It's something that wouldn't be positive. But in reality, getting stronger is a foundation for success in any aspect of your life. Strength training allows you to become that optimal version of yourself. Your body was designed over millennia to be strong and agile. That's how we're here. That's your ancestors were strong and agile and happened to not get eaten by a tiger somewhere along the way or fall off a cliff. That's why we are here, is because we are the benefactors of the way our genetics have set us up for success. But our current society doesn't do that. So, in your body and your mind, we're designed to function together and to support each other, and somehow they've become disconnected. So you see, I'm not talking about becoming a bodybuilder. I'm just talking about becoming a stronger and leaner version of yourself. And it's important to know, if you hadn't realized this, that as humans age, we all lose muscle tissue every decade starting around age 30. And if you're not attending to reclaiming that muscle, you get weaker and more frail year by year. So what strength training does is it mitigates bone loss, it increases joint functioning, it helps strengthen ligaments, it helps strengthen your tendons, and yes, it does create weight loss, and you transform your body composition so that it functions as it was designed to. We have many people now where our bodies are not optimized. And so all of those attributes that, if they aren't attended to, in fact, do create that frail future that you often see in the elderly. If you look out the street or you think in your mind, what does a frail old person look like? You know exactly what I'm talking about. The future that you yourself don't want to have. The future that's being resigned to sitting on that porch rocking chair rather than dancing for joy. So, in fact, strength training allows you to enjoy all the other aspects of your life even more. You walk with more freedom. You hold yourself differently. You dance with more freedom. It gives you newfound confidence, and your coworkers and clients see you as someone whom they really would like to work with. So it's important for me to mention, because it was confusing for me at first to understand the difference, that strength training is more than exercise. So it's not just about lifting weights. It's really about training your body in very precise ways related to how your body is meant to move. Bending over, squatting down, pushing, pulling, and so forth. So strength training is geared for you to be optimally stronger in all the aspects of your daily functioning. It also trains your mind in ways similar to meditation. It makes your brain healthier. Strength training just really allows you to cultivate and step into the power that you inherently own already. So I and my business partner, Ryan McQueen, who is also my personal trainer, realized that there's not a global community that we know of that's dedicated to helping others move from fear to freedom through fitness. And so our mission is to change that, change the narrative of what it really means to age, and change the narrative on what it means to be a strong person over the age of 40. So if you happen to be on the call and you worry about your aging and you're over 40, you can imagine a pivot point to a better future. You can imagine the freedom to choose the clothes you want to wear. How many of us get to do that? Or to book that active vacation knowing that you won't be trapped by your weakness. Or to say yes to playing with your children or your grandchildren. Or even to say yes to your career or your business with enough energy that you're excited to greet each morning. So there's no reason why any of us should have to go searching through all of the work that I did. I don't know why it took me so long to find this fundamental contribution to my health, but here I am. And at Tigers Eye Life, we're building a community. We're starting a movement. We're saying yes to healthy aging. And it's a mission that drives me and my business partner, Ryan, forward every single day. So in my personal pivot to prosper, I stepped across that gym threshold 5 years ago at the age of 62 and into a world that's helped me become optimally healthy. Was it scary? No. The pivot was not scary. Maintaining the status quo of my health on that spring morning in 2019 really would have been scary. And now today I prosper by being fit, having freedom, looking forward to the next 30 or 40 years of my life. And I prosper as Ryan does, as we help many other accomplished professionals on their path to optimizing their future. And that's the purpose of today's summit. It's Global Empowerment Summit to help others navigate change. And aging is the one change that we literally all go through. So I hope my story helps you think about your own healthy future, because as he and I like to say, your healthy self literally is right around the corner waiting to meet you. So thanks for listening to me. And I hope what I've shared, it gives you an opportunity to think about your own future.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, that was fantastic. So inspiring. And I tell you what, 67, you're 67. It's working for you, sweetheart. Oh my God, you look fantastic. So yeah, what a great ambassador for health and wellness. And isn't that amazing at any age when you're least expecting it? You know, that's right. We said in your presentation, you know, highly accomplished, you know, nothing more to do. It's just, but this suddenly you've just got this new moment that happens, and it really does transform your world. And as someone who got into health and fitness later in life, I grew up an asthmatic. So I was told that if I'd exercise, I might even die, you know, so I think I just did nothing. I was carted off to hospital, you know, many times when I was a kid, from trying to sort of do things. So I then just sort of, even into early adulthood, went and said, oh, well, I just don't do exercise. And it was really interesting. And then it wasn't until really, and then I had 5 children, so a bit busy for a while, a bit hard to get out of the house. It wasn't until I actually then did a bit similar of just, you know, a lady I was working with signed up for an event here in Australia. It's called Coast Trek. And suddenly, you know, she said she was going to, let's do this together. It was 60 kilometers. I'm like, 60 kilometers? I've never walked more than 5 kilometers in my life. How are we going to do that? And it was one of those things like, well, you're going to have to find out how do people get in a safe environment around, you know, your own health situations and bits and pieces. And I tell you what, now I've got medals everywhere, you know, climbed summits and done bits and pieces. And it's not about, you know, it's awesome, but it's also about, I love that comment that you went and said, you know, you can holiday and go, if I see a castle on a hill, I want to walk to that castle. If my grandkids now pop in, I want to be able to, you know, run up to them and give them that squeeze and twirl them around as long as you can, you know, things that give you joy. And it's that energy. And I could hear it all through your presentation, you know, Karen, it was just like, yes, you just feel well, feel healthy. And it's about optimizing, you know, whatever you've got, optimize it. Why wouldn't you? It's going to come across in every other area of your life. So great to have more people joining us during Karen's presentation to you all. We welcome you to our summit. There's many people with cameras off. That's why we can't see them, but they're here. We are thrilled to have you joining us. And we are now going to move on to our next speaker, and her name is Kathy Dirksen. Kathy is presented to us on other summits as well. Always a joy to listen to. And so I'm going to hand over to Kathy. Oops, sorry, there we go. Thank you, Kathy. Great to have you share with us today.
Well, it's always great to be here, Annie. I love the events that you bring together, and the community that you've created globally is just amazing. So thank you for doing everything that you do. And I love this theme around pivoting and prospering. And just to kind of back up, my name is Kathy Dirksen, as Annie said, and I live on the west coast of Canada near Vancouver. And the focus is to support midlife women to realize that there's so much more in life. That so many of us, we hit our 50s and 60s and we feel like I'm too old to start something new. What else could I do? You know, when we do try to think big and dream big, quite often our family and friends kind of try to protect us and keep us small, and they'll, oh, don't worry about that. You know, don't do anything silly. Just keep living life and enjoy. Whereas so many of us, we know there's something bigger that we're here for. There's some new calling. And I would say for a lot of us that our 50s and 60s and into our 70s is really the time for us to be starting something completely new. Something that, you know, we might have put on the back burner over the years. And so really looking at what is it that I need to do? And one of my favorite quotes that I use quite often in my work is, don't ask what the world needs. Ask what makes you come alive, and go do that. Because what the world needs is more people who have come alive. And to me, that comes through following what excites and inspires you. It comes from knowing that what you're doing is truly creating an impact in the world. And I think for so many of us, we have a longing to feel that we are having an impact, that there's a reason why we got out of bed this morning. And that old model of retirement, where it pretty much made us feel like we're supposed to just leave the career we've had for years, putter, curl up in the corner, and disappear. It is really kind of the model that a lot of us have been given. And to me, my whole goal is to switch that up and say, no, let's look at what actually makes you come alive. What are those things that makes you really excited? And quite often it's those gifts that we have that we take them for granted because we've always been good at them and they've always come easily to us. And just to give you some ideas of the pivots that I've gone through over the last, I guess it's been about 12 years now that I've been kind of readjusting and remodeling and figuring out what is it that I'm here to do and how do I bring something completely different to the world. For that period of time, my mission really has been to help women on a global scale to truly change their life, to really have an impact on helping women bring positive change to their life. And about 10 years ago, I left my career. I'd been in medical genetics for 25 years, mostly hospital labs and public education. And although I love the field of genetics, I knew that job was not the job that was really making me come alive. And I realized that I wanted to work more directly with people. And again, that passion to really help women change their life for the better. And at that time, I thought, well, finance is an area that a lot of women are challenged with or feel like they are. And so I went into financial planning, feeling that that's where I could really make a difference. So huge pivot, leaving a career in medical genetics, go into finance, take all the accreditations, the big exams, all those fun things. And I worked in the major banks and investment companies here in Canada for 10 years. And again, I had that calling that this isn't quite it. And in that, of course, in the finance industry, you're quite restricted in what you can talk about, what you can present. So again, I felt like, okay, I need to, if I'm going to truly have an impact, I need to do it my way. So I pivoted again, left the finance industry and started my own business. My company is called Inspired Tenacity. And so for the last, I guess it was about 3 years ago now, that I made that big jump and left the comforts of a job and benefits and regular paycheck and paid vacations, because I had that feeling that there was something else I was supposed to be doing. And so here I am now in my company, and over the years, I've really fine-tuned and again, listened to my intuition. What is it that really makes me come alive? And for the last couple of years, what I've been doing is focusing pretty much completely on creating anthology projects. So new compilation books. My books all have 20 to 25 women from all over the world sharing the journey they've been on, the experience they've had, the wisdom they've gained along the way. And for a lot of women, especially if they're entrepreneurs, it also becomes a marketing piece for their business. They earn their international best-selling author status. They connect with a much wider network. They are now doing podcasts and summits like this and other events that really give them visibility and build what they're doing. And so that's part of what I really find brings a whole shift and change to these women's lives, is that stepping into something that they've perhaps been dreaming of doing for a long time, which they say that 92% of us have a dream of becoming an author someday. Well, my goal is to bring that to people in an easy, simple way. And Annie does several projects like this as well. And I think we both find that when women get involved in these projects, it just brings a whole new piece to their life. So far, I've been involved in 12 books that are published, all best-selling books. And I've got about 6 more projects on the go. So I would love to, anyone who has that dream of being an author or who would like to build their business through being a published author and networking in the communities. And it's amazing, the opportunities, the doors that open when you step into being an author. And so I would welcome anyone who would like to chit chat. That's one of my gifts that I always have available, is a free 30-minute chat. And let's get you back on that author path. And I know that's what a lot of us want to do. So that is my main focus. And I would just love to, again, remind you, find what makes you come alive and go do it. Because even if it's a major pivot, one thing to keep in mind, there are so many communities that are here to support you. Annie's community is a perfect example, a group of women from all over the world that are here to support each other in our big dreams. Those things that our family and friends will tell us we're crazy. But together, it's amazing what we can accomplish. And so, Annie, I want to thank you again. And I just love the community that's here. And let's just keep doing it. Keep supporting the women around the world. So, thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. And I just love you so much. I love what you're doing, and I love the whole world of anthologies. And exactly, we've both put out anthologies and continue to do them because you said 90%, 92%, or
I'd say 92%
92% of people
have that goal.
they've got that book in them. And I tell you what, that's so true. That is so true, because everyone I meet goes, oh, you know, I've got this. They go, some of them go, it's almost like I don't want to tell you because, you know,
Yes.
maybe it'll never happen. You go, no, tell it. It'll happen quicker.
Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen. Let's bring you into the next book and make that happen. And so that is just so exciting. Yeah, absolutely. Reach out to Kathy, reach out to myself, get yourself into one of these anthologies. It's the first step to then creating that book of your own, right? Like
That's what I find. Yes.
I want to specialize in authority books. It's like, if you're going to speak on something, what is it? Have the book on it, right? Like, to get to that level. But you know, instead of thinking I've got to do the whole book, it's such a great opportunity to then go, you know what, I'm going to do a chapter of a book, and then I'll be the benefits, like we've heard with other speakers, you get the benefits of then, you know, being alongside, branding by association next to those other, you know, 20 people, women, amazing. And then also just the networks and the growth, and you're then bonded for life with them and becoming a bestseller and then using it to elevate your brand. And it's just so exciting. So I love your pivot stories, because who would ever think, you know, like we've had a speaker who, you know, was a lawyer and then became a fashion photographer and then was into, you know, confidence training. And then here you are, medical genetics to then financial planning to now being, you know, into making sure people's stories become shared and that whole empowerment space. I just love it that nothing is impossible, and it's absolutely just meant to be. If it's meant to be, it will happen. And I also love just seeing women such as ourselves, a bit more mature age, suddenly go, you know what, I'm just going to do it because I love it. It's fun. And then once you get into this space, you suddenly look back and go, gosh, I should have done this earlier. You know, like it's kind of funny. So those of you who are still on a younger path and you sort of hesitate, you go, oh, you know what, there will be no regrets, because you just become happier, more excited, being able to follow these dreams and paths. So I absolutely love that. I'd love to also, if Karen's there, can you turn on is Karen still with us? I'd love to bring the two of you. There we go. Let's bring Karen too, since we've got the two of you here together, because you've both done this pivot in the, you know, even just in the last few years. And it's so amazing. And both of you can just tell in your smiles, in your energy, it's kind of like, no regrets, I'm in my happy place. Would you both agree that's exactly it? Even though on paper, other people go, but you had a different title, you know, like, and I've even had that, you know, when I've sort of stopped CEO roles at different places, and they're like going, oh, but, you know, is it as good, and you might not get the same recognition or this or that. And then I kind of went, oh, that's really interesting. They think that's important. It may have been more important at some stage, but I go, no, what I'm doing is more important, or it makes me happier, or it makes me healthier. Are you ladies in that space? I'm not the only one who
Oh,
has.
yes. Oh, definitely. And that is the whole thing. And Karen, I just love what you're doing. I mean, I'm hitting 60 next month, actually a month from yesterday. And so this whole thing of, you know, just supporting each other and encouraging each other to just keep doing those things that, yeah, I mean, 10 years ago, even women in their 60s were not encouraged to go do any serious exercise. If anything, we were told to back off, slow down, you know. So I love that you're really bringing that up and just making it part of, this is what's normal now. Let's go do it.
Thank you. And, you know, I would say to both of you, yes, to both of you in for different reasons. One, I would say is I was really fortunate that I never had a career or people that I worked with that I ever thought, I wish I wasn't doing this job, or I wish I wasn't working with these people. So what I'm pivoting to now is just an extension of all these amazing opportunities that I have had over my career. What really feels like an important moment for me is we've all been there, right? To an amusement park at some point. And you get there at, noon, and you're, riding on any and everything. And then it gets to be 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. And you're going, I'm just not quite sure I'm going to be more picky at this point. I want to make sure that what I choose in this next part of this amusement evening is in fact really where I need and want to be. And for me, just that frustration and seeing so many women, my peers, my contemporaries, just struggling with, just lack of energy, weight gain, feeling like body shame, feeling as though that life is just not really optimal for them. And I thought, why is it that I can't figure this out? And then when I walked into this gym and I realized that the people who know how to shape bodies and health are in fact people that we don't often read about in journals, and we're not always following, in professional organizations, but in fact, they knew a whole lot. And in the last 15 years, that has become quite the science. And as a former research engineer and scientist, I recognized the veracity of what they were sharing, but it had never made its way through all the channels to me in my life. And I thought, this is unbelievable. And I need to make a corrective move in my career where I had been coaching people for decades. But so, then I had to, of course, get the certifications that I needed to be able to accurately help people on metabolism and nutrition and learning strength training. And partnering with Ryan, who is 37, really makes us an interesting combination, because there are people that would look at him and say, you don't know me as a woman who's in her late 50s or 60s. And there are men that would look at me and say, girlfriend, you have no idea what it's like to be a 40-year-old man. So the two of us together are really paving this path to say that any age, this is for everybody. And for those that think that it's like boring, as I said, boring or difficult, it's really, really not. It's just, you get in a flow, you have confidence, and at some point, off screen, I will share with you some of these accomplishments. And I like, oh my God, look at what is possible. And that just gives you then this momentum to say, I can be healthy in my 60s, 70s, 80s. And I don't have to say, I'm starting to shut everything down. I'm starting to give things away. I'm starting to say, my world is narrowing and narrowing and narrowing and narrowing, which is it's a horrible thing.
Yeah. I love what you shared there about you and Ryan and that compliment, even from a business, because I'm a business coach. So, but what a wonderful dynamic that is. And for people to really think about that too, it's great to partner up with sometimes opposites, business my husband has with his business partner, one of them, he's the face of the business, knows all the industry, chat. The other one has got the MBA and makes sure that everything hums along, and they're like a perfect fit, right? It's really great to have that complementary situation. Once again, like we've spoken with other previous speakers, that you don't have to be all things to everybody. It's great
Right.
to actually go, you know what, that's right. If you come in here, we're going to get you, or you can have one or the other. And that's the whole benefits of having a team. Absolutely love that. What has been sorry, back to you.
I was just saying, and if I could just give one little shout out, Angelique, who is on the screen in my bottom right, my left corner. She's the one that actually told me the story about, she thought when she turned 50 that she was herself going to have to get a rocking chair. This woman is dynamic, but she had in her mind that this is the path that life has set out for me, and I need to follow it, until she had this pattern disruption and said, no, that's just not the case. I see that there's a different way.
Oh, fantastic. Congratulations to Angelique. And Angelique also wants you to put your contact details in the chat. So if you can do that, Kathy, which sounds wonderful. So definitely be connecting here. Get active in the chat, everybody. This is an opportunity. If you like something, reach out, comment, connect. So perfect, because seriously, it's going to change your life. It really will just change your life, change your world, change your future, just by asking for someone's details, finding out that next step. I absolutely love that. I love it how you can just have a mindset shift, just say yes to something and then just follow that path. And it can lead to a healthier you, a more financially fit you, a more successful you in the way that we measure success. And that's very different for everybody. It might be, you know, it might be the title for a period of time. It might be the financial reward. It can actually be the legacy that we leave. It can be the impact that we're making. I'm in an impact phase, you know, I just want to be as impactful as possible and then leave a legacy, you know, be known for something. It's what, you know, it links to your values, it links to what's meaningful for you. Sometimes it can actually just be, I relate to you, Angelique, of going, you know, well, maybe it was there just a season and then I have to adjust to it. I've just turned 56 and I've noticed a few people sort of suddenly using this phrase of at our age, Annie, and I'm like, oh, I never used to hear that. At our age, what does that mean? At our age, should I be doing different things? Should I be slowing down? You know, they're almost like saying this, like you don't have to do things or you don't expect to do this or that, whatever. And I'm like, oh, wow, I don't know. My head still feels like I'm 40 or I'm like, I think at our age, we can still do anything. I'm just going to, you know, rebuff that. So definitely, Angelique, you know, stay strong. Why not? Until, you know, eventually all of our bodies will fail or our minds may fail at, you know, different times. We'll wait till that actually happens when we can't have done anything else. But if there is something that you can do just by saying yes to, by making that choice, and for some of them it might be hours at the gym or in courses and bits and pieces, and for others it's just actually just a choice to walk those stairs, walk, you know, dog in, you know, listen in on the summit today, get some words of wisdom, have a few points, put some key points on I tell you what, if of those of our delegates, you know, just for every speaker, write one gold nugget, put it on a post-it note and start putting them around your house. And just for the next few days, really just start focusing on some key points. It'll shift your mind. It'll just suddenly just make you go to this next level of wow. Every single gold nugget changes your world. So thank you for doing that in the chat, Kathy.
I just wanted to throw in one more kind of idea as well, that these days we have to plan to live into our 90s and beyond. And to do that happily, comfortably, successfully, we need to keep our bodies busy and healthy. We need to keep our brains busy and healthy. We need to be social. And so all these things that we're talking about here are all pieces of that, creating that longevity in a good, positive way. Like imagine us all in 20 years doing this again and we're still rocking it.
We're still rocking it. I tell you what, I've come from my husband laughs at me, you know, unless I'm hit by a truck. My two grandmothers lived to 101 and 99. So he goes, gosh, she's going to be around here for a long time, right? So, but that doesn't mean it's going to be happy if you're, you know, decrepit for the last, you know, 20 years or something. So for me, I'm like going, wow, you've got to use it or you lose it. Got to get out there. And that's been part of my journey after, you know, finding this, you know, healthier version. It's actually, yes, spending that conscious decision to actually get out there on the path. I tell you what it's done though, you know, now I've, you know, done Everest Base Camp and the high passes and Kinabalu in Borneo, and I just went like, I'm an all-in kind of girl, as you can all probably appreciate. But I get these thoughts. For me, I never stop, like I'm hyper, but when I'm out on the trail, so because I've become a hiker, or kayaking, I think, and the thinking just allows me that quiet place that I don't go sit down if I sit down on the couch, I actually feel restless. Like I kind of go, you know, I'm not that sort of person. I'm not like just a sit down and relaxy person. It doesn't work. But if I'm outside walking or hiking or whatever, out in nature, I get all this clarity. I just, you know, business ideas for my clients, just this peace. It's amazing. So for some of us, it might be outdoorsy. For you, Karen, it's been in the gym. Do love a bit of gym too, because strength, I tell you what, gives you bone density. do it, stay strong. But it can be in different environments. It's just finding
Right.
something, right? It's finding something that works for you. I'd love anyone. I want to have the opportunity for anyone else, just because we've got a little bit of time at the moment, which is kind of cool. Would anyone else like to take the camera off and chat away with us? Ask any of our speakers anything. Come on in. You are welcome, by the way. So all you got to do is take your camera off, and we will then see you.
And while we're waiting for somebody, I will say that, Annie, what you just said, there's a lot of evidence to support being in nature. You know, it started in Japan with forest bathing, and to take time to just be in the outdoors and having a chance to unplug is really, really beneficial. And it's not just, it feels like it is, but, you know, they've measured that physiologically, that there's a huge difference in that. And we just often either don't prioritize it or just don't have a lifestyle that allows us to do that. So, but what you're saying, what you're feeling is so true.
Medically proven, like, yeah,
medically proven.
It is. It's like a drug. It's like, gosh, you get out there and you just go, oh, zen. It's like, it's not like just hug a tree and you'll feel better. It's like, no, you seriously do just feel better walking in nature. It also teaches you different things. Like for me, it was really interesting. I had this big revelation one day. I was taking some women on a hike, and you had to just do this creek, like a little bit of a, you know, when you jump from one rock, it was like a trickly thing, but you have to jump from one side to another side. And because I'd been hiking, you know, you've just got to take a bit of a run up, get some momentum, and then just like commit. You jump on that rock, you will get onto the other side, you're fine, right? But it's one of those, because I felt comfortable. I wouldn't have when I first started. Well, I had these 3 ladies who went, oh, I'm worried I will fall. And so they wanted to take this big leap, walk all the way around this other area to get to the other side. And I'm like going, but you don't have to do that. Just do it. And you could see their hesitation, see the hesitation. And I actually went, wow, this is like, it's almost like, in so many areas of my life, it affected. So here it was just a creek crossing, but it is like that. If you hesitate, you just go, I've got to go from A to B. And if I put the handbrakes on, I'll probably end up in the water in the ditch or off a cliff or something or other. You've got to go all in, right? And it almost is like we've had previous speakers who go, yeah, I didn't know what it looked like. Or Michelle's just spoken before, and it was like this, I'm going to leave corporate because I'm burnt out, and I'm going to start my own business. It requires you to go, I'm going to take the leap. And with that, it's like, my natural self, that's why I've sat here for so long wondering about it. I'm going to need to actually take a few steps back and push myself and take that leap and to make these big decisions, And so I find, I've even learned of, even climbing things, because I got into climbing. It's like, yeah, you've actually got to read the environment, go, what am I going to hold on to? Who else is around me? How are we going to help each other? Like, there's so many elements. I know I'm just doing a bit of a rant on hiking now, but there's so many things that you're going to learn out in nature, and even in the gym of, we're big fans in Australia of Ninja Warrior. You've probably got that over in the US as well. But it's so cool of like just learning how to do, how to stretch yourself in that sort of physical way, but it's a mind game as well. It's actually pacing yourself and being able to read your environment. I tell you what, I know, and I'm a business coach, all of this, excuse me, helps you in business. It really does. It helps you just understand people, understand challenges, understand be the healthier you are, by taking time out. Those of you who go, but I don't have time to do this, you do, because you're going to end up having more energy and have more to give to the things that matter, for sure. I know. And those in the chat, yes, I agree. Yes, I agree. Mariana, yes. All in is key. Yes, Mariana, come on board. Come say hello to everyone, Mariana, if you can. Mariana is just an incredible testament for her health and wellness journey. Am I allowed to share, Mariana? Come on and share.
Yes.
You're there?
Yeah.
Do you want me to share for you? You share, Mariana. Here we are. This gorgeous, gorgeous lady. I'll just bring you onto the stage, Mariana.
Thank you so much. No, I'm so, I couldn't agree more with coming out in, but we all need a mentor. I've been a national team, and as any athlete in this world aiming to go very high need a coach that come from the outside and can see at least 70% more than you seeing yourself, even though you might have the incredible knowledge about the subject. We all need. So going into places that are challenging for you, you need a feedback, how you are doing. And you need a straight feedback with the little details, change that make the whole difference. So I'm completely in going all in, but holding the hand of someone for me is Annie, this mentor. So thank you so much.
Such a joy to be your mentor. But Mariana, seriously, she's an Olympian, like a rower for Brazil, and has then had a massive, a crazy unknown virus that's just completely decimated her entire body for a long period of time, over a year now. Just went to Morocco, caught something, and then, you know, whole body shut down. The journey that she's been on, incredible. But look at her. She is a all in. I love what you wrote on the chat. Go all in. That is the key, because it's so easy at times to go, and you know, you'll find this, Karen, people come in and they get all excited and then it hurts. You're going to ache. You know, it's a challenge. You've got to commit, right? You've got to go, okay, well, this is going to be challenging and I'm going to keep showing up. So whatever you're doing, keep showing up and you will get there, you know, and you'll have little setbacks because that's life, but you will still do that. Talking about books as well, Mariana has a book called F the Diet. I love it. She's got a little book. Oh, you've got your screen on blur. I'll give you a plug. You're not allowed to plug, but I can plug you. F the Diet. And this is a great, so when you were talking, Kathy, it's like, yes, get into you know, here she is now, a coach on wellness, but also about don't just focus on the, you know, dieting, get healthy, right? And so absolutely great example of a signature book. And we were talking about that, and you can do those through Women's Biz Publishing if you'd like to. But also, you know, for Kathy, she went and said, yes, you know, be part of anthologies, get yourself started as an author, because it changes. It's a difference when you start showing up suddenly with a book in your hand and go, yep, I'm either part of a book or this is my book. Absolutely love that.
Can I put it a little subject here? Being an author for me changed everything, opened so many doors. And I love this invitation that Annie and Kat give it to an anthology, because it breaks down in a much easier way to be an author. I took the whole ownership of my book, which it was a big project, a long project, for me, a bit stressful. It's all worthwhile, but an anthology gives an opportunity to go together, and it's easier. The path I found just wonderful. The idea is just phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely. So reach out, ask questions about that if you're interested. Kathy, myself, definitely do that. Women's Biz Public, I've got a course on how to write your first book. So if you're even interested in going, what does it involve? You can just do that course and we help you all the way through. So ask about that if that interests you. Oh my gosh, you ladies are gold. I'm loving the energy. Healthy, well women just doing things, just putting themselves out there and really shining. Absolutely love it. Is anyone else in the chat who would like to come on board? Because we are going to next have up Krista, but I haven't seen Krista join us yet. And then after Krista, we are going to have Colleen, which is going to be a great joy. Colleen is the new CEO of Leadership Global, who is a sister organizations to Women's Biz Global. We don't have an attitude of competition here. We just all collaborate and just go, the more women doing amazing things globally, the better. Because why wouldn't you? I think for us to shift the dial on women's empowerment, women equality, women just being able to really pursue careers, lives, journeys that are valuable to society. You know, we're 50% of the population. We should be having, 100% of opportunities, and assuming we get to 50% of those, it's just like, why wouldn't that be logical? But we need to shift the dial in so many different ways, from, fintechs to, technology programs to startups of different types around the world. It doesn't matter what industry it is in. We don't want to just be at the table. Yes, that is good to get to a table, but we want to actually be impactful. We want to be having our voices heard. We want to be able to be instrumental in making change happen for the better, because it's good for humanity. Women are the biggest shoppers. We make great decisions. We are good for business, scientifically proven in all areas of business. And so therefore, a lot of what we do, particularly through Women's Biz Global, is to actually just provide opportunities, to provide networks, obviously to have coaching, publishing, media opportunities, whether it's with us or if you see or meet a speaker here with someone. My view is that people just resonate with you. You just love their vibe. You love their energy. You love what they do. And if that happens with any of our speakers, we always have like 40, 50 speakers every 3 months at our summits. We've also got a big global community. So if you find anyone, and even if you haven't caught up with them here, just reach out to me and I'll put you in touch with that person, because all our ladies are super, super happy to connect with you and share their wisdom. Most of them have got opportunities that are just really, really easy, such as a
12 hours.
conversation. Oh, hello. We'll just pop everyone on mute if you can. Everyone has generally got something that they can share, even for free, just for you.
Yeah.
Connect with them. So, hello.
You just
Whoever not on mute, can you just pop yourself on mute, please? That would be super cool. Fantastic. Well, we might move on to Colleen. Colleen, are you here yet? Would you like to come to the stage? We're a little bit early for you, aren't we, Colleen? Do you have people coming soon? Is it a problem if you speak early and come and chat around with us? Is that all right?
Absolutely. I'm totally flexible. Here to support you, Annie.
Fantastic. Awesome. Awesome. Well, it is such a joy to have you come and share with us. If Krista arrives, we will then just piggyback Krista on the other side. Unless you are here, Krista, if you are, just come on board and make yourself known straight away. It's been such a joy to meet Colleen over the last few months. Those of you who've been on previous summits know that I've always had Linda Fisk come and share, and Linda Fisk is welcome to share anytime on any of my platforms, because I seriously have a girl crush on her. She's like a sister from another mister in the US. I just absolutely love what she's done with Leadership Global, and Women's Biz Global are diamond partners with them. What does that mean? It just means that everyone who's part of Leadership Global gets automatically an opportunity to do anything with Women's Biz Global, and also gets a 10% discount on any of our services as well. And we have opportunities that we are also in their newsletters, and we just promote each other, which is the way we just love doing business and life. It's just a really wonderful opportunity. And now Colleen Kelsey has come on and become the new CEO because Linda Fisk has now become the chair of Lead Hership Global. And so it's been really great. And this is the first opportunity that we've had for Colleen. I was just chatting with Colleen just during the week, and I'm like, oh my gosh, gorgeous, you need to be speaking here on this summit because you've also got some other people from Leadership Global who are also regular speakers at our summit, and such as Kathy Dirksen. And so it is great to be, just to be having global networks because it extends our reach, right? You know, you suddenly go, and that's what it's like. It's when you partner up and, you know, they do things with She's the Boss as well. There's so many different networks of women, and we love them all pretty much, you know, and we've all got different things that may add value to you. And it's great just to check them all out and just to see. And if we can help you in any way, if you're wanting to get conversations, introductions, sometimes it's like, oh, I just don't know that person, or, you know, you might not just be, you know, like I can just chat to anyone and just go, I'll just make a meeting. Many of you coming along to this summit might go, oh, well, I'm just not that person, or I feel intimidated, or I feel a bit shy, or whatever. That's okay. Just let me know and I'll introduce you to absolutely anyone you would like. And they're all like really super lovely and friendly once you meet them. So I'm going to hand over to you now, Colleen, because we are looking forward to having you share.
Thank you so much, Annie. And I absolutely love the opportunity to share. I really believe that women do support each other through sharing their own personal stories. So I'm excited that Annie asked me to share this. And this is a story that I've told before. So this is not a first time story. This is a story that's been told over and over again, because I think it does really signify true pivot and prospering. And this story starts way back in 2004. So almost 20 years ago. In October of this year, it'll actually be 20 years where this story originated. And just to let you know where I was in 2004, I was 34 years old at that point. I am still living in the same place. I live in Pensacola, Florida, which is on the Gulf Coast of Florida. It's on the very northwest portion of Florida. So we're actually even in the central time zone, if that gives you some perspective. But it's a beautiful Gulf Coast area. We're right here on gorgeous white sand beaches, gorgeous area for vacationing. And of course, I get to live here, which is such a thrill. Back in 2004, I was building a business as a financial advisor. I had already worked for a number of large financial companies, including Merrill Lynch, Wachovia Securities, and back in 2004, I was working for New York Life. And I was really passionate about helping individuals and businesses on protection. So making sure they had life insurance in place, making sure that they had disability insurance in place. Building investments was important, but I was really all about protecting current assets. And I was a little bit different than my male colleagues. So there were plenty of men that I worked with, and they did traditional ways of building business. They did what I call chicken dinner seminars, which is where you buy dinner for everybody just for them to come listen to your presentation. A lot of my male colleagues would do door knocking, which is where they would go around a neighborhood and knock on every door in that community just to introduce themselves. And they also did cold calling, which meant you had to have a list of people to actually call. And then you had just conversations with total strangers. None of those techniques that worked for my male colleagues really worked for me. What worked for me, what I realized, was networking. I loved going to lunch and learns. I loved going to chamber breakfasts. I loved going to any event where it generated business, individuals in business, and casual conversation. And I'm sure that had to do with self-esteem. I've struggled with lack of worth for a long, long time. And definitely working in a male-dominated industry, that came out a lot. And so I loved networking. I was at every event in town and things were working really well. I also realized that I loved building my business the way I wanted to build it, which meant I wasn't challenged geographically either. A small community just to the west of us is called Perdido Key. And Perdido Key is even more gorgeous than Pensacola. And in Perdido Key, most of the business owners are really concerned with casual conversations and really slowing down. Whereas in downtown Pensacola, it was a little bit more like a traditional downtown environment. When I went in downtown Pensacola, I dressed kind of like this. I was dressed up. Today, I don't have on pantyhose, but back then you had to wear pantyhose if you were going to do any business prospecting in downtown Pensacola. Whereas Perdido Key was a little bit more casual. I might not wear a jacket in Perdido. I might actually wear a casual sweater or sandals because it's a beach community. And so I loved building my business over there. In 2004, October, the entire area actually got hit by what ended up being a Cat 4 hurricane. It was one of these hurricanes that today we're much better about forecasting where it's going to hit. Back then, we had a pretty good clue, but this hurricane was one that kind of changed courses in the middle of the night. It also sped up and gained in power, so that when it hit us, it hit a direct hit as a Cat 4 in Perdido Key, Florida. It created millions, if not billions of dollars worth of property damage. Lots of the entire area was devastated. FEMA came in and FEMA handed out tarps for people for their roofs. All the tarps they used were blue. And before long, you could drive up and down the streets and every single house on every single street had a blue tarp on it, meaning every single person faced damage. For the first time, I really struggled about what I was going to do to rebuild my business. Nobody wanted to talk about life insurance or investments. They were really concerned about rebuilding their businesses that were just destroyed, finding new automobiles, or repairing their homes, which were now devastated. I really was concerned about what I was going to do. And the last thing I was going to do was go to my male colleagues and tell them that I was struggling. So the first time I really needed community, and I didn't have community around me. So I had to be brave. I ran into a couple other girlfriends, and these are women that I just casually knew in conversation. We ran into each other at these networking events that I used to attend. We weren't even that good of friends, but we went to lunch that day. And quite honestly, I think we went to lunch because we wanted to sit somewhere that had air conditioning. As every place was rebuilding, it was becoming easier to find places to meet, but nothing was happening in town as far as networking. None of the chambers were doing anything about rebuilding networking connections. They were all about providing bridge loans. They were all about cleaning up properties and trying to help business owners that were negotiating with insurance companies. Networking was not on their agenda at all. And I didn't know what to do. I asked these two other ladies that I ran into, I said, "What are you doing?" And they said, "We don't know either." So as we're sitting there at lunch, I thought this lunch was going to be a commiseration opportunity, us to talk about how everything was horrible and dismal and how we were struggling. And what we actually did was we actually asked each other, "What do you do? And how can I support you?" And I didn't know what to do for me as a financial advisor who was commission only in a male-dominated industry. But I absolutely knew what to tell Natasha. Natasha ran a cleaning company, and I had 100 ideas of what she could do to build business right after a major disaster. I also knew what to tell Kathleen. Kathleen was the marketing manager of an HR company. Businesses were struggling to find employees, and I had a million ideas for Kathleen about what I would do if I was an HR business marketing manager. But I didn't know what to do for me. What I didn't realize is both Kathleen and Natasha knew exactly what to tell me. They had 100 ideas for me because they could see what I could do, even though they couldn't see what they could do for themselves. And that's what the power of community really is about. It's about opening ourselves up and saying we each have something valuable to share. We each have opportunity, experience, whether it's bad or good, and all of that information is data to help each other move forward. And when we open up ourselves to that and we let down any competition or any issue of worrying about sharing information with the other person, we actually create synergy, which is something greater than each individual person themselves. When both people share ideas, it creates even larger ideas and it creates huge confidence. We didn't realize it, but that one day birthed what is now a 501c3 nonprofit. We continued meeting every single day or every single month for the last almost 19 years. We just recently started to reshift that nonprofit when I took over my new role with Leadership Global. But over the years, we've held over 11 annual conferences. We've motivated thousands of women through 9 editions of a print magazine that we did. We held leadership classes to teach women skills on networking, business building, efficiency, and confidence. And we help support those women who help support thousands of other women through them. That one moment of embracing other women was so new to me, but it was so important in my leadership journey. And that's my moment of pivot and prosper.
Oh, thank you so much for sharing. And what a great example of the value of community, right? Oh, you've got some pals here immediately. Hi, Carol. Lovely to see you join us. And Zane. So wonderful. Often we don't see, it's amazing. You look at other people and you go, I know what they need. I know what they need. And that's right. Also, it requires a little bit of, grace and humility for yourself to actually allow other people and invite them in and go, can you help me? What do you think I need? I love that aspect of community, that you are there to, hopefully just add value to other people. And so you don't have to be selling at them. It just means that if what you're offering is of value to them, then they're going to find that, and they're going to find it because of the way you operate, Colleen, and I know all of you will be the same, that it's about those regular contacts. It's about developing those relationships, those friendships over periods of time that people just go genuine. And then they actually hear you share excitedly about, the people that you have served. And they're like, if it's of interest to them, they're like going, oh, well, I'd like to be one of those people. That would be great for me, absolutely fantastic. I also love that example of, some of the men doing that cold calling. I'm exactly the same. I'm like going, oh, I couldn't think, you just shoot me now. I couldn't stand doing that. Whereas actually having those conversations and developing those relationships and getting part of the community, I love that. Synergy is one of my favorite words as well. It's just so cool when you go, gosh, the sum of the parts. There's just so many different views, different minds, different services that together it just explodes, right? So valuable. Oh, absolutely brilliant. And how perfect now on your journey, along that journey from, getting wiped out by tornadoes and rebuilding and trying to work out how to position yourself, and then to be on that path. And still, you never would have imagined then that you would have been CEO of Leadership Global, and now being exactly perfectly positioned, because your heart is community. And what do? They help the community of women be able to, level up in all the wonderful ways that you do. So I just love it when I see people who are just in the space that they should be in, that is meant to be. But it's all a stepping stone. So those of you who are watching and listening and joining us today, it might be that, you're not at that stage yet. You're on a part of the journey, and when you're sitting there looking at the blue tarps or wondering, well, what's the next step? And I don't feel comfortable in this space, but I don't know what to do in the next space. That's all right, as long as you just ask, reach out, and then find ways to level up. It would be a good thing. Any questions from any of those of you who are joining us now? Any questions you'd like to ask of Colleen? that would be wonderful.
I
Don't-
just want to jump in and say how cool it is that Colleen took that catastrophe and it helped her actually find her gifts and what
Yes.
she did the best. And Colleen, yes, in my life in the finance industry, I had the exact same experience with the men and their different ways of doing things and having to figure out my own way. But I love how that opportunity, how that experience just really brought out what your gifts are around connecting and finding resources and bringing people together. And you continue to do it so well. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. Thank you for that comment.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Any other comments before we move over to our next speaker, who's going to be Zane? No? All wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Well done, Colleen. All great. Everyone is loving you and wishes you all the best. So fantastic. We are going to move over to our next speaker, Zane, who hasn't spoken at a Women's Biz Summit before. So I'm so thrilled to have a new speaker join us. By the way, any of you who are watching in maybe now live, or you might be watching on the replay, what I do with Women's Biz Summit, because we have 40 to 50 speakers sometimes, I end up chopping all of those up and I release each speaker individually over the coming months as well. And so there'll be many ways that you might be watching this summit. I encourage you to, if you would love to level up, you are all welcome to contact me and see if you would like to speak at the next summit. You can see our style for those of you who are wondering, how does it all work? Basically, I invite the speakers to all speak for around 10 minutes on the topic. So this summit is Pivot and Prosper. How have we pivoted to prosper? We all need to have different pivot times. We've also had, last summit was called Grit and Grace, that combination of how do you use grit and grace to become more successful in what you're doing. We've had Mindset Magic, focusing on mindset. So we'll have a different theme every summit. And what I love the speakers to do is to really just sort of focus in on their key message according to the topic that we are talking about for around 10 minutes. And then we get that chat time as well. Sometimes that chat is directly after that speaker, depending on who I've got speaking afterwards. Sometimes it's after 2 or 3 speakers and we can have that panel time. So my job is just to keep it all flowing, to make sure that you are feeling welcome, that you are engaged. Definitely, if you put a comment in the chat, I will draw attention to that. We also love you to turn your cameras on so that we can see you, and we welcome you to put your hand up if you're wanting to ask a question as well. When the speaker is speaking, if you can just keep your computer on mute, though, that is super appreciated. So that's enough for me. I'm going to hand over to Zane now. Welcome to the summit, Zane.
Hey, I am honored to be here today to discuss my very poignant, emotional, pivotal moment in my career. I had worked tirelessly for several years, create a product very much like Uber and Lyft. Before there was Uber and Lyft, even on the horizon, I had worked with MasterCard to create a closed-loop credit card that could only be used for cabs and limo services. I mean, the idea was simple. Give your adult child the Make It a Habit Cabot card, preloaded money on it, and they could use it to get home from parties or school or your parents or whoever you wanted to. It was save that unfortunate drinking and driving episode. Anyway, like most entrepreneurs, I lived and breathed and worked incessantly on this program. I worked with MasterCard. They were going to collect all of the data about the who, what, when, and where the card was used, so you could get all of those details. And my target consumer was, believe it or not, alcohol companies, because they have a very big drink responsibly initiative. And I got some great response, but the biggest response I got was from Brown-Forman, one of the largest, as y'all know, Brown-Forman, one of the largest alcohol manufacturers in the world. They were very excited about the program. They thought, they talked about it. They go, we could do this at fairs and festivals. We could load the card up with $5 or $10 because it was reloadable. So once you used your money, you could reload it. So the card could be used forever as long as you kept money on it. So they go, we're going to give this to fairs and festivals, give it out to people, and it will just reinforce our Drink and Drive Responsible initiative. Well, I was over the moon, very excited because everybody signed non-confidentiality agreements. Everybody was on board. They were talking about how we can bring in Coca-Cola to this and get them to pay for part of the card. And it was a big deal. As in my life, it was a big deal. Anyway, the day we were supposed to sign the contract, I sent an email to the marketing manager, and it bounces back undeliverable. He had quit. He had quit that morning and was no longer there. And even though I knew everybody else in the marketing department, I did not know the new marketing guy. And by the time I, talked to him and gave my pitch and did all that, he was not going to promote an initiative that his predecessor started. He just wasn't going to have that. Well, to say I was crushed is an understatement. And thus the story begins. Now I started my new career after I, took about, 6 months off to grieve, because you do have to grieve. I mean, I spent years, my husband was so sick of hearing me talk about that cab card. And, but it was a great idea, obviously, because Uber and Lyft picked it right up. So anyway, but years ago, 25 years ago, I had written a children's book, and I just put it in the drawer, and I didn't know what to do with it. But what I did know is I wanted to become a certified etiquette professional. So I signed up for some classes, the course in Charleston, and I went down there for my couple of weeks to become certified. And the woman had written a book, a children's book about manners. And I said, oh, this is just a great book. Who published this for you? She goes, oh, I self-published. Well, light bulb went on. And from that point on, I was laser focused on getting my book published. I mean, I still do etiquette. I write articles, but my profession is I'm a international award-winning children's book author, and I'm working on my 6th book coming out. 7th one is right in here. And it changed my life because, when you're a creative person and you're excited about something and you go into it 100% full passion, you've got another idea in there. You're not a one and done person. You can do this. And I figured that out because I just thought, well, I'm going to be a certified etiquette professional, but no, now I'm a very, not to brag, but a very accomplished children's book author. Matter of fact, I just signed a contract to be on the New York Times Square billboard up there advertising my books and be on the cover of Mad Digital, MADD, digital magazine, and a 3-page spread. So life moves on. You just have to believe in yourself. You just have to know, we're our best friends. Well, you have to be your best friend, when you're in a women-driven industry and you're on your own. You do have to be your best friend. And I learned you have it in you. If you're creative, you're creative. So I did not dream I would become a children's book author. I was going to be an etiquette professional, and I am to some degree. I publish articles, but I don't want to teach etiquette, but I'm happy to write about it. But anyway, that's my story today, is for anyone who needs to hear that and who is grieving over a loss of a dream. Real dream is out there. Life has a plan. It really does. Of course, I'm a big Christian, and I know, I rely on God, but life has a plan, and it will lead you where you need to go. And I wasn't even going in that direction, but here I am. So, but anyway, I write a trademark series about the Tooth Fairy, the world's first tooth fairy ever. They're sold at Barnes & Noble, Target, Walmart, Amazon. The Houston Rodeo sells my little rodeo book. But anyway, so that's my story, and that my takeaway of this is, I learned a lot through my first process that I transferred over to this one. So, and I made it work. And if I can do it, anybody can do it. But anyway, that's my story. So thank you for listening.
What an amazing story. Wow. Going from a cart, a preloaded cart, and tell you what, I can imagine you under the doona Like seriously, you said 6 months. I reckon it would take 6 months. When you have a moment that you just go, oh my gosh, you know, where could this be? And it's kind of like, yeah, unlimited success and whatever. Like sometimes you have these moments going, you know, like pinch me now, it's just too good to be true. And but you always have unforeseen things, don't you? It could happen, and then suddenly someone changes, you know, and it can fall apart. Oh my gosh, it can just be
Your life changes on a dime. I mean, life changes on a dime.
Exactly. And paralyzing. It can then just be like, you know, it's kind of like your body can't, you know, if you haven't had that experience, it can be paralyzing because you can have wanted something, dreamt it and whatever, and it's like your body can't catch up with what's happening. So I totally can relate to that sort of moment, but thank goodness that you then pulled yourself out and you went and did something, and you would never have imagined children's book. And congratulations, 6 children's book and another one coming. How exciting. And it must be just you've tapped into this creative side. You must have learnt so much along the way. So cool. What have you learned most about yourself by actually tapping into that? Because you've obviously had that extra bit of etiquette training. So you've got all these little parts. I love the way women operate. You've got this, you know, you're obviously a techie, you know, got these creative ideas and from that business sense, but you've also got this other sort of creative side, storytelling side. Yeah. Was that always a childhood passion, or is it just that you suddenly went, oh, that sounds interesting, I'd love it?
Well, I've always loved to write, and was always had a very wild imagination. But you'd ask me what the biggest takeaway is. My biggest takeaway out of all of this is trust your gut instincts. I can't tell you how many times I have rewritten that first book 3 times, and because I did not trust my instincts about, you know, this, that, or another, but just trust your gut. You are your best friend. And I don't know that I'm still working on that. I still am working on trying to trust. And even though I know that my instincts are good, obviously everybody's, you know, you've got good and bad, but just trust your instincts. That's my suggestion to everybody.
Yeah,
it's there for a reason to guide you.
It is there for a reason to guide you. I think that's a perfect way to finish this little section off, because it exactly, we are our biggest enemies. You know, we sabotage ourselves. We go in, we have the instincts and then go, oh, I better not do that. Like, why? If the instinct is there for a reason. It's saying, learn, grow, try it, jump into it. You know, you're not getting that instinct for no reason, right?
Well, and you don't trust yourself, because I had this idea, and someone said, oh no, do it like this. Well, I should have done it like I thought, because when I rewrote the book the 2nd or 3rd time, that's the way it is now. So, when I will learn that, I don't know, maybe it's a lifetime of learning to trust your instincts, but I highly encourage people, if you're in a position now where you don't know what to do, trust your instincts.
I think brilliant. I'm going to pop that in the chat. Trust your instincts.
Trust your instincts.
100%. Just keep saying it for a reason. Trust yourself.
Especially women. They're so intuitive. I mean, they really, we have it miles over men when it comes to being intuitive. I mean, they couldn't find their way out of a paper sack sometimes, but anyway, that's a different subject. But
it is a different subject, but we'll finish it there. Thank you so much to you, Zane. It's been a joy having you join us as a speaker. Also wonderful to have others join us during that session. Kathy's just sent her apologies, she had to race off, but it's been great having Kathy share with us. People are coming, people are going. We are here for 12 hours. You're welcome to do that. We love you to stay as long as you can, though. And we have our next speaker just arrived in the room, Lynn Power. Welcome to you, Lynn. Great to have you join us. Lynn is joining us first-time summit speaker with us. It's great to have so many first-time summit speakers coming to join us, and we are looking forward to you sharing with us. I'm just going to put the spotlight on you right now. Over to you, Lynn.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. This is fantastic, and it's early for me. I know it's late for you. It's I'm here in California, so it's 10:30 in the morning for me. I love this topic of pivoting, especially for us women later in life. I'm 56, and I did a pretty major pivot when I was in my, I was 52 at the time. So you're never too old to do what you love or to figure out your passion. The key is just how to make that happen, right? So I've had sort of 3 different pivots over the last couple of years, all triggered by different things. And I think that's one of the things I wanted to bring up, is that it's important to kind of understand, is the trigger happening an external trigger? Is it an internal trigger? Are you pivoting away from something, or are you pivoting towards something? And those all lead to different decisions and different timeframes and different outcomes. So my first major pivot was in 2018. I was the CEO of a large ad agency in New York City, and I had loved the business for 30 years, really enjoyed doing what I was doing, but what I really loved is building brands. And that's what got me excited. And what I found I was doing, as many of you can probably relate to this, I wasn't doing that anymore. I was doing a lot of bureaucratic stuff. So I was dealing with HR issues, a big public lawsuit that kind of kicked off the Me Too movement in advertising, which was quite a doozy. I was dealing with finance meetings every day, not my jam. So after doing that for a couple of years, and it was really grueling, I just decided, what am I doing? Life is too short. I need to get back to doing what I love. So I left my career and my high-paying job to become an entrepreneur. And so now I've launched a hair care brand called Masami in 2020. And then I launched a candle business later that year. And my first pivot was leaving my big job. That was pivot number 1. Pivot number 2 is I launched in February at New York Fashion Week in 2020, a month before COVID lockdown. And salons were a very big part of my business plan, which went out the window, as we all know. So I had to quickly figure out, well, I've now birthed this brand. How can I keep it going under this circumstances? So that was another pivot, which led me to focus more on my direct-to-consumer business, my content, my customers. And then the third pivot was a year later, I got breast cancer. So I had to go through a year's worth of treatment of, chemo, radiation, surgery, the whole 9 yards. And that time I also was kind of reflecting on, well, I can't do everything I've been doing. So it was really about a prioritization and a refocus. And I ended up sadly having to park my little candle business, which I love. It's a beeswax, non-toxic, amazing smelling candles, but I didn't have the bandwidth to do everything. And so I had to be really honest with myself and really figure out what was it that I wanted to focus on. And so that little business, sadly, has been just kind of left to the side until at some point down the road, I'll return to it. But for now, it's just kind of parked at the side. And what I ended up doing was launching the Conscious Beauty Collective, which is a group of 30 plus indie beauty and wellness brands, and we create retail experiences. And that was launched to help Masami. Hello, husband. So that was launched to help my hair care brand. But it was also a pivot I did because we wanted to get exposure. We wanted to be in a physical space. And I really enjoy working with other founders. And so for me, that was checked a lot of boxes, even though my husband was like, you're going through treatment. This is crazy. You can't launch a store. Well, first of all, when everyone says don't do it, that's when you should do it, because screw that. I'm all about like, no, 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 I can do that. So I did. I launched the first store in San Francisco in 2022. We now are in Palm Springs, California, which I made it easier for myself by opening a store here. But really that one was a proactive pivot. So I would say there are sometimes when you're looking to change something that isn't working and is broken. There's sometimes when there's an external factor like COVID forces you to assess and change. And then there's times when circumstances outside my control, like my breast cancer, just allowed me the space to really prioritize and look at my business and analyze my business and see what was really working for me. And what I'd realized was the thing that was working the best for me was these brand partnerships that I'd been doing. Again, pragmatic because of COVID. And that was what led to thinking, well, if I could scale that and do 30 of those instead of just 2 or 3 at a time, that starts to become meaningful. I can make a real dent. We can really accelerate the clean beauty movement. We can support each other as small indie founders. And that's what's happened. And I also just love working with the other founders and sharing and learning from each other. So out of all my pivots, there's 3 lessons that I just wanted to put out there and then open it up for discussion. But, the first is something that you can do even if you're not thinking about pivoting, and you should do anyway. And I feel like as women, we're not great at it. So Annie doing this is fantastic because it's really taps into the number one thing, which is build a network. Men are really good at asking anyone they know or people they don't know for help, or to do things for them or for favors. And, I was never great at that, but I've become really good at that because it's such a really good thing to have, especially when you're going through any kind of challenge, whether it is a healthcare challenge, whether it's a business challenge, whether it's just an idea you had, to be able to bounce your thinking off of people who get it, people who've either been through it, people are peers, people have a similar business, or even people that don't have anything to do with your business. Sometimes those are the most useful of all because you really get a different perspective than being so insular. The second thing I'd say is stay curious. I do a lot of experimentation on my business, and it's that experimentation that led me to that sort of epiphany that the brand partnerships were so great for momentum. And if I hadn't been trying a lot of different things, I might not have realized that. So, we'll do everything. I'm on social selling apps, live streaming apps. I'm on influencer platforms. I'm on all sorts of things. And that's been really good for opening your eyes to what the possibilities even are. Because sometimes you can connect the dots in really interesting and, I guess, inspired ways that you might not have seen before by just opening your network even bigger, trying out different things that you might be uncomfortable with, like TikTok Shop for me. I don't love doing TikToks, but I'm doing them. And then, that's just a good way to help you increase your knowledge to figure out what it is you love, you're good at, where there's a market need, all those things. And then the third thing I would just say is once you kind of have decided in your mind about what it is that you really do want to do, don't sit on your ass. Start doing it, do it fast because the markets are changing so quickly around us. It used to be when I started in the advertising world, there was a 5-year plan. Oh my God, no one can think that far out. There's not even a 5-month plan feels too long now. Now it's maybe 5 days, 5 weeks at the most. So you really have to jump on things and act and give yourself permission to not have it be perfect. So even if you don't feel ready, I think that's almost better. You can just do it because then you can learn, you can iterate, you can move, you can pivot, you can do all those things, but you're moving. And, moving in the right direction is a huge part of it. And just getting yourself going is a huge part of it. All right. So I've been yammering on. questions, thoughts? Oh, you're muted. There you
Yeah,
go.
I muted myself there. Sorry about that. I love that. I'm just going to kick one off of permission not to be perfect. I tell you what, that'll just change your life, ladies. So often we wait till all our ducks are in a row, till we feel more confident, till we feel more reassured, till we get approval from other people. There's so many things. And as I feel like every speaker has had that element of just trust yourself, just get in there, just learn along the way, and that permission to be creative, that permission, the true innovators, creators, people who really change things fail a lot of times. They just fail forward, right? So that is so true. That is such a gold nugget that I want all of you to be really focusing on that's right. What are you waiting for? And will the world fall down if it's not perfect? No, pretty much most things, like it won't be a disaster. You'll learn a lot from yourself, and you'll also, like you said, you'll learn from others. I love your collective, what you were saying there about the collective. I love what you've done that with Conscious Beauty, Conscious Beauty Collective. I love that because you're going to be learning from each other, and you're a true founder, right? True founders know the value of meeting up with other founders because you've all got innovative mindsets. And so the value of the collective to be able to do what you're trying to do, it can just be cheaper, more effective, more efficient, but also so valuable in being able to just tap into each other's ideas. Absolutely love that. Did others feel that or have another thought? That's a thumbs up from Mariana and a smile.
No, I love the 3 points you put it in there. I love the networking is key, and especially women. I think we have another way to network, and we need to be together because not always we are so welcome in the men's world. So we need to go together. The point of creativity is phenomenal. I love that also she put it away one business that she thought she was not going forward. She had the courage to let's go in another direction. Let's move on. And no expecting to have figure out and going forward is phenomenal. I saw so many scientific research and everything, how much women don't put forward until they have all figured out, or until they have 100% of the knowledge of the job that they're gonna go to the interview. And men go with 50 to 60% of the needs of the job, the requirement. Women don't go. So it's very interesting that we need to just move forward and figure out, and we probably have a lot more than we need already. So thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful comment.
Yeah, I've seen that research as well, by the way, that women have a tendency to want to feel like they've mastered whatever it is they want to do, where guys will just ask for the job and then figure it out. And I do think on one hand, that's good because, we're conscientious, we want to make a good impression, we want to do the right thing. But on the other hand, it really holds us back. So I do think there's an in-between, you don't want to go into something completely naive, but you also don't need to be a perfectionist. You don't need to have mastered it fully. You can learn on the job. I mean, I sometimes say, I know enough to be dangerous in just about everything in marketing. And that's, that's good and bad. But the key is, you got to also be realistic. I can't do everything anyway. So I want to hire and outsource the stuff I don't like to do. Finance, I already established it, not something I enjoy. So yeah, if you're able to, but this is the key. You need to know enough about it to be able to know what you're hiring for.
Yes.
Because oftentimes I see people that will like want to bring in, you know, a CX expert or a tech advisor, but they don't know how to evaluate those people.
Mm.
And then you ended up feeling burned because you brought somebody in who didn't have the skill sets that you actually needed to do your whatever you're trying to do. So you do have to know enough. Just a little, just a little.
Yes. 100%, 100%. You need to know enough, particularly, you know, if you, as your business grows. I mean, I'm a CEO of, you know, and once you've got teams and stuff, you do have to know enough to be dangerous, but enough to recruit, enough to know, you know, what those people's roles are, how you're measuring their success, how that contributes to the overall. So valuable and important. I love, before I share with our next speaker, I love what you said there, unfortunately, about the candles, because, you know, having a candle business is just so wonderful. But also the ability to go, you know what, I'm going to have to shelve that, you know. And first, I'm so happy you've got through your cancer journey. That's absolutely huge. So wonderful to see you in good health. But to actually go, you know, life happens. If you get too busy, that's it. And a couple of speakers have already spoken about how you just can't do everything. You know, you can do it, but at different times, you know, you can't always be able to put it all on the same plate, and to be able to know where to focus. But you can create businesses and opportunities that you can then go, right, I'm just going to shelve that and then pick it up at another time, or sell it on to someone else, or do something else. But you don't have to be, you know, it's not like that's just because you started it, it's like a sunk cost. You go, oh, I have to do it now. No, you don't. There's nothing, you know, wrong with actually just putting that aside for another time while you position yourself where you are. So thank you so much for sharing. I'm sure we'll chat again soon, but I'm going to now, our next speaker is actually put in a presentation. Her name is Amanda Japel George. So I will share my screen and hopefully that will all work for you. Here we go. Just pop that over. I was trying to make it bigger for you so you didn't see my messy screen, but it doesn't seem to be sliding across for some reason. But anyway, you'll just have to have my messy screen then. Here we go.
Good evening, ladies. It is an honor to be speaking at this Women's Empowerment Summit for 2024. My name is Amanda Japal George from the beautiful island of Grenada, Carriacou, and PJ Martinique. In case you're wondering, it's one of those tiny Caribbean islands with lots of sun, lots of sand, and lots of spices. Just a bit of background information. I work at Poly Natural Spring Water. I'm the founder and director of Better Future Together BFT Incorporated, a charitable organization. I'm a WLF ambassador, social media manager, customs broker, writer, etc. I have certifications in over 100 different courses, a master's in English literature, creative writing, and currently pursuing my master's in accounting. Before we commence this evening, I'd like to say welcome and thank you for making an effort to be here today. And I'd like to start off by reading 3 quotes, 1 being my favorite and 2 being relevant topic. 1, never be bullied into silence. Never allow yourself to be made a victim. Accept no one's definition of your life. Define yourself. Change is the only constant in life. One's ability to adapt to those changes will determine your success in life. Life happens. Adapt, embrace change, and make the most of everything that comes your way. As individuals, I believe that we are not to be defined by society's ideology of women, that we should be seen and not heard. We are not to be controlled by others. We should not lose our identity. Oftentimes, we find us as women would stop short of finding ourselves, and we become a version that someone else wants us to be. I want us to remember that each one of us is unique in our own way. Neil said it best, quote, "The one thing that you have is you," end quote. So be you and be the best version of you, confident, brave, and resilient. We need to remember our worth. It is said that whatever you give a woman, she will make greater. If you give her sperm, she'll give you a baby. If you give her a house, she'll give you a home. If you give her groceries, she'll give you a meal. I want you to know that each of you possess something within to make you great. So take that idea and turn it into a goal. Take that goal and turn it into a business and make whatever you do profitable. I want you to remember to be you, because the world will never have another you. So why not leave the mark that you were destined to leave? My job today is to assist you in finding yourself. Let's begin. The key words for this year's summit is pivot, prosper, and change. In order to understand how to adapt to change to succeed, we must first define the terms pivot, prosper, and change. Pivoting is a process of adapting to changing circumstances in order to achieve success. Prosper means to thrive or succeed. Change, to make someone or something different. Now that we have these definitions, let us now answer the burning question. How does one change to succeed? There are 10 ways to adapt to changes. Number 1, accept the change. We need to accept that change will occur, that it is inevitable, and that progress sometimes is impossible without change. When you accept changes, you are now open to the changes around you. You are ready and better equipped to face those challenges. Number 2, and we only have 10 minutes, so we would go through this quickly but smoothly. Number 2, stay positive. Stay positive are one of the key ways one can adapt to change. A positive attitude can often result in a positive outcome. Do not let negativity cloud your judgment. Oftentimes, having negative thoughts can prevent us from even commencing action on that said change. But a positive outlook can impact the way these changes are treated. Sometimes what we view as a negative change can lead us to a more fulfilling life. Number 3, be flexible. Be open-minded and able to adjust to your circumstances. Create new routines. If the old is no longer working or it no longer suits the change, remember, things in life is subject to change, so adapt a situational leadership style. Be very flexible. Number 4, gain a fresh perspective. A fresh perspective is needed for requisite changes to occur. Love and life sometimes is blind, and it's nearly impossible to see through because the lens that we're using doesn't suit our eyesight, or the glasses that is being worn is foggy, so it needs to clean. Therefore, we need to view our situation from the outside, and sometimes it's necessary to view that in someone else's perspective. Number 5, Focus on what you can control. Too often, we find ourselves dwelling on situations that we have no control over. Let's take a step back and make changes in the areas that we can. Doing so can give a form of security to you. Create a list of things that states what I can control and what cannot be controlled about this particular situation or thing. This can eventually lead you to the solution that you're longing for. Number 6, develop new skills. Developing a new skill can boost your self-esteem and confidence, as well as propel you to greater career heights. A new skill can combat many challenges and can provide you with a plan of action, thus making adapting to change easier. Number 7, look for new opportunities. Embrace the chances of meeting new people, starting a new job, focusing on the possibilities on new opportunities that can result from simple change can better help to adapt to that said change. It is often said, when life hands you lemons, make lemonade. Number 8, prepare for different scenarios. In a martial arts class, we were taught always to be prepared, for you never know what can happen. Therefore, it is important to consider potential changes to prepare for various outcomes and challenges while still maintaining a positive outlook. Note well that there is an advantage in preparation. Number 9, set new goals. If there is an obstruction in your path, set new goals. Set goals to overcome your obstacles. Set goals regarding dealing with the aftermath of your challenges. Goals can create new perspectives in your life and encourage you to direct your energy on areas that can propel you further. And number 10, take care of yourselves. Be kind to yourselves. Remember, change is normal, so give yourself a break. Oftentimes, it has nothing to do with you because who doesn't struggle at times? Simply calm your thoughts and mind and always put your best foot forward. As women, we tend to look after everyone but ourselves, the job, the family, the pets, and we neglect our own well-being. By following these few steps, you will be able to better adapt to the changes in your family, your workplace, and overall. Sometimes that divorce you're crying over can be the best thing that have ever happened to you. Sometimes being fired can birth new opportunities. Remember, you are not alone. We've all been there. You've overcome obstacles before, and you can do it again. So thank you. Thank you for having me, and all the best for 2024. And I want you guys to continue to pivot and to prosper because you've got this.
Oh, thank you so much, Amanda. What great tips there, everyone. That was just wonderful to hear. So thank you so much to Amanda for preparing that presentation to us. And that's a possibility for others who want to be speakers. If you're worried about your internet connection, different things, there's no problem by doing that because we all get to enjoy and share. What great tips. If you weren't writing them down like I was, accept the change, stay positive, be flexible, gain a fresh perspective, focus on what you can control. That's a good one. Develop new skills, look for new opportunities, prepare for different scenarios, also very powerful. Set new goals and take care of yourself. I love the practicality given in those presentations today as well. Absolutely fabulous. Thank you so much to Amanda. And now we are heading on to our next speaker, should be Precious. And I know Precious has been here for a while through quite a lot of our speakers. So hopefully she is still there and hasn't ducked off to another room. Are you there, Precious? You're here.
Thank
you.
Yes.
Fantastic. I'm just going to put the spotlight on my screen for you. Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us today, Precious. We're really looking forward to you sharing with us.
Thank you so much. Apologies, my light might not be as good, but I'm really grateful for this opportunity that you've given me, Annie. Thank you so much. And yes, I've been listening into the other speakers that have spoken ahead of me. It has been very insightful. I've learned a lot, and I hope that we continue to network beyond this conference that we are having. So for me, my moments of pivoting were really challenged when we faced COVID-19. I think that's where one of my biggest challenges had to come out, like I have to just get into figure out myself completely and entirely. I found myself living in a season that I had never lived before, and I didn't know how to navigate as an entrepreneur. And also, I think because it was a new experience for most of us, it became such a difficult season, and a season that was also filled with so much loss. But again, for one to have had to overcome that, we needed to pivot really, personally and even in our businesses that we run. So and I think during that time I found myself facing a lot of shame. I found my business just crumbling down, emotionally, mentally. I just collapsed. I just couldn't find my feet. And I think number one, I just want to acknowledge I'm a Christian, I'm a believer. And I'm grateful that I was able to pick myself through the power of God, and then I'm continuing to grow. And then there was also a huge support system around me of people that that stood out and supported and stood by and with me during that difficult time. So some of the learnings that I got from that time, and I still think that even as I proceed from that time of COVID, I've had to continuously evolve and improve myself and learn. There's been plenty. I think one of the key things was the ability to actually pivot is really a valuable skill that I realized that every now and again, as we are navigating difficult or challenging economic, political spheres that we find ourselves in, it's important to actually acknowledge that pivoting remains a very critical component in what we are doing personally or in our businesses. Be it in changing your industry that you've been running in or operating in or under, as some of the speakers have been speaking. Also, maybe being in the space where you're exploring new opportunities, where you feel like maybe a season for this has ended, I have to start a new thing. Pivoting remains a valuable skill. Or if you're adapting to evolving markets, I think with a lot of things that is going on around us at the moment, it's important to then just adapt to evolving markets and actually just being aware that this thing is real, it's happening. How do I continuously evolve? I think that has helped me. It became like more of a learning curve that I don't then dwell in a place of defeat as a victim, but I pick myself up and just continue as a victor, knowing that ultimately, all things work together for good. All of it requires careful planning. Once you're at that place where you acknowledge and realize that you need to pivot, it just requires careful planning. It requires determination and the willingness to embrace change. I think sometimes as entrepreneurs, when we face a hurdle or even in our personal journeys, it's difficult to actually embrace that change must happen and the change must start starts with me. And if you're an entrepreneur, you are a reflection of your business. If you don't evolve, if you don't pivot, if you don't grow, then your business also does not grow. So it became very important for me during that season that I needed to actually grow so that my organization can also grow beyond what I was facing. And some of the things I implemented during that time, they include self-reflection. I got to a place where I had to figure out who Precious really was in the storm, in the mud. I just had to find who Precious was to figure myself again. I had to weigh in the current situation, weigh in on the things that I thought were not working, and then maybe I zeroed in on the things that I felt like they had potential in that space. And I just was able then to grow myself. I had to also redefine my purpose. I think I had one speaker speaking earlier about purpose. You know, when you then get to a place where you realize that a lot of things are not as we thought they are. COVID came unexpected and we lost, we grew, we cried. But in the midst of all of that, we were able to find purpose one way or the other. So I'm one of those people that had to redefine my purpose, and I had to find meaning in all of that was happening around me, around a sinking ship. I also got to a place where I had to understand myself. Who is Precious really? What am I called to do? What am I setting myself out to do? What is the message that I'm putting across? What is my foundation? What are my values? What do I hold dear to? What must change? What must remain? I found myself digging the foundations and just laying foundation after foundation. Again, I also had to be very honest with myself. What are my strengths, my weaknesses? What are my interests? And what motivates my goals? What motivates me on a day-to-day basis? How do I wake up wanting to pursue something daily? And then again, I had to redefine the goals. Considering the pivoting moment, I had to redefine what it is that I'm trying to achieve, how achievable it is. So the goals also then had to be very smart. I needed to be realistic with myself. I needed to make sure that they are achievable, they are measurable, they are realistic. And then it was also very paramount for me to continuously research and network. I think I heard Colleen speaking about networking. I intentionally had put myself there, and the work that I'm doing, I had to do that. And then what also remained critical was for me then to also just further develop myself. I found myself having to learn a lot online. Okay, how do I navigate through this? How are others overcoming certain things that they're overcoming? How do I continuously become better? It was also, I think if that's the reason why I'm even on this platform, is to further seek guidance and just trying to see who can be able to mentor, help, you know. I think especially for some of the young entrepreneurs like ourselves, sometimes we are very ambitious and sometimes we might not have this right teachable spirit to be able to take our work better, to make our work better, to take the things that we are doing, you know, to scale it better, to take it to nations and things like that. So that moment also just helped me in building relationships that are either vertical or horizontal so that I can be able to grow, because it was very clear in that time that even for business, for you to get work, you needed to know people. Again, also even in the African context where I live, you know, relationships are very critical. So I've had also to just work on my relationships, extend boundaries, go beyond certain geographies that would have ordinarily limited me. And again, last but not least, I've just learned to be consistent. And I think naturally, by virtue of me being an entrepreneur, I'm resilient, I'm stubborn like that. And just touching into some of my work that I do, I've been able to set up a cleaning company in South Africa. I'm Zimbabwean born, but I've been able to set up a cleaning company in South Africa, which was my first venture. We have placed about 5,000 women on jobs, still counting, working on some apps that we are trying to develop. I run an organization called Vessels of Virtue, which is becoming an international brand as well, where we train entrepreneurs. We have a humanitarian arm. We have the healthcare sector that we are trying to put medical rooms in marginalized communities in Zimbabwe, Kenya, and South Africa. We have also been able to run a magazine that runs monthly that feature leaders, entrepreneurs, and social entrepreneurs. We have set up a digital hub that is setting out to train women and youths on digital skills. We've partnered with Amazon and Microsoft. I'm an author. I love writing. I love expressing myself through paper. So once again, Annie, thank you so much for opening this door for me, for allowing me to share, and I hand over back to you. Thank you once again.
Muted myself again. Thank you so much, Precious. Absolutely brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. You have set up a cleaning company in South Africa that's now got 5,000 women working in those roles. Congratulations to you just on that merit alone. Absolutely inspirational. So well done to you. I can feel your energy. I can feel your passion, your purpose. You are driven. You are growing. You are navigating all of those challenges, which is a lot I heard there in your sharing was grow personally to grow professionally. All right. And I don't know if any of the rest of you put in the chat or actually just pop your hand up to have a little hello here too of, you know, that is so important. Often we think professionally it's got to be business courses, you know, work on content, information, all that sort of thing. And yes, that's all important. But to grow personally, I love that. Who is Precious? You know, who are you? All of our delegates. So as you're watching it, who are you, and what do you stand for? What do you value? What is driving you? Why is it driving you? How are you going to measure your success? All of these things are so important, which is why I love being a business coach. But it's so important because, and even in that little comment I made, it's because we need to grow ourselves personally to grow professionally. We come to work as that person. We operate and we make decisions based on who we are as a person. And so it is so important. Precious, I think you're doing just such an incredible job. You're growing into such a beautiful, powerful woman. So you are empowered because of what you are doing. And I love that. You also spoke about relationships and the value of relationships. So important, you know. And so for those of you who haven't tapped into the value of collaboration, the value of these relationships that you can develop, please do so more and more and more. First step, come to summits. I've got these every 3 months. I've also got weekly business boot camps, I call them, but basically come and ask anything. Everyone coming to this summit has been given an opportunity to be a Women's Biz Global Tribe member. First month is free. Give it a go. Come along to our meetings once a week. You can just ask absolutely anything. Part of the tribe is you get access to the boot camp course, business boot camp. Can't go wrong. Start coming along. See if it adds value to you, content, but also meet other people. It's the biggest way. If you're not sort of feeling confident, meet others. Come to something that just sets it up for you. There are so many ways to engage. You know, and what you've shared there, Precious, of build those relationships. You know, you've mentioned that you've moved to South Africa and you're doing things in a different area. That means you've got to make relationships in that area. I do everything global, so it doesn't matter. It's actually easier because everyone's just on a Zoom or a different platform. But if you're in a physical location, you got to join those business chambers. You want to meet their media. You want to meet those people who are movers and shakers and influencers in your space in that area. So well done, and thank you for highlighting those points to us today, Precious. It is so important to be able to be doing that and look at the benefits that you're finding from being able to put yourself in that way, you know. able to move mountains. You're moving mountains and you're shifting the dial of gender empowerment definitely in your area of the world, and it is so, so important. And those women, you're doing more than you can even imagine, because those women that you are helping have positions, they are going to be influencing generations after them in the roles that they're holding, the position, the income that they're getting, the opportunities for their families. It affects their personally, it affects their families, it affects their communities, and it flows on a ripple effect to affect, everyone that they touch. So thank you so much, Precious. Absolutely loved your presentation. Our next presentation is going to be Nikki Green, who I can see is here, but yay. But I would love to open up to any of you who would love to have a comment, some feedback, any thing it might have been from what you heard from Precious. It might be something else that you've gained a little insight from one of our previous speakers. You can see we've got a lot of speakers on our program today, but it is about you, our delegates. So is there anyone online who go, you know what, I wouldn't mind having a comment, something that I have heard, learnt, just pop yourself back on the stage. We'd love to hear from you. Otherwise, I can just chat away. That is never a problem, by the way. But I would actually love to hear from you. Anyone feeling brave enough, bold enough? No? Alrighty, that is okay as well. Are you happy to start early, Nikki, or would you like to have your people specifically waiting for your, I think you're on in 5 minutes, but we can chat for 5 minutes before if that's important.
You know me, I'm always ready to rock. But I wanted to say one of the nice things that Precious said is, really about redefining your purpose. And I really like that and resonated with that, because I think that's what so many of us are going through, is redefining our purpose, especially as we go through different phases of life. So yeah, just shout out. That was a really nice presentation, and excited to see all the stuff she's up to.
Yeah, it is exciting, isn't it? It's super exciting to actually see that. And welcome to you, Michelle. I can see you on my screen. Welcome to you today. Super exciting. It's just amazing what women can just do. And just, I love that, when everything can be, she started her presentation, COVID helped, brought her, watched her business crumble, shame, and just total disappointment. And then she can rise through that to be doing what she's doing now. I mean, seriously, if you don't think you can just, move mountains, you're wrong. Because when you start applying your mindset to go, well, what can I do? How can I do it? Who can I collaborate with? What opportunities are? And Precious, you shared, you get online, you just learn things, you tap into other people's networks and find out what you can do. I tell you what, everything is possible. It's mindset. It's just triggering yourself to go, okay, well, today's a new day and I am going to accept all that it brings. And also put yourself out there, dive in. Every single speaker has gone and said, use those instincts, just be bold, be brave, back yourself. Okay. I just added that one, back yourself. Always back yourself, even when others aren't. If you've got that, burning desire to do something, make it happen. So I am now going to introduce you to the amazing Nikki Green. Nikki has spoken at other summits. She's now becoming, I'm going to call her a regular. She's also on an episode of Women's Biz TV that's coming to cable in hopefully the next couple of months. You are not going to want to miss a moment when we bring Nikki to the stage. So welcome, Nikki. I'm going to put the spotlight on you right now. There you go.
Oh, thank you. So good to see you again. See some familiar faces in the audience and some new folks to meet. I love the opportunity to continue to expand my global audience and meet some new friends. So yeah, if you guys haven't connected yet, we'll drop my link in the chat in the end here and say hi. But yeah, love any opportunity to speak on Annie's stage. Annie's always full of energy and keeps me going. So I really love that. Yeah, so today we're talking about pivots, right? And I think a lot of us have have these common times in life where we've had to pivot, because a lot of times change is things that happens to us, even with the best of planning and the best of us trying to make the, you know, the every step go A, B, C. It doesn't usually happen. My pandemic was no different. Although some of my issues started happening a whole year before the rest of the world shut down. So in 2019, I decided to leave California and go and expand my corporate team here to Chicago. As you can see, the snowy trees behind me here in my office. And so I needed a change. I needed something different. My corporate job wasn't fulfilling me. I was separating from my husband of 20 years. Just a lot of things in my life were just kind of like, man, this just doesn't feel right. So I started a fresh start, you know, in a new place and taking on some new responsibilities for work. And I just sort of dove full in. And then it comes to about, you know, a couple months right before 2019 is about to end. And I'm sitting on a beach in Hawaii, relaxing, and I get a phone call from work. That's the last thing you want when you're finally on vacation at the end of a tough year, is a call from work. And they said, by the way, we just want to let you know before you get here, we have a new manager. And you're not going to like who he is. So, you know, after this already difficult year of transition and change, I was like, man, you got to be kidding me. And right there on that beach, I already made a plan. Like, I've got to leave this job. I've got to find the next thing. And then as I got back to Chicago, you know, like all of us, everything started shutting down. And so it gave me this really like kick in the rear, honestly, of, well, you need to make a quick decision. You need to really get on top of this. You can't wait, because things are going to be changing faster than you can allow them, you know, to happen. And so the 1 year came up on my apartment, March 17th, 2020. And my landlord said, well, you know, we think this is a great time to sell. So you either need to buy this condo for $500,000 or you need to move out, 3 days before the pandemic shut down. So on top of wanting to quit my job, leaving my husband, I was about to be homeless. So this was just, again, fate showing me that there was all this stuff that was coming my way and I needed to be ready for it. And so I started preparing for whatever my next adventure was going to be. And it was scary because there was so many unknowns. And I think that's where most of us were. Well, which way do I go? Do I go left? Do I go right? Do I go straight ahead? Do I go backwards? We didn't know, because so many things were just like from day to day, so different. And so I really had to take a step back and start to do meditation every day and say, we're just going to have to take each day as it comes and just put all of our effort into that next thing. So in July of 2020, I left my corporate job without a real plan, which for a planner type A person like me, it was like, what am I doing? I had to leave my apartment. I luckily had found a very handsome new boyfriend here in Chicago. And so I was able to move in with him. What was supposed to be a temporary situation has now been 4.5 years. And so things started to fall into place. And I felt incredibly lucky, but also really, really scared. And so it was just taking each step a little bit at a time to start to remake myself, as Precious said, like redefine my purpose. So much of myself, and for many of us, is defined by our careers, defined by other people's brands, where we work and what our titles are. And so I sat down with a career coach and said, okay, well, you know, I've got all these other companies calling me. Where should I go work next? And he was like, no more corporate jobs for you. You've done your time. It's time to get out of jail. It's time to go do the next thing. And so I really started thinking about opening my next business. I'd opened other businesses before, but they were always side hustles. It was always something I did on the side because my ex-husband was not supportive of me not being the breadwinner anymore and doing something that really fulfilled me, but was going to be a little bit rocky income-wise. And so finally I had a partner who was like, yeah, go ahead, go do whatever, you know, we'll figure it out. And so having that freedom, having that partnership really changed my perspective and allowed me to take each day and each challenge and say, okay, if we're going to build a business, what is it going to be? And I started to think back to all these corporate jobs that I had, and being the only woman in the room most of the time, and all this toxicity and all this misogyny and all these things that were really, really in my face constantly, telling me to be small, telling me I wasn't good enough, telling me I always need to work harder, give up more things. And I had sacrificed too many people's, friends' birthdays and people's weddings and funerals and things I hadn't gone to because work was so important. And I said, I don't want to lead like this, and I don't want other people to do it either. I want more people to pivot. I want more people to jump off and jump into something new that really fulfills them. And so for me, it was incredibly scary. It's been a big roller coaster over the last few years building this amazing business, but really, really important to really show what is possible when we just go and take that leap of faith and start to trust ourselves. At any point, I've had those moments where like, I could just pick up the phone and I'm sure I could get one of those lovely corporate jobs again. And then I talk to people in those corporate jobs and they hate them and they're so angry and they feel so stuck. And I'm like, nah, we can do this. We can keep being that thing out front, that person to show that it's okay. It's okay to have tough days. It's okay that not everything goes perfect. It's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to really talk about the good days too and the amazing things that happen. Last year, I set myself a goal to be on 100 stages and to really continue to share vulnerably more of my more challenging stories of bullying, not just on the playground, but in those corporate offices. And those vulnerable stories got me more speaking gigs. And I ended up doing 150 speaking gigs last year. It was insane. And, I had set out to publish one book last year. And it was a really important book. And I spent all of 2022 writing that book. And again, sharing my stories vulnerably of the lessons I learned and the way to help show people be vulnerable. And so from that, I ended up publishing 3 books last year because other opportunities showed up. So every time I think this is the bar I'm going to set for myself, then that bar becomes higher. Because I believe, because I have the energy and other people see that energy and that vulnerability, they want to collaborate, they want to work together. And that's really the biggest lesson I've learned. I think in corporate jobs, too many times I did have to be this kind of stoic person that wasn't having fun, that wasn't always smiling, that was usually stressed out, crying in the bathroom, trying to hide it from her male peers. And I didn't want to be that anymore. So it's really a lesson, I think, to share with all of you is that it is okay for us to be more vulnerable and to really find camaraderie and tribes like what Annie has to go through the ups and downs and keep making sure there's always that next up, because you don't know where it's going to come always. But until you put yourself out there, you're not going to find it. So that's just kind of the short version, Annie. Oh, you're still on mute.
I did it again. I actually went off and had a little coffee while you were sharing as well. So thank you for that. Wow. Nothing against people who are still in those corporate roles, but like look at the difference of when you can just become 100% you. To be in that space, you go, you know what? I can show up as me. It's effortless. I don't have to be this person acting in certain ways. And the more and more we start doing that, permission to just be you. I love that. I love what you said there. Don't be small. Don't let anyone limit your potential. Is my view on it. Never let anyone, just sniff out your flame, or limit you or to box you. I think we're all made to be so much greater and, not in a terrible way, not in a selfish way, in an amazing way. We're all born on this planet for a reason. We all have these gifts and talents that are unique. And, and some of us are, loud, quirky, edgy, earthy, whatever. We're all different and it's all good. And so the more we have that, I think you used the word freedom, and freedom is one of my big values. You want to have, and that's what I'm on a mission to help, hopefully 1 million women in my lifetime to become financially independent so they have the freedom to make choices that make them happy, healthy, and successful. Right. And so that's exactly what we're seeing. That's what I saw in your presentation today, Nikki, that you then have that freedom. And if someone else has been curbing your ability to have that freedom, that's right. It requires that shift, and that shift would have been hard. That is not an easy shift. It is not easy to give up the security, even if you're burnt out, even if you're not liking it, even if people are treading on you and sniffing your flame and bits and pieces. It's still not easy to move, in this case to Chicago. Where'd you go from California to Chicago? That's not going to happen very often. But it was meant to be. Was necessary in this situation, to actually, follow your path and to create something. The creating doesn't happen overnight, which is why, I and many other speakers offer coaching and boot camps and mentoring and things to make that happen. But when you then put yourself into that space to go, right, who is Nikki Green? Who was Precious? Who is Nikki Green? We're next going to hear from Michelle. Who are all of you? And what does that mean? And then suddenly you're Nikki Green and you're putting out 3 books when you thought you'd put out 1, and you thought, I'm going to have a ridiculous goal of 100 stages to speak on. And then you're on 150 and like crazy stuff starts happening. And you're like, oh my gosh, and you're having more fun. You can tell. Look at the beaming smiles of
A
people.
lot more fun. Yeah, because in the beginning it is hard. And that's what I really just encourage people is find that tribe early and quick and get a coach, find the right coach for you. And you can graduate to the next coach, as you figure out the different things that you need, as you figure out where you're at personally or in your business. And just keep moving around through the network. And you can go back and revisit people if you want to see them again, because I think it's so important, especially in this creative space where you do have to keep putting yourself out in new and different ways.
Yes.
But you'll find new parts of yourself that you want to share and things that probably you forgot for a while because, again, somebody around you probably snuffed it out and told you, that's not kosher, not cool, whatever you're not supposed to be doing in the office, right? So
Exactly. And then suddenly it'll be, that's right. You'll have one moment, you'll go, oh my gosh, I didn't realize I was still struggling here. Or, you suddenly held you back and someone looks at you and goes, well, why have you let that happen? You're like, I don't know, maybe I need to investigate it. We're all on a journey. And that's what I love. I love summits because you get to hear everyone's journey. You can see the time lag. And that's where, the world tells you things happen overnight. The world says, oh, just believe it and it'll happen. No, it won't. It takes commitment. It takes mindset. It takes a bit of blood, sweat and tears. It sometimes does, like other speaker had, you're under that doona for a few months and then suddenly you go, right, enough of this. I'm valuable. I'm going to honor my worth. I know I have something to offer the world. I have something to offer myself first, self-respect, ladies, but get yourself right, get yourself, empowered and strong first, and then you then become invincible. And so, some people are born for stages around the globe, and others, you don't have to be king of every mountain and on every stage. You just have to go be happy with what you're doing in your space, and all of it is enough. What's not enough is when you're limited, when you don't have that freedom, when you don't have freedom to make a choice for yourself and those that you value and love and, all your trimmings. That's when it's not okay. And that will look different for all of us. And the great thing is, and you can hear in our sharing over this summit already, and we've got hours to go, is that we're honoring each other's individual worth, our own values, our own desires of how we're going to measure our success, the different areas that we're getting into, the value of collaboration and community and being in a global space and appreciating that. I love what you said there, Nikki, because I believe everyone always needs a coach of some kind, but that will change as you change. As you get to a different stage, you're going to have a different need for where you're at now, which may or may not have been what's got you to this far. And then you'll do another journey, and then suddenly you'll be at a whole new space. And that's all really great. And the more you extend your communities, the more you then get to see what the opportunity is. And I love it. And none of it is selfish. You should, it's actually necessary. It's not a luxury. It definitely is a necessity that we focus on what makes us stronger as women will then help us in every area of our life. So Way to go. I loved your message, Nikki. And I am now going to hand over to our next speaker, who is
Thanks, Annie.
who is Michelle Pratt. So we will welcome you to the stage, Michelle.
Thank you so much for having me on your platform. It's such a delight to be here with all these beautiful women, and I really enjoyed your talk, Nikki, as well. I definitely see a lot of myself in that story too. But my journey is full of pivots. I would say I'm the queen of pivoting. And really the training ground for that was my upbringing. I lived in 8 different countries, moving around from ages, 5 to 18 and onwards. I continued to change jobs and change and move whenever I needed to. And that really got me just very adaptable to trying new things, seeing, okay, what do I now desire? And knowing that there is always possibilities right around the corner. So I definitely attribute that to, being used to kind of, okay, now we're picking up and going into a new country. What's in store for me there? And each place I felt like I had a different personality. I had a different spirit, a different set of friends, different adventures. And so I do think that whenever you think about it from that perspective of this is like a fun adventure, as opposed to, oh dear God, I'm pivoting now and like, what's going to happen to me is, which I do think we have a lot of fear and trepidation when there's new things that come about. But when you start just getting used to the concept that we're ever evolving and changing, then there's this levity that really comes with it. And I can't say I always felt that way along my path. And there were a couple of different milestones, I would say. One, it was about 8 years ago. I was kind of in a corporate job. It was in a growth stage company. It was very prestigious, backed by Al Gore. Some may say a dream job. I got to go to travel. I had so many amazing opportunities through this. And for some reason, my soul was like, what's the meaning of life? Why am I here? I definitely also felt very boxed in by my role. I had other people who didn't really want me to climb and felt a little bit threatened by my presence there. And so, I felt like I couldn't really flourish and really show all of the uniqueness of my abilities within that particular environment. And so it got me questioning just generally, what was I doing on this planet, kind of quarter life crisis. And so, that kind of led me down a spiritual path ultimately. And before that, I didn't really have much of a faith practice. My family was very secular. But I started to just explore astrology, and there was one particular astrologist who told me I would be great as a healer, educator, and facilitator. And so that really planted a seed in my mind and started, at that time, I didn't even know what a healer was. So I was like, oh, this is interesting, but bye, I'm just going to go on with my life. And, turns out many years later, I did become a healer. I did start pursuing different paths along the lines of Kabbalah, and I started exploring many different modalities, mainly because I wanted to understand why we were here, what's the meaning of all of this. And all those questions led me to one thing after the other. And in the side benefit of that is I did a lot of subconscious work on myself. I healed myself from some hormonal disbalance and other ailments that I used to have. And it was, for me, really incredible that not enough people that I knew were aware that this existed. I do think now, it's more prevalent and people are seeking a lot of alternative medicine. But at the time I felt like I was surrounded by mostly people who didn't really understand all this jargon. So for the most part, I kept this life very secret, and I kept it as a side hobby. And I started working with other people on really everything from, relationships to diseases, whatever challenges that we're coming across. There is always this spiritual, psychological ways of unlocking and understanding a person and what their root issues are coming out of childhood or the different challenges that occur in our lifetime. And so this passion started to grow and grow within myself. And even though I was, a marketing and business development executive in, my day job, I had this whole other world that was going on the side. And finally, it occurred to me that I was actually at this really beautiful cross-section of multi-skill sets, right? Understanding strategy, understanding how businesses operates, how they are successful or not successful, and then understanding also the mindset that goes into the day-to-day life. And so that's where I suddenly discovered that there is a possibility of actually creating my own job and creating my own offer as a representation of who I truly felt like I was, and all the skill sets that I could bring to the people that I wanted to serve. So that took me on a journey of trying to craft something really beautiful to share with people and to understand deeply what people's issues are in creating a business. And I myself had to go down that journey as well. And I know that, starting a business, it's a lot more than going off of faith. I went down the spiritual route and felt like, oh, okay, now that I'm on a path of purpose, everything's going to be taken care of for me. I kind of had that surrender type of mentality, which I think was a little bit too on that field. And so I kind of had to bring myself back into the center a little bit to understand that, okay, there is just a lot more that goes into, understanding how to design a business, personal branding, speaking. There's all these elements that you really have to learn and up level for yourself. And I wasn't afraid to, again, invest in different mentors that serve me in the specific realm that I wanted to go into. And so since then, it's been a constant evolution of my offer. Every year I upgrade it as I understand a little bit more in depth how to operate and work with people. And in addition, I continue to discover new things about myself that I didn't even know or was aware of. And one of those, is through these different types of personality tests or spiritual tools. And one of them is called the Sacred Money Archetypes. I don't know if any of you have heard of those. But essentially, one of my money archetypes is a connector, which I always kind of knew that I loved I love people, I love to network. But there is this innate joy that comes for me to connect the dots for people and allow people to collaborate with each other. So that is actually my next pivot, once again, is to form a very collaborative space where there's many campaigns that women and other entrepreneurs can come together and support each other and grow and to basically prosper together, because ultimately it is all about collaboration over competition. But it hadn't occurred to me that I would be the person to facilitate that until I started it, right? I just dove into, once again, just started and tried something new that I realized how much joy it really brings me to be that person who is helping to bridge people together on common values and common grounds. So that's sort of the next stage of my evolution, and I know that I'm not even close to being done. There is more that's going to come out of the work that I'm currently doing. That I'm just super excited for what's to come, and I know that I wouldn't be here if I didn't try things, you know, if I didn't just, you know, continue to explore what makes me tick, what am I passionate about. If there's one thing that is sort of boring me, or it feels like it's phasing out, then I'm always looking at, okay, how can I shift things slightly and understand, you know, myself, but also, you know, where the market is going too. So that is also part of it, is understanding, you know, your clients well enough and your market well enough to know intuitively, okay, this is really what people are desiring now. People are really desiring community, and that's how I feel. And I know other people feel that way, but community in a very in-depth manner, right? It's not just getting on a virtual screen, as much as that's beautiful as well. But it's forging very meaningful connections that are going to last a lifetime. And how do we go about that? How do we facilitate something that is getting people to open up and communicate in a way that is very in-depth and vulnerable and meaningful? And so that is, you know, the next stage of my journey, and I can't wait to share that with many others. So.
Oh, thank you so much, Michelle. Wow, what an amazing presentation. I'm just loving all of our presentations. I'm also loving your language. You're at your next stage of evolution. Isn't that just a great mindset immediately? It's like, it's not going to be a problem. It's just a next stage of evolution. I love even that. You also said you're on a journey to craft something beautiful for people. Isn't that a beautiful way of thinking about creating a business? You know, I love those listening in to be starting to think about even the way our speakers phrase things. It's all about mindset. It's the way they approach change. And I think Precious sort of added that, which was, I think it was Precious, or it was Amanda actually in her presentation, you know, pivot, prosper, change, because it requires change. We're always changing. We're always going to change. In fact, if you're not changing and evolving, you are seriously going backwards, because everyone else is moving. So if you think you're just stagnating, you're not. You're always moving backwards if you don't keep sort of evolving, but not in a bad way, in an exciting way. I love the word that you used when you started, that it's all actually an adventure. You know, if instead of saying, oh, this is going to be a challenge, this is going to be difficult. No, this is actually an adventure, and I'm going to learn along here, and I'm going to grow, and I'm going to, you know, start exploring. And I think you can tell you've grown up in 8 different countries and you've done different things. You remind me of my youngest daughter. When you're the 5th child, it's kind of like going, oh, just go with the flow. You just learn it. You know, there are definitely some advantages are there. But also, you know, other people can come across lost and not sure because of so much change. So I think it's always wonderful just to see the breadth of the different speakers that we've got here sharing on this summit. Absolutely love the journey that you're on. I love the way that you have shared that to our delegates at this summit is also really, really powerful. So thank you so much. We are now going to move on to our next speaker, is Carol Camara. So Carol, if you would like to unmute and come onto the stage, that would be super fantastic. I think I saw Carol here before. Hopefully she's still here. Yes, I see you here. Hello, Carol. Maybe she's popped out. Hello, hello. Oh, that's right. We can wait for a minute or two till Carol comes back on board. Did anyone else have a comment or a question for Michelle before we let her go? Raj in the audience. No. Awesome. Okay. Carol, are you there? Hello, Carol. Where is Carol? I know you're there. Are you up having a cup of tea, Carol? Oh, we'll wait you out, Carol. Hello, hello. No, Carol. Where are you? Where are you? All right, while we're asking Carol, I'll just have a little chat amongst with you, Michelle. When you mentioned before you've got a side hustle, I love that whole topic because often your side hustle is actually what sparks joy. So while we're going through our lives, careers, building, all that sort of thing, we're often focusing on what's going to give us the biggest income and the stability, and also what other people may have wanted for us, or life gets complicated. But you know, many of us will then choose to have a side hustle. And I love that whole idea because and so did you start what you're doing now as your side hustle while you're doing your marketing and business development for the main job?
Yes, so it kind of evolved where I was only doing healing as my side hustle. And then once I created a new offer that was more around this fusion of business strategy along with the subconscious work, that's when I turned it into more of a full, but I was also pushed into it through the COVID too, as many other people. I'm sure that was a pivotal moment, no pun there, for many of us, because I got laid off of my job at that time. And I just felt, okay, well, I was planning to do this anyway.
Exactly.
So.
And I love that. I love that. Carol, if you've come back on, just let us know and jump onto the screen whenever you can hear us. We're just chatting at the moment. I love that because for those of us, oh, there we are. We're just finishing up, Carol. For those of you who have those side hustles, often we're sitting there with them and we've got the day job and that's it. We're not uncomfortable enough. And what COVID did for many of us, and it sounds like it did happen for you, Michelle, is it actually made us more uncomfortable. And when you're more uncomfortable, it's like this, like a little pendulum swing. It's like, okay, well now I have to do something, and it's enough to give yourself the kick. So when people go, oh, I want to be, less uncomfortable, it's like sometimes you've actually got to allow yourself to become more uncomfortable because that's going to create that urgency to really leap into that. We might tap into that little thought process later, but I am now going to introduce our next speaker. So thank you so much to Michelle. I'd love to welcome to the stage Carol Kammerer, and she is going to share with you all now.
Hello, I'm Carol Kammerer. My world fell apart in 2021. Oh, in 2011, when I lost my long-term consulting gig with a Fortune 500 company that specialized in medical devices. I'd worked in the area of marketing communications, and I loved what I did. But in 2011, the company was having economic problems along with the whole industry. And they did what many companies do, and that is they outsourced whole functions in order to save money. And with that, it meant that all the people that I'd worked with for the last 20 years lost their positions. And of course, I did too. Nothing personal. Oh, it felt so personal. So fast forward, what am I doing today? Today, I have a boutique company that specializes in working with executives, top leaders to help them pivot and prosper from their career inflections. And I do that by helping them to claim their brand online on LinkedIn. When we create their powerful, authentic brand, when we help them to take control of their own messaging, that's when the magic happens. So how did I transform termination into triumph? Well, I can't tell you that it was pretty or it was easy. Nobody really likes change, but oh, what an opportunity. So I've learned that there were 3 steps that I took that helped me to move forward. And I wanted to share them with you today as a possible template for anytime you find that you need to pivot. So number 1, audit and acknowledge. Assess your assets and your areas for opportunity. So I knew that I had great skills. That was not the problem. I was very confident in my skills for active listening, for making complex information understandable to a wide variety of audiences. I knew that I had world-class writing skills, and I had the ability to create warm personal relationships fairly quickly. So those were great assets to move forward with. But oh, the deficits, those areas for advancement. I had a great network and a great reputation inside the company, but that's not where I was going to find my next job. I needed to have a network and a reputation that preceded me, and I had neither. So that brings me to number 2. Fast forward a first step. Focus on the future so that you can move ahead. Now, this is a strategy that I use with many of my clients, and they find that when they get a new certification or they focus on taking a new course, they feel prepared for their next career adventure. And I knew exactly what my next step needed to be. You see, it needed to be learning how to use LinkedIn powerfully, because I needed to build that network from the ground up. I needed to build a reputation from the ground up. Okay, I knew that I could amass all of that information in my 3rd strategy, which is, oh my, what is my 3rd strategy? I've lost my concentration here. So build a brilliant brand beyond boundaries. So I knew all about branding. I had worked with branding for those 20 years. It was branding relating to product. And while I was learning about LinkedIn, I had reached out to my colleagues who had lost their jobs. And I shared with them what I was learning about LinkedIn. And immediately they began to send me their clients or their friends to be my client. Oh my goodness, this was not at all what I expected. I was looking for a corporate job, but then I realized the universe was opening a new door, all for me. So I had all the materials that I needed to set up my own brand. I knew how to use branding. I knew a lot about LinkedIn because I had studied it as a subject matter. And I had one problem that was just a rubbing point for me in communicating my brand. And that was that I didn't want to move immediately to just sharing how to help other people use their brand online. I wanted to also not give up the 20 years of experience that I had in high-tech medical. Think about it. Putting those two things, high-tech medical and personal branding on LinkedIn, in the same headline. It sounds schizophrenic, doesn't it? I knew that that was not a good answer. I did not want my brand to sound schizophrenic. And yet I knew that to be true to myself. It was absolutely natural. It was an ongoing progression of what I could do as a communications person. I was using the same skills. I was using those same strengths. I was just pivoting from branding product to branding people. What else was the same? How could I create an umbrella or a bridge between those two things so that I looked like a coherent professional as opposed to some crackpot? It took me about 2 weeks to puzzle this through, and I was working on it day and night, asking myself when I woke up, asking myself when I went to bed, what are the similarities between these two things? Where is my bridge? Finally, it came to me. I write powerful business stories. And of course, those stories came in two flavors. So I have learned that this particular area of my pivot has been essential for serving my clients, many of whom are coming out of a career inflection point where they have indeed decided that they need a major pivot to another area. And I've been able to use this in creating their brand, finding the bridge, making the story powerful and coherent so that instead of looking strange, it looks like an automatic flow of energy from one thing to another. So very powerful. So if you find yourselves in an inflection point, in the need to pivot, I recommend to you these 3 strategies. And again, they are: audit and assess your assets and your areas for improvement. Number 2, share your fast, future-focused first step. And number 3, build your brilliant brand beyond boundaries. That's my gift to you. I hope that you will find that formula powerful. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Carol. Always wonderful to hear you speak. And wow, I love it when you just think, I love the way you call it schizophrenic. You just go, oh, how is, one area going to meet with another area? And there feels like there's such a big divide. Whereas when you start seeing it from a different perspective, you go, I have all these areas. It's just a rebrand, right? And that happens time and time again. And I've got clients who do that. They go, oh, and I go, you've got so many generic skills. In fact, some of the ones that you actually love, more if we can craft something, and that's what you've done with LinkedIn. Absolutely fantastic. And then and how in a short period of time you can then, learn something, refine it, recraft it. So it's totally clear. This is exactly what you do. You even then write the book on it. And everyone goes, great, that's Carol Camera. She's the lady you need to see if you're wanting to get your LinkedIn all organized. It's like, yeah, it's a no-brainer. So not at the time, and that's why we've been talking throughout this summit too on the value of having mentors, having coaches, having a community who can help you, see these things, because it's easy in retrospect going, oh, duh, I had all these skills, why wouldn't I? But when you're in the mud, when you're just like, oh my gosh, I've lost my whole career, I'm queen bee in my space, but you move slightly out of that space and you go, oh, now I'm no one, or it can feel like that, which is just so not true. You're so valuable. In fact, you bring these 20 years of experience. You bring absolutely everything that you've learnt to date. It's just saying, where am I going to take that now? And what actually, sometimes if you're, made uncomfortable, like previous speaker Michelle was, like other speakers were, you can suddenly go, okay, well, now I'm super uncomfortable. I might as well find the real gems of what I actually am interested in. And for you, it was, writing. It's branding. It's using it from where you were to go, I can now create something that's really niche. And will there be other people in that space? Yes. Is there any space that's untapped? Probably no, unless you're totally... Actually, we've got Shelley Brunswick coming up next, and she'll tell you about pioneering, because she is in actual space. But for most of us mere mortals, every space, every industry is crowded. And that's okay, because you just start creating a brand that is you. That's going to be a flavor of you that is fascinating to people, interesting people, appealing to people. It meets their need in their way because they like the way you present it. So it's about showing up authentically, but with your edge, your little something that is different, and being out there, being at summits, showing other people what you do, seeing if that resonates, being visible in your own way. And it's never too late. It's never too late to just reinvent yourself, seriously. And you can do it time and time again. Look at our beautiful pop stars and our other things. Seriously. I can't believe how quickly people can reinvent themselves sometimes. But it's never too late. And if you're feeling a bit flat, you can just have a rejig, have a time that, even a little think tank can go and say to people, this is, invite community, whether it's through Women's Biz Global or another community that you're in. And even, spend that time and say, well, me, if you're at that time where Carol was at, what are your random ideas of where I could find a new home and new space? Because there's business opportunities everywhere. If you don't think that, then you definitely need to come along to Business Boot Camp or something and just have a little chat, because there are opportunities everywhere. It's actually more about where do you best fit? And then how can you make that your niche? How do you become the expert in that niche over others? Because that's the world of business, and get the win-win.
Absolutely. I think also it has to do with tuning in to what the universe is preparing and presenting to you. The first people that came to me were gifts from my the people who had hired me before. I was teaching them about how to use LinkedIn effectively, and they began to send me their friends. And it was like, go away, I'm busy. I'm looking for this corporate job. And then I realized, who better to do that work, to help people. And now to have been able to create a job where I have been recognized as one of the top 6 personal branding experts by the American Reporter. My book has been recognized as a #1 bestseller in 2 categories. The first is personal success in business, and the second is job hunting. I mean, perfect. And so it was tuning in because, these people kept coming for my services that I wasn't even intending to offer. So
I know.
it was
And a
amazing.
previous speaker that highlighted that it should be effortless. It should be natural. It should be, like that's it. Sometimes I think we try too hard. We're searching for this area of, some preconceived idea of it. Well, it has to be something else, another corporate this or another something or other, or something in where our eye was looking because that's what we've done before. So it must be something similar. Whereas, it's amazing that actually happened before you actually realized this is my thing. Like, that's incredible.
Yeah.
I also love that it came from people within. So sometimes you go, well, what I'm looking for, I need to be in a totally different space. Whereas what you have actually done is you had a big network in where you were, and all of those people need your skills in a totally different area from their day job. But everyone needs LinkedIn. And then also all of them have, 100 friends plus colleagues, whatever, who are also going to. So if you actually start there, now you don't want to rely on that same pond, but as you start going out the domino of that, which is how every business will work. Even if you were a plumber, for example, an electrician, or, you start with the people and then through that, then over a period of time, then you're suddenly going, oh, most of my clients I had not known until they then contacted me, and they'll say they're a colleague of a colleague who mentioned your name. And that's the stage where you're wanting to get to. You want to be the person whose name's mentioned in a room when you're not even there, and then suddenly they'll go, but I can connect you, I can make that happen. So
Yes.
Absolutely brilliant. Did anyone else on the summit, all you need to do is put your camera on and you'll appear in the screen. Did anyone else have a question to ask Carol? It might be about LinkedIn, it might be about her book. Any question, you are welcome to come online and have a little chat before we head on to Shelley. Love to have more of you engage. I know you just love listening to us, but I always love having you ask some specific questions. So pop them in the chat if you'd like to. Otherwise, I can definitely get you in touch with Carol. I'm going to ask you another question then, Carol. For those people who are watching this summit, and listening in, learning from your wisdom, what's your biggest piece of advice for LinkedIn? If they looked at their LinkedIn today and went, you know what, I haven't thought about it. Am I maximizing it? What's the biggest tip that you should go? You should go to your LinkedIn and check this bit. What's the most important piece that they should be looking at?
There are so many most important pieces, but if I had to pick one, I would suggest that people look at their headline. If they're using the default headline, which is the little squib that comes right under your name, and it shows up every time you post, it is the most impactful 220 characters in LinkedIn because it has the capacity to share so much, your keywords, who you serve, what results they receive, but instead, if they're using the default, it's just their job title. Chief Executive Officer. Well, what does that really tell you? Nothing. And how does it showcase how you stand apart from others? It doesn't. So look at that. Ask yourself these 3 questions. Number 1, what is it that you'd like people to remember about you? What do you want to be known for? 3 things. Not 100 things, not even 4 things, but 3 things, because 3 things stick. Number 2, what are your differentiators? What sets you apart from everybody else who has the same job title as you do, but makes you shine? And number 3, what are your keywords? So many times I'm working with somebody and, for instance, they're a speaker, but their job title is CEO of their company. Well, come on, what is your number 1 keyword? It's professional speaker. It's not even in their headline. Or finding that they actually are controlling many different teams, and they're global all over. And they don't have global or remote or international or anything in their headline. Use that as the way to go, bam, this is who this person is. We've got 220 characters. It's a lot of characters, and we can really make that work.
Yeah, make it work for yourselves, ladies. I hope all of you, while Carol's been saying that, I can just imagine you on your LinkedIn going, So right under it. Is it boring? Does it make you pop? Does it got something even quirky, or at least if you do anything internationally, write it. If you've got award-winning, multi-award winning, all of those sorts of things. Sing your song. We often hold back. I tell you what, the guys don't. Put yourself out there, ladies. Say how amazing you all are. If you don't know how to do that, get someone who will help craft something with you that will make you sing your beautiful song, because we want that to be really clear. You want to meet someone and go, pow, this is who I am. This is who I serve. This is what I do. It's got to be crystal clear.
Absolutely. I think it's about taking control of your own narrative so that you can move forward. And sometimes that takes a lot of introspection to figure out, how is this narrative going to play when I roll it out? And that was my first, like, oh my gosh, this doesn't sound coherent at all. And yet to realize that it was absolutely coherent, because it was me and me and me, just in a different context.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We have I think a comment from you, Karen.
I put a comment in there to ask you a question, Carol, but before I ask my question in the comment, I was just going to say to everybody that Carol's book is fantastic. So if you don't have a copy, I would say rush out and get it. But Carol, what I put in the question in the chat was this question about I never asked you this question. What's your favorite part of that book?
I think it is the first chapter, which tells senior executives why they need a LinkedIn profile. You get to be the CEO and you think, well, I'm at the top of my career. I'm working for this huge company, and there is my credibility. But if you don't own your own credibility, if you don't own your own story, when that season of glory ends, which it always does, what have you got? When you don't own your messaging and you find yourself in a termination position, oh my goodness, it's hard to create it because you've just been dealt a visceral blow. Your company merged and all of a sudden you're not in charge. How do you claim your narrative? And if you haven't started claiming it before, it's really hard to do it then. So that is my very favorite part is, why is LinkedIn important to you?
Do you have a picture of your
Chapter
book?
one.
Do you have a picture of your book right there? I'm sure you've got one right in front of you, Carol.
You know, it's interesting. I usually have it right here, but
never
I
mind.
don't. But I will put
Put it in the
how to-
chat if you can, because
I'll
we've
put
also
it in
got a
the chat.
comment from Agimi saying she's in a desperate need of a LinkedIn upgrade. So put your details in the chat if you like a link to anything. Use the chat, everybody. If you've got a business link, you've got a book, you've got anything, hey, share it, right? Don't ever hesitate. Always make that happen. So I'm going to thank you, Carol. Absolutely fantastic as usual to hear from you. Welcome to those who have just joined us. We've been going for around 5 hours already. We have 12 hours of speakers at our summit. We have this summit every 3 months. I love it because we get to have amazing women from around the globe who just blow your minds on what's possible. And I also just love the breadth of women. I love just seeing how different people are, what they're doing in their space. The fact that they're just loving it, owning it. They're also, all the people in my network are women who just are happy to share their, their triumphs, but also their challenges and their stories of overcoming. And this summit is titled Pivot and Prosper, because we all have to pivot. Many of us have pivoted, particularly over COVID. But seriously, if you're going to be growing, you're going to be pivoting anyway. You should be pivoting regularly. You should be, going through those seasons where you go, you know what? I'm going into uncharted waters here. I'm going to have to set up my own company. I'm going to have to grow this company. I'm going to scale this company. I'm going to have to move away from people who are limiting me or just not believing in my worth. I'm going to need to find a mentor or a coach or someone who's going to help me take me to the next level. We're going to be pivoting. So it has been so fantastic. We've had so many amazing speakers, and I'm now going to introduce you to one of the most amazing women that I know. Her name is Shelley Brunswick, and she is going to share with us today. So I'm going to put the spotlight on you, Shelley. Over to you.
Well, thank you so much, Annie. I'm so honored to be here for Pivot and Prosper. I'm Shelley Brunswick, and I just launched my own company this year, 2024, SB Global LLC. I just returned from the World Economic Forum. That was amazing, and I'll share some insights about that. And I'm going to just share a little bit about my journey so that your audience can understand that life, as you've said, Annie, is a series of chapters, and it's about pivoting and prospering. Initially, I joined the Air Force right out of high school. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I didn't have college money. So joining the military and wanting to see the world was a great way to do that. I learned a skill set. I became a personnel or human relations specialist. I got to see the world and live in Turkey and Germany. And I was able to take advantage of tuition assistance and go to school at night to earn my college degree, both my bachelor's and master's degrees, which then allowed me the opportunity to apply and become an officer in the Air Force, which is the second chapter of my journey. And when I became an officer in the Air Force, that started my 25-year career in the space industry, which most people know me as. Shelley Brunswick is part of the space industry. And it was a wonderful experience being in the military, understanding military space, satellites, launch vehicles, ground stations. I got to be a professor at Defense Acquisition University and teach about space acquisition, space project management, and culminated my career working on Capitol Hill, securing the budget for the Air Force. So I learned all about policy. It starts with policy. Everything in the world starts with policy. That's what I learned. And after 29 years in the Air Force, I started that third chapter of my journey, and I became the Chief Operating Officer at Space Foundation. Again, a wonderful opportunity for 9 years to learn about commercial space, international space, understand profit and loss divisions. How do you grow a division? How do you capitalize on money? How do you make triple revenues? How do you grow a staff? How do you create leaders? It was a fantastic experience. And then in 2024, I decided to do what all of you are listening to. I decided to pivot and prosper and start my own company. So now I'm just starting that fourth chapter of my journey. And this has been something I've been thinking about for quite some time, to be that person who is a public speaker on boards of directors as an advisor and providing strategic counseling to others through consulting services. So I'm excited to launch this new business. It's already been so beneficial. So many people have reached out and offered support. I even have more things in the deal flow that I'm prepared for. But what I'm doing is partnering with other amazing women around the world who are also consultants so that we can work together, because you know what? No one person can do it alone. So I'm looking for you to be a partner. So let's join together. What I'd like to really talk about is, how do you make these pivots? How do you change chapters? And what I've created, and I'm writing a book on it, is called The Interstellar Guide to Success. And yes, it says interstellar, and yes, I'm basing it on a space premise, but I've interviewed 100 leaders from around the world, and these key issues hold true no matter where you are in your journey, no matter where you are in the world, whether you're in the space business or another business. And those three big things that relate to an interstellar guide to success is awareness, access, and action. Now, that first step is awareness. Both you have to be aware that there are opportunities. So that's one of the reasons that I like to do 100 speaking events a year. I'm a Forbes Technology Council writer. I publish articles all the time. I write on LinkedIn. I post free events and paid events. But the goal is, I'm trying to help create awareness that there are opportunities for you, not only in the space business, but in the technology industry. You could be an entrepreneur, and it's more than technology careers. It's every career out there. You know, it's media, it's marketing, it's teachers, it's technicians, it's project managers. So there is a place for you, no matter what your background is or where you want to be, whether it's space or technology or elsewhere. So you have to be aware. So that's why Annie's doing this program today, Pivot and Prosper. It's a way for you to be aware from all these amazing leaders what's out there. But it's also awareness on your part. You have a key role. You need to think through, what do you want to do and where do you want to be? Because you know, there's so much information out there. How many times do you start looking at one thing on the web and 2 hours later you're somewhere else? You can really get distracted if you're not focused on where you want to be, and if you kind of have a game plan. So that awareness is on both sides. We're out there helping to create awareness of what's available, but you have to do some self-reflection on where you want to be. And that's where, you know, many of the speakers today could be coaches and mentors to help you focus on what are those things you need to find to help you follow your dreams and start that dream. So that first step, awareness. Now, the second step is access. We know how important it is to have access points, especially for underrepresented groups in the space industry, in the technology industry, in entrepreneurship. So we have to create access points. And again, today's program is a wonderful access point. You're hearing from amazing leaders who are offering opportunities, whether it's paid services or some free services, to learn more about how you can benefit. Now, when I say access, there's several things that come into that. There's training programs, formal and informal. If you want to be a rocket scientist or an astronaut, you're going to need a formal education. But maybe there are some other programs that you could do as internships and fellowships, or you could do on-the-job training. So there's lots of opportunities for training. Some will cost money, but even some organizations provide free training. So there are opportunities out there to get training. That next step is about building your network. Now, you've heard about Annie and her amazing network. There are great networks you can join. So it's important to join networks with like-minded people on where you want to be. So some of them I share with young professionals in the space business are Space Generation Advisory Council, an amazing program. And they're global. So no matter where you are, you could join and contribute from where you are. If you want to be in technology, there's Women Tech Network. And although women's in the name, it's open to men and women. And again, it's global. So if you want to be in technology, fantastic program. And there's many other programs out there. So I'm also a member of World Business Angels Investment Forum, and I lead the Access to Finance for the Global Women Leaders Committee, because we know that women only get 2% of the investment dollars. We have to do more there. There's other organizations like the G100, which is designed to create access for women for equality by 2030. And there's 100 different wings, and I am the global chair for the Space Technology and Aviation Wing. There's no cost to join G100. So there's some great networks out there that you can join that will help you find mentors and supporters, which leads me to that next step of access. Finding a mentor, a champion, a coach. A mentor can really help you overcome obstacles that may not necessarily prevent you from accomplishing your dreams, but a mentor can help you move quickly through those obstacles, learn from them, pivot, and move forward. Coaches can actually help you look at what your life strategy is. You know, I talked about that in the first step, awareness. You need to really know where you want to be, that 1, 3, 5, 10-year plan. And a life coach can help you figure out the big picture. The mentor can help you focus on some skills. And then you want to find those champions, those people that are in positions that they can help you make it to the next step. They may not be the day-to-day person who gives you advice, but they are the person you reach out to maybe once a year to write a letter of recommendation, to get into a master's program, to apply to be an astronaut. So there are those champions. And of course, all of this is wrapped around taking advantage of opportunities. You have to be thinking, how can you take advantage of opportunities? That's what access is about. Find those opportunities. So yes, school is expensive. Maybe there are some scholarships you can apply for. There are some great programs with International Space University. And one of my favorite things, the group's been talking about LinkedIn. There's a group on LinkedIn called Opportunities for Youth. Sign up to that. There are thousands of scholarships they offer and internship programs around the world. So it's not just US focused only. So find these groups so you can figure out how to take advantage of those opportunities. Again, and apply for those scholarships to those conferences. If you want to be in the space industry, you want to go to the International Astronautical Congress. But it could be expensive to go. But if you're part of SGAC or other organizations, you may be able to apply for a scholarship so that that will defray the cost of those conferences. Going to conferences that are in the area you want to be will help you meet face to face with people who can help you make it to the next step, that can help you build your network, that can be mentors, champions, and coaches. And so I kind of share, I'm going to wrap it up with that third step, which is take action. You need to take action. We're giving you a lot of information today, and sometimes it's easy to take notes. I take notes all the time. But what are you doing every day to take one step forward? Some days it's big steps, some days it's smaller steps. And again, that's why it's important to know, where do you want to be in 1, 3, 5, 10 years? So you're moving towards that goal. That's for you, the individual. For those of us who are participating in this conference or leaders, if you're a teacher, how can you bring real world experiences into the classroom that highlight to students real world jobs and applications today? The world is changing so fast. At the World Economic Forum, the #1 topic they talked about was AI, artificial intelligence, and how that is going to change jobs. As teachers, we need to be bringing those real world things into the classroom so we can be preparing that next generation of leaders to take those jobs that don't even exist today. If you're an industry expert, can your company offer student field trips? Can you volunteer to be a science fair judge or a mentor? So there's a way for you to take action. And if you're a parent, you can do the simplest things by spending time with your children. Invite the neighbor kids and your kids' friends. Go to a science center, go to a museum, go outside and stargaze. Help inspire that next generation to find those future careers. So again, that's a little bit about the Interstellar Guide to Success, which is awareness, access, and action. And I look forward to joining you at future events for Annie in the next 3 months. And until then, I'll see you around the galaxy.
I love you so much, Shelley Brunswick. Absolutely fantastic. So much opportunity, so much opportunity. When we think we're limited, it's like, yeah, there's opportunities everywhere. And a lot of what Shelley was sharing you is networks. Find out the people, the places, how to access them. Tell you what, your book's going to be a rip-roaring success, Interstellar Guide to Success. I'm sure it's probably available for sale before you've even got it printed. Awareness, access, action, so clear. We can all do it straight away. Thank you so much, Shelley. We're going to now dive into our next speaker, Jocelyn Chung, who just blew the place apart last summit. She's just got so much energy, so much passion. Absolutely love this lady. So we are going to move on to our next moment of inspiration. Thank you very much, Jocelyn.
Thank you so much, Annie. Thank you so much for bringing such a great list of, speakers and people coming from all over the world, imparting knowledge, insight, stories into our lives. Really appreciate that you created this platform and you're passionate about it and you work through it for the next 8 more hours or something like that. So, Annie, I just want to honor you, the work that you do, the passion, the time, the energy, the investment that you put together to make this such a reality. And every quarter, if none of you know, that this is a quarterly meetup summit that we can all join together. My name is Jocelyn Chung. I'm based in Melbourne, Australia. I come from 20 years of banking and finance, working for the largest bank in Australia. And I have been through a lot of work around money, finance, and I love to really support women in business. And one of my passion is to impart, share stories, help everyone understand that opportunities are available for all of us. And that if you seize this opportunity, you are here at the right place at the right time. And I want to share with you 5 key elements of success that has been my GPS. And it has really encouraged me to move to different parts of different chapters of my life. And I wanted to cover the first one, burning desire. All of us, when we do something that we like, you and I know that fire burning in our hearts, in our spirit, that energy vibrating in our cells, that is so important. And so if we have that burning desire, that is a signal for all of us to go and champion that particular topic that you're most interested in. And so pursue that. Don't let that hold you back. Don't let that be something that you sit with it. Do something about it and really just go deep into it. Find people that will support you, see you, and come alongside you. And you can really turn that burning desire into something great and big in your life to really bless others. The second thing that I want to share is when you have that burning desire, sometimes we can get so confused with so many different topics. But I want you to choose one area in that burning desire that you can concentrate and be really, really good in it. Because what I've witnessed and done research over the years with women in business, men in business, is that we can get so distracted by opportunities that come along our way. And we don't actually focus on one area and be really, really specialized in that area. And so if you think about Bill Gates, he's really, really good in technology, in Microsoft. He continued to evolve and really make it better. Apple, every single year, we get a new iPhone. It's better, it's sharper, cameras are better. It helps us collapse time to get results faster. And so if you got specialized knowledge, it needs to continuously grow, pivot, and continue to evolve every single time. The third one is when we do something, we need to stay in a place where we are so disciplined to really stick to that path of success. Because we get so distracted by the next glossy, shiny object that comes our way, and we can derail ourselves. And so stick to that particular discipline and work on it, and stick to that decision so that you get the results that you're looking for. More often than not, I witness women when they do things a few times and they don't get the results, they get discouraged. They remove themselves from that passion that specialized knowledge that their soul is calling them to do. And so my encouragement is to stick to that decision and move and get through that obstacle and know that you can get through that obstacle. It is actually getting through that discomfort that you get to achieve that dream. Getting through that discomfort is where the results and the outcome are. So that is the third point. The fourth element that I want to share is that we got to really seize opportunity. That means being decisive in nature is non-negotiable. What happens is that people who procrastinate are people who are amateurs. When they procrastinate, they just think about the cost, they stay in stagnant position, they are not moving forward. But decisive people, they move forward. They get the work done. They think about abundance mindset. They think about what is the payoff in the future? What is the ROI? And they really seize every single opportunity that comes their way. So do that. The fifth element is building a mastermind of people around you that you can really ensure that you're surrounded with experts. When you're surrounding yourself with people who are experts in what they do, you're going to actually compound your growth. You will be really expanding the way you think, the way you actually operate. And so when you are around a mastermind group of people, that is where you're going to thrive and flourish. That's where when you decide to pivot and then you prosper, you are in the right place. And if you're not where you are at this point in time, this serves as a gentle nudge and reminder that to allow yourself to actually separate yourself from those groups and to find a new group. Let 2024 be your year that you choose a group that you will really take you to a whole nother level. There's so many knowledge and wisdom that's been shared, through Carol and Shelley earlier that you can really draw upon. When Carol said, you know what, LinkedIn is a platform that you can really shine and it's free. Guess what? It's free. So why not use that tool, that platform for you to grow? And Shelley mentioning about, scholarships, groups in LinkedIn that you can participate and you can thrive and learn from them. That's another opportunity for us to use it as a resource as well. So those 5 elements are really the GPS that I use in my business to really help me move forward, but help my clients, people that I come across with, move forward as a way for us to really adapt to change. Change is here to stay. So whether we are the ones changing or change is going to really impact our lives and stay where we are, which is not where we want to be. We want to really adapt to change and really prosper this year. So I want to leave you with an invitation that I have got a masterclass on the 31st of this month. It is 7 a.m. Sydney time that I'm going to actually teach around selling with joy and purpose. Selling with joy and purpose. And if selling is an area that you find challenging, that is my invitation for you to come into my space, my orbit, and let me share with you how selling can be of the highest service to someone else. Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Love, love, love the clarity of your presentations. Always so, so valuable. And I love that. Be decisive and stop procrastinating. Seriously. Yes, 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 yes. We've got to be decisive because seriously, opportunities will suddenly come in front of us. It's like seize the moment. If it's working for you, if it's resonating with you, if it's attracting, be decisive, but don't go after every shiny object. I love all that. Like sometimes that's my problem. I just get excited by everything. And it's really important to stay focused and disciplined. I love what you shared there. Keep that focus. It's like find that one thing. What one thing are you powering on, like for your business? What one area are you the specialist in? And and then just keep powering on in that area. Live it, breathe it, talk it. Everyone will start to know about that's your jam, right? And, you know, Annie, at the moment, brand elevation for women. You want to get branded for success? Come and see Annie Gibbons. That's how clear it needs to be. And you do, so you can do 50 things, but just do one thing brilliantly, right? Because that then that's how clear you need to be. So I love that, Jocelyn. Absolutely. If you're available, you want to go and tap into her masterclass, things that she's doing. Same as Carol, you want to reach out. We've had in the chat, people wanting to contact, absolutely do that. Get really focused around one thing that you're doing brilliantly, and then one thing that you need to do to help you do it even more brilliantly, right? Like just pick a thing and then dedicate yourself and stop multitasking to ridiculous levels. You know, we all get distracted, but it's super, super important. I love what you shared there too. Get through the discomfort. We all get uncomfortable, you know, it is uncomfortable. But you get better at being uncomfortable until you actually get, probably at my level, that I actually get excited. I go, oh, this is going to be a really cool moment of, you know, it could be really funny. I could laugh at myself, but I'm happy to push the boundaries and see what happens, because I kind of, then you go, oh, I don't, you know, failure doesn't seem to then be a painful experience. It's a funny experience. We're going for a ride here. We're going for an adventure. This is going to take me to another level. It's all the way you frame it in your mind. And so I absolutely love that. Great gems there. Did anyone else have some lovely comments that they would like to share about Jocelyn's presentation? Anything else that they're thinking about at the moment? Jump on board right now. I felt like you were going to say something, Carol. No. Okay, Christine Blanchett's coming up next, but she's not here yet. So I would love you to, did anyone have anything to ask Shelley Brunswick? Who's jumped onto their LinkedIn since they heard Carol?
I've already connected with Carol on LinkedIn. That's what I've been doing. So
cool. I want you to interview me for your book. I hope you're interviewing other people too.
I would love to.
Yes, as well, Shelley.
I would love to. So I'm actually, it's Annie has taught me. It's actually 3 books, so it's going to be a trilogy. The first one I'm working on right now is Lessons Learned. So it's lessons I've learned over my 25 years in the space industry. But I'm interviewing people that are former presidents of countries to proteges, people in the space business, not the space business, all over the world. So I'm getting my story, and then I'm getting these universal truths from all of you that I'll be interviewing. So I got Lessons Learned. That's the first book coming out. Then it will be the Interstellar Guide to Success. And then the third book is going to be on Global Transformational Leader, GTL, the type of leaders we need today in the world of social media. So I'm looking forward to interviewing you all. And this is part of my Pivot and Prosper for 2024, why I needed to start my own company so I could get these books out of my head and onto the pages so that we can share them with others.
That is so wonderful. And it's so wonderful that it's just so broad too. It's, you know, and that's what I love about real pioneering leaders, comfortable. It's like not just, you know, it doesn't just have to be about in one area. It's like, you know, these are principles, they're success principles, they're leadership principles that are going to work across industries. You know, people who, you know, they don't think I'm only in one space, they're experts in that space, but they also have guiding principles, things that they know just work, but they're going to work in boards because they're great at people. They're good at people. They're good at change. They're good at reading the game. They're good at adapting, being agile in different contexts and suddenly just seeing things from a different view. They're also fantastic about seeing things from different perspectives because they open up themselves to go, I don't have to be great at everything. You know, I learned that when I've worked with surgeons for like a decade, and they were just so amazing that after like 15 years of training, they were, you know, like the expert in, you know, an orthopedic knee surgeon or a spinal surgeon or something like that. but then they were like so humble about someone else. If it wasn't their area, they're like, oh, you need to go and talk to Professor so-and-so or some other area. Or I came in as their educational change manager, and they're like, you know, gave so much respect to even my position, and I'm like going, wow, you guys are like, and they're going, no, but it's not our area. So it's so fantastic to be able to see the way different people see, you know, that you can be the best of the best in one area and then have such respect for other people. You can see the value of collaboration in the teams that you're in, the boards that you're in, the seeing things. Then I remember when we did we internationally benchmarked their education program, like with 5 countries. And suddenly it's like, yeah, getting that global view. This was just in medicine, but it's so fantastic when you start seeing these leaders. That's why I'm so excited to be seeing what Shelley's going to be. I can feel the excitement because I just think it's going to have that edge of really seeing things from a global perspective and really challenge people, but then putting those principles into simple key tools that, you know, the mere mortals can kind of go, oh, that's really helpful. You know, like me, I'm like Shelley, I write it all down. I've always got heaps and heaps of notes, never stop learning, and then getting it to a point that you go, yeah, even today, you know, we've probably had at least a dozen more speakers, but there's common themes, there's common principles that when you start doing it over and over and over again, you just go, oh, that's got to be a gem because 10 people have just mentioned one thing, you know, and it is amazing how much wisdom we can pick up from people who've spent a whole lifetime learning. I love the revelations that you have when you're 50 plus. And then other people can just pick it up and go, thanks for sharing that. That's going to take me a lot of time. You know, you still got to learn it in your own way. You still got to apply it to your own context. You know, it's not definitely automatically just a gift. But I tell you what, there's just so much that's helping the generations coming through who will have their own challenges, and gosh, they need it too, because look at the world they live in, the amount of information that they've got to process. You know, seriously, we need a little extra microchip in there to be able to help us work it all. Anyway, just had a little rave myself there, but I'm open to the floor for you ladies.
Well, I love what you shared, Annie, is that we don't have to be experts in everything. We don't have to do it all ourselves. Sometimes as women, we sometimes feel that burden that we have to be perfect. We have to do it all ourselves. We can't ask for help, and we can ask for help. And that's why I just shared with you. There are some things I'm going to be very good at in consulting, public speaking, you know, being on boards, but then I'm going to partner with others for the areas, and let's work together and synergize my strengths with your strengths so that we can create a synergy moving forward. And so that's why it's really important to build that network. Like I said, the minute I started my company, people reached out and they were like, I'm doing this. Do you want to partner on this? Do you want to partner on that? And I'm like, oh, I'll partner here. No one person can do it all. We can only do it when we work together. So don't feel like if you're starting something new, if you're pivoting and prospering in 2024, you've got the weight of the world on your shoulders. There are people who want to partner with you. There are people who want to help you. And again, just take it one day at a time to accomplish that goal.
Yeah, so true. Such wisdom there. And even things like writing books, you know, that's right. That's why, you know, even in women's biz publishing, you know, you can have ghostwriters to help you. You can partner up. You can do a course on how to write a book. You might want to do it. You don't know how. You might go, you know what, I could do it, but I don't have the time, or I want someone else to help. I need someone to lay up, you know, help me lay it out, and then once it's organized, I can fill in all the information, because it is, you know, there's so many things that you go, you don't have to be, you know, the expert. It might be, or some things are an occasional thing, you know, that you just got to go, I've just got to, you know, like I'm getting a new website launching in a month, very excited about that, and you know, it's not my jam, you know, and I can learn it. I'm reasonably techie, but you don't go, you know, do I have to be an expert in that? No, it's better to go, I'm going to get someone else to do it, and it's going to just have all the bells and whistles and work beautifully for me. Much easier for my next speaking summit. But
Annie, did you talk about your amazing book that came out last fall, Memoirs of Successful Women? I think that was an amazing example of your publishing and leadership acumen right there. Oh, I bet you got a copy right there handy. I bought several and given them as my Christmas gifts.
Got my little virtual on. There we go. Memoirs of Successful Women. Yes, we've got A Woman's Guide to Business Domination. We've got Heart Warrior. I've had like 4 or 5 different books coming out in the last year. It was a very, very exciting year. And some things take forever. Like I've got one called Twins, because as many of you know, I've got 2 sets of twins, or I had 2 sets of twins, plus another one. And that book took 25 years because obviously I was very busy because I had 2 sets of twins. You can't write a book while they're little, but some things are like going, oh my gosh, I always wanted to do something. Do it. When you suddenly get a moment like COVID, do it. And then there's all these other opportunities, like, memoirs, and that you go, oh, you know what, I want to just partner up with these beautiful women and have an anthology that is, that's it's just joy to read. Definitely Shelley's part of it, just beautiful. And then also sometimes when you're part of an anthology, it then gives you that confidence to then go, you know what, I am now going to write my own memoir, because you've now gone and done a chapter. And so I encourage you, Ajimi and others who are listening, if you're not, just reach out because you can become part of these, this other one, A Woman's Guide to Business Domination. All these different authors have all written 1 chapter each. And then something like that can then give you the confidence to go and write your niche area. Jocelyn might write one on, financial success or sales success or something, because when she's on a stage, she wants to have that book, hopefully by Women's Biz Publishing or whoever, but she wants to go, you've invited me to speak and I've got the book because I'm the expert in it. Carol's going to do the talk and then she's going, and here's my book because I'm the expert in it. Shelley's going to have a whole truckload of books, but it makes sense that if you're the expert, you've got your signature book, the book that says, I'm the expert in this area, this is my niche, I'm the queen, all right? And then also the value of anthologies, because you are then part of, you're partnered with whether 10, 20 people forever, and you then open up to all of their networks as well. And so it is so valuable. Definitely try and get in anthologies if you can. Definitely all have your own signature book, because that is, I think, a necessity. I've got one coming out fairly soon. I'm like Shelley, writing. Mine will be called Branded for Success, because that's what I'm doing. I'm helping people brand themselves to be successful in their own specific way. All of them so valuable. Absolutely love it. And we had Kathy Dirksen on before talking about her anthologies as well. There's so many wonderful opportunities for all of us to be part of them, and strongly encourage it. So if you can fit us in. Oh, Jocelyn's got a book here. Here we go. Give it a plug. Prosperity Codes. Ooh.
So this one is for anyone who just want to think about wealth creation, money in a different way. There's so many stories in here that different people around the world had put together a chapter. So it's about money. I wrote about 888. It's an angel number, but also 8 is a great number from the Chinese perspective. So I elected to just add a bit of my Asian heritage into it. And also my journey in banking and finance, playing with money, investing millions of dollars, and being around people who are wealthy with the right intention to make the world a better place. That was what I was covering. So I highly encourage everyone to think about, adding a chapter in the next publishing anthology that Annie is, putting together, because it makes such a big difference. And it's a great way to get into the world of publishing if you don't know where to start, how to write, and to give yourself that opportunity to taste and enjoy the journey of being an author, and then write your own book as well. So I did 4, and 4 of them are equally international best-selling authors.
So, it has just opened up a whole world perspective for me, which I really want to champion, Annie's business in publishing as well, and media and coverage, because it opens up doors for TV, radio, journaling, and a whole heap of stuff. And you meet people globally. I've never thought working in the finance background, sitting at my desk, 11th floor, that I would actually have that opportunity. But it makes such a big difference when you just go out there and seize the opportunity. And that just opened one more door to another chapter, another avenue. So yeah, definitely go for it.
Exactly. And that's it. Even that, how much easier it is to become an international bestseller, because you then got all of those people. Like, think about it. If you're by yourself, definitely achievable, but you're promoting it yourself. You suddenly got 20 people in the book who are all promoting it. And so your opportunity to fly up the ranks in the order of who's number one on that at that moment are going to be higher, and it's so great for your branding. So I love it. I love that you've all got them happening, and we need more and more of them. I'm just waiting for, sorry, I'm distracted, and after I've been saying don't get distracted, but it's okay for me as your host. I'm just looking for Christine Blanchett, who should have jumped online, but she hasn't. So I am just going to check in case she has sent me a message, which she hasn't, but that's okay. Hopefully she will join us. Otherwise, we'll wait for our next speaker, Kate, which is not a problem. We don't mind chatting away.
Well, Annie, I think it's really important what you highlighted, how great you were with Memoirs of Successful Women, sharing with all of the authors how we can promote this on our websites, how we can promote this through social media, how we can connect with the other writers. I know you're going to do another push now that we're in 2024. I'm looking forward to being part of that. And again, I think that helps add credibility to people that want to be public speakers, that want to be recognized as industry experts in certain areas. And so I love your style. I love what you've done. I'm so grateful to be part of your empire. And thank you.
Thank you so much. And that's it too. Like, even if sometimes you might not get to number one, because there might be some, royal who puts out a book, or some person's going to just stay at number one for a while. That's okay. You can actually just put it out, and then a few weeks later you can do another big push. There's lots of ways that you can use the marketing strategically. Sometimes it's just too close to a special day, Christmases can be good and bad. If you get in early, if you get in late, there's so many things that you never say never. But it's absolutely so wonderful. And then once you've got it, use it. I have so many people who have these opportunities, and then actually I've just written a new course on that. Marketing following the book, which I'll be promoting very, very soon, because I find that a lot of people actually put something out, and then they get all excited and all the bells, woohoo, oh my gosh, I'm an international bestseller. And then they don't shout from the rooftops about it, or they don't use that book or whatever. Use it. It is seriously better, way better than your business card. Who cares about a business card? That book is your business card. You want to be, having photos of it. If you're at an event, you suddenly have a photo with the, here am I, here and here and here. And they're like going, oh my gosh, that book's everywhere. She must be speaking everywhere. Oh my goodness, I'm going to invite her to speak in my next event. Things of that nature. Make sure you always use every opportunity to be able to share those. And some people feel uncomfortable about that, and what I've delighted in the summit so far is, some people are very shy on their introductions, and other people go and say, oh my gosh, like I'm listening to it going, oh my gosh, just seriously amazing. But you are, like all these books and these, professor and different qualifications. I tell you what, you've earned those. I'm quite happy to go. I did 3 degrees around 5 children. Like, seriously, I worked my butt off, and it was hard work, and therefore be proud of that. Don't go and say, oh yeah, I've achieved quite, a lot of things. It's like, yeah, you've put yourself out because of my, qualifications. I've been able to do XYZ, and and it's great that I can now add value to so many people and help their walk, right? So it's not all about you, but own that as well as using that. And therefore, not only in your qualifications, which we should be more and more valuing, but your expertise, the way you do business, the contacts you have, the things that all of the resources that you have, love it, shout it, do it all. So anyway, that's my little blurb on that. I'm just going to see, I don't know what has happened to, we've just had Robin Johnson join us, which is wonderful. Hello, Robin. Great to have you join. I'm just following up. I'm just trying to find Christine Blanchette. So I'm going to let you ladies have a little chat. I'm just going to send her a quick message, if that's okay. Sorry.
I'm going to actually share a quick tip that I've been sharing with my clients lately, is that take an inventory of all the things that you've done. Sometimes we forget that we have got all those qualifications, every single book you read, every single podcast you do, every single degree, master's, PhD, every single conference, the hours that you spent, those are all your knowledge and they are valuable. And sorry, a lot of people ask me, you know what, I don't know what to say. It's like, if you do that inventory, you will forever realize how much knowledge you have gained, and you just share it. You just share it with people, because those are the things that you've applied in your life and you've seen results. And sorry, they are valuable. So if, someone, wasn't sure, get a bit confused, a bit stuck, that is one powerful way to remember that you are valuable. You're valuable.
I think that's so great. I have a notebook. I keep track of all those speaking events, articles. And then finally, my good friend, Dr. Kyle L. Tenen, said, Shelley, you should really do a spreadsheet. That's what Excel is for. And then you could track it all in Excel spreadsheet. So I told her this year in my Pivot and Prosper, I will create a spreadsheet. So, but the notebook, I also have a big wall that's glass in my office, and I just create little stickies of like book, connections, and I start working those on the wall, and I start outlining things. And when you do a sticky, you can just move it around until you get it to the place you want. Now, I know some people, there's virtual whiteboards. I'm not quite there, but hey, I'm moving from the notebook to an Excel spreadsheet. So 2024, and again, I'm in the space industry, artificial intelligence, but I'm still old fashioned. I like to write things down because we all learn differently. That's what you said. And I learn better when I write, because writing helps me I really have to focus on it. Sometimes when I'm typing or filling in a spreadsheet, it's automatic pilot. So whatever works best for you for learning and growing and pivoting and prospering this year. Is it writing? Is it listening? Is it reading? Do the things that help you learn and grow.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Like, even though, we're in AI world, but writing, there's a transmission that's very different when you actually journal. And it is so therapeutic. You are just really downloading your thoughts into paper. And when you actually apply that every single day, 3 to 8 minutes, I do that with my own morning ritual, but also to encourage all my clients to set that up as their day. When you create intentional thoughts, your day is intentional. You do productive activities. You don't get derailed by things that is distracting you. And so I agree with you, Shelley, like, doing that post-it notes as well. I do that as well because I think you can move around. And there are occasions, or intervals throughout the year that is good to just set aside 4 block hours and do a brainstorm session. Download every idea you have and just really move them around, group them together and see where you can actually get the most outcome. Because sometimes there's a common theme that's coming through and it's speaking to you. It's really impressing on your heart, your spirit, your soul that this is the key focus for 2024 and beyond. And to really honor that small, still voice and whisper, because when we create out of our own future self and deep consciousness, that is where our creativity are meant to be.
And a lot of people go, you know, how do I create something, or where does the ideas come from? It's actually from within us, because God has given all of us gifts, talents, and we have to use that for our own uniqueness to add to that touch that all of us are meant to offer to the world. And so, you know, I always believe that there's enough room for everyone. There's enough people for us to serve. There's an abundance of opportunity for us to serve at every level, every industry, every age group, every demographic, every cultural background. So use it, use it.
So true. So true. Such wisdom amongst you ladies. I don't know what's happened to Christine, but that's okay. She will come on when she's ready. But we have had Omu join. So Omu, do you want to pop your camera on? Hello. You're on mute as well, darling. Hello.
Hi. Hi.
Great to have you
Hello.
here. I'm just wondering if we can get you to jump the queue, because I have been waiting for our previous speaker, Christine, but she hasn't been able to find us just yet. So that's okay. We can, is it okay to change the order, or will that throw you out for people who are?
No, that's fine.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Cool. Otherwise, we have Kate. We have Kate just joining us as well. So we'll have a little, there we go. Oh, I actually had Kate before Omu, so I might, we can stay on track then. We'll slot Christine in. Sorry about being a little bit disorganized, everybody. We'll just have a little reset, because that's what it's like when we have a 12-hour summit. People coming, people going. You are welcome to come and go as much as you like. For those of you who are just joining us, I know some of you have. I'm Annie. I'm your host, founder and CEO of Women's Biz Global. We have been going for 6 hours. 6 hours already. We're halfway through our summit. We've had so many amazing speakers, so much value, words of wisdom. Oh, incredible. If you have missed any, do not worry, because every individual presentation will be divvied up, and then we'll be releasing all of those individually on our social media over the next couple of weeks. So don't worry if you've missed anyone, because I know that can be a little bit like, oh, that's no good. Or sometimes it's just the time zones. For example, I'm in Australia, so I've already been up all night, but many of the Aussies will be waking up soon and getting their first little coffee and then going, oh my goodness, who have I missed? And they will be wanting to meet our US ladies generally who have been on in the evening time for us. So relax, you won't miss a thing. And you definitely want to have a little bit of paper in front of you, though. Like me, I have been writing so many notes. And yeah, always learning, always encouraged. Okay, our next speaker is Kate. Welcome, Kate. I'm going to put the spotlight on you, and then we are going to hear from Omu. So over to you, Kate.
Good morning, everyone. I'll just get a thumbs up that you can hear me okay. Perfect. All right, great. Nice to see all of your smiling faces, and greetings from Gadigal country, and respect to elders past, present and emerging. Hey, I am Kate, the CEO and founder of Freight Exchange. Freight Exchange is a software-enabled marketplace for, wait for it, ugly freight, okay? Ugly freight is not a term that I coined. It is the term that the industry use for items that, or for shipping goods that don't comfortably fit in a FedEx box or in a pallet. So if you think about coffins or live eels, then if businesses trade in awkward, ugly items, then our platform is designed to really help those mid to large size businesses ship at scale rapidly and at much lower cost. Why is it important? Well, I'm just going to break down for you what ugly freight really is. And ultimately, it's building materials, it's food, it's medicines, it's things that are hard to ship. And when you think about food and building, it keeps us clothed, it keeps us healthy and well. And so that's important to us. You know, e-commerce is great. I love getting my Amazon parcels the next day, but that's nice to have. Being clothed and fed is an absolute must-have. So the topic of the conversation today is about how we pivot how time when we as a business have pivoted to prosper. There are three key moments when we pivoted to prosper. And I just want to quickly just make sure that we've defined how I think of as a pivot, because sometimes there's little pivots and sometimes there's really, you know, significant pivots where your business model has totally changed. So the very first pivot we had was when we first started in 2015. And initially, the problem that we were solving was, again, to make sure that businesses were able to access transportation in this space and do that very rapidly. And my background is in banking and in finance and in transactions in data science. And so my initial vision was to become, or solution, I should say, was to become almost like a transactional platform where people could just plug in their space, and then we would make that available to everyone in the world. Boy, was that misguided. So there was a couple of assumptions. One of the learnings from that enormous pivot, which was very early on in our business, was firstly that businesses in this industry had systems that had data that allowed them to transact. And that was wrong. Much of the freight, logistics, and supply chain industries actually, back in 2016, 2015, were still transacting on the phone and with spreadsheets, right? And it's hard for us to still imagine that that is indeed how many industries still transact. And so the very first pivot that we had to make was, wow, this business model ain't going to work. We are actually going to have to build software so that people can digitize first and then they can trade. And that was our first learning in pivoting as a business. And the theme of this talk is pivot and prosper. And so, you know, initially we went through a lot of iterations to decide that we were going to be a transaction platform. But secondly, we had to pivot massively to become a software platform. And that was enormously beneficial to us because there was such a huge untapped demand for that software. And there was a huge untapped demand for transport companies to actually get their supply out into the world so that they could build more business. And so what we learned from that first initial pivot was that actually, or what the outcome was from that initial business is that we went from a very small business transacting the occasional truck load and to growing, tripling both our transaction volume and our revenue for 3 years running. So 2017, 2018, 2019, we just absolutely grew and grew and grew and grew. And we didn't have to grow the business. We didn't have to grow our team. The software continued to barrel along. We just could not keep up with the demand. So that was the biggest, that was a huge learning for us as a business. There was another time after that where we had to pivot. And again, the idea of a pivot not being that we are, you know, extending our products or extending our, you know, our reach or naturally growing, meaning that we really had to change our business model. And the second big pivot that we made, which allowed us to prosper significantly, was that we went from being purely what we would call a software-enabled marketplace and making revenue from businesses that transacted on the platform to actually becoming a software platform in and of itself. And that was really, really crucial for us in terms of being able to prosper, because it allowed us to really drive quite a dramatic change in the way our margins and our volumes worked. And it also gave us the opportunity to reach out into much larger businesses. And what we've seen since we've reached out into the enterprise or into the software space is that the mid-tiers and the larger tiers are coming to us, not just for the ability to transact and trade as a trading platform, but also as an efficiency play. So they are now using our software and paying for that software. And that gives us a huge opportunity. And we have seen that that has dramatically changed our margins and our go-to-market, and also the customers that we're able to reach. And so just a couple of really key stories in our journey as a business for the last, well, really, we're almost coming up on a decade of pivots and changes and prospering. So, yeah, that's us. I'm Kate. I'm the CEO and founder of Freight Exchange. We are a software-enabled marketplace for businesses that trade in ugly freight. So at that point, I'll wrap up. I didn't have any pictures or anything, just chat to camera. It's a Sunday morning here. So were there any, do I have an opportunity for questions or
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I love the word ugly freight. I'm just imagining now just what that means. And it's just fascinating. I love all the different areas that different speakers are in. And that's just like, yeah, another totally left field space, which is really, really cool, but so essential. And I love that, because something so niche like that, it's an area that you can make your own and dominate in, when everyone else just talks about the basics and you suddenly say ugly freight. And yeah, that's really, really clever. I love what you've shared there, Kate, on the value of tech, the value of your software, that sometimes we focused so much on, the marketing, the branding, the this, the that, whatever, whereas it actually can just be the automation, the way customers can actually find you. The fact that you have tripled 3 years in a row, I mean, phenomenal. Well done, you. I mean,
yeah, the power of the pivot is incredible. I would also say about the industry is it does sound niche, and globally in our niche, it's well over $1 trillion in size. So it does sound niche. It's just that yeah, it's not something that's top of mind in a lot of minds, as it were.
Exactly. It's something that I go, oh, that's what. Whereas it's something that everyone is doing every day, or not everybody, but billions of people are moving their stuff around that we just don't think about.
Yeah.
So absolutely fantastic. Did anyone else have a question for Kate?
I have a question. I'm loving your story. It's really, really fascinating. And I like to look at the human side of business. And so I'm wondering, when you did this expansion and transition, how are you able to rally the troops and get the resources that you need internally, or even bringing extra people in? And how are you able to navigate that with getting different people's ideas, getting different people's input, so you could have the best ideas coming from all layers of the organization?
Yeah, absolutely. It's so important. In actual fact, this is a really human industry. So it's a great question. And yeah, I come at it from a data and a tech perspective, but it is a really human-centered industry. It's still very offline. You still have truck drivers. You've still got people loading things in warehouses. You've still got, right. So by definition, it absolutely is incredibly human. And so there are a couple of really key points to that. So firstly, we hired our first salesperson, and salespeople, as you would probably all know, are very good at sniffing out opportunities and problems, and also raising them up into us. And so for us, that was the number one. That was one of the biggest catalysts for actually working out what was going to be, for being you know, the interface between carriers, transport providers, and traders, so businesses that need to ship goods. And so we were catching up, you know, again, we were growing rapidly, and we were speaking all the time, and they had sales targets. And so we had to generate revenue and also hear back from the customers. And I was also obviously in a very I was selling pretty hard, because, you know, when you're starting out, you're all, well, actually you never stop selling. And so for us, that was really important, Robin. At the same time, we raised a small angel round in 2016, and then also another seed round in 2019. And that was to expand not just the team, but also our go-to-market and so on. So we were able to grow our team from, you know, a core of 5 to up to 15, 20 people, in order to really capture the opportunity in the market.
Fascinating. Well done.
I muted myself. Can I ask one other quick question?
Sure.
So, and I think it just jumped out of my head. It's something about, oh yeah. So you really got set up just right before, and solidly set up right before COVID hit. Well, a lot of your stuff was already online, but a lot of what you deal with was shut down. So how did you deal with, and every country and every state had different regulations. So when you suddenly landed in March of 2020, how did you deal with that transition?
Yeah, look, again, some very pithy questions, Robin. And I try not to live the Trump, no. So basically in 2019, as I mentioned, we raised a seed round to really expand, and we had we had opened an office started to build a team in Hong Kong and in Singapore. And the idea was to expand our offerings, not just in trucking, but also in shipping. And you are absolutely right. My goodness gracious, suddenly there were no planes flying, and there were very few very few ships sailing. And so for us, that was an enormous pivot, which I haven't covered off today, but there were 2 key learnings from those huge pivots. So firstly, we had a product that could work domestically. And that meant that we still were able to sell the software and keep trading through that enormous disruption, despite the fact that it was very disruptive for us in our growth plans. And so that was the first thing. We immediately shut down everything international and just focused on domestic transportation only, because that was the only thing we could do. We focused on selling the software so that we could drive margins, as well as everything else for businesses that were also wildly disrupted and really were suddenly not able to get people into the warehouse. They couldn't get enough staff. They couldn't get enough trucks. And so we learned through that bitter experience was that actually the software was a really great opportunity. And this was really great. People were suddenly going, I can't operate with people. I actually need help from technology. And so there were 2 really, really big learnings and a pretty chunky pivot for us in 2020 as well.
Great, thank you.
Amazing. I'm just so impressed. Congratulations, Kate. All righty.
Well done.
We are going to have to move along, and we are going to now introduce you to Omu. Omu is going to share with us now.
Hi, everyone. And thank you so much, Kate. And I'm feeding off her story, and it's almost like she read my script or I read hers. There's no way she could have. My first question was going to be, who has ever had to do it afraid? Who has ever had to take that bold step? There's no need asking Kate, because from that story, I can imagine how many times and how many sleepless nights she's had, and she just had to do it. So, but I would go ahead and ask, how many of us as women, and I particularly say women because I feel that we have a totally different kind of fear that we deal with, have had to deal with taking decisions even though they are afraid. How many of us have had to do that? With a show of hands. How many of us? And how many of us have not taken a decision because we're afraid, and several years down the line, we regret it? How many of us? And you know, life is funny because sometimes we don't take those decisions and we just go on and grow. And when we look back, we actually see that there's several other steps we've taken that are way more risky than the decisions we didn't take way back then. But we just, for some reason, life happened and we moved into it. So today I actually want to talk about the power of doing it afraid. You know, a lot of us, to pivot, to move from one level to another, trust me, you're going to have to do it afraid. And I've convinced myself that if I am not scared enough, then it's not important enough. There has to be that element of fear. And when you get to that point, it's almost like for each step, I say to myself, okay, where is the fear? Bring it on. Am I afraid? Yes, but I'm seeing the fear. I'm using the fear as fuel, not as something to weigh me down. So, you know, I don't let the fear hold me down. And how have I done that? So first of all, I don't kid myself. I acknowledge that I'm afraid. I'm always the first to acknowledge that I'm afraid. And I'm extremely passionate about women, and I've had cause to work with women. And talking about fear, for the longest time, I actually avoided working with women because I was so scared. I felt that women were very judgmental, women, and I didn't want anyone to judge me. I felt men were more easygoing, and you know, they would cut you some slack if you messed up. But the woman would go, oh, see the way she spoke to me. She wasn't properly dressed. She didn't sound right. She didn't. A man would just, you know, take whatever it is you're saying and probably not notice all those things. That's how I felt. So even working with women, you know, I did it afraid. And so I know that we women have a lot, and then we're dealing with home, we're dealing with all sorts of pressure. So we already have all those issues. And what I now find is that there are very few times we take out time to actually sit down and ask ourselves what we're thinking. And because we don't sit down and we don't take that time out for ourselves and for our businesses intentionally, a lot of things slip, and then we operate under a lot of pressure. So first of all, when I'm scaling up or taking any decisions in my business or pivoting, and trust me, I have pivoted from different times. I read computer science and engineering. I worked as an engineer with Chevron, which is a multinational oil company. I pivoted into children's clothes. I went into event planning, and I worked globally doing destination events. And then I went and I joined the John Maxwell team as a founding member. And for several years, I couldn't coach, I couldn't speak, I couldn't train because I was simply afraid. And a time came when I sat down and I asked myself, okay, what are those things you're afraid of? Because there's only the most important conversation is a conversation you have with yourself. So because there are very few things you're going to hear you've never heard before. There are very few things you're going to read you haven't read before. They're going to be put in different ways. But the most important thing is what you say to yourself, because every other person will say things and leave. You'd read things and you would leave. But what are you saying to yourself? So I decided I was going to practice what I preach. And I sit down, and that's what I do all the time. I sit down and I analyze, okay, what am I afraid of? Why am I afraid? Has any other person done anything like that or similar? You know, what could go wrong? Things would definitely go wrong. From my event planning days, I learned that anything can go wrong, because I realized that I do all those events, and trust me, a lot of things always go on at the back end. And for the guests at the event, they come out saying to you, oh, it's a wonderful event. So from those days, I learned not to beat myself up because only I and I alone can see what has gone wrong, and maybe my close staff. So same thing with these moves we want to make when we're afraid. Those things we worry about, trust me, 9 chances out of 10, you're the only one who knows about those things. And you never really start. You never really know what can go wrong until you start. Most of the things you're afraid of are things that you think would happen when you eventually start. As soon as you start, you start to realize that some of those things you're worried about never really happen. So you never know what's going to happen until you start. So the first thing you have to do is start. I did face the fear. I stumbled a bit, still stumbling, but ultimately I keep soaring. At the end of the day, I'll always soar. And I'm sure that everyone else can. Then another thing that I find that we do is that we don't break it down. I was very guilty of that. So I want to organize a retreat. I want to organize a retreat this year. I want it now. I want it, we never really break it down into tiny chunks. Okay, what's achievable? What can I do now? How can I start now? Anne has had this amazing seminar. She probably started last year with having sleepless nights. And I decided I want to have the seminar and I want to do it in 2 months and I think I can pull it off. It's not going to happen. Break it down in chunks. Do the little that you can do and celebrate yourself. That's another thing that I realized that a lot of us don't do. And I like to use myself as an example. So when you come from a home where you're thought to be humble, in quotes, you need to be humble, don't blow your trumpet, you're a woman, you're meant to be seen and not heard. So you find out that your natural instinct is to downplay even your achievements. And my dad always used to say, if you don't say you are, no one will. If you don't say thou art, no one else would say you are. So if I don't praise myself, no one else will. There's another saying where I come from that says that whatever name you give your dog is what every other person would call it. So invariably, whatever you call yourself is what everyone is going to call you. And for the longest time, I find that women, we try to play small. We play small. We don't push ourselves out there. We don't celebrate ourselves enough. And that's including me. And I won't be celebrated because I don't even if I don't celebrate myself, why do I expect someone else to celebrate me? So now I celebrate myself. And, in the past, I used to say to people, oh, I'm not pretty. Oh, I'm not this. I'm too dark. I'm too fat. I'm too this. But I'm always the first to say to myself, I'm a queen. And if you don't like it, too bad. And, that gives you the energy and the courage to go on. Celebrate your little steps and move on to the next one. And give yourself an embrace. And even if you failed at that step, celebrate yourself for trying and then find out what worked and what didn't work. So I'm sure that my 10 minutes is over. What I want to say to us ladies is do it afraid. We are more than capable of these incredible feats. And I had this last quote that I wrote, embrace the fear, dance with uncertainty, and watch as courage transforms every step of your journey. In doing it afraid, you discover the unstoppable strengths within you. Thank you.
Thank you. So much wisdom in there, so much wisdom. I love that you actually decided to celebrate trying. That's right. You don't always nail it, but you've tried. And I tell you what, every time you try all those little chip away, suddenly something will open up. So I absolutely love that. I I think we have been raised as women to downplay our achievements and to be quiet and all that sort of thing. I remember my grandmothers, every time I'd try and sort of say something, go, don't be proud, or whatever. And it's kind of like this, you know, quiet, submissive, whatever, be good. And whereas it's wonderful to be able to, just be proud of your achievements and what you have to offer. I think, I had another, you spoke a lot about facing the fear, and I love that, because we will be fearful and we need to push through, but absolutely fantastic. I know, I feel like Jocelyn, you're just about to say something, so I'm going to let you have the mic.
It's like,
I could
oh
feel it.
no. Thank you so much for sharing all that, because in my research for 23 years, coaching and mentoring people, those are the elements that I see over and over again. So wherever you are, which country you are spending time in, is equally the same in Southeast Asia and the Down Under in Australia and New Zealand. And so, you know, one of the key areas that we want to see fear is to meet the fear and use it as a fuel to help us move forward, because fear, if you see it from a different perspective, is actually very powerful. It's with the fear that we do better and bigger things in life. So thank you so much for crafting such a wonderful speech. And it will definitely, without a shadow of doubt, you know, stir and inspire so many more of us who are listening or rewatching this again, because it is what women see different and men operate very differently. Men don't let fear, men is like control the fear. And I work with men, 97% of my career working with men, they're like, no, let me test this fear. Whereas women is retreating from the fear. It's so interesting when I watched that research that I did. And so, you know, and judgment was the other thing. And for me, I did a lot of inner work with self-judgment, because the first thing that we always look is, what did I do wrong? And that was, I noticed I had to journal that question out of my thoughts, because that's always the first thing that I would say. What did I do wrong? But you know how you said celebrating and shifting that words that we speak upon our lives is, what did I do right? And how can I do it differently? And when I started to shift my language, but the awareness needs to come first by noticing the words that we say. And I noticed this a lot in all my coaching clients, is the first few words they say before they say something good.
Yes.
Rather than the first few words they say and then go, what can I do different? And that takes wisdom, I suppose is uninstall the old programming.
Yes.
And then install the new programming of how we speak it. Like, you know, every time we uninstall, you know, our laptop, you know, old stuff, the virus thing, and then install the new thing. It's so powerful that we do that subtle shift that can make such a significant difference in the way we say, because words cast spell. So whatever words that we speak, we spell it out into our future. We spell it out into our orbit. We spell it out into our universe. And so, yeah, what did I do well? How can I celebrate it? How can I do it differently? So thank you so much.
Love that. Love that. I was also thinking, Omu, that when you said people, when you show up, you start apologizing about the things that are wrong, like, oh, don't take a photo, my hair's not blow dried, or you know, like, oh, I feel bad in this, or, you know, the amount of people who've done presentations and like even saying, I've only got 10 minutes. You've got 10 minutes. Make it 10. You don't have to go, I've only. It implies you're going to miss something, you know, like, and you don't have to therefore speak fast. You say less, but say it well in 10 minutes. It's kind of like really interesting. If you get 20 minutes, it's like, I've only got 20 minutes, you know, so it's like we often limit ourselves or criticize ourselves or whatever when no one else knows, you know. It's kind of like I've just moved house 2 days ago, so my house is totally out of control. Anyway, but anyway, we've pulled it together. But it's very easy to go, oh, you know, like, and now people are popping in and it's really easy to go, oh, like, it's like, don't come now because this isn't right, or it's going to be so much better once we put this away or whatever. Whereas you go, they don't know what you've got in your head. They don't know what they're missing, or they appreciate, yeah, it's a bit of a mess, or like even me organizing this summit, it hasn't been as perfectly streamed as previous one because I've been moving house. But that's okay. You know, the world doesn't fall over, you know, you can always do things better. And I find that so often, you know, I've been to so many events, like I've hosted them, like, you know, global conferences and like on, you know, live events and bits and pieces. And the amount of people who are apologetic, like you said, Jocelyn, apologetic before they then start, you know, it's like, oh, this isn't going to be right, or I'm not going to be able to do this, or this would have been better if I had more time, or this or this. And you go, don't worry about all of that. No one else is looking there, imagining, they're not in your head. They're not seeing all the things that you're self-criticizing about or worrying about. They just see you now. So do the best you now that you can do. And actually, you know what? 99% of the time, no one noticed anything else. Sometimes they might have, you know, I've been to that situation. I've worn 2 shoes that are like similar, but not actually a matching set. I mean, how embarrassing is that? And I'll look suddenly down and go, one's got a buckle on it, one doesn't. I go, oh my gosh, you can see I got dressed in the dark. But, you know, you just have a giggle all day. You go, how funny is that? Rather than I'm mortified and now I can't stand on stage and it's going to affect my whole thing. You know, that's what I'm sharing. So funny. I know. Thank you, Robin, for having a giggle at me on that emoji. It is like that. I learned to laugh at myself a lot. Anyway, we are going to move over to have Robin share with us, and then also welcome Karen. Karen is going to be sharing after Robin. So I'm going to put you as center of my stage, spotlight on you, Robin. And Robin's also going to share some details about her business and everything on the chat as well.
Wonderful. It is great to be here. It's been so fun listening to women who came before me, hearing their wisdom and insight. And I just love being with Annie. Her organization is so great. And if you have not given yourself a shout out, I would like to do a shout out about you, that she and her company got 6 awards from the Stevie Awards. I always shout that out. I think it's really awesome. And so it's really, really a joy to be here. And let me take you back. It is May 18th, 2020. I am fully decked out in my cap and gown and my Master's of Applied Positive Psychology regalia. I'm graduating over Zoom from the University of Pennsylvania, a Master of Applied Positive Psychology program. And it is truly a joyful event. Wore my cap and gown to the grocery store, to the gas station, and then on Zoom for the graduation. And it was an overtly joyful event and full of life and full of many well wishes from many, many people. And I was also holding on to a secret. I had not yet started informing people, my children included, that my husband of 34 years was ending our marriage at that very same time. Well, throughout the summer of 2020, as the dust kind of settled, I found myself saying to myself, okay, I'm damaged goods now. I'm just damaged goods. And one day I kind of woke up and I said, wait a minute, you know a lot of women whose marriages have ended and you don't view them as damaged goods. Why are you viewing yourself as damaged goods? And so I said, you know what? I'm going to take every inch of what I've learned in my program of applied positive psychology, as well as everything else that I've learned for the 64 years of my life, I guess 63 and a half years at that point in time. And I'm going to use it on myself. And so I started digging into real-time resilience, signature strength, you know, abundance mindset, the neuroscience of hope, and just creating what I call my mental edge of the pool. And I may talk about that later. And just using everything that I learned on myself. Well, about a year and a half later, January 28th, 2022, January 28, 2022. It was my 65th birthday. I happened to be at a women's retreat, and we're a big, huge circle of my soul sisters sitting around sharing how we're feeling. And I said, you know what? I am freaking awesome. And if someone can't see that, then they can just get off on the next corner. Well, how did I go from I'm damaged goods to I'm freaking awesome? It's, many of the things I've mentioned, real-time resilience, character strengths, abundance mindset, the science of behavior change. I took all of those tools, used them on myself, and was able to change. And I was very glad that I was able to create some workshops to help women whose long-term marriages have ended and help women create well-being for themselves. Well, what does this have to do with business? Well, resilient organizations, and that's what organizations had to become surviving COVID and the post-COVID, they had to be resilient. And the degree to which organizations practice principles of resilience, which used to be called soft skills, we soon learned that they were power skills, that determined how well they were able to weather the storm. Or if they got knocked down, how long did it take them to get back up? And what's interesting about resilience is it's not just one thing. It's many threads and many different aspects funneling in to create resilient individuals. And resilient individuals make up resilient organizations. And interestingly enough, there are many protective factors of our resilience. And one of those protective factors is good organizations. When we have organizations that are positive, that are supportive, those are things that help our resilience. So those are some of the things that was, for me, one of the biggest pivots in my life. And I am just really grateful that I had the skills, that I learned the skills, was able to use them to create a life of abundance and a life different than what I would have imagined, but one that is very rich and blessed and having so many opportunities. And so that was just a lot of what I wanted to share on my pivot and prosper. A lot of that is mindset. A lot of that is the organizations and the relationships that you belong to. Annie, you're muted.
Sorry, I muted again, chatting away to myself. Sorry, I must be ready. My hubby's gone out to buy me a coffee. So there we go. I'll be all pepped up again very soon. Huge moment to not see a divorce coming and to suddenly, be in that, to see the damage that a relationship breakdown can have on your whole self-esteem and values of self-worth. And it's absolutely huge. And the language that you were using at that time, and then to do the shift that you've had, I mean, congratulations to you to put yourself through that, because it is hard. It's uncomfortable. It's difficult. But I love it. You're a full-on woman, Robin, because you've then gone and did you decide to do the positive psychology course in response to that, or were you already doing it while you fell in the heap?
I was already doing it. And to be honest, we had a lot of ups and downs, and I just thought, oh, this will be another down. We'll weather through it, we'll make it through it. And so so I knew this was coming. I knew it was coming, but once again, part of me thought, oh, we'll weather it through. But yet it all did. And you talk about God's timing. Well, it's perfect timing, because I did have this degree, and everything that I learned in the degree, I was able to use to help myself navigate this, and then help other people now navigate similar things as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now you can apply it in a whole different way. I'm interested to explore, if you're comfortable, of course. You're already doing the course, and then did you need to feel it personally you know, like it's almost like the discomfort when you said you could see it coming. So you already knew you're uncomfortable, but it's kind of like you're used to that. You know how we accept things, we accept the discomfort, we accept things not being the way we are. But when it then became unacceptable, when it became, you know, definite, you've reached rock bottom, that activated more awareness, if you like, of why you needed to change your mindset around how you saw yourself and the value that you can have for other people. That moment then when you said, I'm freaking awesome, because you were already. What I'm saying is sometimes, you know, the information was already there. You were already doing the course, but it was probably not, you know, having as much impact as when you suddenly really felt it. You were in more pain, more discomfort. And this is where I think there's a bit of a common theme from a few speakers, that while that's terrible, and, you know, we had another speaker was under the doona for 6 months. And for you, it's about, you know, seeing you using poor language to yourself. Sometimes we need to get to those moments to then go, you know what, I need to do a massive shift. And here you are, you're already doing the course. We're going to apply it now. It's kind of like you reach a day and enough is enough, you know? So did you, all I'm saying is, did you find that because you were in more pain, it activated the bigger transformation? I'm just interested.
Yeah, I would say yes. And I think for me, the biggest transformation is when I made the connection that, oh, I don't say this about, well, I guess one of the reasons I felt to begin initially when I would say, well, I know other women whose marriages have ended, but I felt mine was different because I did not end the marriage. I felt like we just hang in there, we're going to make it work. And whereas the other people that I knew, they were the ones who ended the marriage, the woman was. And so I felt like I couldn't entirely relate to that. But then at some point I just realized, why are you saying this to yourself? You know, this is, I need to take what I've learned and use it on myself. So I think it was this kind of this slow awakening that sometimes we know lots of things and we're very good at helping other people, but do we do it to ourselves?
Yes.
And so I really loved what Omu said, and also other things that, like, for example, that Kate had shared, that are we being toward ourselves? Are we being as encouraging and uplifting and motivating toward ourselves that we would be to a good friend? And so I think for me that when I began that shift, and I think that helped. And so really, this, like I mentioned, the skills of real-time resilience, the skills of discovering your signature strength and using those, and those are skills. It's not like you're born with it or you're not. I think that really helped.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing. We've got a hand up from Jocelyn.
Yeah.
Robin, thank you so much for sharing that, experience and the way you work through it. My thought and my curiosity was that, have you thought about documenting that transitional process? Because I have met a lot of people who are relationship coaches on people who are going through divorce, but I have not witnessed people who are able to articulate the process to transition it, and their thoughts, that all the thoughts that could be necessary to coexist while they transition themselves out to the next chapter of their life. And that's what a lot of people require the support from. And the other thing was, I witnessed a lot of people who does divorce coaching, they probably have not, they know the concept, but they don't necessarily know their experience from the years of, like, for you, you have decades of marriage life already. A lot of them have got a shorter marriage life, maybe, 3 to 5 years. It's very different from someone who's got such decades of, knowledge hanging in there, and then, ending that relationship. So I think your wisdom will really help a lot of others who
myself included, having marriages, but how to keep it wholesome as well. So yeah, if you have ever thought about documenting that and sharing that, that could in itself become, a program that could help a lot of people who are even thriving in their marriage, but still need to know what can be done to continue to, enhance their relationship in the marriage.
Well, personally, I did lots and lots of journaling as I was going through this. And I also had a very, very wonderful support network. And I've been going to 12-step programs like Al-Anon and things like that for decades. And so I had this group, a very supportive group that totally knew what was going on from day one. So that was very, very a powerful blessing. But I did actually create a workshop, a half-day workshop called A Wellbeing Workshop for Women Whose Long-Term Marriages Have Ended. It's a very descriptive title. I tried a more creative title called Kintsugi Your Life. And kintsugi is an ancient Japanese art form where you take broken pottery and you put it back together with liquid gold or silver. And the breaks and scars, you don't try to hide them. They become part of the beauty. And so my original title was Kintsugi Your Life. But no one knew what that meant. And so I just changed it back to the original title, A Wellbeing Workshop for Women Whose Long-Term Marriages Have Ended. And then in the workshop, I would then begin with this metaphor of this broken pottery and how we put it back together. And so I can put a link to that. I actually launched it last fall, and it randomly happened to be on what would have been my 35th or 36th anniversary. Just the day I wanted to do it on a Thursday, and just randomly the Thursday happened to be my anniversary. So I thought the scheduling gods were smiling on me, and then again December. So I'll be doing it again in coming a couple more times coming up this year, and I will put the link to that spot in my website in the chat. Yeah. And it's robinlearningsystems.com, and you go to services and you drop down, you find wellbeing workshops for women. And if you go to my blog, here's a freebie for everyone. If you go to my blog, you will find the very first thing to click on is finding your mental edge of the pool. And when and I'll go really fast because I know my time is more than up, but when my children were being taught how to swim, and also watching my granddaughters be taught how to swim, the instructor would have them jump in the water and immediately turn around and grab the edge of the pool. Jump in, turn around, grab the edge. Jump in, turn around, grab the edge. And the instructor explained later that they do this over and over and over and over until it becomes automatic. It becomes a reflex. So that later on, when the child is at a birthday party or they're at a public swimming pool and they get bumped or knocked into the pool, they won't just be flailing around and drown. They'll instinctively reach for the edge of the pool. And so I have these strategies. We're creating what I call your mental edge of the pool. When you get knocked into the pool, there's something you can grab onto, so you're not just flailing around emotionally and then sinking. And that comes in very handy during a difficult marriage therapy session. Anyway, I will put that in the chat, but if you go to robinlearningsystems.com, my blog, it's right there. Drop down on services, and you'll see what I do for organizations and then what I do for women. So
fantastic. And for those
thank you so much.
Thank you. Great questions. Great discussion. For those of you who are watching the replay, I'll have Robin's website on the screen as well. So definitely follow that up. Thank you so much for sharing. I love it when you've got a real purpose and you can feel your purpose-driven approach to what you're doing now. I tell you what, people are just going to benefit so greatly from what you have to share with them, Robin. Okay, so we are now going to welcome, I know Jolie's been here quietly behind the scenes, that she's just popped on screen, which is lovely. We're going to hear from Karen though first, and we're going to enter the whole world of photography, which is the area that Karen's in. So over to you, Karen.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for having me on this session. In response to the topic of pivot and prosper, well, I can say that I've made a lot of changes in my business over in 2023. So I was just jotting down some things on how I have pivoted and prospered from last year up to now. So I found out real recently, I've been undertaking some form of digital transformation. So recently, because I've been getting some sort of business coaching as well, then I decided to, just have a go at, creating some videos just for my iPhone, and I've learned a lot, from, just a lot of trial and error. So, went down to, maybe changing the background. So, quite often, because I have a white wall in my ironing room, then I sort of tried to, reduce the amount of distractions. And after learning how there were maybe too many, distracting, elements in my other videos, so I found a way where I can, just blur the background using the apps and other programs available, if you know what I mean. And I also I can say use Loom. So especially if I'm doing like maybe a screen recording, I find it's really handy, just to have like a little circle where you're sort of talking, so people still get you feel you're present. I found that it's quite that's just where I sort of find the rewards of learning about new technology. Someone introduced it to me. I thought, yeah, why not? Anything to make my videos a little bit better, more presentable. So I'm always open to that too. But I always like to try and keep it simple. So if you like using like teleprompter, which helps me, rather than maybe reading from, like speech cards, then it's nice to have something where you can just read from the screen, like some of those professional television presenters do. And also I want to talk about innovation and creativity. So only late last year decided to do those group headshot sessions, where people can book in their time slots and have their individual headshots done. So each person has a time slot around maybe 15, 20 minutes, and they receive 2 headshots, and I would say choose a location, get them to come at their own appointed time. And I find that that's a cost-effective way of doing it, and that's like a good low barrier to entry as well. And I also have other one-on-one services where people can have more personal branding photos done, and they have maybe spend more time with me on how they can elevate their personal brand. And as I've gone on to this personal branding photography journey, I started to learn a lot more about the importance of personal branding as well. And I found myself, just collaborating and networking with people who just focus on personal branding itself. So I think that's really quite rewarding, especially when, I find myself working for myself a lot. Then it's nice to, get to know people, especially within Australia, that there are people who have the similar sort of level of interest as I do. And also I found myself branching out into other areas of photography, like events photography, and because I go to a lot of business events. I just recently became like a member of Mossman Chamber, so I decided to, in order to get my work out there, get myself known and do some of the events photography with them. I know that they got big quarterly events as well. And also offered my, to do some paid, events photography for some of the other business groups, so like May Realize Business. So, I just find my ways of getting out there, and I'm really excited that I've been recently booked to do like a pageant event. So, it's just really great to see, that it's all taking off. And I'm also in a process of creating like an iPhone sort of photography course online. So this is just really exciting. I can't say enough.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. I can feel it. I can feel you're excited. And what I'm loving from your sharing is that you're pivoting by extending the ways that you're doing your business. So instead of being a photographer going, I can come to events or hope people book me to be the events, you're looking at your business in a whole different way. That's right. Joining a chamber is going to help you network, be seen, be visible, meet the people that may or may not need your services immediately, but you're then going to be front of mind. And I think that's so important, that they just get to know you, get to see others using your services, and eventually that time happens, and then you're front of mind for them. I think using tech is great. So here you are, like I'm thinking a photographer is fairly technical anyway, but you are technical in one area of, I'm assuming the way you take a photo, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you would automatically use other programs such as Loom, and being able to share with customers in a different way. And I love the way that you sort of said, to add that personal element, because that's exactly right. For example, I was shared before that I'm getting a new website done at the moment for next month. And that's exactly right. Instead of the tech person just doing it, all of a sudden I received an email with a click, and then there was the developer talking me through the pages and this and that. And I got this, I've got the connection, I've got her voice, I've got, I feel their relationship building because they've done that extra level of support. So
Yes.
really, really helpful. I'd go, keep doing what you're doing. And those of you who are watching now live or on the replay, definitely, these are all areas that you can go, is it a real pivot? No, but it's definitely an expansion of your services. And it means that different people get attracted to different things. Sometimes people are just the content. Some people, like me, very relational. The more I get personal information transfer, like everyone who gets my coaching, they get emojis to death, they get voicemails, video messages.
I think everyone has just got a different style of communicating as well.
Exactly.
And that's what I've learned along, I had to pivot along, when I was, communicating my videos as well. And even when I put out my posts, I like to make things, short, sweet, and simple to understand, no rocket science or jargon or anything like that, because I don't think that will appeal to a lot of people, because at the end of the day, people like you may choose to use my services, and I like to talk you through it, so it's, that's my approach to it.
I love it. I love it. Well, thank you so much for sharing at our summit today. It's been
Thanks.
great.
I just wanted, before sorry to interrupt, I just wanted to say that if you guys are interested in maybe learning how to elevate your iPhone photography, or maybe elevate your personal brand, and just please feel free to DM me. I can just put in my email in the comments if that helps.
Yep. Add anything into the chat. Definitely helps people connect with you if that's of interest.
Thank you so much. I'll try to put my link tree somewhere if I can.
Fantastic. Fantastic. All righty. Next up, we have Jolie. So I'm going to put the spotlight on Jolie. And, oh, sorry, I almost made you the host. That would have been tricky for me. All righty, spotlight. That's very different, isn't it? Welcome to our summit. I don't think you've spoken at our summit before, Jolie. So,
I haven't.
As a first-time speaker, always great to have new people joining our community and sharing their wisdom with everybody. So, over to you.
Thank you so much, Annie. I'm excited to be here. Pivot and prosper. This is the goal today. But were you aware that 9 out of 10 of you will experience the same exact problem when trying to pivot and reach your goal? It happens to be the most common problem that CEOs face, as well as famous people like Tom Hanks and Meryl Streep. It's the same problem I faced many times over when starting my business, when launching my first podcast, when writing my book, when becoming a life coach. As the co-owner of a recruiting firm called Paradigm and the podcast host of 2 podcasts, Thriving After 40 and Career Wanderlust, I have talked to thousands who are either living or trying to live a successful and fulfilled life. I have become very aware of the biggest challenges to reaching said success. And one of the most common threads in these discussions, the dirty little secret that most people share, it's imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome, it's that feeling that CEOs will get when they're sitting in their big office and they're thinking, I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just making this up as I go along. People are going to find me out. This is the universal truth that I have learned. Everyone is pretty much making this up as we go along. We are all just flying by the seat of our pants, doing the very best we can at any given moment. I'm going to share with you a story of how imposter syndrome showed up in my life and some of the tools that were used to deal with it. Statistically, 90% of you will experience this imposter phenomenon, and these negative feelings are the biggest cause for people not reaching their overall goals. Learning how to deal with your internal imposter will free you from your personal chains, and it will allow you to soar. Now, imposter syndrome, it plays itself out in a variety of ways that people often don't realize, such as procrastination, perfectionism, overcommitting, sickness and crisis, lack of effort, avoidance. Anything sound familiar to you? All of these will derail your carefully laid out plans, but now that you're aware, you can watch out for your own self-sabotage. Notice when it's happening without judgment, knowing that it's perfectly normal, and then adjust your patterns accordingly. I believe I employed most of these self-sabotaging strategies when I started my first podcast. I was so excited about this new project. The learning was feeding me, and I absolutely loved it. But then procrastination and overcommitting. It is so easy to do. And there is a simple two-step solution for this. Now, first, you want to get in touch with your why and write it down. Why are you doing this? Why is this your goal? What do you hope to achieve, and why is that important to you? Getting in touch with this, knowing this, and feeling it deep down, it will help you focus. Now, writing it all down so that you can remind yourself, this will help you stay focused. No matter what your goal, you will encounter moments of struggle. And if you are not in touch with why you are doing what it is you are doing, you will walk away when there is difficulty. When you are in touch with your why, it will be much easier to persevere and push through any challenges that come your way. Now, second, commit time on your weekly calendar for your goal. Choose a day and time every week that will be spent completely focused on your goal and mark it off your calendar. This is your sacred time, not to be messed with. Now, once I did this, I started moving forward, and the self-judgment came. When I listened to myself on that very first podcast episode, I can't even tell you the cringing. Oh, it was painful. Has your own voice ever caused your eye to twitch? I wanted to scrap it and start all over, or not start again, because of my own inner critical voice. I hated it. I did not know I could sound so bad. I thought to myself, why did I think I could do this? I mean, I berated myself. However, my guest was wonderful. She had so many great insights, and this helped me focus in on what mattered. This isn't about me. This is about the value I can offer. So when you're feeling self-judgment, I want you to remind yourself of two things. First, it's not about you. It's about the value that you can provide others. Every time you start worrying about yourself, notice it and bring it back to your why. Okay, not about you, about your why. Refocus your energy on how you can bring that value. And second, every time you try something new, you are stepping into the unfamiliar. Anything unfamiliar is going to be uncomfortable. This is true for everything in life. Our brains naturally gravitate to the familiar, even if it's not good for us. I am the person who hated my voice and could not stand listening to myself as I got ready to launch a podcast. Seriously, I cried. Well, fast forward a bit of time and you find me, the same person, pondering, do you think I could be a voice actor? I mean, what a difference, right? It's because now it's familiar. And the good news is you can make anything that is unfamiliar familiar simply by not giving up. Now, as I talked myself around my self-judgment and continued those first trial recordings, I found myself slammed against the fear. There was so much fear. Those negative voices were incredibly strong, and I'm sure you know the ones. What if people think I'm stupid? What if I make a fool of myself? What if I fail? If you let these questions get away from you, they will take you on an undesired ride. The negative thoughts are normal. It happens because our brains are naturally hardwired to think pessimistically rather than optimistically. So while these thoughts are normal, they are not right. And you can retrain your brain. When your mind is focusing on all that could go wrong, you need to recognize what is happening with no judgment and refocus your brain on the right questions. What if everything went right? What if what I'm doing helps even one person? What if it works out exactly as I hoped? And then, this is very important, visualize it. Using the power of visualization, you can retrain your brain. Visualization activates the neurons in your brain, is actually doing that thing. So whatever you're visualizing, you'll have much more confidence and likelihood of succeeding when you do it in real life. I want you to see yourself succeeding at your goal. Picture everything working out smoothly. Even if a mistake happens, picture people smiling and congratulating you and thanking you. You want to force the happy picture repeatedly. Make the conscious decision to lead with all the positivity and enthusiasm possible. And by doing so, you will retrain your nervous system's response and feel better about every step moving forward. I want you to make a promise to yourself right now, where if you feel fear and it's not a safety issue, promise yourself that you will push into that fear, learning to walk alongside it and watch your life expand. Action is the antidote to fear. As I moved through my fear, getting ready to launch my podcast, I started to freeze up. Perfectionism was rearing its ugly head. Should I wait to launch until I can revamp my logo? Should I wait until I finish my website? Do I need to redo my trailer? This is a cycle that can cause anyone to become immobile. Trying to make anything perfect, it will rob the forward movement and the joy of the experience. If you can let go of the need to be perfect, joy will flood back in. The most important thing in all of this is that you enjoy what you are doing. It is about the journey. You are simply looking for preparation. So set yourself a goal date, prepare yourself as best as possible, and then move forward. Here's what I want you to remember. Perfection is the enemy of progress. And I'm going to say that again. Perfection is the enemy of progress, and action, the antidote for fear. So I launched and I learned, and because of that, so many new opportunities have opened themselves up to me. And through the process, I have become a better version of myself, wiser, happier, and much more fulfilled. And so will you. I'm wishing you all the best of luck in your pivot and prosper. Annie?
Get off mute. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant sharing, Jolly. Wow. So great. So great. Get rid of the need to be perfect. I tell you what, I resonate immediately on a couple of levels. One of them, I had a couple of speakers who did exactly what I might even doing. You know, I've already shared, I've got a website coming out in a month, and you kind of go, oh, maybe I should, you know, and it's been Christmas and I've just moved house. So you just kind of go, oh, maybe this summit isn't going to be as perfect as, you know, like last time I had like 55 speakers and I felt like I was on my A game. And this time I've got 40 because I haven't promoted it as much and I haven't done this. And then I kind of almost hesitated, like if I was truly honest with you all, I'm like going, you know, it's fine if I even cancelled it because I'm moving and I probably can't do this, and then my website's supposed to be due in a month, and maybe people notice my website isn't as good as the one that I imagine, that they don't even know what it looks like. I know you do these crazy things, right? And then you go, you know, but that's just that inner critic. That's just, but then you go, okay, well, I could do that. But then we've already had an amazing, like, look at the volume of amazing speakers that we've had. That one, as you said, it's not about you, it's about what you do. And the amount of speakers who've had that opportunity to share. And also all of this then gets, you know, it's there forever because I then use it and put it on YouTube and da. And like in a month, well, it'll be right then. And even if it isn't, no one notices all those little things that you think, yes, it will be better. It's going to be amazing. But it doesn't matter. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't matter. So I totally relate, and I'm quite happy, you know, even though I'm the host of all of this, you know, we all have these inner critics. We all have this, but it's not perfect yet. But it is the enemy of progress, because otherwise, you know, you just go, that's right, you'll always hesitate because it'll never be perfect, because, you know, not that you should show up unprepared and not right, you know, but I think that there is definitely a balance. Before I overshare though, because I can always share so many tips, I go into all the presentations. Did anyone else have a comment as well on Jolie's? Jimmy, I know you're sitting there behind the wings. You are also welcome to come on board. I know you haven't sort of done that yet, but you are always welcome to if you would like to. I know you've put a few things in the chat, but I would love to hear from you as well. That's okay. I've got lots of people who'll be watching the replay.
Sure, I'll jump in and ask. I love your presentation. It was just really, really great. And the notion of imposter syndrome, and you're absolutely right that everyone experiences it. And Karen Rivich, who is one of the top professors at University of Pennsylvania, and she helped create Penn Resilience Program, which is used by the Army and hundreds of organizations. She was flying in to do a presentation to these military leaders, and she starts thinking, oh, what if I forget what I'm going to say? And you know, total imposter syndrome, even though she's the one who created this stuff. And so she took everything that she said, okay, I got to use it myself when I taught my students. So are there some little mental tricks that you that, you know, kind of your favorite ones to when you realize, oh, I'm doing it now, that can help shift yourself out of it? I mean, I know you mentioned, I've been taking copious notes from here, but you know, action is the antidote to fear, perfection is the enemy of progress. But are some other, in addition to those, some little things you found, kind of little favorite things that when you realize, oh, I'm doing it now, that you can create that pivot?
The visualization is honestly my favorite. And I found this to be incredibly powerful because I really was someone who was a negative thinker in the way that of oh, the worst could happen, and going down, oh, what if this happens? What if this happens? What if this happens? And just going down all those paths of all these negative things that can happen. And realizing that actually, I mean, that is not helping me in any way. That's not serving me in any way. I mean, I can take some of that anxiety and use it to prepare, but I don't want to let it impact my forward journey. And so what I've learned is when these things happen, I will become aware, ask myself, is there anything I can learn from this? Is there anything that I can take from this that can help me prepare for myself? Grab that little piece if there is, and if there's not, then I completely replace it immediately with a different vision, or ask myself a different question, and I go in the other direction. Well, what if this happens and it's good? You know, what if this happens and it's even better? And I replace that vision, and it's a process that it has to be done over and over and over again. And I find that the more I do this, the easier it gets. And it does retrain your brain into a process where you get to a point where the imposter syndrome, because the imposter syndrome comes when you're in an uncomfortable situation, when you're putting yourself outside of the comfort zone, you're doing something new that you've never done before, and you're like, oh gosh, what am I doing? So the more you do that though, and the more you have this process of visualization, it retrains your brain so that you stop actually having that reaction when you go into something new as much. I mean, it lessens. I mean, Annie might be able to say that this has happened for herself as well. However, I will say that things happen in life too, difficulties happen. And sometimes you forget the tools that you've been using, right? And you stop using them a little bit. And that shifts things. And then as soon as you remember and you bring it back, it's amazing how it shifts things back, right? And I have found that visualization is one of those things. It's incredibly powerful, that and writing things down. And I heard you talking earlier, the words that you use create your reality. And that's another thing that I've been very careful about, are the words that I'm using to speak about how I'm dealing with things, or any of my, anxieties or what have you that come up. I try to use different words to talk about them and talk in a positive forward movement.
Beautiful. Those are great. Those are really great suggestions. Love it.
I like to think about it like it's all about awareness, right, Jolie? Like it's totally awareness. I look at it in two ways. On one hand, one way I look at it, like I use the word frenemy, right? So procrastination, self-sabotage, they're your enemy, right? They're bringing you down. They're limiting your potential. So I frenemy it. And what I mean by that is I got to, instead of pushing away, going, stop that word, stop that word, stop that word, I actually do the opposite. And I go, I want to know you really well, right? It's almost like I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to bring you in front of me. And I'm going to go, oh, hello, imposter syndrome. I can see what you're saying here. Or hello, that word that went into my head. Oh, what? And, yep, you've just said that. And then exactly what Jolie was saying. Now, what, I'm aware of it. I'm identifying it. And I'm actually saying, no, I'm in charge of you. I'm now going to consciously replace that, So it's like, I think, excuse me, the automatic response is generally get out of my head, it's like bury. But when I do that, I kind of, when I used to do that, I'd feel like it was always sitting there, right? And I remember when I had that classic, when I got my first CEO role 12 years ago, I remember the first 6 months, I'm like, I hope they don't find out I'm not like, what's my 1 week zone? I felt like was doing the financials. Everything else I thought I'd be pretty great. But and then you feel like that's like 90% and the others are 10, whereas it was like, it was one bit and you learn it. But instead of me going, I hope they're not going to ask, I hope they're not going to ask, I did the opposite. I'm going to, every time I get that, I'm going to go, yep, bring it to the forefront and use it as fuel. Use it as motivation.
I love it.
Then go, I'm now going to get my company director notes out, the course that I did, and make sure I've really nailed that, because I avoided it at the course and hoped I'd scrape through. Now I need to go, you know what, I am in this role. I need to know it. I need to ask people who could explain finances in a way that the non-natural finance head could understand it, so that I can do that. So I had to frenemy, and I had to make sure that I brought the front instead of burying. So that was one of my techniques. The other one was relating it to a health condition that I had. So I don't know if this helps any of that. Interesting. There anyway. One of them was because I mentioned before I grew up asthmatic. So I'm not asthmatic now. I've grown out of it, but I was severely asthmatic to the point of hospitalization and all that sort of stuff. And what happened was, when I was growing up, I just suddenly find myself in a bad attack. And when I was in an attack, like even the Ventolin and puffers didn't work, I had to have the nebulizer, and then I'd get myself all stressed out because I couldn't breathe. Very stressful for a child. So then I'd hyperventilate and make it even worse, and and he's just a mess to deal with. And then I learned what the warning signs were for my asthma attacks. And I actually did. I knew triggers. So I knew when I went in cold air, I'd get an asthma attack. I knew if I laughed, I'd get an asthma attack, which was difficult because I laugh all the time. I knew when I was stressed, I'd get an asthma attack. I knew if I didn't have my Ventolin on me, I'd have an asthma attack, even if I didn't have a wheeze. As soon as I thought I didn't, I was out without it. I also knew that I got a itchy throat. As I started getting itchy, and it wasn't until someone noticed me, goes, oh, you scratch your neck. And I'm like, oh. So I actually had to find I had to be aware of my warning signs. And then as I then started going, oh, I've suddenly got a throat, and I'm like, oh, that's right, I am starting to wheeze, have my puffing out. Or I then avoid going in direct cold air or whatever. And so what I found is that awareness of what is the domino, and then I'm going to be in a bad situation. And I actually went, oh, this actually in Annie's mind, parallel to this experience when I first became a CEO and I had this imposter syndrome and I actually went, oh, that's exactly right. Instead of, the warning signs were, oh, it's going to be the day, once a week I'd have to meet the president of the organization, and he'd always go and say, let's talk the finances. And I'm like, don't you want to hear all the other amazing things? But I'm like going, as I was driving to work, it's like, yeah, I'm starting to get stressed now because I'm immediately thinking like the asthma. I'm going, right, Annie, that's right. You've now prepared yourself. You've got it all done. And I tell you what, getting really super aware, so get hyper aware of what is actually creating that, imposter syndrome, and also get to know it really well. And then you go, then it's kind of like going, yep, I know what you're trying to do, and I've been there before, and it's not going to work because I want this. And then, like you were saying, because your why is driving you, because your goals are driving you. And I love what you said there, Jolie, that, I'm a big fan of putting the written. Isn't it so powerful? If
it really is.
You have not done that, if you have not written that down, like I've got it written in my office, I am on a mission to help 1 million women over my lifetime become financially independent so they can have the freedom to make choices that are going to make them happy, healthy, and successful. Like whatever it is, I want to go, I'm doing it, and I go, I can do it. But because you think about it, go, why do you want to do that? Because without financial independence, you don't have freedom. Why is that important to me? Because freedom is one of my biggest values. I want to know that. I want to know what my values are. I want to know what drives me. Why is it personal to me? Because my 2 grandmothers were the biggest, most important people in my life. And they were super amazing and pioneers in their time, but they were limited because they weren't financially independent, and they were dependent on others, which limited their success. It drives me, right? So it's that clarity that goes and says, and then when you write that down, you think, oh, but everyone knows what their goals are. No, not really. But when you've written it down, and it makes you relook at it, or, oh, that's not my goal at the moment. Now that's got, am I breaking that vision down into a few goals, and am I actually changing them? Or it's not, are the goals too big? And now I'm moving house. I can't do all of that. I'm going to have to break it down to mini goals because I still need to celebrate something. And it's going to take too long to get to the goal. And I'm all into partying often, right?
You got to celebrate. I completely agree.
I'm a champagne
Celebrate
girl.
the ones, yeah.
Got to celebrate often, right? So if it's too long between drinks, I go, oh gosh, I'm going to have to break down that goal into mini goals. Anyway, I know I'm going on and on here, and but that's okay because we've got a bit of time in the program. We're actually in a wonderful.
And you're so right.
But does that resonate with you ladies on what I've shared there?
Absolutely.
It's weird to relate it to a health condition, but it's weird what happens in your mind. But it works.
Well, it definitely works. And what you're saying, as far as the writing things down, I just have to say, I resisted writing things down. I was always told to write things down. People always tell you to write things down, like you're saying, like, it's in my head. It's in my head. I don't need to. But I am telling you, when you start to write things down, it brings a magic into your world. I don't know what it is, but it truly is powerful to write things down physically. So I suggest to everybody, write down your goals, write down your wants, write it down. And then as far as you're saying, the awareness, I completely agree with you. That is the key. And I think it's the key to that first step of moving past imposter syndrome is understanding as well that everybody goes through this, right? It's a very, very small percentage of this world, who doesn't experience these feelings. And I think that internally, for me growing up, and for most, really well into my adult life, I thought these thoughts were true. I thought they were telling me something that was true, or that I, like I need, my brain's telling me this, because I had to know it or what have you. And that's just false. It's just how our brains are hardwired, and learning that and understanding that to be true was a complete game changer, because then it opens up the door to you using the tools to make the changes.
So true. And it's because, as you said now, everyone's treading water, everyone's doing their own thing. No one's got it totally right. It's like when your kids find out that you didn't have it all perfect, whereas they thought you did when they're little, mum and dad know everything, and then they get a bit older and they go, gee, what do you guys know? Like, hello, tone. And then they start to love you more when they've got their own children. Anyway, I digress. I've obviously got 5 adult children. Now I've lost my thought. I was going to tell you something quite profound and I got myself distracted. It was on, now I've got to get my thoughts together again. Imposter syndrome, thinking everybody's got it together. Here's another thought for you to consider and see if you agree with me. My view is, if it's only 90%, then those 10% who don't have that actually are the poor achievers. Because you're going to get imposter syndrome. You should be getting, it's almost like, in my view, I actually go, you should be getting it and then freneming it and moving forward, because you're getting imposter syndrome because you stretch yourself to a point that you go, I don't feel comfortable. I don't feel like I have everything that I need for this next step, right? Therefore, it triggers you to feel uncomfortable, not prepared, unsure, less confident, right? That is normal. It's not bad. It's normal, because you need to get equipped for that. Like now, I had that 12 years ago. Now I'm taking on another role soon, and like I just walk into it as bread and butter, right? And so it says that you need to, for you to level up, you need to put yourself through that. Now it becomes a downfall when you self-sabotage yourself, or you have a panic attack, or you just procrastinate and don't do it, and then you get yourself in a bind because you're, because it becomes like a disease, like a toxin, right? But when you go, I'm actually going to do the opposite. I'm going to say, I'm going to expect that imposter syndrome will kick in a bit in this next step, because I haven't done this before. It doesn't matter if it's a big thing. It even happened when I did my first ultra trail race, right? So, because I'm like all the proper athletes. Here Annie grew up a childhood asthmatic who got told if she exercised, she died. And then at 50, for my 50th year, I did a 50-kilometer ultra trail race. I got myself super fit and da-da-da-da-da. Anyway, then when I got there, like, it was pretty amazing, and I'm still thinking, I don't know if I can do this, but anyway, I've entered it, and I really like the medal, because I'm all about the medals. Anyway, what drives your ego, right? And anyway, so as I'm doing it though, I'm then looking around at all the skinny chicks with the little runner legs, and I look pretty fit, but I certainly just never had that body. And then a classic, right? And I did it, and I got the medal and all that sort of stuff. And did it matter if them did it in 6 hours or I did it in 10 hours? But it was like every day. It was quite hard in the Blue Mountains of Australia. But at the end of the day, the first one I went, it surprised me. I'm like going, I've prepared, I'm ready, I think I can do it. I'd psych myself up, but it still kicked in when I'm there and I'm watching, just their body. They look so comfortable and da-da-da-da-da. And that's what we all do. Other people now, my coaching clients go, oh, Annie, you're always so cruisy and nothing flaps you. And I go, yeah, that's because I've been doing this, running companies to 7 figures and doing this for more than a decade now. It is actually normal for me. But something else, like, if you told me to build my own website or do something else, I'd be flapping, right? And so now I say, you should expect to feel uncomfortable regularly. You should expect imposter syndrome to kick in to some level. And when you expect it, you identify the symptoms, like my asthma attack coming on, like what's going to happen to you. And the first time you go and say, oh, you were just about to avoid looking at those finances, you were just about to avoid doing this, or what are you doing? You've gone and watched Netflix for 3 hours instead of preparing something. Then you go and say, the quicker you start identifying that and go, yeah, of course I'm avoiding it because I don't feel comfortable. I'm going to have to face that fear and dive in. I tell you what, it's the quickest way to get cruisy about change management, because it's like saying, well, I'm actually in charge here, not my negative self-talk that just activates. It's always going to be fear-driven, and it always is going to try and put me back in my fluffy slippers and just stay small, because that's its safe place. It would love to stay safe all the time. So those 10% who aren't getting it, I'd probably say they're living very boring lives or in denial.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
Anyway,
it makes sense.
On imposter syndrome. And one to ponder. I love these summits that we oh, here we go. Oh, Ajimi, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, Ajimi has been here for hours and hours and hours. She's just saying thank you so much. It's been awesome. And she's finally got to go. I will be in contact with you, Ajimi, definitely. And it's been wonderful having you join us. And I'm looking forward to you hopefully speaking at our next summit. So thank you so much. And for everyone else who's just watching silently, quietly, that is totally fine. But I'm loving this conversation. It's just so real. And these are the conversations that we often don't have. We often pretend it's all great, and we have these distorted views on, you know, where people are at and how they're managing it, that they're all sort of perfect. And the more you actually realize, you know, that person's going to be having their challenges, but they still show up and they're still pushing through. They're, you know, we've had people today, even Shelley Brunswick before, I don't know if you were here, but like you look at Shelley and she's just all over everything, always looks very cruisy, incredibly prepared in the space industry. And now she's just set up her own company, you know, like, and you go, oh, wow, like I hadn't thought she hadn't done that, but that's a new thing. She's now writing books. It's a new thing. And so I love that
Mm-hmm.
even wherever you look up, you know, people are still doing new things. That's exciting. And to do that means they're going to be challenged. I don't want to do all the chatting. I'm just waiting for Carrie Benedict to come. She will be our next speaker, so we can have a little chat for another 10 minutes or so. Did you have any feedback on what I just shared, Robin? Do you agree with me?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I was going to do just a tiny pivot, which I think is a connection, but I was going to ask Karen that you really tried different things. And I think it's a connection because the imposter syndrome says, oh, no, I can't do that. But Karen, you really, in listening to what you had shared about how you were expanding your photography, and so how were you able to, what kind of motivated you or enabled you to be able to try those different things, like having a group session or the different things? And did you experience that imposter syndrome and then, you know, kick it to the curb the way Jolie has talked about?
Well, in answer to your question, what got me to create those group headshot sessions, because I thought it was a low barrier to entry. So I understand that some people may not have a really big budget for photos. So I just thought this is a way where they can have maybe give my services a try, and it's lower risk, especially when they're starting out and they may not necessarily be so sure about what branding photos they may need or how they should post. I think a headshot is a really good way to start, especially when you're starting out on LinkedIn and having a website. So I think I just might want to create a good starting point, because I just found that there's not a lot of photographers that sort of have thought of that. So I just try to figure, thinking of, you know, my customers' pain points and finding a way to address them.
I like that actually, because the pain point is obviously, you know, part of that fee is for the photographer to all be set up. It's the setup, and then you go to get your photos done. Whereas if you've done the setup and then a few people come, then it's definitely got to reduce the price for them.
Yeah, because I picked a location already, and it's just much more cost effective and affordable for people to come at the same sort of location. Say if I was going to hold it somewhere like Hyde Park, I get people to meet me at, say, St. James Station, and we maybe photograph some, you know, my clients say under some trees. You know, I just feel it doesn't have to be super complicated.
Yeah. It's like, you can tell I'm a sporty person. I relate that to, you can have a personal trainer or you can have a group fitness class, and it's the same sort of dynamics, right? It's a budget. It's a budget thing. The other side of that, though, is then you've got more people to manage, which then can kick in different kind of anxieties, or because you've then got people management. So it's good for the customer, but then you've got, say, 5 people at a photographic sort of session, and
well, that's why I get people, sorry,
their views. Oh, so do you still stagger them? Because
I get them to book their time slot. So say, you know, I've got a session starting at 10:30, then they book in their 10:30 time slot. Next person may book in at, say, 10:50. So it's just one person at a time, maybe within a 15-20 minute time slot. So it just makes it a lot easier.
That makes sense. Good management there, because I was thinking if they all turned up, they'll all have their ideas of, you know, this, that, and the other. So you thought it all through. Good job.
Yeah.
That is.
So I'm really looking forward to seeing all my time slots being booked and seeing it being taken off, and hoping to see that people will get a lot of value out of the iPhone photography course, which I'm in a process of creating too.
Yeah. Awesome. I love it. I love it. Fantastic. Carrie Benedict has just joined us. Carrie, we've been having the most wonderful conversation about imposter syndrome, overcoming that, with particularly Jolie's just done a fantastic talk, and her business is called, your business or your podcast is called Paradigm.
My business is Paradigm Staffing. That's a recruiting firm that specializes in public relations, marketing, and communications. And then my podcast is Thriving After 40. My second podcast is Career Wanderlust. And my first book is after all the teachings from the Thriving After 40 podcast. So the book is called Thriving After 40.
And I've been on Thriving After 40. It's
yes. Yeah. It was a great talk with Annie too. It was one of my favorites.
Thanks, Jolie. That's nice of you to say. I had so much fun. I can just chatter away, as you can see. And we've just had Carrie Benedict join us. And Carrie has just put out a new book called Global Matters that you can see in the back. She has, and you're looking just so beautiful and blonde. Goodness. You're going lighter and lighter every time I see you, Carrie. Carrie's a leadership expert in the whole area of education. She's a education specialist, and Carrie will be able to tell you more about what she does when she shares with you. But she is one of our beautiful tribe members, and I've just been able to do a beautiful speaking event with her where we both launched books at the State Library in our area, New South Wales, in Sydney. And so that was super exciting. It's just great to see women just launching books, creating things, collaborating with others. So exciting. So it's a great space to be in. And I'm just seeing constantly the value of collaborations, you know, people linking up, making things happen. It's super exciting, because it's just a launch pad. I tell you what, like because we've just been finishing up talking about, getting over procrastinating and self-sabotaging behavior and really launching forward, even being part of a book collaboration can be the best way to suddenly go, oh my gosh, if I can do that, and now I'm a bestseller of a collaboration, I can certainly do my own book. It just suddenly, if you're a little bit nervous about one and then you go, oh gosh, it just happened and now I've got that, suddenly it changes your view, right? Every time you go up, suddenly get a new view and you've done that right, and your brain goes and says, oh, wasn't that bad? You can do more.
I think it's like getting those steps up during the day, Annie. That's what I think. You just look back and you go, whoa, I did a couple of steps, a couple of different levels all of a sudden. And, just, you look back and you go, how did that happen? So you've really got to think about it. You've really got to go back in and go, okay, what were the key points? But can I just say, Jolly, I have a podcast called Thriving Matters. And that's
Did you really?
Yes. Do you want to talk? We need to talk.
We definitely need to talk. Yes.
The thriving,
We must
please.
connect.
And that's when I started. Yeah, well, and hi, Karen. Hope you're well. Lovely to meet you, Robin. So I've just crashed your party because, like all Carrie Mars, I'm a Carrie Mar, like Annie's an Annie Mar. You may be too, you know. I've just gotten out of the pool. I said, listen, I've got to go do my hair. Got to have a shower.
Do the hair.
Ooh, it is looking blonde, but it's summer here.
It is. It's
And
the time to
everyone-
go blonde.
Even if you're white, like I am now, a bit salt and peppery, but I've got a white background. Anyway, enough rubbish. That's all
You
right.
always look gorgeous. It's always wonderful to have you share with us, Carrie. So, yes, we've been having an absolutely wonderful time. I started, so it's now, just so you can get some bearings, ladies. What time is it? I've got to get my glasses on. It's nearly 10 o'clock and I started at 2 o'clock in the morning. So it's 8 hours in for us. And we've just had like every 10 to 20 minutes, different speakers. Been absolutely amazing. People have come and gone. We had a lot of buzz early on, like around 3 to 4 in the morning when all the American ladies were all wired up for me. And yeah, so we're all on different time zones. We've got a couple of speakers who are still trying to find their time zone. Like I think they converted what I'd converted for them, but it doesn't matter. People come and people go. It is all been absolutely fantastic. And as I've mentioned, I'll mention it for Carrie, all of our sessions were also just then after the summit. I break them all up and they'll be on YouTube and on all the social platforms so people can revisit them and connect with you and so forth. So I'm going to hand over to you, Carrie. I'm going to put the spotlight on you. And I always love it when you share. So stage is yours, my darling.
Oh, look, hello, everybody. It's a Sunday morning here in Australia for me on the East Coast. So we've also got daylight saving time. So don't worry if you've mucked up the time zones. It's one of my favourite things to do. And really the thinking back over why, girl, haven't you got the time zones fixed is one of those things that I use, and I have a bit of a chuckle to myself. So this morning I woke up to 2 little people who had a sleepover, which is lovely. Jumped in the bed at 6 o'clock. So then we've done the early morning listening to the birds, deliberately taking a quiet time. Then we've had a swim. So I'm thinking about all the things that make you thrive. And when you look at Annie's topic, pivot and prosper, that's what you've got to do. In everyday life, we're pivoting most every day. Nearly, every hour, every second hour, and especially when you're a parent or, you have your own children, whatever it is that you do, we pivot no end. And if that relates then to the work that we do, well, I think if we've got some great strategies, it's really important. So the reason I tell you about the morning, oh, thank you for the favourite time zone. Thanks, Robin. I love you. Well done, you. One of the things I really know is that if I don't set my day up in the beginning, I really lose the plot. So I'm a Libran. I'm just going to put it out there. So I can argue on both sides. I can think on both sides. I can procrastinate like the best of us. And some days I go, yep, you're not doing a great enough job here today. But I've learned in the last couple of years to actually forgive myself, but move on with small steps. And I know now what works. So I load up the day with something for me, something for the muscles, something that's in the stomach, that gut-brain health, some mindful activities that I use in between. I'm likely to come out of Zoom meeting and do some push-ups on the kitchen bench while I put the kettle on, or do some squats. It's something that's aerobic. So I'm a walk and talk girl. So when I turned 50, it's a little while ago now, as you can probably tell, when I turned 50, I walked the Kokoda track in Papua New Guinea. Now, that was a track where the Australians fought the Japanese at the end of World War II. And so I did that deliberately. I had a major change happening in my life. I had someone being married. We have 4 children. So we're varying stages of leaving the nest, basically, interdependence, all the ages ranged down. But I knew that I needed to work out who I was without this massive role as caretaker, because I'd spent 10 years at home with the kids when they were little. So it was a whole decade where I sewed and designed for cash money, and then I went back to work. And during that work period, I knew that I have to set myself up for the next era or the next edition of who Carrie Benedette was. So one of my boys says to me, Mum's not content to just be. She's becoming. And I think that applies to all of us. And doesn't matter how old we are, I think we're age rich. So forget about talking about being old. That's gone. We're age rich. And what that brings are some tactics that we've learnt to use that work for us, some things that we know that we've developed that aren't working. So we've actually got to give them the boot. So you'll probably hear a little bit of the Australian vernacular in how I speak. So pardon me. Annie will agree. But this notion of being able to pivot is really strong. And COVID probably was the biggest gift I could have got, because I actually had to really do things differently. So I just said to Jolie that I have a podcast as well. It was the first thing I did when all the work that I had with the education contacts that I had, because that's what I came out of, a very large education community here in Sydney, about 9,000 employees. All my work got pulled. We couldn't do any face-to-face. We had massive lockdowns in Australia, similar to around the world. And so I went, oh my gosh, who's going to say, hi, Carrie, how are you today? When I'm here at home. We could walk within a certain perimeter, that sort of stuff. So I had to work out how I was going to get that hello, that good chemical that we need to actually help us boost ourselves and go, right, I'm on today. This is what I want to talk about. Up my curiosity about things. So Thriving Matters took me around the world every day. A free passport, no cost, within seconds, linking up with, people that I had known over the years and trained with on various things, people I'd gotten to know, and people who in a couple of weeks' time I'm going to be seeing, which is great face-to-face in Europe. So so one of the things I did is this notion of pivoting. And in the last 4 years of working for myself, that's what I've had to do. When things haven't worked, I've had to actually go, right, where's the next branch, or where's a way that still fulfills what I want to do, because I can get seduced into the next best great thing. I'm a Libran, as I told you. So understanding myself was part of my journey. So in pivoting and being able to prosper, I've had to actually get myself a number of people in my circle, of which Annie Gibbons is one of those. So Annie's part of the circle that I connect with. There are others. I have coaches for various things. I am a coach myself. So I'm not going to be able to do anything with anybody if I don't do it for myself. I'm a believer in this notion of you step forward into your vulnerability, into whatever's happening, and you look for the best thing, the best way forward, or you keep, most of us are continual learners. So that's one of the things that I did, Annie, pivoting. And one of those things I think you probably watched what I've been able to do. Now, last year we launched a magazine called Thriving Matters for Global Leaders. And whilst it has a basis in education, my real love and passion is around culture. The culture of education, the culture of business. Where's the connection? Massive connection for humanity, particularly after the pandemic, as we hurtle through this next revolution where AI and IT are really helping us with time efficiencies, with connections, with getting things done and making sure that we've got a really strong, clear message. And that's one of the things that I've had to really look at. What's my clear message? How can I fine tune it? And it's a bit like that that funnel, isn't it? Where you want everything, you want to do everything, you see everybody doing everything in this instant world that we have. But how do I actually bring it in? How do I actually bring it in and funnel? So I'm sure, girls, if I, said to you, tell me what you do to pivot and what you have learnt to do to prosper, I can challenge you and say we could change prosper to pivot and thrive. Pivot and foster. I think actually we could actually have a definition in what prosper means, and it's about thriving holistically. This person, me, the person I am when I work with others, and how true to myself am I there, what my services are like, are they full of integrity? And that's a real bump for me. I get a real trigger if I feel that I'm not being genuine, not being true to what I'm saying. That's a real hit for me. So it keeps me focused, keeps me clear. And the circle of people I have around me, they are the other ones who I know and trust will say, listen, Carrie, this is what I'm seeing. There's never a criticism, but it's usually, what am I seeing? So you'll hear me talk a lot of emotional intelligence aspects of my work as well. I'm very much into this notion of leading self to lead others. So if we think about the EI competencies, we've got self-awareness. And then if we have a good self-awareness, we then are looking for how aware we are of the people we work with, what they're asking, what they're needing, what I'm listening to, and then how then do I self-manage? For crikeys. When we pivot, we actually have to self-manage our emotions and the surprises or the flight that we feel that we're moving into. We all react. So what do we do for that? So I build in some journaling. It's nothing like a drink of choice, a pen and a good book in a space that's not your usual space. Get out of that. Go to a space. I love the outdoors. You'll often see me walking with a green juice, with a cup of coffee, or I love nature. So that's one of my big things. Doesn't matter where you are. You can use a particular view for a short meditation, for a mindful retreat and a focus. So I use all those type of things. I learn. So I've got favourite, up here on the desk. I haven't got your magazine, but your magazine is one of those things that we do. And I've got a Cosmos up here. Can't see it yet. It's because I've got a background on. I've got different types of input, not just Deloitte's, Forbes, whoever it is that's world leaders, OECD, United Nations, a whole breadth of things. But I also pivot into the things that really interest me around culture, business, and education. I did a retreat this year in India, and it was with a very good friend of mine who I've worked with for a long time, a brain gut retreat. And so for me, as I'm getting more age rich, I'm actually looking at how do I stay as healthy as possible, as fit as possible, and keep my mind as active as possible. And so that retreat, which I'm really passionate about, is a space for a transformation to occur if you are willing to lean into it and explore it for yourself. And it's hard work. It's not easy and always enjoyable. You can often know that it's going to be a little bit hard. And if you're up for the challenge, well, then you're going to find the courage you need to do that. So, Annie, how about we have a bit of a chat with whoever's on? How would you feel about that?
Oh, I would absolutely love that. Here we go. Oh, so love listening to you, Carrie. I'm just reveling in the thriving. Yes, pivot and thrive. There we go. We've renamed our summit.
A little bit of impromptu, but look, I'm interested. I mean, I have various tools that I use for different workshops I do with leaders, whether they be they're educational leaders on the whole, but also a lot of women these days, because I think it's our time. I know it's our time. And we have I believe, a real charge to influence the type of leadership that the globe, the world, humanity needs for the next 5-10 years. And I really think about those little people. So that's why I mentioned the grandkids this morning, because for me, this is all about the next generations.
Yes.
And you and I and Robin and Joe, we're going to be in the box long enough, right? That's a lay down misère. We know what's going to happen. But what is it that we can leave behind? And that's what, and pardon me for being so brash in putting the book up behind me, that's what the book is all about. It's about different leaders who've written about adversity that they've been through, what lessons they've learned, and how that now shows up in the work they do and why. And so it's a message for basically a new leadership playbook. Or we're in a place at the moment, I believe, that we're moving back to quite conservative leaders across the world. If you look at what's happening across the globe now, we've actually got a real swing back to conservative, what we've always done. And I do believe that as women, we are charged with a different style of conversation, one that brings empathy and confidence, or that grit and grace, Annie, that we talked about in your last summit. I love this notion of grit and grace. So Jolie and Robin, if you would like to add something to the conversation here, something about what you do to pivot, or what you've done and how that's affected how you thrive or prosper. I'd love you to join in and do that if you haven't already done that in your previous session.
Yeah, we both did, but I love when you talk about culture, because that's a huge thing. In addition to the women's well-being workshops that I created, I also work with organizations. In the way I like to phrase it is create workplaces where people want to stay instead of wanting to leave, and workplaces that are humane, ethical, and resilient. And I totally agree with you that we are at a place where, and COVID kind of ripped the lid off of this, that the human side of enterprise matters, and how you treat people in an organization matters, and the people within the organization. And are you listening? Are you getting the opinion of the secretary? When you're thinking of redesigning the building, do you bring the cleaning crew in and find out what their ideas are, or the men who work on the gardeners? Do you bring them in to get their ideas? So I really think that having a corporate culture of collaboration and of getting people's ideas, being able to incorporate them, hearing different people's ideas, I think that's really crucial.
Oh, thank you for that.
Absolutely.
It's the whole collective, isn't it? I often say the collective intelligence, an intelligence in a good way, because we all, no matter what our ability or capability, we all are contributors. We all are magnificent in the way we can contribute. We should value everybody. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I know there's a lot
and the culture is.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Robin, please.
Oh, I was going to say, well, I know that there's a lot of push on, and I love it, on DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. For me, I love the word collaboration. Inclusion means you're invited to the party, which is great. But collaboration means not only are you invited to the party, you get to help plan the party, and you get to help, and you get to and should help execute the party.
Yeah.
So to me, I love the notion of collaboration, and tying it back to what Jolie talked about was imposter syndrome. And are we playing small, and are we telling ourselves that we can't do it? And whereas if we have a collaboration, then we're drawing people's strengths out, and we're finding out what their strengths are, what their ideas are, and adding them, to come up with a better solution.
So true.
It's an important topic. And on the culture piece, as a recruiter, I can say that this is an absolutely vital piece, and it is growing more and more. Top talent they want to know that the culture that they're going into is one that is going to be a positive place for them. And the leadership, another big thing. We were used to, like you're saying, we were used to a certain type of leadership for many, many years. And there's a new wave coming in because of not only women, but an enlightening of knowledge in this area. And it is the collaboration. It is taking care of the people. It is being transparent. It's all of the things that really women leaders often do naturally. And so, but I feel like, and this was something that Annie and I talked about, which I loved. Annie brought up how when she was CEO, she didn't try to be somebody else. She didn't try to be the CEO she thought she should be, which I think happened a lot with women moving into positions that were mostly dominated by men, that they thought they should act a certain way, and maybe were a type of leader that they would not have been had they been allowed to be completely authentic themselves. And now we're in a place where women are allowed to be more demanding to be more authentic, and we're making it happen, and things are shifting and changing in a really beautiful way.
I just wrote down, I always take notes, so that's what you might see me doing. So stand in your own self. That's what I've just written down, just as you're talking there. And I think that's where the imposter syndrome comes in, because we all know, all of us here would have had times of doubt or something that's niggled at us, and we've gone, oh, I'm just not doing this. This is not good enough. And so we lean into that, and however we do it, we have to listen. We have to listen. And the one of the things I talk about with the brain and mind now, that whole brain axis, is that our body often will tell us what our subconscious is feeling. So if you know something's going on with you physically, you can show it emotionally on the outside, but it's far deeper in the subconscious. So how do we actually work with that? And I'm not a psychologist, and I'm not a counsellor, but it's through, I think, just being more holistic in what I do. And I'm sure all of you have your own methods for doing that. Annie, I know, doesn't sleep. Now, I just think sleep is a really big thing. So you must have amazing subconscious sleeping going on, Annie. Because you're like an ever-ready battery girl. So
I know. It's kind of bizarre, but anyway, I know I'm an outlier in that department. Sleep is very important.
It is, and it's but what I love about this time we're living in is that people are seeking out a spiritual sense of themselves in what they do. I come from a religious background, but over the last few years, I have explored and looked at different things that people are looking into. So I'm going, well, why? What's the attractive bit about this? So I think when we're talking about pivoting and thriving, pivoting and prospering, it's what do I need that suits me, Harry Benedette? What suits Jolie? What suits Robin? Suits Annie? We're all different. I'm super curious. I love what people tell me they're doing. And it's like now that the heavens have opened up and people go, I just got to tell you this. And I'm going, whoa, about 5 years ago, nobody would have told me that. Like now we're actually verbalizing and sharing a whole lot of stuff. And it's this I think it's lovely. It's this seeking of something I don't know. It's like that discovery portion. And I think that's why I love just getting that backpack on and going for a big walk, wherever it is, metaphorically as well as physically and whatever. And that's probably what the book is about as well, because it's also opening up. Well, we can learn so much from someone who's lived in Sri Lanka and how their culture has affected what they do now. Ireland's a classic example. So many Irish have actually emigrated around the world. There's huge millions and millions of Irish, and the Irish communities, I know in Sydney here, St. Patrick's Day is just as wild and wildly celebrated as it is, in Dublin or, Belfast or wherever, Ireland around the world. Now, we've got so many Americans, Canadians here in Australia, vice versa. There's plenty of us. And I just think now it's a bit like your screensaver, Annie. the world is just like this now. It's not the separate countries, the separate entities. We are all together. We now are so closely aligned. We still have what we can learn from the cultures, because that's our innate value system. Our traditions affect, the way we work, the way we interact. But now we're looking at and going, what can we learn from each other? What do we need to respect and what do we need to learn? And that goes into this being able to pivot and prosper, because we're all now working across time zones, across, across, not even with a passport, basically. So we actually still need to have all this information and then work out how we are going to be able to interact, have that relationship at the best. So it's like global relationships are just being upped, 500%. We're on the up and up.
Exactly. Oh, love. Here's a question I'd love, particularly you ladies are all just so meant to be here on this little chat time. Carrie, you said before that leadership is getting more conservative globally, and I totally relate, because we're also institutionalized and fear-driven in COVID, that conservatism actually has sort of come back in vogue because to keep people safe, whatever. At the same time, we have a real spiritual awakening. We've got a big women's movement. From a recruitment perspective from you, Jolly, we've got, Gen Z going, well, I want to work for organisations that are, hybrid, remote, ethically sensitive, socially conscious, all of that, and expecting a whole different organisational design and engagement. It's a really interesting clash that's going to happen, if you like. And I'm wondering, do you have some thoughts on that? Because I look at it and go, I felt like we were getting more progressive in leadership, and now so I love what's coming through from a recruitment and perspective, but I also have watched that very conservative sort of view coming in now on top leadership, and I understand why it's happened, but it's got to be affecting the conversations you're having, Carrie.
Well, I'm really pleased you've asked, because I think if we're noticing what's happening, and particularly the type of leadership, so I'm really talking about political leadership, and I should have probably been more specific about that, political leadership. Leadership by you and me, citizens, is actually quite different.
Okay.
Because we're seeking out. So I think what we have to do is actually look at how we have more of a democratic voice, a more inclusive or a collaborative voice, like Robin spoke to before, and how we make sure we are able to step into the situations, the places, be quite strategic in where we want to speak, where we want to actually share, where we want to network and connect with like-minded, and start to increase that. Do the butterfly effect. It's going to be quicker. We've got something at our fingertips. It's actually going to make this happen more quickly than previous generations, like at the beginning of the century, say. So we've got IT and AI to help us with this. If we're smart, they're tools. They're tools. They don't totally absorb all of us all the time, but we use them to our best advantage. So I think it's that, for me, it's finding a way to include diverse voice that's going to have humanity as its underlying value. It's what's good for humanity. Now, we have a capitalist model of which we all benefit from. We're all able to go out and buy a lovely new dress, pair of shoes, our new specs when we need them, go for dinner, all that sort of stuff. It's how we actually look at that. The world's actually being flattened. Now, in saying that, there are a lot of people who are very worried about what's going to happen. And so you can understand that when you're worried, you tend to go back to what you know that keeps you safe and sound.
Yeah.
In doing that, how can we do this safely? But also make it sustainable, make it more inclusive and spread well-being for life and economy and all that to people who don't have it. If you look at what's happening in India, India is now, you know, massive 1.3 billion people. You know, that massive population, when you think about how that is now impacting on industry, on productions, on, you know, their revenue, and how they're number 3 now they will surpass China in that economic outlook. But in India, there are more and more people who are looking, yes, to make $1, but they're also looking at this notion of their well-being. They have a very strong caste system still. They have a number of religions that work, respect each other quite well. Everyone celebrates Hindi festivals. You know, the Catholic celebrations, the Muslim celebrations. I mean, you look back on their history. What did they build that is still standing? That's providing an economic basis for tourism or whatever. Last year I had the benefit of going to India and doing some of the Golden Triangle up there before the retreat, and just immerse yourself in difference, culture, how the business is going. So I think when I say conservative, I understand why people want to go that way. They want to feel protected. They want to feel safe. We don't want to lose anything that we've gained. Yeah, we don't want to lose it. However, we do want more. We do want more for the next generations. So I don't have an answer, but I've got some suggestions, and I'm sure Jolie and Robin have some as well.
Jolie,
yeah.
You know, I don't have any major suggestions at this point on the topic, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. I was just trying to find this article. I thought I'd saved it, but I just read a couple of days ago where McKinsey, I think it's before the Davos meeting started. Am I saying it right? Davos or Davos? Davos meeting started. But the top 10 things that leaders needed to pay attention to. And what grabbed my eye is the very first thing that they listed was resilience. And I was trying to find a list to see what were the other things, but I kind of, once I saw resilience was at the top. And what's so interesting is that the things that used to be called soft skills are now called power skills. And so to me, it was interesting that the very first thing that they would list is something that in the pre-COVID would have been thought of just, you know, soft skill. But developing resilience in organizations, developing resilience in individuals, and what does that look like? What are all the threads going in and out of that? And yeah, so I think it ties back to, you know, the corporate culture, ties back to individuals getting over their imposter syndrome, and, you know, connecting all of that together.
That's super interesting, because when we talk about the soft skills, a couple of years ago, I challenged people when I talked to them, and I said, you know what? They're not soft skills. They're essential skills. And so now they've turned, how quickly has that moved? The thinking on that is now power skills. I love it. So well done, Robin.
Amazing, really.
Yeah. That's actually a pretty good article. And you can find, it's fairly easy. It came across my emails as well. So yeah, it's good. It's good.
The soft skills are what sells for talent as well. I mean, when I talk to clients about how they are, or why someone would want to work for them, why do they want to come work for your company? What's great about your culture? What's great about you? They give me their breakdown of their overall that they generally have. But then I always go, what's the soft stuff? I want the soft sells, the soft skills, the soft sales, all of those little things, they add up and they make a very big difference. It's the humanization of it all, if you will. And it is the thing that draws people in, if you ask me. I mean, of course, you have the money, you have these big picture things, but when it comes to, are you going to be really happy? A lot of times, all of those soft skills, those soft aspects that your leaders have, that people on your team have, are what create the culture and the environment that really make you happy.
I totally agree. And I think they are essential skills. I think, you know, for me, you know, when I've been employing people, you know, in companies, I've always, you know, sometimes at the end, you know, both are amazing, but you just go, someone else has just got those, you know, personality, collaborative, you know, this nature that you go, they're going to fit in with culture. There are often things that you can't quickly repair. You can send someone off to training for a skill, but the soft skills, you know, they're more natural. They've learnt them over years, decades. You know, it's harder to train that up as opposed to, you know, a technical skill, for example.
And it's
You know, I
really,
think another, oh yeah, go ahead.
Robin, add it in because I'm
I was
happy.
just saying, well, another thing that is really important, and I know that both of you, all three of you are aware of this, is the notion of well-being within an organization. And to what degree do the leaders, because we've been talking about leaders, to what degree do the leaders attend to and care about the well-being of the people lower down? And what's really interesting in this Deloitte study, I've used this in a few of my presentations, is like 50% of the, like 91% of the leaders believed that their employees thought that they cared about their well-being. But you ask the employees, and it's like 50%.
Yep.
So there's a huge disconnect between what the leaders thought that they were doing, thought that they were providing, and what the employees lower down were actually perceiving. And so being able to, what were the leaders doing that made them think, oh, the employees feel that we care about them? And what was happening between the leaders and the employees that the employees didn't see that. And so I thought that was really very, very eye-opening, finding that. And that is kind of where collaboration comes in. Where are you, when you made these well-being plans, did you actually go down and talk to the secretary and ask her, what would you help feel a sense of well-being?
Yeah.
Did you go outside and talk to the gardener and say, hey, what would help you have a sense of well-being? What does that look like? So I thought that was really fascinating, that the leaders thought that they were doing a great job. And then the employees, only half of them thought so.
Like a false positive, isn't it? But I'm just thinking about what Jolie said before, because Jolie, you're critical. And one of the things I think about what I love is that there is a place for everyone to contribute to the new story of the world as we evolve, because we're still evolving in the time. So you are absolutely critical, because you're right at that layer going, you know what, this is what we know we need. So what have you got in place? And then going all the way up to Rob and the leaders. That's why I believe in spaces, in a retreat place, in a place of, even if it's that circle of trust, the circle of people that you have around you, it is so important to get the right people there and to be able to recognise you just don't take from them, you actually contribute as well. So we have to do that. But Jolie, I want you to know that you are critical. You are absolutely critical. So it may not be at this point you've thought, that it goes any bigger, but it's I think ultimately we know that there are different places where we can be effective. We work in our genius styles. We develop more of what we really want to do. We just go forward. And even by Annie's amazing. She's brought together so many speakers in the last few years that I've known about, and her ability to do that is connecting. It's connecting. It's like the little neutrons spinning around the atom, right? She's connecting.
Superpower.
Energy, yeah. It's the energy. It's like the stars in the constellation. Go out and have a look at the stars. It's just magnificent, because we are one of those tiny little stars twinkling. We're part of a big constellation. And it's very powerful because there's energy behind it. There's heart and soul behind it. We're bringing mind, body, and soul together more and more in the work that we do. And we're not afraid to talk about it, which I think is even better.
Absolutely. I'm going to have to keep moving the program along, ladies. I've got Mariana, who was on here before, but she's popped off now. She's in Brazil, but she has sent me a presentation. So I'll hopefully share my screen and it will work. She may or may not pop in during this time, but that's okay. And then we have Michelle coming after that. So I'll just share the screen and then we can have a further discussion. Just see if this works for you all. Let's just see if that is that gonna whoop. Let's hope that works.
Without commitment, you will never start. But more importantly, without consistency, you will never finish. It is not easy. If it was easy, there will be no Annie Gibbons. If it was easy, there will be no Oprah Winfrey. If it was easy, there will be no Malala Yousafzai. And not just only that, if it was easy, there will be no J.K. Rowling. If it was easy, there will be no Maya Angelou. If it was easy, there will be no Michelle Obama. If it was easy, there will be no me. If it was easy, there will be no you. It is not easy. Easy is a greater threat to progress than hardship. So, it is time for us to pivot and progress. Partially quoted from Denzel Washington. Are you ready to pivot and progress? Put yes in the chat box if you are. My name is Mariana Cadori. I'm here to shift your thoughts about wellness, about fitness, about what you can achieve, how much energy you can have, how much you can achieve in life if you have more energy, if you have more passion, if you have more confidence. All of this comes from your health. So, we are talking today about commitment and consistency. Very interesting points. Without commitment, you will never start. Without consistency, you will never finish. So, I've been in the wellness industry for over 20 years. And most of the time, people come to me and say, what should I eat to lose weight? What should I do to lose weight? I can say about to get a better posture, to tone up, to get out of pain, but let's use the example of losing weight. Nevertheless, I wrote a book here, F the Diet. So let's focus on losing weight, which is a common thing in our society. It's a common thing that people want to achieve. People ask me, what should I do it? It's like if there was a magic formula. And there is. But the main thing is, do you know what should you be eating? Let's use one example here. You go for a breakfast. Should you eat a croissant with your coffee? Or should you get an omelette with a coffee? Do you know which one would be healthier for you? Put in the chat box, yes or no. Well, if you go and you have the option to get with your food French fries or salad, do you guys know which one would be a healthier choice for you? A one that promotes more and enable you to weight loss? Yes or no in the chat box? I love the chat box. So guys, let's communicate here. Well, it's very clear. You know, You know, omelette would be a better choice. You know, salad would be a better choice. So why don't do these things? That's my point. So before we ever enter in the realms of how, we should be thinking in why. Why should I lose weight? Why do I want to be healthier? Why? That's the first place where we should go to really get the results we want, to really do a New Year resolution and get what we want. We start from there, the commitment, the why. The why should be so strong that there is a little tear in your eyes, that it touches your heart, it makes you move, make you wake up, make you prioritize the time for exercise or prioritize how you're going to manage to have healthy food for you. The why should move you. So examples of why that I got it with my clients is like, because I want to play with my grandchildren, because I'm going to be energetic for my kids. I want to be so healthy and see they growing up and play with them. I want to be a better businesswoman. And for this, I need a lot of energy. So I want to feel confident, to have the posture. I want to look good. I feel proud of myself when I look in the mirror, and I feel confident to go out and tackle the world. Whatever is your why, we should chase this. We should look and find this why so strong. So that's the first point to get, the pivot. How are you going to pivot from now to later on? Because I'm sure you tried these goals before. And I'm sure if you're still chasing for, in some level, you didn't achieve. I will not call failure. Failure is when you gave up. And you are not a woman to give up, isn't it? Put yes in the chat box here, because you never give up. I know if you are here watching this, it's because you never give up. You know you can get it. Whatever you put your focus, your attention, your energy in. And the second point, after we got your biggest commitment, this why that moves you. This is in the first chapter of my book, but I also have a surprise for you in the last minute here. Consistency. Consistency is the magic ingredient, because like most of the people come and I'm gonna do 1 hour exercise straight away. I'm gonna run a marathon. Whoa, come on. Are we coming from sedentary to this? We need to break down. We need things to be achievable. We need goals that with your busy life to fit in with everything that is going on in your life, job, family, friends, parents, someone that you need to take care. I don't know what your life looks like right now, but I'm pretty sure you are busy. So we need to achieve consistency. And if that's going to be a very tiny goal, but every day improving, if that's going to be a tiny bit bigger, but we can achieve consistency, that's when we can get what we want. Is to plan, to even in the worst days, you can achieve. We can break down in such a small, tiny goal that with very little time you do and you are proud of yourself. You know you are moving forward. So we don't get you in this like, I haven't done yesterday, so never mind, I don't do today. And then you see in the whole week you haven't done, and then pass a month, and then you even think you cannot get this goal. So the important thing is commitment to find your why, and then consistency to achieve consistency. That's your formula to pivot and progress. Don't you think we can achieve whatever you want? And not only that, movement, when you start to work in your health, you start to have a better mood, more energy. You start to think you can achieve more things which you didn't thought with a body that was unhealthy or lacking energy. You need energy to bring to the world everything. It just you came here. You are unique, and you came here to bring something unique to this world. And it doesn't need to be a crazy idea. It's simple, but it's you. So we need energy. You need you in the best place you can be at. And movement can bring this. Just so when you choose good things for you, more things open up in your life. And to have your energy good from the beginning of the day to the end, that is gold, my friends. That's really gold. So I will help you to prioritize yourself and to achieve your goals, pivot and progress. I'm going to offer here a 20-minute free call for you, and we can tackle this together. So you just go and DM me in my Instagram at Mariana_Cadori. And this is also my book, if you want to pick it up, Mariana Cadori. And you can have one idea about how to get what you want in a very holistic way. So it's time for you to pivot and progress. And I believe in you. I leave you with this amazing woman that can change your life. My name is Mariana Cadori. It's been a pleasure to be with you.
I love Mariana.
Without
hang on.
commitment,
Oh, let me just
you will never start.
close that off for you. Sorry about that, ladies. There we go. Mariana is just so vibrant and beautiful. She was here a few hours ago. She's in Brazil. She's Brazilian, and she was on the national team Olympic rower for Brazil. She's just so inspirational. She's just been the peak of fitness, a great health and wellness ambassador. You would love to meet her, Christine, for sure, with your running and your health. And great to have you join us. And so yes, and just so holistic and so powerful. And she's also had an incredible journey of just getting unfortunately, getting a virus, an unknown virus that's just like stripped her entire health over the last year. She went to Morocco on a trip and just caught something or whatever, and then just noticed all of her energy going. And by the time she got back to the UK where she was living, she was just in a total mess. No one could work out what it was, and then ended up needing extra help. So went back to Brazil so her mum could care for her, and she's been under all these infectious diseases trying to work out what it is, and amazing. But I tell you what, as a woman, so Mariana, I know you're going to be watching this on the replay, inspirational, because even when she's had nothing, it's kind of like fresh day, I'll do what I can. I do what I can when virtually, just your arms work, like nothing's working. And when you come from being, having an Olympic mindset for health and energy and wellness, and you've even written the book on F the diet and just get healthy, to be afflicted in this way, I tell you what, talk about a challenge. And we've all got crosses to bear. We all have these weird stuff that just goes out of left. Never predict stuff, like life happens, and it's been horrendous for Mariana, but also inspirational for me, and I'm her mentor. But I go, inspirational for me to see a woman who, against everything hitting her, she just sucks it up and she's just pushes through. And so for her to be able to do that presentation today, congratulations, darling, because I know you're going to be watching this, and absolutely amazing to see you standing and having energy and back on the road and seeing people again and being able to help them. Oh, it just brings joy to my life to actually witness the incredible transformation. And I tell you what, that's mental toughness. When we talk about, just having skills and being great businesswomen and doing other stuff, so much is mental toughness. It's when the chips are down and when things aren't working, or when unforeseen things that you could never even have planned. And even when you can't, when everything you do still doesn't work because your body can fail, because of something that even the experts can't manage, that's when you're tough. And so whatever reason that's happened to Mariana, whatever reason those watching this summit stuff happens to you, we don't understand it, but I tell you what, and I'm not into, well, it's happened so you'll be a stronger person. I don't think we need to be suffering in that way, but for whatever reason it has, and I tell you what, you do come back powerful. You come back because of the experiences you have, right?
So Wonder Woman comes to mind, a real heroine and what Robin was talking about before, Annie, the resilience is the number one essential skill that, Davos Group was talking about, McKinsey Group last week. So, I just take my hat off, because I can't imagine some of the situations people are living in. And when your health is your number one motivator, like that's her whole core. It keeps us alive. We've got a heart. So the viruses are just getting, they're mutating faster. There's a whole lot of stuff. So we are definitely living in a new era. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thanks,
So I'll put the details in the chat to get in touch with Mariana, and also on the replay be able to connect people to Mariana. Yeah, just so inspiring. We've been going for many, many, many hours now, and no worries, Carrie. And Christine, great to have Christine join us. Christine is going to, are you happy to share straight away, Christine?
Yeah.
I'm going to put you in the spotlight. Let me just pin you. There we go.
Oh, no, thank you. I'm so excited to be here. And Annie, thank you so much for doing these summits. These are so inspirational. And I'm just, as I said, I'm excited to share my story. And that is, during the pandemic, it was tough, and how I successfully improve my business or leverage my business was having keeping my mindset, a positive mindset, I should say. So, but even though I have a positive mindset, positive outlook, it was tested, it was challenged. And that is tested in my role as an independent host and producer, as a teacher, because I was doing in-person interviews. And up until the pandemic hit, and I'm thinking, what am I going to do? I can't do in-person interviews, and I couldn't get the sponsorship, the partnerships. I couldn't do networking. I couldn't teach, like many of us. So, my shows is Run With It, a running fitness and health program, and the other show is The Closing Act, music and entertainment. And I felt helpless. I felt just like, what am I going to do? And I didn't want to change. I wanted to do everything and even though you could do some in-person interviews, but there was just so much procedures, if you will. And I did do it, but everything like waivers and wearing the mask and etc. But I just felt that wasn't me. That I didn't feel authentic, if you will. So I just kept it, and I thought, what am I going to do? As I keep saying, and then the virtual world happened, and I'm thinking, oh, Zoom. And what happened? What really triggered it was because I teach as well, and I said, well, can you do some teaching online, Christine? And I'm like, I didn't do it like that. And I said, oh, yeah, sure. Even though I didn't know what I was going to do, I had no idea. But I learned about Zoom on my own, and I got better at it. But it was developing that, mindset. It was a digital world and digital footprint. And so I just embraced it, and I just went along, and it gave me an opportunity to to learn about Zoom. And, you know, when they say change is the only thing, it doesn't change. And it makes you a stronger person. So the three practical tips I would like to share, and some of you can relate or have gone through it, is that stronger mindset is in, you know, having faith. And I think, you know, trusting yourself, trusting the process, and also through too, that you never know what's going to happen. And, you know, the courage, what I like to read here, my faith gives me the courage to take leaps into the unknown. So this is a book. It's on happiness. Take a shot at happiness, how to write, direct, and produce the life you want. So when you're happy and you embrace change, it's when things open up. And you know, happiness is a choice, even though there are things that go wrong. You just think, okay, I'm going to trust the process. And then number two, as I said, embracing technology. And as I said at the very beginning, I have a positive outlook, but sometimes it's sort of difficult to do that. And you know, I'm human. So I just thought, you know, I'll embrace it, conducted the interviews, you know, virtually, learn how to do setup, learn how to look in the camera, look everything else, and learn how to do a pitch deck, which is like developing marketing materials. How is I going to change this? But it took some time. And the thing too is that if you don't ask people, you know, for help, they don't know what you're going through. So it was another thing key to my success was having to learn to ask for help. And business advertising strategy was just, you know, the pitch deck, marketing materials, the networking, seeking new opportunities online. There's lots. And I do both now, in person and virtually. It's opened up a new world because, you know, the global world, you know, you're doing interviews everywhere and it's exciting. So building the shows online. And there's another thing too that I've learned is that it's great exposure. And where it leads me to is that I learned about live streaming through Zondra TV network. And if this didn't happen, you know, doing the online worlds, I keep saying, I would have never met Zondra. So that is another thing that I'm learning to build my digital footprint, learning to ask for help, learning about how I can be a better producer. And I'm in this incubator producers program. So I went from learning from the pandemic, developing a positive mindset, learning, embracing technology and a business strategy. But it is a learning curve. And the best part, as I said, in person and live streaming. So the thing too is that the three key things I like to learn to leave you with is embrace change. Often will open doors. You never know. And don't worry, just it's okay to fail. It's okay. And because you'll learn lessons along the way. And then also too is like never give up. And that's something that Charmaine Crooks, who is a 5-time Olympian, Canadian Olympian, she has never given up. So it's NGU. And she taught me that. So I like to leave, dream it, build it, believe it. And this is like power of visualization and having a plan of action and your goals, because these goals will change. Because that everything's set up during the pandemic, thinking, oh, I'm going to do my in-person interviews, are all going to go, blah, blah, and all thing. It's like this online new world happened. And another thing too is always try to have fun and don't take myself so seriously. I think that is another key thing I like to leave you with, and it's the journey. I always used to think, oh, I'll get to the finish line, but there's no finish line because we keep learning. And it's the journey, it's the process that I've learned so much from this pandemic, because I've learned to slow down. I've learned to be a better person, a better in business, and learning to adapt and trust your intuition. I've learned this from someone recently about trusting yourself, trusting the inner voice. And even though it doesn't make sense, I always do that. And oftentimes, 99.9%, I'm glad I did. And it's just, and then the CTA, the call to action I'd like to leave you with is start now in leveraging your business and having that positive mindset. And as I said, like, you never know what's around the corner, but I do think that where I was at the, during that stage and where I am now, I'm so thankful. And this is the book again that happiness, because when you're happy, it's a train. You have to train your mind. It's like I'm a runner. And if I don't do my 10K, and I just say, oh, I'm going to do a 10K, but if I don't train for it, I'm not going to do well. And training for the marathon is like a muscle But as I said, this is the book of Mary Betsiani, who I interviewed recently. And it's a book that I'm enjoying reading right now. So that's I wanted to leave you with, everyone. I hope everyone got something out of it. It's from my heart, how I am right now. And I feel in a good place. So thank you.
Oh, thank you, Christine. Massive journey you've been on. Absolutely massive. And congratulations to you for just really extending yourself, putting yourself out there to learn and to grow and to be doing new things. It's such a huge thing to become a producer of your own show. And now you've got multiple shows. And also showing those who are watching on today and learning from this that it is such a growth experience, and it's important to grow and learn from those people who are experts. So for those of you who don't know, I've got a TV show coming out on the Zondra Network soon too. And it's great that, hearing Christine go, yeah, like she had to partner up. You have to do a course. You have to, it doesn't just happen that you suddenly know how you're doing these things. We've had a few speakers over the last few hours, mentioning that, that imposter syndrome that can kick in when you suddenly just go, oh my gosh, I don't know how this stuff works. Or not even that, just not even knowing, the different components, how to set up how to prepare yourself for these roles, how to prepare the show, how to do the tech, how to be constantly learning and growing, what books to be reading. It's all, there's so many elements of what you shared that are so representative of a woman who is, pushing herself, which is what we're all doing, or hopefully we're doing. We had a conversation before on the whole aim of we should be feeling a little bit uncomfortable all the time, because we're wanting to be, not to a point of stress, but definitely to a point of challenge, and to be able to be growing. I love that you've got to dream it, you've got to believe it. I love what you said then. And definitely in the chat I'm seeing too, there's no finish line. I love that, because often you go, and that's an interesting concept for you as a runner. I'm thinking you're all about the finish line, and then you go, but in life, business and in life, there is no finish line. It's moving, and you must be like going, wow, yours has shifted massively. It's kind of exciting. For some people, that's scary, but for others, I'd love your take on that. It can be exciting because it's kind of like, well, how far can this go? Who is Christine now? What does that, who does she look like, and who is she still becoming? And if there is no limits, where is that going to go? It's cool, hey?
Yes, it is. And the best part is like learning to ask for help. I really believe, because if they don't know your story, they don't know what you're going through. People want to help. They want to feel. I find it inspiring to help others, and just, you never know, just being open and have like the finish line. Yes, and running, there is a finish line. I'm so excited to get when I see that banner.
Run faster. I'm coming.
But it's been, the books, I'm reading now another book, The Summit. It's called Breakproof. It's by Jen Drummond. And I'm thinking of Deb Drummond, but it's Jen Drummond. And she's climbed 7 second summits. She's a mother of 7. And she's amazing. And who's Breakproof. So all these self-help books on happiness has helped to me. So as I said, Jen Drummond, and I've finished reading that book. So we never stop learning. And that's the whole thing. Being here today is it's exciting, but it's a little scary. And I'm not going to be, because you want to share your story, because you want someone to get out of it. pivot and prosper. And
Yeah, exactly. Pivot and just continue to be growing and evolving. What have you learned about yourself in the last year while you've been really pushing yourself and growing and having, you know, now multiple shows and going to this next level? What has been the biggest personal, because I think, you know, the personal growth allows you to be more professional, right? What has been the biggest? Did you have to really push through a block? Did you get excited and it's just been work to do? Like, what has been your biggest learning?
well, I think trusting yourself. I think really trusting yourself that you can do it. And I think too is that just because people like, yeah, just trusting yourself, your inner voice. Like I've learned that not long ago, as I feel, what does failure look like? It's not really failure because we're learning the lessons. And for me, it's just exploring opportunities, and just really trying to hone your skills, like live streaming. It's so exciting. It's a whole new world, like the virtual world, the whole, and what is next? What is next, Annie? I mean,
I know.
it's been, and now a Metro Network. No, sorry, Metro Network, Micro Network. What's that look like? And yeah, and just embrace change. Just really go for it. Just do it, because you never know what's going to happen. It's
That's true.
being shy. Yeah,
Yeah.
I would never think I would be doing this. I'm a shy person, but I'm that, and I'm doing it.
I love that the shy person becomes a TV host.
But it's people like yourself. It's people who helped you along in their journey. If they believe in you, believe in yourself. You have all that support out there.
Exactly. I think that's one of the biggest messages of, let people help you, let people guide you. If that's their area of expertise, take it as a gift, right? And invest in yourself. We had another speaker a few speakers ago, who said, she invested in some tech. And then, it's Kate. Kate mentioned that she'd in a software program, and then it tripled her results for 3 years in a row. Like, it's like, wow, massive. And, I know, even you going, partnering up with Zondra and myself, it makes these opportunities happen. So sometimes you go, oh, I don't have the time, or I don't have the resources, or whatever. And then you go, but if the return is, triple, or even for yourself, you grow. I must admit, even me filming, I've just filmed 24 episodes of my show. So I'm going to put them all out like in the thing. But I learned so much, not just about myself as a host. I actually learned so much about the people I interviewed, not just their content, but I learned, because it's really interesting. I learned how they showed up, how prepared they were, what they were not confident about, what they were confident about, how they approach the whole experience. Like, while I'm learning, I'm also watching and learning about other people. And it was a real eye-opener for me. I don't know if you found that. I found some people that I know have interviewed so well, like virtually, but you don't know how many notes people have, whatever, whereas live TV is really different. There are no notes. You've just got to show up. And then I've got some people I go, oh, you were better than I've ever seen you. And I've got, not saying that some were worse, but they weren't as confident because they didn't have the backup, and we're all like that. We're all going through, when you pull the rug out kind of thing, you see where people's vulnerability points are, I suppose. And we all have them. So it's no judgment. Like, I certainly had L plates on for my first season of a TV show, as I know you would have. But it's a fascinating journey, I find. I don't know if you found that as well.
Yes, everyone has a story, and then every time I do, like yourself, like an interview, I take away some tips, some information, because it is a conversation. And I also think too that just because someone says no to you now does not mean it's no in 6 months. There's a reason for it. It may not be the right timing. Like, if I have someone for an interview, or I'm thinking, oh, I can't do this right now, but I believe I will because I'm visualizing and it's going to happen when it's supposed to. So that's the way, if I'm giving out this, then the person who's saying no to me now, they're probably not going to say no in 2 years because you have that positive thinking, right? And I always like to just give people the opportunity and go from there. I really believe that, and I just keep knocking on the door when it comes to, because I'm like that myself, Annie. I'll say, oh, I'm not ready right now, but I know it'll happen. It's just maybe happen in a year, or
So it
6
might be
months.
that
to
they're having a pivot. They might be having a change, or you might be doing something different. But if it's meant to be, that's right. Sometimes it's just that our stars aren't aligned, like our time isn't aligned. Like I've even had that. I've just done a big thing, and like you've got suddenly someone who wants to be on your show, and you go, oh, well, you'll be on the next one, but you can't be on this week. You know what I mean? Like, so definitely.
Yes.
So,
yeah. And I love it. I love, yeah.
So where to from here? What's going to be happening in the year ahead for you? This is exciting. You've had such a big year last year, and now we've just started a whole new year.
Well, we'll have the micro network with Zondra TV, and it's creating my own channel, having content creators join me, and it's new. It's new, like live streaming, but I'm excited about it. It's just, where's it going to take me? Well, I'm just going to think it's going to be exciting. It's going to be challenging. It's going to be a learning curve. But yes, that's what I'm doing right now is the micro network, having your own channel and having people that on fitness is for Forever Well TV, and having other content creators, if they have a podcast, audio, video, to come along and join me and sharing their content. And how is that? Working in numbers, working with people, that's how we become stronger. And that's exactly what Zondra was saying. And we're strength and building it, right? And doing more talks, Annie, and just helping others go along on that journey. And there's no finish line because we're, we keep growing. And Annie, what about you? What you have your show on Zondra TV?
Well, it's coming. I haven't been to all the practices that you have, so I probably can learn some tips. It's been a bit of a crazy year. I was suddenly off in New York and winning awards and doing different things.
Yes, congratulations.
So my year kind of went, got a bit lost, and I've just moved home. So it has been a bit crazy. However, I filmed my episodes in a big block. So I filmed 24 episodes. So now it is about getting all of them. I'm just at the final editing because I'm doing it all remotely. So, and then I'll pretty much send them all over. And then, so this year you'll be able to see Christine and myself, Women's Biz TV, coming out on Zondra. So I'm a little bit on Christine's tail here. But, we all do it in our own time. And it was super exciting, such a growth experience. Absolutely huge and fun. Yeah, I absolutely loved it. But also a massive learning curve. Like, yeah, just the whole sets, things that are very different, So for me, it was doing things I've been presenting and running things live for, like 20 years. So I have no problem talking virtually underwater or running things for thousands of people. However, doing a TV show where, someone will go, oh, I heard a truck, redo it, or do this again, or something like that. And I found the breaks and the, to do things 2 or 3 times, or to do it in a different order. They go, oh, your guest has arrived, so you'll do the show, and then we'll let your guest go, and then you can do an intro or something, and they put it together. So I'm sure we all do things in different ways. But for me, I thought next show I'll go, no, I really just I just like doing something in a flow.
Wow.
So
I love it.
Yeah, so it's really interesting, but I didn't know that about myself. It's kind of like they go, pick up from where you left now. And actors must do that all the time. It's like, pick up from that scene. And I'm like, oh, I don't operate that way. I just I get in the zone and they go, say what you said. And I'm like, I can't even remember what I said because I don't I'm not scripted. I'm in the flow type person. So for me, I learnt whether that's right or wrong or what a person recording wanted of me, but I kind of realized I don't like that. So I'd probably record it differently.
Well, Annie, I love what you do for over 20 years, right? For live, like live is not something I'm used to, but I'm learning. So I would like to have what you have because it's so true. Because I mean, I did an Instagram and it's like it's different. It's different altogether. But I'm learning and it's a bit of a learning curve. So I really inspired by you, you know, because it's like because I'd rather have the other way around, you know, which I'm used to, if I may say, but it's the life that
Yeah, exactly. It's all what you're used to. And that's what this is about. It's about openly sharing as professional women, you know, like what one person finds easy. I'm like, oh, give me the live, like unscripted, don't need the notes, 2 bullet points. And then suddenly they're going, say something really scripted. And I'm like, oh. Whereas someone who's trained to be a newsreader or has done lines for things, they feel uncomfortable about not having the script. And so it's so funny. My guy's going, you're finding the easy bit difficult. What you feel natural is the harder bit. And I go, oh, but it didn't feel hard. It didn't feel that way for me. And I'm like, wow, I'm like not an auto cue person. It'd be like here I am going for 12 hours. I go, oh no, once I've prepared, I'm in the zone. And so it was just so funny. It was such an interesting learning curve for me. I went, oh, wow, I'd be a terrible actor therefore, because you'd have to do scene, repeat until it's like perfect. And you have to have the exact words. I went, oh, there was a disconnect with my brain going, I can't say that exact same phrase. I just go generally what I'm wanting. So it was just really interesting, Christine. A fascinating learning curve that you don't know at that level how you feel, because you don't, which is another good point for those watching on who you don't know until you're vulnerable, until you expose yourself because you're at the edge of pushing something, you don't know those little bits about you. So in some ways, I actually found it really great. Like it actually showed me that I'm better at facilitating things. That's why I love emceeing events. That's why I like certain things, because I can have that thing. And that's why I found other people don't like that. And they go, oh, I'd much prefer to be a speaker because I can memorize it. And I went, oh, because I've been an MC and I run events and conferences and I speak, but that's a different skill. And most people wouldn't be aware that it's a different skill, but it is. So
it is.
There you go. Learning curve. So it's been a big learning for me, as I know it has been for we've all had big learning experiences, but I'm looking forward to more. Like I'm looking forward to now taking that back and going, would I adapt a little bit, or is it actually my X factor by doing it less scripted? Do you know what I mean? So is that a good thing or is it a bad thing? You know, Oprah doesn't look scripted. I'm thinking it works for her.
Yes. Well, Annie, I mean, emceeing, yes, as you said, is a different skill. Like I think I might have emceed once on a running event, and it was not easy. And I wasn't used to like training your muscle. Like, so I mean, yeah, so I'm really inspired by everyone who's pushing yourselves. Is like, yes, just do it, you know, and learn.
Yes. Exactly. Wow, I've been so enjoying this extra chat. We've got one of our speakers has got laryngitis, wasn't able to come. And then the next speaker, I'm not too sure where she is yet. I have sent little messages, but it doesn't matter because we can just chat away. Or hang on, here's another. I'm just going to break. I know we're going live. We'll jump on 8:30 Bali time. This is the problem when we're all in different places. I've gone, and for those of you watching on, I do that work of everyone registers and I convert it for their time, but then sometimes they convert it to a different time. You know, it's like Don't try and complicate things. That's a message for today, but that's all right. The great thing is I don't mind chattering away, and hopefully our guests don't mind that as well. Super fabulous. So from the host perspective, what have you learned most about other people then? You've interviewed a lot of people, I'm assuming, on your shows. What have you learned about them?
Yeah, well, every guest is different, but what I've learned is that, when it calls active listening, like people sometimes don't want to share their story. Like they're there for the interview and what you're going to ask about. Because what I usually do, Annie, is I put them in the green room or I send proposed questions. And they expect this, what I'm going to ask them, but then I make it a conversation and I'll ask, a question that they never thought I would ask. And that is the key. It's like they sparkle. They sparkle. Oh, you knew about that? Or Christine, you knew about that? Because the other day, it's like she didn't know that I knew she was so athletic. And one of the interviews, it was like she was so, then she started chatting and chatting and chatting. And I'm like, that's the nugget is trying to get the guest to open up. And that is finding information. Yes, it's good to go for proposed questions, and it's good to have a guide, but that guide or proposed question is just, for, just in case, but I use it as a conversation, have it as a conversation, I should say, and finding out. And that's what you make that person shine. And it's all about the guest. And it's whatever the guest wants to reveal. Yes, I talked about her being so athletic, but as I asked generally, like learning to trust you, learning as the host, like how I really want to learn from you and the listeners or the viewers, and finding that. So they open up when they know that you are really sincere, that you really want to know their story, and finding that, as I said, the golden nugget that they thought I wouldn't ask. Because sometimes they don't want to share everything. They expect you sometimes to do your homework, if you call it that. And then it's not to surprise them or make them feel uncomfortable, but it's make them to feel like, oh, I've written 10 books, but how it all started was my grandmother had a book. I was always wanted to be an author. I'm just saying as an example.
Yeah.
But it's finding that storytelling, and it works pretty well. So
that's such a good point. It's finding their why. It's not that you wrote 10 books, but what made you think you wanted to write books, or what books, what did you write about? What drove you to do that? It's getting to that next level. Ultimately, business is personal, people are personal, right? And so it's knowing that sometimes it's that they want to share about one thing, and other times it's like, oh, you notice that about me. And you can see as a presenter, you then find what gets someone excited. Like some things are like, oh yes, that's content. And then suddenly, and that's the gift of, being a bit more of a journalist, a facilitator, it's actually seeing them get excited about something. You can actually feel it's like palpable, right? Isn't it? And you can just feel there, suddenly they smile more, they'll puff their chest out more, they'll get more animated, and you go, oh, we're onto something here. And I've even found, I don't know if you have, that suddenly like, I was going to ask them another question, but I'm going to dig deeper on that because they're just in, I'm seeing more of them and their uniqueness as opposed to just the content or their, I'd rather hear the story. I'd rather hear the passion come out rather than just the information. It's the difference of information to really watching them shine, right?
Yes, and it just makes such a great interview, and a conversation. And then the camera, like if someone's feeling nervous, I think I still get nervous. It because I care, but I think of as the camera as my best friend or my mom. I'll put a photo up and think, okay, this is, and I think Zandra has even said that too, is like, I'm talking to my mom and, and I'm doing it in person, and just, it's your friend, the camera is your friend. It's just thinking of it in that kind of a context, if you will. And yeah, just make it more intimate by not worrying about it, and it works.
It works. It so works. I mean, you've been very comfortable in front of the camera. You've done I've seen lots of photo shoots and bits and pieces that you've done, but it is very different with the camera just straight on you for a long extended period. Once again, all of these things are just different. They are different. Every little aspect that you learn is a whole different aspect. One area I'd love to tap into is, the result on your business. So you suddenly put yourself out there and you've now got a couple of shows and now you've got this micro business. How has it impacted making yourself more vulnerable and doing something that's risky? Like it is risky. You do this investment and you hope it all works out. How has it actually changed the way your business is now or how you foresee it changing?
Yeah, I think too is like trusting the process, invest in yourself. You have to invest and take a chance, right? And I also think what helps you along the way is the people involved with you. If you feel like I was saying earlier in your intuition, like, okay, I'm doing this, but I'll put check marks. Do I have the experience? Yes. Do I know it's a risk? Yeah, but I believe I'll be fine. And it's having that support, talking it over with your husband or your partner, and knowing that, okay, if I don't take this chance, then I'm going to regret it. And that's the biggest thing. Like, I think when I don't do it, I don't want to look back and think, well, why didn't I try this? Is it a big investment? How big it is? Okay, yes, there's an investment, but I can budget it. I can work it as long as I realize that, as long I have this business plan, and long as I have the support, as long as I talk it over with my husband or your partner, and go from there. Because at the end of the day, everything, like for live streaming, if I didn't invest, if I didn't do a risk, I wouldn't know. If I didn't do the virtual interviews, I wouldn't know. If I didn't, just everything is a chance, just, you got to go with it. You have to know if you have that good support network. I think that is so important, and who you want to work with. Who is it that is in your circle, in your front row, that is with you along in this journey? If that makes any sense. I mean, and that's I've been doing that, and it's learning to, have that plan, but expect it to change, but invest, because you're not going to go anywhere if you don't invest. It's so true. It's true. If you don't,
there's always risk, right? There's always a risk whenever you do anything like this, like start a podcast, like do a different business line, do whatever. Anytime you take on something new will require investment, and you've got to be sensible about that. Sometimes it's like, yeah, I'm investing to get a proof of concept, and then I can then sell components of. There's got to be a monetization of the plan. Otherwise, you're just being busy and giving money away. But with that means that you therefore are motivated to get that reward, right? So one, you've got your learning, you're getting a proof of concept. If you're lucky enough, because of your brand, you can monetize before you've got the proof of concept. After you've got that, it's going to be easier. And then it's so important to then delve into your network. So for example, you've then got sponsors, there's clothing, there's other things. Do you now look and go, you start in your, I'm imagining you as a runner, you've got running gear, athletic products, but you have then the capacity as your brand grows to then extend to, I don't know, perfume, other things, are you now looking at going,
yeah,
what's possible?
Yeah, nothing's impossible. And for me, it's being courageous, having the courage to step up. Like, if I'm in a class, who's the first to go? I'll put my hand up because I just want to get it over with, kind of thing, But I do think that sponsors will come. And I think, as you said, perfume, it could, like fitness entertainment, like it's opened up. Like it started off as a running show, Annie, but has stronger legs. And And, you know, when you put yourself out there, then the sponsors or partnerships or collaborations are going to happen. They're going to see you, they're going to recognize you and how unique your personal brand, how the more you know who you are, then you're going to not sell but tell. I always use Zondra's word, tell. You're going to find people that are wanting to align with you as long as you're clear on your brand. And as your show grows, you go along on that journey, and then opportunities and invest in you know, taking on more a podcast, you know, everything just keeps going. And you know, with social media, it's been a great thing, but also at the same time, in my personal, is saturated. So how can we, above that, how can we raise our digital profile is by being unique, doing themes every month. And again, I'll go back to that, reaching out to people, and they'll help you. You know, oh, I don't know how to do an Instagram live. How can I do this? And then you work together. I know that's maybe a poor example, but it's just really because everything keeps changing. Technology keeps changing. And it's just embracing it. Like I said in my key point, embracing technology and like AI, artificial intelligence. That's another thing that I'm using it as a tool,
Yes.
and it's really exciting, but it's a learning curve.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So someone who describes herself as an introvert or naturally shy, therefore, are you conscious that this is just a bigger thing that you've got to push through to get those skills? Because you can still be an introvert and be very, you know, very visible. Like this, it's not like it's so prohibited. Some people go, oh, they wouldn't. You go, well, yes, they can. A lot of actors, for example, are intensely shy, and that's why they like being in a role. Right. So you suddenly, you know, you do different things with your brain, or behind the camera, they're photographers, creative, you know, whatever, instead of being sort of up front. But you've then gone and chosen to go, okay, well, I'm now going to go from, you know, to be the main person. So are you very intentional in your practice now, if you like, moving forward, to go, I'm just going to have to be aware that it's not, you know, I just need to just keep doing it, and you become, it becomes less of an inhibitor.
Yes, I am shy, but yet when you love what you do, it's just, you'll do it. It's like I think with running gives me that confidence booster, but knowing, okay, I want to do this because I love it, but I'm scared and I'm shy, but you push through it because you're following your passion. You know, it just drives you. And I think when you have that support, it gives you, yeah, so I'm still working on it. I'm still you know, if it's like running, if I don't keep running, I'm not going to be good at it. Or okay at it. But if I don't practice meditation, I'm not going to be good at it. If I don't practice being, you know, positive mindset, I'm not going to be good at it. It's the same thing. You push yourself, and I'm not afraid. You know, my husband said I'm courageous because I guess I'm driven. I want to, it's not about me, it's about helping others. So people who are watching, listening, you know, you're shy. So I'm shy, but I'm here right now, you know, teaching and doing these things that I never thought would be possible. And it's yeah, Annie, I hope that answered your question. But I
find it fascinating, absolutely fascinating, because I'm naturally an extrovert, and I'm like going, it'd be really interesting from the other from that other perspective. But I really admire it, because when it's not, you know, your natural tendency, but that's it, it's because you get the results, because you enjoy the result of that, therefore you can push through. So I think that's a really fantastic way of finishing this time. We're going to actually take a break in the program now, we haven't for probably 8 hours, but we're going to take a break just for an hour actually, because we've had 2 speakers who are just got time zone issues, and one of them is unwell, and that's okay. So I'm not going to just chatter away for another hour. I am going to allow us all just to take a break, and I will be back again in an hour with our next few speakers, because we've then got just a couple of hours to go on this awesome summit. So I want to thank you, Christine, for being such a fantastic guest. We've really explored a whole lot of areas today. It's been really engaging. For those of you watching on, I will make sure that you've got all of Christine's details and so forth. We all of these segments, if you like, will be put as individual summit events as well. So those of you who haven't been able to watch live, you've found a friend, you're like, oh, you've missed this great speaker. Don't worry, you'll be able to catch up very, very soon. And also anyone else watching, if you're wanting to be a speaker on the next summit, we have these every 3 months. Just reach out, let me know, and I will tell you the process to get yourself involved. All the best, Christine. I can't wait to see where this year is going to take you. And I also thank you for role modeling what I am just about to embark on. So I look forward to joining you on a Zonda TV network very, very soon. Thank you for being with us today. Hello, hello.
Hi, what's going on?
No, sorry about that. I actually I didn't have my glasses on. I'm like, it was at 1:30, and then I'm looking, going, it wasn't at 11:50 here. So it's just me. It shows I've been going since 2:00 in the morning. I'm like going, oh, I'm like, where's Michelle? Where's Michelle? Anyway, I've just finished up with our last speaker, and it's been a bit of a quiet time now, but doesn't matter because everyone will watch on replay. So yes, all is good. All is good. So I am looking forward to have you share. But that is just so funny. I'm like going, where's Michelle?
I was like, I know I'm like 8:50. I was like, I can jump on earlier if you want. I'm ready.
No, that is totally fine. That is totally fine. But if you're ready, let's just we can get started. I am going to welcome Michelle Gardner to the stage to a Women's Biz Summit. Great to have you coming in from Bali. Always wonderful to have guests popping in from around the world. We've had people from Zimbabwe. We've had lots from America, lots and lots and lots from America. We've had South Africa. We've even had some Aussies join me in our lovely sunny day here we're having in Sydney. So over to you, Michelle. Looking forward to you sharing about your pivot and prospering moments.
Yes. Hi. Thanks, Annie. And thanks everyone for watching back as well. I'm super, super excited to be here. And I'm super, super excited as well for the internal navigation of what it actually means to pivot and prosper. It's been a little bit of a focus on my week. So I'm excited that I've had this opportunity as well to reflect on that for myself and what it means both in life and in my work as well, and also for some of the women that I'm connected with through my own work as well. So my name is Michelle, and I am the founder and director of the Aspire series, and also 55 Faces, which is a global platform and movement for women who are leading change and impact in the world. The things that I am passionate about and get most excited about are helping women to both step up and to open up and to create change and to lead in humanity. I believe that that's the pathway forward. And I also believe that these spaces where we come together and where we have space between us to share our own worldviews and to connect are where we grow, and that is the pathway forward. So, and that's the stuff that really matters as well. So what it means to pivot and prosper. So interestingly, I wasn't thinking so much about my own journey and my own story this time around. I was thinking more about actually my dance journey. Ironically, when I thought of the word pivot, I immediately thought I'm a salsa dancer, but also trained in a whole bunch of other styles of dance as well. And I was thinking about, I think of dance as being life, and I think as prospering as living fully and living boldly and living courageously. And I think that, what is a dance without pivoting? Like every single element of it requires a pivot in some sense, whether it's a big, huge movement or whether it's a teeny tiny little micro movement. And I got really curious about this notion of the micro pivot and the micro movements and those tiny little moments of awareness where it might be that there's the big, huge shifts and changes, and when we throw life upside down and turn everything on its head. But then there's also these tiny little micro movements, which I think are actually the moments where it's almost like it goes from the big into the micro, and it becomes more about mastery then and refinement and creating something that is super, super unique through the tiny little pieces that we see that shift and change that most people would oversee and not notice. But those are actually the tiny cumulative steps that create the big change in the end, and the thing that is uniquely ours as well. So I wanted to reflect on some of the women. Hi, Kat. I want to reflect on some of the women who have been a part of the 55 and Aspire journey and think about some of the big movements that they had made. So I was thinking of Mel, who is in Melbourne, who is a mum of 2 now adult young women. But however, when her daughters were teenagers, her husband committed suicide, and she was left caring for 2 teenage women who were at an incredibly formative part of their identity stage, and also for herself, it turned her whole world on its head, given that her and her partner had been together since they were teenagers. So for her whole world transformed entirely. And that for her was a massive, massive pivot, as you can imagine. And I was also thinking about Catherine as well, who is in her 60s now. However, she chose to do it all on her own. She chose to have kids on her own right from the outset. And she traveled the world with 3 kids. And she worked in corporate in London. She worked in refugee camps in Africa, and now that her kids have all grown up, she has recently partnered with a friend that she's had for 40 years. They met again in London and realized that they always wanted to be together. And so now live between Bali, London, and Sydney. And part of her journey has been navigating this space of walking between worlds, and also, dissolving the boundaries between different worlds. And I was reflecting as well on Jenny, who is from Hong Kong, and she set her life up in Melbourne, in Australia, as a young professional, and she was working in corporate, and a big part of her corporate journey was experiencing bullying as a result of her accent, and through her journey of learning English while settling into Australia. And a big pivot for her was using her story to become a bilingual MC and a marriage celebrant. And now her work in the world is about bridging the gap between language, culture, and communication within the frame of love, and bringing families together and bringing people together. I also thought about Kylie, who was a high-end corporate in Sydney, and on the surface seemed to be kicking it in every single sense in the way that the world expects us to kick it. And at the same time, she was walking around with a big handbag filled with empty wine bottles. And she now lives in Bali, and she coaches and mentors others on their recovery journey within the land of Mama Bali. And I also was thinking about Charlotte as well, who she was a women's wellness coach, and she moved up into the Dandenongs, into the hills in Victoria. And she started having a big awakening, and her psychic awareness started opening up. And a big part of her journey was in moving through the resistance in being a psychic medium, and what that meant for her, and how that meant that she explained herself when she went to her husband's footy celebrations, that she was like the mad psychic wife, and coming to terms with that, and embracing that, and now making that her work in the world. So, I mean, obviously these women have had like massive external pivots, but then what goes on in the inside is a whole enormous series of tiny little shifts and changes that are constantly happening and constantly evolving, that actually create those big shifts just as much. So I believe that it is when we get to the point of like creating the little micro pivots, that this is when we become our own teacher. And the biggest shifts and changes that happen are that we become a master of our own awareness. And that actually becomes the teacher, is our own awareness of our body and our being and our internal functioning, and the way that we then refine what was once the big pivot. So I wanted to give everyone who's watching back a tiny little moment just to tune in and to tap in and to pay attention to your own inner awareness. So if you would like to take a moment to close your eyes and just sit back And have a deep, deep, deep breath out. And to take a big breath in. Big breath out. I invite you to breathe into the count of 4, 2, 3, 4. To hold. 2, 3, 4. And to breathe out. 2, 3, 4. And to hold. 2, 3, 4. Breathe in. Hold. And to breathe out. Hold. Breathe in again. And to breathe out. And I invite you to pay attention to your neck and to your shoulders, and to maybe give them a move and a wiggle, and to adjust them, and to see how they want to move and what tiny little adjustments want to happen. And to let go. So there is something that you are going through, some transition, some change, some challenge. I trust that you know what it is. And there is somewhere where you are here and you want to see yourself being somewhere over there. So there is a future you that is already there. And she's already done it. And the cool thing is that she is you. And that in some other reality, you already are over there. And you've already got the answers on how to get over there and how to be that embodied version of you already. I'm going to invite you to just tap into who that woman is, to who she is, to see her, feel her, and experience her, and to know her as you already are. And to see how she is relating to the world. So she has some wisdom that she wants to impart with you as you are now. And from where she's standing, she sees things that you don't see, right now. She sees the whole path and she sees the next steps forward. I invite you to take a moment to have a conversation with her and to see what she would like to impart with you around your next steps. And when you're ready, I invite you to come back. And if you have pen and paper in front of you, I would like you to write down whatever it was that came up, whatever those things are, whatever those action steps are, or those little shifts or adjustments. And I also invite you as well to make a commitment that when we jump off today, whenever you jump off, that you know where to start and you know what to action straight away. Is that a fair commitment that we're agreeing to? Yes. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Awesome. And I invite you to not only take on board the big pivots, the big, huge life-changing pivots, but to also embrace every single tiny little pivot and every little adjustment and shifts, because those are the ones that build up and become who we are. And that woman that we see, that we saw, and that we envisioned and that we spoke to. So I would like to thank you, Annie, for creating this space and for having me as well. And I hope that everyone has an awesome, awesome day, and best wishes for the steps forward. Lots of love.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. I feel so zen. I always feel so zen after listening to you speak. So that's so lovely, isn't it? To actually even to do the breathing before you then put yourself into that sort of space. And I feel like it's a bit of a trot. I feel like I've gone time traveling. I don't know. Okay. Where did Kath just go? She's popped off again. But that's okay. She's probably nodded off. Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, goodness, she's gone to take action. What I love there is the micro movements, because I think so many people think you've got to just do these big things, and big things are overwhelming. Big things are stressful. Big things bring in the fear factor. And where it is the micro movements, it's the little things that you do over and over again that are who you are, right? So even if you're not happy where you are, it means that little micro things are happening. You know, we've set up these routines, practices, rituals, patterns of behavior that are resulting in that. So I love that. I love what you shared about all those different women. Wow. And I love that about, you know, you've got 55 of them in your book, 55 Faces. And it's just so fascinating to read different people's journeys and their times of awakening. So that's what I'd love to tap into now with you, of this whole concept of awakening. And I think there's a real movement globally of women just awakening, to be honest. But it's often also is, you know, women getting a little bit older or reflecting generally back to me going, I wish I did this years ago. What is stopping us? Like, I don't know, do you find that in your 55 women plus? Like, it's almost like, where have I been? Why has it taken me so long? And now finally I can be, you know, have this time to not even just be me, just to learn who I am, you know, to unpack this preconceived version or even the life that I've been living and all these sorts of things. I'm sure I'm speaking into the space that you're at. Have you found that? And what is it about this awakening, and what is happening with women from your perspective?
Yeah, it's interesting you say that. I don't know if I expected it, because, you know, you put out like who you want to work with and all of that kind of stuff. And I think some part of me, like a lot of my background was with young people. So it was actually the polar opposite, but also foster carers and all of that kind of stuff. But what I've found interesting with 55 and with my journey is that I tend to attract an older woman in a lot of senses. Like, there'll be the odd younger woman, but there's a lot of women who are older than me. And I feel like there's a gap where, like, the women that are in their 20s and in their 30s and all that kind of stuff, like, there was this whole big thing around, you know, having a voice and putting yourself out in the world, blah, 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 that they all kind of grew up with and were a part of. And I feel like there was maybe a gap with women that are on the other side, where maybe during that time they were having kids and in the do. And now coming out the other side, particularly around menopause. There's a big thing around menopause. I'm hearing so much about menopause, but right? there's got to be a big opening for women that are doing work with women going through menopause, because it feels like coming out the other side of that journey, it's almost like, well, what about me? There might have been a marriage breakdown, or the kids might have grown up now, and it's like, well, what about me now? Like, when do I get to have a voice, and how do I get to impart my wisdom in the world? And I feel like there's a magic spot in there where those women are kind of turning and going, well, I've got a lot to contribute as well. It's not just women that are in their 20s and 30s. Like, how do I get to contribute everything that I've done? And, you know, they're wanting to start businesses or projects or give back in some way and have a voice and make sure that their story is recorded. Because, you know, if our stories aren't recorded, then how can we guarantee that they're going to live on and that there's going to be a legacy? And I believe that our legacy is like a micro moment. Like, our legacy is created every day. It's not like we kind of go and do all the life things that society tells us to do, and then we get to like 70 or something and go, now how do I live a legacy? It's like, I've already lived a legacy. It's already done. It's not like now I go and get the caravan and I go around Australia or whatever and I live a legacy. So it happens in every single moment. So how are we creating change and impact in every single thing that we do? Like, at the last summit, I used the example of an avocado. Like, we go and buy an avocado. It's the simplest little micro moment ever. But where does that avocado come from? What's its story? Who grew it? How did it get from the farm to the shop? What's the shop that we bought it from? How are we using it? How are we then disposing of it afterwards? Like, every single thing that we do is the opportunity to live a legacy, to create a tiny moment of change. Does that make sense?
Totally. I find it so fascinating what you shared there too, and I think because my demographic is, I'm just attracting so many women who are that, you know, 40 plus. What about me? I've self-sacrificed. Why have I done that? Now is my time. And like, I'm just seeing them like rippers, amazing businesswomen, like starting businesses at 50, 55, 60, incredible. But it is so encouraging to hear these young women who are, you know, my daughter's early, living in their 20s going, you know what, shouldn't we all be doing that? We all need to be honoring our own self-worth and living our life. And I think there is a bit of a gap there that, you know, somewhere, that's right, people like, you know, me or those just after me were busy raising kids and missed the memo that you're allowed to, you know, have time for yourself as well. So it is really encouraging, but I am noticing, and, you know, even in the stories that you were sharing, it's like, yeah, these women who, that's amazing. I love that one who's found her partner who, you know, from someone who's always been in your world. Like, how gorgeous is that? I totally dig that. And how inspiring and amazing that woman whose husband suicided and she's raised all of her children, and like, wow, women are just so powerful and so capable and just so diverse. And I think it is so wonderful to be sharing those stories. All of those stories need to be shared. I'm a big lover of the anthologies, put out anthologies myself, and I'm so proud of you for, you know, yours, and yours are so freaking impressive. Ladies, jump on and get 55 It's amazing. But it's not just amazing because it's a beautiful looking book and it's a big chunky book, which I do love. But it is that all of those women are there. Everyone's voices need to be heard. Everyone's story is powerful. And it's not just the where have they ended. It is the journey. It's the, you know, these are hard stories. They're challenging stories. Life sucks at many times stories, and it's how they've navigated that and what they've learned and how they've overcome. That is just so interesting. Not that we just want to read sob stories, but it's like, it's inspiring because you just go, wow, like, one, you just see how different we are, you know, how the dice rolls for so many people. When I find it fascinating, which is why I asked you about the awakening, I'm finding it fascinating. It's like it really is like a switch. And then suddenly it's like, why haven't I heard this before? You know, it's like, and it's happening at different stages for different people. Definitely a lot more spiritual awakening as well as just, you know, intellectual time for themselves, balance and all that sort of thing. But I think women are, you know, you're just really tapping into their intuition, their creativity, that desire to just be more curious, more fun, more playful. I think it's so wonderful, and we need more of it, ladies, because it is just so refreshing. And I tell you what, those, you know, when you evolve in that way, all of it comes back to reward you in all the things that you're doing. You know, businesses will thrive more, you will grow in the things that you're doing because you are just feeling more centered, more grounded, more just happy. There's more joy, all of those sorts of things. I know I'm preaching to the converted, but I'm also to our delegates around the world who are now via different platforms or watching later on. So if this is you, I encourage you to, you know, reach out to me personally, to Michelle, if you're wanting to connect with Michelle. Definitely inquire if you're wanting your story put out in a book, an anthology of some kind. We can definitely help make that happen for you. I love that you started sharing before we get on to us, Anita and Sonia. Welcome, Sonia. That you're, a salsa dancer. I love that you see it in such a different way. We've had, you know, we've been going for 10 hours now, and you've got a couple of hours to go. And so wonderful that after 10 hours of, you know, 20 speakers plus, you suddenly have just a whole refreshing angle of what prospering is, and prosper for you is life, you know, and pivoting is, you know, in the dance. And I just love it that we are all so authentic, and you know, just having another speaker just approach a presentation in a totally different way. I just really love that about women, that it's, you know, for those thinking, are you starting to hear the same thing? There's definitely common threads, but I also am inspired that every speaker has definitely had their own perspective on things. And I think that is just really, really refreshing that we're happy to just be owning our own space of where we are. So thank you for coming in all the way from Bali. I hope you have an awesome day there. And Michelle is also a fellow Aussie. She just lives in Bali. Why wouldn't you? It's just beautiful. And she also pops back and forth to Australia, and I'll be thankfully seeing you again very, very soon. Oh. And now we've also, Anita Sonia is also in Bali. Did you know?
Really?
You know that? She lives in Bali.
No.
There we go. Oh, I can't hear you, Sonia. No sound coming out of the microphone. Oh, that sounded like it kicked in. Hello, hello. Nope.
Whoops.
No, she's, yeah.
Trying.
Okay.
Yes.
Now
yes, I can hear you now. Did you know, Michelle, you two are neighbors?
Yeah, I've just known it from what is it? Our WhatsApp group. That's why I've just said it. Oh my God, that is very exciting. We need to meet maybe sometimes, Michelle.
Definitely.
Nice to meet you, girls. How are you today? So yes, good morning from Bali, and I'm very happy because today is a cloudy day. You can imagine how hot Bali is, even though you are under conditioner. But if you go out for 5 minutes, then you'll be like a boiled crab. Wet everywhere on our face.
You don't want to be a boiled crab, that's for sure.
Sonia, I'll jump out, but whereabouts in Bali are you? I'll connect with you after.
I am in Kuta right now. So I moved from Seminyak back to Kuta because, you know, it's closer to the beach, and I can run away to the beach anytime when you feel bored or when your anxiety comes up when you work in front of the laptop, you see, as a digital nomad.
Yes, I'm up in Ubud primarily, so I just hide under the trees.
Yeah, I need to visit Ubud again sometimes because it's been a long time that I haven't gone to Ubud yet. You know, it's been a long time. Maybe I don't know. We will make the time. For sure.
Yes,
or if you can come visit to Kuta, you know, it's very crowded with the tourists here.
Very.
All those Aussie tourists. That's why Michelle's gone to Ubud.
Yeah. Ubud is like, for yoga, for the peaceful life. Well,
Right.
I used to Saminya with more tourists, but right now, I try to be closer to the business center also. There are so many studio here. I mean, like the co-working and co-living, right? So it is easier for me to work that way.
Anita's a bit more, she's a bit more hyper than you. So Michelle.
I'm not sure about it. You know that I'm an introvert also, Annie. So
I think you with a bit of Zen, so it might be good for you to go into the hills a little bit, Sonia.
So now I have the reason to visit Ubud again, not with my not with the man, but to visit Michelle.
Exactly.
I was going to say, we have plenty of tourists, but we have all the tourists that have seen Eat, Pray, Love, and they're walking around doing yoga and Marla beads. So different kind of tourist to Kuta.
That's true.
Exactly. They're not being crazy like the Kuta folk. Anyway, welcome to our summit. Thank you so much, first of all, Michelle, for
thank you so much for inviting me again. You know that I always feel excited to be on your event because you have been supporting me since the very beginning. I started to brand myself online on the on live streaming. So it's an honor to be here again, and I'm very happy to meet everyone here. Thank you so much for the invitation.
It is so wonderful to have you join us, Sonia, and I would love you to share what is your story of how have you pivoted? How are you prospering because of the choices that you have made, intentional or unintentional? I'd love you today.
So, my background, I used to be in tourism, and then I changed myself. Actually, I changed myself because I wanted to reach my dreams, and I become a coach in high performance, right? But then it didn't make me happy because of the mindset of the local people here. Yes, my clients were middle up people. They are actually the millionaires, high performers in real, but because of the mindset and then also the influence from our environment, then they become like living in the box. So I wasn't happy at that time. So I try to brand myself. Now it's more than 3 years I've been doing it. And then last year I built our live podcast, right? And then it makes me more focused on the live streaming and podcasting, especially providing the platform for all of the speakers, the amazing woman like you to, to convey your message, to deliver your message to the people who need it, right? And yeah, I'm very happy with it. And this is a new year. We started fresh, right? And there are so many events that I'm going to create this year, including live podcast awards. It is very important for us because we are live streamers, we are podcasters. So if you believe in yourself, then you can win the awards. And I would like to talk about media branding today because maybe when I was a guest lecturer, when I was a lecturer at the university at that time, maybe it's like theoretically like media branding is a part of company branding, right? But today everything has changed. Media branding can be for any kind of branding, for personal branding, professional branding, product branding, including service branding. So this is very important how we can deliver ourselves, because branding basically is how you want people to know you, how the image you want people to know about you, right? So the first, I would like to have the 3 points today to deliver in a very short time. Maybe only 5 minutes left or 10 minutes left. How long do I have, Annie?
You like, it's fine.
So yes, the first is about being you. You can have your virtual assistant, you can have your team, but you are the brain in your branding, right? So your virtual assistant, your team cannot replace you. That is the most important, that we need to remind ourselves all the time, because I see there are so many public figures like you, and then also so many important, I call it important people in the industry of live streaming and podcasting. They forget that actually your virtual assistant or your team cannot replace you, who you truly are, right? Maybe they can write the very, very beautiful and what is it, high lit, what is it, like, it's not like high lit, sorry, bit away, not high lit products, for example, but then you need to be yourself still, because there are so many people who cannot deliver the message you want to not only to give the people, right, or the perception that the people can give, but this is the way, like, there are so many people who try to be vulnerable on social media today, but then people consider it that they are weak people. You don't want to be considered weak if you are a leader, right? It is very important in our leadership. People need to trust you, that you can help them to go from point A to point B to reach your goals. If you are a mentor, if you are a coach, if you are a leader, people need to trust you. This is very important. That's why being you and being authentic is the best way to deliver yourself into the media, right? And then the second one is inspiring. We forget that we make a lot of content, right? But it seems that the content is for ourselves, not for our needs or for the people to consume our content. So if your content is not inspiring, the people will not buy from you. The people will not join your event. The people will not consider that your programs can help them to overcome their problems, right? And the third one is empowering. From being you, authenticity. Oh yeah, I believe in Annie Gibbons. I would like to join her masterclass because I believe that Annie Gibbons would like to lift me up in my bottom of the problems right now. There are so many mess in my life, so I need Annie Gibbons to be my mentor to reach my goals. And what kind of program she has, then I would like to follow, because I believe in her, because I believe that she can empower me, right? So that is the third point in media branding today. There are so many theories about that. You have to have a nice logo, you have to build your brand color. My brand color is red and gold to replace yellow, actually, because it is very difficult sometimes to combine red and yellow to look luxurious, right? And then I mix it with the black one because of my personality right now. It seems like black looks luxurious. So that is what I mean. Media branding is about branding that can create your image to the public. It doesn't matter if you have the very, very amazing lead generator. It doesn't matter if you have a high ticket program. It doesn't matter if you have a good copywriting, but if you don't deliver yourself from the way you are, the truly you, then it will be difficult to get the clients or to get the people you want to be with. You need to surround yourself with the people who support you, who align with your program, with your goals. In 2024, this is like the cut-off year that we need to cut everything that do not align, that doesn't align with our goals, with our dreams, with our programs, right? So for me myself, it is not about to cut off everything that doesn't align with my program and my goal, but also surround myself with the people who support me. That is very important for me, because yes, in the past you accept everyone because you want to be nice. It was my background to be people pleaser. I know that it is very difficult to say no because you want to be nice, you want to be polite, but it doesn't work that way. In media, there are always like negative people or toxic people who want to put you down or to consider your message negatively. And then we need to learn it's not only to reply them in a nice way, but you need to show who you really are. Sometimes right now, sometimes like not only right now, but also I really, really prepare the messages with what I feel. That is very important because it was really, really tiring and draining when we try to be nice all the time to the people while actually they don't fit with our goals or our programs, right? Of course, in the past, there were so many people who were not nice because they do not know you. They do not know your passion. They do not know your mission. They do not know your goals, so that they perceive your branding differently. And then today, I'm very happy because those kind of people turn to be very nice to me. Including in my program live podcast awards, you see, like, oh my god, this is really amazing. Like they suddenly become very, very nice to me because they know that my programs is really great and it empowers people to create quality content, right? It is easy to create content every day, every hour. You can post in Instagram, in TikTok 5 times a day, but we need to ask ourselves, to our content create what we want to, you know what I mean? Maybe our goal for this is very important also. I would like to return to being you, the first point of being you. Being you means also you need to set the goals for yourself. What is your purpose of branding? What is your purpose to use media for branding? There are so many social media that you can deliver your content, live streaming, and also podcast. There are so many podcast platforms, right? There are so many podcast destination also, but do they really deliver your message? Do they really can find, or not only can find, but also provide the needs or the clients you want to, right? You can be everywhere, of course, but then again, I don't know if being everywhere is the same with reaching your target. The first time I did my branding wasn't about money, right? It was about, how do you call it? I want to create legacy, but at that time, the word legacy means like being privileged, being luxurious, that you are very important people for thousands, millions of people, but I just want to touch one heart, right? So at that time, I didn't build my list, I didn't build my email marketing, I didn't build anything. But I would like to build the trust. That is the first step that I took 3 years ago when I started to build my branding, because having trust means everything to me. The people, at that time I didn't show myself with my previous achievement because I thought that all of those previous achievements didn't support my goals, the new goals, to know the new people, to create the market, to know the important people, not only the people, but also important people who can help you to reach your goals. The first time I decided to be a coach, at that time I had 3 coaches from the United States who supported me to reach my goals. So it wasn't like the local coach, because it doesn't mean that I didn't trust the local coach, but I believe that I need to be the new me, the quality, because at that time I also coach the coaches here. So I need the better one. I mean, I need someone who has more than me, in the term of knowledge, in the term of skill, and in the term of mindset that they can push me, you know. Sometimes we try to find a coach who is very soft, who is nice to us, but actually that is not what we need. We need someone who really can push us, someone who can help us to explore ourselves, to know our potentials. That's why I make the formula for my media branding. Maybe it doesn't work for everyone, but for me the most important is that I already mentioned. First, is being you, and then the second one is inspiring, the third one is empowering. So if my content do not included on those 3 points, then I will rethink again. Maybe I need to edit it. Maybe I need to create more to know the people that they will get something from me, the value that I deliver from those 3 points: authenticity, inspiring, and empowering. So I think that is what I want to deliver today. If you have any question, then you can put it in the group, or maybe on any given social media, or if you want me to add more, but I think I have already passed the time.
Oh, no, I love you so much, Anita, Sonia.
Give everything all at once, but I know that we have
that is
very
totally fine.
We need to give the chances to other speakers also. But again, I'm very happy to be here and give my opinion or my view about media branding.
I tell you
Thank
what,
you, Annie.
Sonia, it's been such a joy having you join us again. And let me just tell you, I can just see so much growth and development in you over the last, since you presented last time.
Thank you.
It's actually
It's a good argument, though. I will not buy you ice cream in Bali if you say it is bad.
It's a real delight because you've got a lot more clarity and you can see how you've grown. I love a couple of points, and I've got some buffer time between our speakers. For those of you who are watching on our I'll have to not get our speakers so I've given them 10 minutes so that we can actually have some time to chat instead of going straight.
Yes.
It is okay. You are doing totally fine. I love to tap into a couple of points that you said, which are just really interesting, and I'm sure our delegates will enjoy unpacking them as well. When you said it's nice to not have to try to be nice to everybody, it's an interesting phrase, and it's not that you're not nice. Like, let's face it, Anita, Sonia is so nice, it's ridiculous. She's beautiful. But what it means is that when you're trying to be all things to all people and they're not your people, it's exhausting to try and the needs of people who are coming back to you negative, critical, not supporting you. When you are starting your business, and it's understandable, and I've done it myself, you're trying to be so accommodating for everybody. You're trying to be too broad, and it is exhausting. And you kind of it is being fake nice. It doesn't mean, it's not any judgment or reflection on you. It actually that once you learn to say no to those people, oh, I'm sorry, what I'm offering isn't suiting you, you need to find that with someone else, that actually releases you to be naturally nice and lovely to the right people, you know. And so it's actually a really good thing to say, because some people go, what? You know, it actually is a good thing. You know, it means that it's not exhausting. It should be effortless. It should be lovely, resonating with the people that are going to value you. You've also said something really fascinating too, that people, now that you've got live podcast awards, which is fantastic, some of the people not so nice before suddenly love you because they want to be
they want to be the judges.
They want to benefit. Suddenly went, oh, I like this. And now, but what you've found is because you've got to know those people, there's an inconsistency. And what we're looking for in business is that consistency. It's kind of like I either am your flavor or not. I don't want to be
Yeah, imagine if we have such kind of judges. Well, it is not about competition. It's about the people who try to collaborate among the live streamers and podcasters to learn each other that what I need to add on my live streaming, what I need to add on my podcasting. So it's not only about the competition, right? But to evaluate ourselves.
100%.
And to have fun. That is the most important thing. Every program that I have should be fun.
You are a lot of fun, absolutely. And you like having fun. I love having fun. And it's about, if that's your brand, not everyone has to be peppy and hyper and loud and whatever. Kind of like it's finding your formula. And what I noticed on your presentation today and where you're now positioning with your live streaming.
Yeah. Sorry, I was a bit blank when the connection was a bit down, so I tried to say something, but then I pay attention to my connection to my internet. Oh my God! So
I love that. I love your points too. Be you, and a VA cannot be you. So that is not saying don't have a VA, but that VA is there to assist you to then be able to make sure that you authentically are the brand. You are there as you're the face of the business. It's like if I have a VA, it still has to be Annie doing her videos. It has to be Annie doing her podcast. It has to be me writing my content, and then a VA can assist make that happen. They're to help you, but not to be you, because our clients are all very savvy now. They can see what's not, if your brand is so clear, they'll be able to sort of see you, and they want to see you as the face. I'm their cup of tea. If Sonia's your cup of tea, you want to see that person, you want to feel their energy, you want to know their services, and they're the one. You do business with people, and then the business provides that service, right? So if you take the people out of it, it's very hard for people to connect it, unless you're a big multinational company that the brand is so strong that you know that everyone who works for that company will deliver the same sort of service. Well, for most of us, solopreneurs, entrepreneurs, even some ultrapreneurs, that you need to be the face of that business. So I absolutely love that. I do agree. Don't just put out content, put out inspiring content, put out content that's relevant to people. You don't want to
and empower people, because we would like because we would like other people to change their life too. Maybe it's not easy in this condition after the pandemic. Maybe it looks luxurious on Instagram, on TikTok and everything, but behind it in real life, there are so many people who are struggling, to build their brand, they have to recover from the financial loss during the pandemic. And now there are so many, unemployment everywhere. The big brands like Google and everything, they reduce their workers, right, in the United States. And it's only maybe because the United States is a big country, we see it like our compass, but it happens everywhere. Then that's why we need to build our branding from now on. The right time is today, the right time is now. It takes time to build our brand, to have the people to know us. So if we don't start now, maybe we will be unemployed also for ourselves. While entrepreneurs work 24 hours actually compared with the company workers, right? So
you really do. And that's it. Many of you, if you're starting your business, you're working, ridiculous hours, but you become an entrepreneur so that you can get to a stage through these pivots, through these moments, through these shifts, so that you can actually have better than the day job. You want to be creating a lifestyle that you get that balance, that is scalable, that you can bring other people into your team. That's the whole reason. Otherwise, you may as well just work a day job. So, but at the beginning, it is exhausting, and it's understandable. And I thank you for sharing it so honestly today too, Sonia.
Thank you.
it's really important for people to realize that if you're at that exhausted phase, you know, that it's like, I'm just trying to meet everybody's demands, you know, it is understandable. Almost all of us do it because you're more desperate at the beginning. If you can push through that and have more clarity around your brand, what you're offering, how you're offering it, who are you serving? And know those people intimately well. Every post you do is directed at that person, that avatar. Every service that you provide clear, then those other people who are wasting your time, zapping your energy, not being nice to you, they're not your peeps, right? So we want to, as quickly as possible in our businesses, be able to be lovely, but send them on their way. Or hopefully our marketing and the way we're showing up actually is so clear, it then isn't going to resonate with them. So the better we get at what and stronger at that, we'll clearly show those people not to waste their time being annoying to you. Do you know what I mean? So you're actually giving yourself more permission. I love your points. Be more of you, show up more of you, be inspiring with your content around what you offer people, provide that value really clearly to them in a way that engages them and empowers them. You want to have raving fans for your product. You want them to be delighted in the services you provide. That is your people, whatever industry. Welcome, Joan. Lovely to have you join us. That is exactly what you're wanting to be doing. And all those other people, there's a million other people available to them. You want to, they can go and find them. You know, the more we are, too many people waste time with people who are not their people. So I totally love that you've shared that today. For your live podcast award, I'd love to finish with, for you to finish now, Anita, Sonia. So we've had so many people got podcasts. I've got podcasts, most of our podcasts. How do they apply for those awards? What process should they go to?
Actually, it is very
Oh, we
easy.
didn't get. Oh,
So
so we didn't get it.
register to, you can go to livepodcast.com. I will share it with Annie. Then you will see Live Podcast Awards. Then there are more than 10 categories in its categories as a live streamer and also podcaster. You can register as a brand also. So not only personally, if you believe that your brand is a great brand, it doesn't need to be like $1 million brand new. You can have your brand from the very beginning. Then you built maybe last year, but you already do the branding through social media with podcasting and live streaming. Just register. It is only $50 for personal registration and also $200 for for brand or company. But then actually, I don't make a lot of money on it. It will be for the production, only for the software, for the application, for our marketing, and also for delivering the trophy to your address. So if you register, please give the real address, the complete address, the not only the real address, but for the posting the postal address, so that we can deliver the trophy. If you win, then all of the participants will get the the certificate that are signed also by the lead judges. Our lead judges are Rob Greenlee and also Todd Cochrane. Todd Cochrane is the CEO of Blueberry. And also Rob Greenlee is the, how do you call it, the chairman in Hall of Fame. Both of them are Hall of Famers, you see. So that's why now you understand why I keep the quality high, even though this is the first time, even though we will have fun on it. And then the final will be on live streaming. Don't worry about the system of judging. It is not like the other event or the other awards who depend on the voting. We would like to appreciate your hard work. So the intro, the quality of so it is based on the points. I create myself the judging system for it. So voting is about 20% of the judging, the evaluation. So people will see your hard work, your creativity to create your podcast and also live stream. You see, that's why I call it fun. It's not only about the people fought for you. There are so many people who try to trick on the voting system. That's why I knew it from the other awards. Now I create another system.
We will have to finish up there, Anita, Sonia, because I've.
Thank you so much for inviting me again. It's an honor again to be on your event, Annie. And I hope that you can join us also.
I
You
hope
need
so
to
too.
register
I hope so
people
too. I had
to
a
the
very
awards.
busy year last year, and I've got the whole year ahead, so I will be in touch with you. And
Thank you so much. I didn't dare to ask you as a judge, even though I would like to have you on the team because I know that you are very busy. But maybe if I ask you here, then you will say yes because. No, I will not.
Summit. Alrighty, I'm going to now share my screen.
Have a great Sunday for everyone.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Love you.
Love
I will stay here.
Our next speaker is Sarah Lyons, and she has actually sent us a presentation because of time zones, just because make sure the internet works. So we're going to hear from her, and then we'll be able to have a chat before we welcome Aldwyn.
Thank you, Annie, and thank you to the beautiful delegates and everyone that is here today. My name is Sarah Lyons, and I am the founder of the globally recognised New Earth School for Healers, Coaches and Mystics. And today I want to share with you my story about how I pivoted to prosper. Now, this all started in 2013 when I just graduated from university as a midwife. I had some beautiful plans to go and work as a midwife. I loved assisting women to give birth and deliver these beautiful babies. But something happened. At this point in my life, I was severely depressed and I was looking to console myself with things outside of myself. And I did this by using drugs, by using alcohol, by using men, effectively, to fill this emptiness inside of me that I couldn't fill. And so that same year, my path took a downward spiral. I got in trouble with the law. I was using drugs multiple times a day. And I ended up losing everything. I lost my home, my family, my children, my friends, my degree. And I found myself living out of my car in another state, far, far away, in trouble with the law, wondering what I'd done with my life. And that's when I surrendered. Surrendered to God, the universe, whatever it was, a power greater than me. And I was ready for deep, deep, deep change. Enough, it was the year I left my support worker job for 5 years, packed up the family, we bought a house in South Australia, and we moved to the coast. And I decided, I'm not going to get another job here. I'm going to focus on my business full time. This happened to be the same year that the pandemic hit. And within 12 months, I had my first six-figure year. And this is the very condensed version. So, at nearly 30 years of age, was the darkest point in my life. And it was that surrender that allowed me to begin my new journey and pivot. I thought that being a nurse was going to be the best I could ever do in my life. And I truly, truly felt that and believed that because I wanted to help people. But then when I found myself in recovery and had my spiritual awakening and realized my mission, I couldn't turn a blind eye to that. And it's been very, very rewarding in all ways, in so many ways. Financially, spiritually. My heart and my soul feel so full every day through sharing my mission. And so when it comes to pivoting, I can honestly say that following those little breadcrumbs from your soul will not ever lead you astray. Especially those little thoughts that keep dropping in. For me, it was one step at a time. It was finding Reiki and becoming a healer. From there, I went deeper into the healing realm. I became a quantum Reiki grandmaster, a happiness life coach. And I noticed that women were coming to me to learn how to run their business because there wasn't many spiritual business coaches in the industry at that time. And so I got certified in launch strategy, course creation, because I just found I was really good at it. I'm a projector in human design, and we are naturally good at learning systems. So for me, the system that works really well for me is launching. So I get to teach that to other women in a spiritual way, a soulful way, what I call the new earth way. There is a new era upon us in how we are being called to run our business. And it's from heart, and it's from soul, and it's from higher dimensions, and it's beautiful. Gone are the days of bro marketing or fake marketing tactics in order to be financially fruitful. It gets to be easier. And we're going to continue to see this as we move through the years. Manifestations and creations are just becoming so natural and easy. So if you take anything away from today, it would be to trust your intuition and use your discernment on the next step. And allow that to catapult you and take you on the journey to prosperity. I hope that this was helpful, and I trust that it serves you today. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Sarah. And I wish you were here live, actually, because I'd love to ask you some questions. So powerful, absolutely powerful. So sorry about that. I'll just finish that. Yeah, what a journey. What a huge journey to go from being to losing all of that, and the damage that drugs and alcohol and everything does, and just being in a place of, yeah, total despair, but also the power of the human mind and body and support systems and everything else you had to be able to bring you in a place of real awakening and to find pure joy and happiness and be able to empower others on your journey. Absolutely fantastic. So I hope to have you again next summit and also to be sharing with us. So we are now going to meet our next speaker, who is Aldwyn Alternay. Always love seeing Aldwyn, always just so feel full of joy and happiness and inspiration for us. So welcome to us, our summit, Aldwyn. We've been going for like 11 hours or something, 10 and a half hours. Been absolutely amazing, like 30 plus speakers, and it's just been such joy. And so I'm going to be sharing with another fellow Aussie. We've had a lot of Americans sharing with today, and we've just had a little visit around Bali with a couple of speakers, Sonia and Michelle. So over to you now. I'm going to pin you so everyone can see full screen.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Annie. Great to be here. And Pivot and Prosper, what a fantastic theme for this event. I love that. Of course, that word pivot has been used a lot in the last few years. And this is the thing about life, is that we will be given challenges. We will be given lots of curveballs, and it's all about how we embrace the journey of life. And there's a lot right now we definitely cannot control in the world. And there'll always be things we cannot control in the world. And we won't always be able to control what other people do. However, we can control how we respond and how we do life. And one of my biggest pivots happened about a year ago. I remember the day very clearly. It was February 19, 2023. The day before, I had just completed a workshop called Open Your Mind to Flourish with Angelique Pellegrino, one of my Mass Media Mastery members. We did a fantastic workshop, and we were celebrating the next day going for a 4-wheel drive trip on the beach, which I'd never done before. I thought, this is fantastic. And I remember streaming along the beach, having a great time in this 4-wheel drive, having some drinks with Angelique, her son, and his girlfriend, Charlotte. And we got to the end of this headland, which was in Boambi Beach, and there was a creek there, Boambi Creek, which when you enter the creek, basically it's knee-high water. And a lot of the locals go to this area and they just lie on their back and they float down the creek, and then there's a sandbank that stops people at the end of the creek. And I was sort of witnessing the area, finishing my drink, and Angelique, Daniel, and Charlotte all went in, and they went for a little float right down the end of the creek towards the ocean, and got out and came back around. And as they were walking back, I got in and started to float down the creek. And I was having a great time floating along. It was a beautiful day, sunny day. There was a big headland on one side of the beach, and there were no lifesavers, no boats. There were just a few 4-wheel drives in the background, and there I'm floating along, having a wonderful time, feeling so relaxed. And then next thing, I open my eyes and there's a massive wave that just pounded over me, and then another wave, and these were at least 1 meter high, that just kept coming and kept coming. And I felt myself suddenly as if I was in a washing machine, just getting washed and tumbled through this ocean. And this current was so strong going out that suddenly I found myself in deep water, and I had to go with the flow. There's no way I could fight this. I had been in rips before. I knew not to fight the waves. I knew I had to just go with it. And at the same time, it was absolutely terrifying because I kept coming back up for breath every time a wave hit me. And it just kept going and going. It seemed like it was never going to stop. These waves just kept going over me, and I was just being tumbled and tumbled and tumbled. And then next thing I know, I'm about 1 kilometer out in the middle of the ocean. And I look back at the shore, and I can see a 4-wheel drive on the beach about this small from the ocean in the middle of deep sea. And I could see this 4-wheel drive going along very slowly along the ocean. And I thought, okay, thankfully, hopefully they're going to get some help. But in the meantime, I was looking around me, and I'm in deep water. I know this area is known for sharks. And I'm looking around. I can't see below the water because it's dark. In deep sea, you just can't see. And so I am panicking about sharks, and at the same time doing my best to keep my head above water, to stay afloat. And all the conversations were coming up in my head. I was having pictures of the day before when we're in the workshop, and we're sharing with people that everything happens for you, not to you. And there I am out there thinking, how is this happening for me? And then and the next thought was, oh my gosh, have I actually manifested this? Because I've often said to people that if I was to die, the ocean would be a great way to go because I love the ocean so much. And then I thought, oh my gosh, is this going to be my last day on the planet? Have I actually manifested this? And I'm 49 years of age. I'm looking up to the heavens. I'm looking around me. I'm thinking to myself, can I swim out of this? I'm thinking, no, this is way too strong. And I was hoping it was going to be like a normal rip, that it would actually eventually bring me back to the shore. But this was not like any normal rip. This just kept going further and further and further out to sea because it was low tide and the current was going out. And so we just kept going out. And eventually, after about an hour of that, I saw a guy on a big longboard coming out from the end of the headland, and he just happened to be holidaying with his family that day on the beach. And my friends had called him for help, and he came across to get me. And then I went to jump on his board and just about tipped him over as well. And he said, geez, it's really rough out here. And he used to be a lifesaver in that area. And he said, yeah, gee, it's really rough conditions at the moment, even for him who was a local. And then next thing I knew, within a few minutes, these two guys on jet skis came out. It was a father and son pair who were right down the other end of the beach. And Daniel Pellegrino went to search for help and got these two guys to come out on their jet skis. And thankfully I was able to get on the jet ski and get back to shore. And I remember the minute landing back on the shore, and Angelique was there and we hugged each other, and I just bawled my eyes out. It was so good to be back on the earth again, back on the sand. And I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful for that. It was a major turning point in my life going through that. And these two jet ski guys, interestingly, they were locals that were going to go to another beach that day. And they decided that morning, let's just go to this beach. And there's no such thing as coincidences in this life, right? Now, that summer period in New South Wales, 35 people drowned. They had record drownings in New South Wales beaches. And if you don't know to go with the flow in the ocean, if you try to fight it, you will die. You will drown for sure. You will run out of breath and you will drown. And how often in life do we go through life and we try to fight situations? We want a different outcome. We want things to be differently. And sometimes no matter how much we bang our head against the brick wall, sometimes things are just not meant to go that way. And this was such a big learning for me. It was like pressing the reset button on my life. There was so much I got out of that whole experience. And it actually made me, after that, I reflected on my whole life. I thought, am I doing things in my life that I totally love? Yes, I love what I do, but am I 100% loving what I'm doing, or am I 80, 90% loving what I'm doing? You know, what is it exactly that I really, 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 really lights me up? And I've been focusing on that ever since that. And I've pivoted in many areas of my business, my media business. I've launched new events. I launched a brand new Step Up Speak Up Challenge, which I've actually got a brand new one starting tomorrow, a free 3-day Step Up Speak Up Challenge. We have the Global Good News Challenge. We've now had 3 years of that, which is inspiring gratitude and good news in the media to help lift the energy on the planet and help to decrease depression and suicide rates. I've personally had depression. I've had 4 friends take their own lives as well by the age of 45. I've seen a lot of negative news in my time as a journalist for over 30 years in the media. It's been one hell of a ride, and I am so grateful for all of it. All of it has brought me to this point. And some friends have come and gone over the years. People have come in and out of my life. As they say, people come to your life for a reason, a season, or a lifetime. And I am so grateful for my life. We had the 17th annual Animal Action event recently. We had Keith Potker from the Seekers come and perform, and that's all about awareness, appreciation, and respect for animals. We raised some funds for Aussie wildlife, and you know, I love what I do. I'm so passionate about my life, and I'm so lit up and so inspired to make the most of every precious moment. This is the thing, we don't know when that will be over for any of us. 1/3 of people die by the age of 65. 1/3 of people. In fact, my girlfriend Debbie, she got caught in the Cairns floods. A week before Christmas, she lost everything in the Cairns floods. On the 28th of December, she thought she'd go out for a walk to feel better. And she said she went out for a walk and she said it looked like a war zone. There were mattresses and people's possessions out on the street. Houses were flooded with mud. And she said it was absolutely heartbreaking. On January 1, her heart broke. She had a heart attack and died, 65 years of age. Life is so precious. It's such a gift. We are 1 in a billion just by being born. And sometimes it's great just to take a moment and enjoy, appreciate the beauty that is within us and all around us, and to notice the conversations in our head that we might have about ourselves or others. Practice kindness, compassion, to be the change we wish to see in the world, as Gandhi says. One of my other favorite quotes I'll leave you with today is by Margaret Mead. It's a small group of thoughtful people can change the world. In fact, it's the only thing that ever has. I would love to connect with you too. If you'd like to stay connected, all my links are at linktree/Aldwyn, linktr.ee/Aldwyn. If you want to find out about the Global Good News Challenge or the Step Up, Speak Up Challenge, all the details are on there. Thank you so much, Annie. I can see that there's a small group of thoughtful people changing the world right here.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Wow. What a journey. What a journey you've been on. I'm just like, what a message to just go with the flow. I think the key point that just leapt out is that's right. It's an instinct to go, I want to resist, when you're getting pulled in one direction. And what do we, us Aussies know, go with the rip, go with the flow. If you're a skier, you surf, you kind of go, yep, go with it. Don't hold back. You got to go with it. But it's not natural, and what a terrifying moment for you, but what a fantastic mindset that you've used that opportunity to now go, what does it all mean? And that people were seriously, spiritually meant to be finding you at that time, or the situation would have been very different, So for our delegates who are here watching and with us now live, or if you're watching on the replay, all of our speakers are replayed on all of our platforms over the next couple of months. I want you to really just think about what Aldwyn said. Find that moment that she shared that just tapped into where you're at the moment. Definitely connect. Aldwyn and all of our speakers, put your details in the chat. Make sure that people can connect with you. And here she is just offering things that you can do right here, right now. So if that resonated with you, make sure you jump on that opportunity. Thank you so much to you, Aldwyn. And Kath Mazzella, we are going to have you to the stage if you are still with us. You're still with us, Kath? I think I you jumped in there before.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, hello, beautiful Kath.
I made it.
Wonderful. Awesome. Over to you.
Thank you, Annie, for this opportunity. I am really excited because, sorry, are we still there?
Yes.
I'm just trying to do something here. I'm really excited that the celebrity Gillian Anderson wore her vulva dress the other week, which caused a lot of discussions around the world, and some media called it a vagina dress and a vulva dress. And I'm really excited because I've been lobbying for 30 years for women to acknowledge that a vulva is not a vagina, but you know that already, Annie, don't you?
I do know the difference between my vulva and my vagina, but I'm happy for you to have the floor.
No, but you know that's part of my passion. But anyhow, I wanted to just quickly share that 30 years ago, I had my clitoris, vulva, and lymph glands removed due to cancer. I turned to the women's groups, and it's like only experts can talk about these things. So began my journey. I really felt rejected by the women. So I put an ad in the Women's Day, and all these ladies wrote me these horrific, horrible stories. And yet when I went to the women's health centres, it's like, oh no, only experts can talk about vulvas and vaginas. So consequently, I formed my own support network, which is 20 years old now, GAIN, Gynecological Awareness Information Network. But I've moved on since then because I sort of see this as an international issue. So I formed an International Gynecological Awareness Day, and that's my passion. It's like, well, let's bring out the issues about endometriosis, polycystic ovaries, fibroids. But I'm wanting this in the workplace for women leaders to see the importance of gynecological health opposed to reproductive health. Because to me, reproductive health is about having babies, and gynecology is about all the other gynecological health issues. So I noticed when I was diagnosed, there was no vulva diagram. I've had to fight for many years to even include a vulva diagram. And I can be a bit over the top. Some might see me. Somebody said I had a negative tone. But I'm really excited that because of Gillian, that she has made such a difference. And if I can get you to speak out with your organisations to teach that a vulva is not a vagina, and the vulva is so important to us all. So how did I come this far after 30 years? I had to think outside the box, so to speak, pardon the pun. So I went to the Health Consumers Forum and I learned how to lobby. And through my not-for-profit, we lobbied the government with a petition. They had a Senate inquiry, and that's how the National Gynae Cancer Centre was established. And I've got the award for Cancer Australia plus 9 other awards. So, but it's no point in having these awards if there's no action. And that's why I'm appealing to women leaders to think, how can you celebrate the Gynae Awareness Day? But a lot of people think, oh, well, that's sort of in the too hard basket. So I'm showing you this quilt behind here because the West Australian Quilters made this quilt. I took it to visit my son in London, and I went up to the front counter of BBC TV, and I was on Woman's Hour talking about vulval health and the International Gynae Awareness Day vision. So I sit back sometimes and I see the progress that's happening, even with all the women leaders. It's like, well, what's happening about menopause? But even with menopause, I mean, I'm not sure whether I've touched that I had my clitoris, vulva and lymph glands removed due to cancer and 6 weeks radiation. So I went directly into menopause, age 42. But I noticed even with the menopause that's being driven at the moment, which is fantastic, there's lots happening in the workplace with that. But again, there's no mention about a dry vulva. And it's like, oh, well, we still haven't quite gone down that track yet. So I guess I'm ahead of my time, but it's damn hard work what I do. It's very hard work. But I'm finding women leaders that are coming forward now to sort of say, oh, I see what you're talking about now, okay? And it's just wonderful to see the progress that's happening. I was the Jean Howes Women's Health Champion last year, and I had an opportunity to speak about vulva and sort of bringing these issues out. But what have other organisations done? Soroptimist International in Albany have an undies library display, which is fantastic to see that they saw the light. And when I see organisations see the light, I think, oh, yes, it's fantastic. But I was always told by some people that don't say the word vulva and vagina because it might upset the ethnic women. But it turns out I was invited to speak to 1,000 women in Kuala Lumpur for the Soroptimist International Convention. I was scared out of my wits, scared to sort of think, I'm standing here, I've been told not to say this word and, behave yourself. But I'm not that sort of, I've had to learn that along the way, that I'm not that sort of woman to sit in the corner and just take this. So I wanted to share, I'm on the Royal College of Gynecology and Obstetrics in Australia and New Zealand, the Women's Voices panel, and also on the Royal College of Obstetrics and Gynecology in London. I've been there to speak to the president, former president, about the Gynae Awareness Day. So I'm just trying to show you that there is organisations that are watching, but unless we have a huge groundswell, I don't want to spend another 30 years doing this. I'm wanting women to stand up. I've had articles in the Australian Institute of Management. The CWA had supported one of the events we had, and I do a fashion parade with the physiotherapists made up sashes for me. And so we have a fashion parade and we say, here's Miss Vagina, here's Miss Vulva. And the women walk in with, and some sort of sit there and go, oh, that's not very nice. But the world is changing. And that's why I'm so damn excited that the world is finally changing. And I want you to get excited with me. And I want you to share with your organizations and give me some chances, give me some opportunities to be heard and share this message so we can break down these barriers in your workplace and the home front.
I totally agree. You're progressive, Kat. So you and I reached out and met a couple of days ago. We've been talking online for a couple of months. And but to listen to a woman of your era, right? Because, you know, there's still in your era, sex is so much of a taboo subject. And to see a woman who has gone through so much, right? And is striving and is progressive and is obliterating all the shame and trying to help women heal trauma. And it's one of the most important things that we as women in divine feminine leadership need to be doing today. And that shame, embracing our sexuality, embracing our body is literally should be one of the main priorities as a woman in feminine leadership today.
Well, thank you for that. But I think we need to have a look at the history of where all this shame came from. And I found the word pudendum in the dictionary, and the Latin word of that says female genitalia, one who should and ought to be ashamed, the shameful part of a woman. Well, you see, once you embrace this knowledge, you know, it really can change your whole mindset, and then you can share that with your community as well. The international president of the Vulval Pain Society is Dr. Tanya Boll, and she's one of the head doctors at Jean Hales. And I love the work that she does, but it's hard work for her to convince society that we need some research and funding. But I don't want you to think that I'm all just about the vulva. It's about celebrating the International Gynae Awareness Day as a tool, and use your business to say, hey, the Gynae Awareness Day, this is what I do. And so it's showing that the groundswell is happening and we can get some more funding and research into this.
What day is that? Is your day?
It's the 10th of September, and last year the City of Perth lit up their building, the Joondalup Drive lit up their streets, and Kings Park had all the trees lit up.
Wow.
Planning to do it again next year. But there was another woman that joined me last year, and her 23-year-old daughter died from vulval cancer, and they brought her wedding in early so she could get married before she died. And I could tell you 100 stories that are so sad that you would think, no, this is not happening, but it truly is, because we as women need to come out more than what we have done in the past.
100%.
Well, I'm so glad you've had this platform today, and we will definitely be, you know, sharing more there. And we hear your frustration. We want to honour you as a champion of change, and that's what it is. It takes, you know, sometimes it's not even in our lifetime, but you're chipping away. And what you have done and how you have, you know, infiltrated these organizations, and it's hard work, and you are a champion of change, and so I want to really honor that publicly, what you're doing. I know it's hard, and sometimes it's like, yeah, celebrity does something and suddenly, you know, it makes all the difference. That's sometimes what we're waiting for, you know. And I was just a face of a campaign for endometriosis recently, and you know, it's because, you know, suddenly you get someone like, I was on it with Jana Pittman, and Jana then something, she's a celebrity, gets all this attention. It's really interesting. Is it right? You know, nothing against Jana, you're amazing. But it's sometimes it's like you've got to strike, but you have to be in that place for those opportunities to be there. So I think we can just, you know, finish that this time now of saying, you know, well done you for being there. We do need more people supporting you, and we will definitely do what we can. We are going to have to move on to our next speaker, who is Jo Worthy.
Well, thank you so much, Annie, for the opportunity, everybody else that came along today.
Absolutely fantastic to have you.
Okay, thank you.
Jo Worthy. Jo has had an amazing summit herself. She's a woman who's just on fire at the moment, has been doing a lot of pivoting, a lot of shifting, a lot of energy producing, and always wonderful to have you share. Over to you now, Jo.
Say what you want to say and allow those words to fall out. beautiful women, I want to see you be brave. And for you to really prosper and pivot and rise into your greatness in 2024, I want you to step more into your courage. Hello, everyone. I am Jo Worthy. I'm the founder of the Worthy Women Movement. Very proud of that. And I am an author and a speaker. And it's an absolute pleasure to be here today. Thank you, Annie. Let's think about the word courage. It is not the absence of fear. It's about feeling the fear and doing it anyway. It's about feeling the fear and doing it scared. And the Oxford Dictionary says, doing something that frightens one. So let's put it into the context of your business, ladies. What are you going to do in 2024 that scares you? Eleanor Roosevelt says, I love quotes, do something every day that scares you. So what is it for you? What that's going to help you expand your business? What can you do to get out of your comfort zone? What is it for you? What's that one thing? What's that one thing that you really, really, really want to do, but you've allowed your fear to stop you? Is it writing a chapter in a book? A book? Is it stepping up on stage? Is it just becoming more visible? And as women in business, we need to be visible. And we need to position ourselves accordingly. And Annie is very, very great at really, really sharing her knowledge about positioning, as I am as well. And we're very passionate about women becoming more visible. So how are you going to become more visible? Because that is how you're going to pivot and how you're going to prosper. It really, really is. Now, do you want to know? Well, even if you don't, I'm going to tell you why I'm so passionate about what I do. Because I witness all the time so many women, they don't pivot, they're not in prosperity, they're hiding away, they're diluting who they are, they're not in their confidence, they're actually lacking a lot of self-confidence. Maybe they were confident once and maybe they've lost it. They've lost their way a bit and they're not focused, and they've got to find that warrior within them. And even worse, they can be actually living in mediocrity and some in misery. And do you know why I'm even more passionate about helping other women and supporting women to become more visible and rise in their greatness? Is because I used to be that woman. I was that woman, no self-worth, no self-confidence, very little boundaries, lived in mediocrity and misery. I attracted bullies, I attracted abusers, and I was not a happy woman. And I certainly wasn't reignited like I am now. And do you know the thing is that we can all change. We can all change. So I made that a priority to change. Change my negative mindset, change my old bad behaviors, my old negative conditioning, stop the blame game, stop being a victim, and stand in my power. And that's what I want each and every woman to do. Have the courage to change what is not working. Have the courage to change what is not working in your business. And do you need to think about your mindset? Do you need to change some old patterns? 2024 is all about up-leveling. It's up-leveling, whatever that means to you. And how are you going to do that? First of all, you may have to change some old ways. The second thing that you may want to do is really just start thinking about whether you're being authentic. Are you being authentic? Are you being really who you truly are? Have you got the courage to show who you are in your full, beautiful glory? So many women I know want to be liked and accepted by everyone. But guess what? Not everyone's going to like you. Not everyone's going to like your work. And that is okay, because guess what? I've got some really good news. You don't have to fit in, because the right people will like you and celebrate you and even love you. And there will be many that won't. And you have to step into your courage and realize there are people that you're not going to align with, and vice versa. Think about Dita Van Teese's quote. You can be the ripest, juiciest peach in the world, and some people hate peaches. It's true. I don't like that hate word. It's a bit strong, but that's the quote. You get my drift. And so many of us, including myself, used to worry about whether I was liked and accepted, and it kept me smaller. It kept me from my destiny of my greatness. So is it stopping you from pivoting and prospering and rising into your greatness? Because you're too worried about what everybody else is thinking, saying, doing. You got to stay focused. You got to turn on that warrior switch, and you got to stay on your mission. Regardless of the challenges, we all go through challenges. Some of us are still dealing with traumas and challenges and betrayals and feeling like, oh my goodness, I just want to quit. Well, you got to step into your warrior woman and know that your work will make a difference in the world, and start becoming more visible. Start becoming more visible, and stop worrying about the judgments of other people. People will judge. It's human nature. A lot of people don't like me, or they don't align with me. I don't care. You either like me or you don't. Tough, you know what, if you don't. You know the saying. You can fill in the gap. So have you been a people pleaser? Is it keeping you smaller? Is it time just to embrace who you are? And popularity is overrated, for one. It's so overrated. Maybe you've been saying yes too often and you need to say no. But stop worrying about the judgment, because it will stop you from getting your work out there. So I'll give you an example. I was just about to publish this book. This is my, I got this in 2019, at the end of 2019. It's my proof copy. It's a little worn. And I was just about to publish. And it's raw, and it's real, and it's very vulnerable. It's a very vulnerable.
My number one tip to get over a breakup, and that
it's a very, very vulnerable read and write. Well, actually, probably not vulnerable for you to read, but it was vulnerable for me to write. That's what I'm trying to say. And I got into this old pattern of, what if people judge me? What if people don't like me? What if people don't like the book? I don't think I can publish. Who has ever felt like that? And then beautiful Brené Brown. We all know Brené Brown, the vulnerability expert. And one of my favorite sayings, which really, really, really helped me realize that I needed to publish this book. If you are not in the arena getting your ass kicked, I don't want your feedback. So if you're not writing and publishing your book, if you're not speaking up on stages, if you're not being vulnerable and sharing from your heart, if you're not being visible, then you're not in the arena and you can't judge. So women, put yourself in the arena. Stop worrying about what other people are thinking. Publish that book. Speak up on, get up on stages. Share your message. We all have these extraordinary stories to share. This is why I'm so passionate about women writing and speaking, because we are all wise women with stories to share, and you deserve to be out there and visible and sharing your story. And I want you to have the courage to follow, which sort of leads into following your divine mission. And often, our divine mission is something that scares us. Guess what? My biggest fear was public speaking. But 10 years ago, I decided to step right into my courage, even when I had panic attacks, full-on panic attacks. I've suffered anxiety all my life. But I was not going to let it stop me. So I'd get up there on stage, whether it be face-to-face, virtual. I felt the fear and I did it anyway, even though I was so scared. So think about, I knew there's always messages. Think about your life, and there'll be messages when you stop and think. And I've always been creative, but I put that on hold as well, just trying to survive. You don't want to be in survive, you want to thrive. Think about your creativity for one. Is that something that you need to go back to? You know, it's changed my life and the women that I now work with because I followed my divine purpose and my passion. Doesn't even feel like work. And I'm a completely different woman from that scared, insecure woman who had no confidence or self-worth. Now my surname's Worthy. Thank you, universe. So think about what you can change, what is really driving you, how you can become more visible, how you can position yourself in 2024 to rise, to pivot, to prosper, and to rise in your absolute greatness. And you know what? Don't just make 2024 any year. Make it a great year. So here's to you all pivoting and being prosperous and again rising in your absolute greatness. Thank you, everyone. I am Jo Worthy.
I turn my mute off. I just love you, Jo Worthy. Love a bit of passion, love a power, love a woman on fire who's just enjoying the space she's in, right? And that's what we want for all of us, you know, whatever that is. You know, not everyone has to be a speaker and doing that thing. It's like wherever you are in the world now, whatever you're doing, just do it your way, own it, love it, breathe it, live it. And then other people, you'll be attracting those right people. You know, those people will be finding you if you're doing it properly. And what I heard there is, you know, now you're not accepting. You're not accepting you know, that previous self, you know, because we're also responsible for what we accept, right? So while we, you know, can bag out others and go, this happened to me, and stuff sucks at times, all right, let's be honest. But we also, for other things, we accepted a behavior, we accepted those bullies, we accepted things. And that's not a judgment because we all do it. And now I'm hearing very strongly now, Jo Worthy is not accepting those things because she's owning herself, valuing her worth. Beautiful name. And also it's a great joy to see what you're doing in your movement. And I'm all into collaborating and supporting everyone's movements and being as much part of that. So definitely add that into the chat. Tell people what you're doing. Definitely all connect with each other. Those watching on replay, very easy to find Jo. There's so much value, so many things that we can all get involved in. And I agree with that. What are we going to be doing this year? That is just a whole new space. And what's going to be friggin' a little bit scary, and do it anyway, you know, do it and push through that fear, because every time you do it, you're becoming less fearless, because it's kind of then just goes, oh, that wasn't that bad. Do it anyway. You'll see the benefits and you will just have that joy and energy. Our next speaker is Jacqueline Redpath. Do we have Jacqueline here? No. Well, there we go. Well, we have Kez here, so we're going to move straight on to Kez. Woohoo! Kez is coming. We got the Perth crew today. I've had all the Americans overnight. I'm at 11.5 hours here, still popping around. But yeah, so we've had all our Americans. Oh, we've still got Rev Jocelyn. Jocelyn's coming in from Trinidad and Tobago. But we've got mainly our Aussies here now, but we are going to have Kez Wickham St. George, beautiful Kez, international best-selling author, book cover award expert, supreme woman in my world. Welcome to the stage, Kez.
Oh, that's quite a crown to wear, Annie. Thank you so much. Listening to the ladies I have listened to this morning, oh my goodness, you are all so fabulous. And I am really grateful to be associated with the majority of you all. Well done. I'd like to start off by thanking Annie for the summit, the Pivot and Prosper. And I've been thinking about those words. Now, I'm a wordologist. I love using words, love diving into a word and finding out what it means. So first of all, before I start, I'd like to start off with a quote, which is from Mark Twain. 2 most important days of your life is when you were born and when you find out why. And that was my key to begin my journey. Now, I started off my life being told to be seen and not heard. And so I was a very good girl, and that came across so many times in my life. You were just a good girl. Now, what did that mean? Was I intelligent? Was I attractive? I didn't know what good girl meant, had no idea. As I grew up and grew through the groups that I had joined, my parents were religious, so we grew through that one, and then I grew through a marriage, and then I was growing all the time. My heart was growing, my spirit was growing, until I decided that I was going to go back to school, to college at the age of 40. And so I pivoted from being a young mum of 5 kids, 4 of my own and 1 fostered, to wanting to be educated and enjoying the scenario of going back to a college and then getting accepted into a university. Now, I chose as my subjects the arts. And by 45, 46, I was running exhibitions for some very well-known artists. That was my first pivot in this big, wide world. And I learned that prospering didn't mean financial. It meant, for me personally, it meant spiritual. And I had to learn to accept that. I wasn't going to be a millionaire at the age of 45. I was going to be a mum, a hardworking mum, raising these children and working a full-time job. I found that hard, as all women do, especially when you're a solo mum. So my life went on and I became a recognised artist, and I enjoyed that world. I enjoyed exhibiting. I enjoyed art. I enjoyed talking that language, which is once you get into the art world, it is a totally different language. Most of you people out there wouldn't know, unless you're an artist, wouldn't know what I'm talking about. But the kiss of a brush on the canvas still mesmerizes me. I still hold my breath when I go to paint a canvas. I think, oh my God, I am blessed. Just that one stroke. One little stroke. And then I found that I was writing poetry to accompany my artwork. When you pivot so suddenly, there are many other people. You've got to remember this. Many other people pivoting as well. They see what your success is and they think, oh, I'm going her way. So they pivot in a totally different way to you. But I still stuck to being an artist and a poet. I got recognized right throughout New Zealand for my work. And then by then I had certainly remarried, and we moved to Australia. And I thought, oh my God, my life's over. I'm moving to a country I don't understand, even though we call each other's cutty bros, but just across the pond. Kiwis, New Zealanders are so very different from the Australian woman. And I had to learn your ways. A lot of my friends that had moved from New Zealand to Australia said, oh, they've got to learn our ways. Sorry, ladies, pivot. Just pivot round, knock on the door, make a friend, and say, I need to understand your language, because I certainly didn't understand the Australian language of how just going to the shops and asking for an elastic band, for instance. I had to pivot. It's a lucky band. I had no idea what the lady was talking about. I stared at her like she was absolutely from another planet. We got there, ladies. I learned to pivot suddenly, quickly, and I discovered that I loved speaking, but I couldn't speak to an Australian audience. My New Zealand audience, I was fine. I spoke loud and clear. And I was giving talks for other people, introducing other people, exhibiting other people. In Australia, it was a different story. My art was recognised, yes. I had 5 big exhibitions here in Perth. But again, I felt the pull that the world wasn't happy with me. So I found that I had to dig into a toolbox. And I believe that we are all born with this toolbox. And it's really digging deep. It's called DNA. That's your toolbox. And we will have in that toolbox some dysfunctional words and some positive words. We will sort out the nonsense and the noise. And if you can't, then find a mentor that will help you do it. Again, pivot into what you are meant to be in this world. So I call it shifting gears. That's all we have to do. So I'm racing along on my little Getz car, and I'm also now suddenly in a 4-wheel drive because I've been invited to write a book. Oh my God. That's what I've always wanted to do, write a book. But how do I write? Where do I start? Who do I turn to? I didn't know anyone that had written a book. Well, I've heard about people, but I didn't actually know anyone close to me that had written a book. So we began the journey. I put painting aside and I began a journey. All my children have left home. I have a husband that works in the mines and I'm on my own. It's time. And ladies, I have never been so scared in all my life of putting pen to paper. After 3 years, finding my first publisher, oh my Lord. I was so excited that I produced, I think it was 6 A4 books, all handwritten, of my story. I had no idea. Now I do, but I had no idea. So I presented myself at this cafe. And he said to me, what am I supposed to do with these? It's supposed to be typed up. They were handwritten. Now, while I was handwriting, I was traveling with my husband around Australia. And we'd been around the world, we'd been to Australia, all because of his business, not because of my artwork or my writing. But again, I had to pivot and widen the breach of who was listening to me and who I was talking to, digging into that toolbox, making sure that I was being heard with my words. So how do I do that? It's by listening to myself talk. There's a biggie, self-talk. How do you wake up in the morning and talk to yourself? How do you do it? I know what I do, but I'm asking you, I'd like you to think on that one. How do you self-talk? Are you being negative? Do you look in the mirror in the bathroom and think, oh, that's not very nice? I don't. I get up, I shower, don't even bother with the mirror. Why bother? I know who I am. I'm Kez Wickham St. George. I'm a fabulous author. I'm a well-known and credited artist. I'm a best-selling, award-winning author. Who the hell would have thought that 10 years ago? Not me. But I've also had people that have brought me to this stage, and that's where I pivoted to. I learned to have a toolbox full of positive experiences and thoughts. Our tools we can use to lift our game, ladies, and that's what we need to do. If you're going to join a platform, you need to realize you've got to use your words. Dip into the toolbox, shift those gears. If we're to become who we are meant to be, we need to dream big and even bigger. Find yourself a mentor if you're not there yet. I find some of the words I like to use in my daily practice of waking up is imagination. Have faith, optimism, creative. What are your goals, Kez? Friendships. Where do you find your friendships? I have different kinds of friendships. I have my friendships that are dear to me. And I think the biggest lesson I learned at the end of 2023, and I will honor her, is a friend of mine passed away with cancer. And about 8 weeks before she passed, and we all knew it was going to happen very, very soon, she said to me, and she was crying, I haven't written my story. I said, let's start. So the woman wrote down 300 words, and that's been given to me to write as a memoir. Now I'm finding that quite hard. But again, I'm pivoting into a different person. I'm pivoting into the person that I know that's there. And I believe that her words will honor her. I just have to work on them a little bit. But that's my skill, as I work on your words. Being your own best friend, and that's where I'd like to leave it here today, Annie, is being your own best friend. Pat yourself on the shoulder. You are not on this platform with Annie Gibbons for no reason. You're here to pass on that you can dig into anyone's toolbox. You can mentor them. You can help them. Mainly be your own best friend. Grow, pivot, and prosper. Thanks, Annie.
Well, thank you so much, Kez. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So much. What a journey. You can just see the breadth of journey, a lot of overview there, and so empowering to get to a stage that, yeah, all those stages are shit scary, right? They're all like, oh, how do I write a book? How do I How do I speak? How do I do all these things? How do I even put a brush to a canvas? But they're all things that, I tell you what, if your eye gazed at it, if your thought process were fascinated by it, do it. Because then suddenly, you do that jump, and I love it when I get these breadth of incredible women, so inspiring, because it didn't happen overnight. It all took that boldness, that moment to go, you know what, that's right. Do I know if I'll be great? I don't know, but I'll give it a go and see if I like it.
Give it a go, yeah.
Give it a go. Carrie Benedette was sharing before. She'd say, give it a red hot shot. That's her favorite saying. Give it a shot. That's an Aussie saying for our international viewers. Give it a go, because it interested you, and anything that interests you and then starts to excite you, and then you start dreaming about it. Gosh, now, hearing Kerr's going to write this memoir of a dear, dear friend after she's passed. Gosh, what an honor and a privilege, but also terrifying, like, wow. And that's from a woman who is an international, best-selling author many times over, but it's still like, wow, these things shift you out of your comfort zone. And it is fabulous, because you want to be doing that, because it's constantly helping you evolve and grow. And that's why you become the person that other people want to do work with, or other people appreciate your gifts and your talents, and you can add value. And also, as you do it, you are so clear to that right person that you're the one who they want to align with, whether it's you, Kez, through your book award covers, to mentoring in authoring, whether it's Jo Worthy in, her new speaker hub and the programs that she's having, because they're feeling her energy, whether it's Aldwyn and you get to go to speaker stuff, media training, all the powerful stuff, whether it's aligning with Kath because of, this woman's passionate, and, for whatever reason you might be out there going, you know what, I am passionate about women's health. I would love to partner, or I have a business or an opportunity that would actually be able to help Kath. For some, yes, some no, and that's okay. I think our frustration happens when we want everyone to be interested. We want to be appealing to everyone, whereas we don't. We actually just want our peeps to be interested. We want our value to be given to those who want that, who will benefit from it. And everyone else, you know what? I'm happy to go, hey, see you what? Unfriend me. I'm too busy doing things with my peeps. Like, you find your peeps, and that's okay. It's totally what, it's freeing. Got no baggage, don't care. Off you go. See you later. Because I'm loving my space, and I want you to love your space. Go and find those peeps. I don't know who they are. They're not in my camp, that's for sure. Go off and go and find them. And that's what we're all doing through this summit. We've had so many women. We're now heading to Rev Jocelyn, who I can see here. Don't know what happened to Jacqueline, but that's okay. Time zones, crazy stuff happens. She might appear and we can just pop her on at the end. But I have seen, we've had 40 speakers through these 12 hours, and every woman has actually just blessed the socks off of all of us. People have come and they've gone, and what I've seen is women just really stepping into their own power, right? And women are ridiculously empowered, to be powerful, if they're given the right toolbox. They're given that right, they know their DNA, they're using it, they're aligning with other people who are a support system for them. It takes a village. They're getting that right resource mix that actually makes them not feel alone in their space. They're actually realizing what the package looks like, what it feels like. They don't have to be best at everything. They don't have to pretend they're perfect. They're actually happy to showing up going, you know what? Could be pretty funny at times, but I'm just going to have fun, enjoy the ride, go with the flow, learn like Aldwyn did that, shivers. Sometimes you find yourself in friggin' scary situations, and then you're just going to go, well, through the grace of God, it was meant to be. For whatever reason, those boardies just popped out from the point, and is that just a divine intervention? Things like that happen. And for others, not. And we don't understand it, but for whatever reason, it was meant to be, and it changes your life. These moments change your life. So absolutely amazing. Rev Jocelyn, are you still there? We are going to bring you to the stage. So I will get you to unmute, and then I will pin you if you can come back and find us. We'll see how we go with our connection. Sometimes it's patchy because she's coming all the way from Grenada. But you know what? We will just bring us home strong, Rev Joss. I love you. There we go. Let me pin you. Over to you, gorgeous.
Thank you so much, Annie. It's always a pleasure to be here, and I totally enjoyed everyone's speech that I heard. I'm looking forward to listen to some of the replay, and thanks to everyone who is here with us. I've had many moments where I had to pivot and allow myself to succeed. There had been moments like the sudden, unexpected passing of our beloved 6-year-old son, Kwame, where I had to tap into my infinite source of strength and continue living and helping to support and enjoy and watch our little 5-month-old baby girl at the time grow and bloom into a very magnificent young adult. Or there were the moments where I had to navigate transitioning from being in a beautiful marriage relationship with my childhood sweetheart to walking through divorce and uncertainty to flourishing, thriving as a single lady and mom, starting with enrolling in university for the first time, just around about the age of entering into my 40s there. And I had to do that with just a prayer and a promise for the first time, and being the first time in my immediate family to enter into university. I do that to seeing our beautiful daughter excelling, being first in her class in academic achievement, taking part in literacy activity, being active in our youth Toastmasters then, and then later graduating with honors in English language. Much like her mom, with myself at the time where I was teaching, I had to support my students through my teaching career, and they were able to obtain, most times we were able to obtain 90 to 99% passes in the external exam. So pivoting and prospering in those major themes of life, I'm sure many of you will agree with me. You can identify that and would probably say that through thick and thin, we triumph. Through broken heart, we triumph. Through divorce, we triumph. Through weight gain or weight loss, we triumph. Through miscarriage, we triumph. Through debt, we triumph. Through career changes, we triumph. Through job loss, we triumph. But for me, as I did that, I felt I had this constant fight and seemingly losing that battle to have a successful relationship with my business finances. It was always a trickle here and a trickle there. And despite the numerous books I read, paid and unpaid coaching programs, odd jobs, returning to my permanent job, my money just was not cutting it. And basically, it has been a very emotional roller coaster and a whole lot of financial ups and downs. And as I would say, I was in choppy waters and quicksand, dealing with guilt, dealing with feeling of inadequacy, not enough, not doing enough. I wanted to shrink, and I was shrinking. So my business at the time where I felt was my baby, my source, my all. As I mentioned before, the money wasn't coming. But I had to ask myself, is that the truth? Is it really that you're not seeing any money, that the business isn't generating any money? And for the sake of time, I'll share with you 3 things I did to remove myself from this quicksand I was going through of doom and gloom. Because there were many other things, but as I focus on these 3 things and continue to look at them, I was able to send myself, I said, a SMS, a text message. An SMS acronym stands for source, money, and stages. So in these 3 things, I had to recognize that 1, who and what is my source is infinite, it's unlimited, and my supply is always available to me. I had to cut myself some slacks. And I had to detach my business from the responsibility of being my all. 2, I had to recognize that money was energy. And according to Dr. Anita Capri in one of her prosperity programs, money, and the acronym is my own natural energy yield. And 3, I had to recognize the stages of my business, and what I needed to focus on at the time. And as I paid attention to those 3 things, with a lot of other stuff, I realized I was prospering, and my business, based on the stage and age, was making a profit, and it was miraculous. From receiving thousands of dollars in business scholarship funds, very grateful to you, Annie Gibbons, for being one of my funders. I am ever so grateful for this. To networking events, to partnerships, to collaborative events, to speaking engagements, to product sampling, and I can go on and on and on. These incur costs. These incurred, money was involved, energy was involved, and my business was paying for it, or someone that I partnered with was paying for it. And it was through the effort of that business. So, in closing, I want to leave with us, especially the young entrepreneurs. Take your business seriously. And in talking about taking it seriously, it's not simply about doing the mundane, but it's simply whatever, being grateful and putting a dollar sign, putting a cost, that money, making money be the energy that it is. So you take that business seriously. Remember, you have access to unlimited supply. Money is simple, a medium of exchange, and it is your own natural energy yield. So let's be about it with wisdom. We can all prosper in every aspect of life. And I'm ever so grateful to you, Annie, and to every one of you here, ladies, who have taken the time to listen in. Continued blessing. I am Jocelyn, as Annie said. I am from the beautiful island of Grenada. Also, I lived in Trinidad and Tobago. I am a metaphysician, an ordained minister, author, and a health coach. God bless you.
Thank you, Rev Jocelyn. What a wonderful way to finish this incredible summit. Rev Joss is also one of the authors and I can see it in the background behind you, of Memoirs of Successful Women. Oh, sorry, I've got my virtual screen on, so it's a bit tricky. But anyway, very excited to have Rev Joss partner with us in that beautiful collaboration. And it's so wonderful to hear you sharing and to just feel your heart and your soul and the transformation that's happened. And I think that's really important for women of our delegates, those listening in and who will continue to do so, to hear the journeys, and that those journeys have been hard and they've been challenging and through incredible trauma and loss and grief and depression, but incredible triumphs when you've pushed through those and you continually giving yourself permission to just evolve and to grow into this beautiful woman that you are. And how powerful and how wonderful that you now get to speak at events and you're honored for that worth and that, you know, the integrity and the value that you offer others. And we pray that that will just continue to be a blessing. It's so wonderful to hear that your business has just really, you know, continues to grow, and that we do need to go. It's not just a side hustle. It's not just a hope I earn something. We want our businesses to flourish, because the more successful they are, the more value we can give to others, and that's the reason that we can continue to offer those services. So I hope that all of our businesses will thrive. I want all of us to be as successful as possible. I don't have a limited view on that. I go, gosh, girls, I hope they're all, you know, go to 7 figures beyond. Why not? Because it just means that you can offer more to those that you serve, and also that you can use that money wisely, because I know so many of you have got other projects, philanthropic passion projects, charities, and things of that nature as well. So I thank you all for being part of this amazing summit. We are going to finish up now. I'm thanking those of you who have stayed to the very end, and I thank you for supporting our speakers. You have all been so unique, so beautifully authentic, and there's so much value there. For those of you who have just chipped in, you've missed so many other incredible speakers. Don't worry. My team will chop all of those up into each individual segment, and they will be released on Women's Biz Global social media over the next month or so, so you can catch up anytime. You will notice it has been playing on YouTube. I do that just in case my 12-hour recording doesn't save, even though I've saved it to my cloud. It's a bit risky, and I'm a control freak. So I'll probably be taking that down, because I want to make sure that it's really polished for the presentation, so that I can put people's names on it and things of that nature. So if you sort of go, where is it? What's happening? That will be made available to everybody. Make sure, well, my team will do that. Make sure that you are contactable. For those of you who are watching in, just contact, you've all got Women's Biz Global details. So any of the speakers that you went, oh my gosh, I've got to hear more from that person or that person or that person. It's not a popularity contest. It means that people just resonate with you, and that's a good thing. So I will definitely just sing out to me, and I'll put you in touch with that person. Definitely check out all their websites. Everyone has amazing things to offer, and you will be blessed, blessed, blessed. So thank you for joining us. Thank you to our amazing speakers. And I will go and get myself a little nap once I've calmed down, because I get all hyped up after these events, but it has been truly a blessing. We will be having another summit in 3 months' time. It will probably be titled Paradigm Shifts, because we just have these paradigm shifts in our journeys. And I will be asking everyone to start applying to speak at that event very, very shortly. So watch this space. We've had quite a few first-time speakers over the summit this time. Awesome. I love it when people get those level up opportunities. Even if a couple of them were terrified, absolutely fantastic, because you know what? They'll just go even better next time. And some of us are old hands, and just you can see, and isn't that wonderful to be inspired by incredibly just really gifted speakers who have just got such clarity. So those of you who want to learn to speak, obviously I do that and coach and offer services in publishing and all that brand elevation. as well as many other amazing speakers that you have heard over this summit. So definitely reach out to them as well. Whoever adds value, whoever you connected with, follow that. Always follow that, your gut, your intuition in that space. I'm all about that. So thank you so much. I'm going to let you go now, and all the best to you. Have an awesome 2024. I'm expecting to hear fantastic updates from all of you because you're all pushing boundaries now. So go for it. Lots of love to you all. Bye-bye.